Chapter 1. The Fragrance of the Corpse. My name is Li Yang, born on October 15th, 1987. This day marked the Lower Yuan Festival, a time for the water deity to dispel misfortunes. It was originally supposed to be a joyous occasion. However, my father recounted that it became the most excruciating and terrifying day of his life. The agony stemmed from my mother's difficult labor, which lasted from dawn until dusk. The terror was compounded when a coffin inexplicably crashed into our home. To say it was inexplicable is not entirely accurate. The incessant downpour began early that morning, and by evening, the river had swelled to our doorstep. The villagers had evacuated to higher ground, but we were trapped due to my mother's predicament by 10 o'clock that night. My mother's voice was hoarse from her cries, and the midwife from the neighboring village advised my father to brace himself for the worst. Just then, a flash of lightning split the darkness, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. As the thunder subsided, my cries filled the room. However, before the family could celebrate, the front door was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang. A pitch-black coffin was swept in by the floodwaters, lying silently in our courtyard. In shock at the unexpected arrival of the coffin, my grandmother stood frozen for several seconds before erupting in a tirade, seizing a pole from the yard and chasing my grandfather with it. Her ire was quite simple. I was not meant to be born on this day. Do you understand this? We must delve into the past and why grandfather had attended a private school, making him one of the few literate individuals of his time and a promising young man in the village. However, he later acquired a book on feng shui and fortune-telling, and from that moment on, his demeanor changed. He became obsessed with the book, neglecting his farming duties, which fell solely to my grandmother. Years passed, and my grandfather, having mastered the subject only superficially, began offering his services in fortune-telling, in contemporary terms. He was both incompetent and frivolous. Unsurprisingly, his reputation plummeted, and even those seeking his help began to avoid him. Eventually, he turned his attention to our ancestral grave, reportedly relocating it 18 times over the span of a year, causing a rift with several uncles. It was only when my mother became pregnant with me that my grandfather altered his course, ceasing his fortune-telling and retreating into a peculiar state of obsession at home. As my mother's due date approached, the family learned that he had been calculating my birth date, determined to select an auspicious day to alter the fate of the Lee family. To this end, he procured 2 vials of oxytocin from the city. Despite his erratic behavior, my grandfather was still the patriarch of the family. My parents, unable to oppose him, found themselves in the midst of my grandmother's pursuit of my grandfather. Amidst the chaos, the coffin could not be ignored. Since ancient times, there has been a saying, when a cat arrives, poverty follows. When a dog appears, wealth comes. That a coffin arriving at the door means 3 generations will perish. Therefore, coffins are traditionally retrieved by the family when needed, never delivered to the door. Yet, here we were, with a coffin lying in our courtyard. It appeared to be an ancient relic that had washed down from the mountains, and it certainly was not empty. As our family stood bewildered, my grandfather chuckled, proclaiming that this was a water coffin sent to provide a bride, assuring us that I would surely become a person of wealth and status. According to my father, by this point, my grandfather had lost his sanity, his head filled with bizarre notions, rendering the rest of the family powerless to oppose him. Ultimately, the coffin remained placed in my grandfather's room. Fortunately, no misfortune befell the family thereafter, and the coffin gradually faded from conversation. However, the incident led to a rift between my grandparents, resulting in them sleeping in separate rooms. When I was 5, my father planned for a second child, so I was moved to sleep with my grandfather. It was then I discovered that he offered daily tributes to the coffin. Just a few days after my relocation, he lured me with a piece of candy and draped a red cloth over it. Bowing 3 times before the coffin at a that young age, I was oblivious to the significance of the act, merely finding it amusing and relishing the treat. By the time I grasped the absurdity of the situation, it was already too late. In addition, my grandfather began imparting the knowledge contained in his old book to me. This tutelage continued for a decade. At the age of 15, I observed that my grandfather had aged considerably, his hair now gray and his eyes clouded. I sensed his time was drawing near, a realization I acquired from the teachings of that very book, though I kept this knowledge secret from my family. In his final days, my grandfather spent long hours alone in his room, speaking peculiar words to the coffin. It felt as though he were conversing with someone unseen. Apart from my occasional visits, the only presence in the room was the coffin itself. That on the last day, I noticed 2 streams of light, one black and one white, emanating from his forehead. Those were the dissipating essences of his soul. Once they vanished, his life would come to an end on that day, My grandfather ceased his conversation with the coffin and summoned me to his side, entrusting me with two crucial tasks. First, he insisted that upon his death, he must be interred in that very coffin, warning that someone would attempt to steal it, and I must guard it fiercely. The second was to treat my future wife well and protect her. The first request was understandable, yet I found it hard to believe that anyone would covet that coffin. As for the second, even after all these years, I had never seen the contents of the coffin, leaving me somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, my grandfather would not allow me to question him further, gripping my hand tightly and urging me to remember. Sensing his agitation, I nodded in agreement, fearing he would lose his breath at any moment. It was at that very moment that the light in his brow flickered and extinguished. My father, a man of integrity and filial piety, consented to my grandfather's wishes when I relayed them to him. Together with my uncle, they pried open the coffin. Prior to the opening, the family had prepared, recognizing that the coffin was not empty upon its entrance into our home. Thus, my father had procured a brand new coffin to contain whatever remains lay inside. However, when the coffin was opened, everyone present was struck dumb. Inside was not the expected skeletal remains, but a remarkably lifelike female corpse, showing no signs of decay and possessing an extraordinary beauty akin to that of a sleeping princess. That I glanced at her, momentarily captivated, thinking that if she were alive, it would be worth 10 years of my life to marry such a woman. Alas, she was merely a corpse. Recalling my grandfather's actions, I found them utterly ludicrous. Yet before I could ponder further, a unique fragrance wafted from the coffin, lingering in the air. In a short while, the entire village was enveloped in this scent. My expression changed abruptly. This was the fragrance of the corpse, and my grandfather's old book detailed its significance. When the fragrance of the corpse spreads for 100 miles, demons vie for it, and 1,000 corpses pay homage to that moment. I comprehended the true gravity of my grandfather's two requests, realizing that the second was the most formidable challenge of all. Chapter 2. The paper man. I gazed at the curious villagers drawn to my doorstep by the alluring fragrance, my heart in disarray. At this point, I could no longer conceal the truth and divulged all the clandestine activities my grandfather had engaged in over the years. My father, a man of integrity throughout his life, could not suppress his anger and kicked the coffin in rage. At that moment, my uncle, who had roamed far and wide for many years, was the first to regain his composure and inquired about the skills I had acquired under my grandfather's tutelage. I replied honestly, a bit here and there. Without concern for the reliability of my grandfather's teachings, my uncle pressed on, "What shall we do now?" What to do? I was momentarily taken aback, however. Having promised my grandfather, I knew I had to devise a plan regardless of the circumstances. Regaining my composure, I glanced at the lifeless female figure resting on the bed. My emotions tangled. Given the situation, setting her ablaze seemed the most prudent course of action. Yet, after years of indoctrination from my grandfather, I felt an inexplicable attachment the moment the coffin was opened. But even a child of 3 knows that a corpse cannot be a wife. I steeled myself, determined to suggest that we burn the female corpse while my grandfather was being buried. Yet, suddenly, I recalled my grandfather's words. The scent of the corpse is the scent of alchemy. This implied that the female corpse harbored some form of inner elixir, suggesting she was no ordinary being and should not be burned. Over the past decade, my grandfather imparted a plethora of knowledge, much of which remained unconnected. My words caught in my throat as my thoughts spiraled further into chaos. At that moment, my mother regained her composure and anxiously addressed my uncle. "Brother, how can you expect a child like Yang Yang to handle this? Your brother has always been unreliable." My father wore a worried expression as he looked at my uncle. My uncle, casting a stern glance at my parents, asked, "What do you suggest we do?" My parents fell silent. My uncle then turned to me, taking a deep breath. I recalled my grandfather's warning of impending danger. Perhaps it wasn't imminent. I still had time to prepare. After pondering for a moment, I proposed, "Uncle, I wish to move the female corpse to the old house. Our family's old dwelling was situated halfway up the mountain, far from the village, and had been allocated to my uncle during the division of property. It had remained unoccupied since he moved to the city." My uncle hesitated for a moment but eventually acquiesced. He dispersed the gathered villagers, and while the coast was clear, I wrapped the female corpse in a black cloth and carried her to the old house. My uncle had been absent for so long that the old residence was nearly in ruins, barely providing shelter from the elements. I selected a room and, disregarding cleanliness, placed the female corpse on the bed. Perhaps due to the wind during the journey, the scent of the corpse had significantly diminished upon arrival. After laying her down, I prepared to leave, as my grandfather had yet to be buried. However, upon nearing the door and glancing at the makeshift bedding, I felt a pang of guilt and turned back to retrieve a clean sheet from the cupboard. While changing the sheets, I had no place to set the corpse, forcing me to lift her slightly as I slid the sheet beneath her. This necessary maneuver inevitably resulted in some physical contact. As I faced her, I was momentarily startled, not by any wicked thought, but by an unsettling sensation. Beneath the black cloth, her eyes seemed to be open. My heart raced. Surely she could not be rising from the dead in broad daylight. Hesitating, I cautiously lifted the black cloth. Even upon my second encounter, I was still awestruck by her beauty, untainted by makeup. She resembled a finely crafted work of art. Her delicate lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. I dared not breathe until I revealed her tightly closed eyes, at which point I exhaled in relief. Yet as I covered her again, that strange sensation returned. This was eerie. I had never experienced such phenomena, but I had heard many tales from my grandfather over the years. It was safe to say my worldview had long diverged from the ordinary. Nonetheless, faced with such occurrences, I felt a tightening unease. Fixated solely on ensuring everything was in order so I could return home and proceed with my grandfather's burial, for that coffin was undoubtedly a considerable source of trouble. After laying the sheet, I scattered some herbal ashes at the foot of the bed to temporarily mask the scent, then prepared to depart. However, as I reached the doorway, a sudden noise startled me, a soft thud from behind. I turned to find an ancient book had fallen near the bed, seemingly dropped from the corpse. Just as I turned back, I felt the head of the female corpse shift slightly under the cloth, now facing me. I gasped, hastily approached the bed to retrieve the book without daring to look closely, and with my eyes shut, shoved it back beneath her waist, turning to leave. Locking the door, I took a deep breath. The herbal ashes had proven effective. The lingering scent had diminished considerably. The mountain winds were fierce, and I estimated it wouldn't be long before the odor dissipated completely. If it didn't tea well, whoever wanted her could take her away. This was precisely why I had transported her here, far from the village, minimizing the potential for entanglements. If someone claimed her, the burden would be lifted from my shoulders. This thought eased my mind considerably. As for the matters my grandfather had entrusted to me, I would need considerable skill to fulfill them. His modest knowledge, I believed, could hardly safeguard this woman. Upon returning home, my uncle inquired about my endeavors. I fabricated a lie, claiming I had arranged my grandfather's affairs and that everything would be fine henceforth. My uncle did not press further. The final arrangements for my grandfather were beyond my involvement, entirely managed by my uncle and father. Perhaps due to the incident with the female corpse, I had little time to mourn. Secluded in my room, I retrieved my grandfather's trunk. He had been a man of particular tastes, possessing a myriad of trinkets despite his limited abilities. Inside, I found a peachwood sword, a compass, a money sword, and beneath everything, a yellow robe. After much deliberation, I selected the peachwood sword and the money sword, leaving the rest untouched. However, despite my meticulous preparations, my grandfather's funeral transpired with remarkable tranquility. 3 days later, my grandfather was laid to rest in that old coffin, exactly as he had wished. As I watched relatives and friends gradually disperse, I secretly sighed in relief, yet my thoughts returned to the female corpse. I mused that so many days had passed. Surely she had been taken away by someone. However, that night, sleep eluded me. In the dead of night, unable to contain my restlessness, I stealthily took the money sword and peachwood sword and made my way back to the old house while my family slept. Throughout the journey, I contemplated whether I could protect her. If not, I could only observe. After all, if the tales were true, the scent of the corpse would attract unsavory characters. I had never encountered any of them, let alone dealt with them. As for a wife, it would be far better to marry someone who drew breath. Lost in thought, I unknowingly reached the mountainside, just a few steps away from the old house. However, at that moment, a group of figures appeared on the descending path. Judging by their demeanor, they were headed straight for my family's old dwelling. This was dire. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. I quickly crouched down and concealed myself beneath the ridge. Before long, the group arrived at the old house's entrance. The moonlight brightened ominously, and as I discerned the figures, I gasped, my hair standing on end. These were no ordinary individuals. Rather, they were a collection of stiff, colorful paper figures. Chapter 3. Huangjiao. As the paper figures drew closer, I noticed that 4 of them were bearing a small sedan chair. This occurrence was exceedingly sinister. To encounter such a spectacle upon stepping outside was indeed an omen of misfortune. However, my current position was rather precarious. I was too near to them, and a slight movement would surely attract the attention of those garishly adorned paper figures. While I was lost in my thoughts, the curtain of the sedan chair was lifted, and a yellow creature leaped down from it. Had it been an ordinary yellow creature, I could have easily dispatched it with a stone. Yet, this one was distinctly humanoid, clad in vibrant red garments, adorned with a flower at its chest, sharp-toothed and beady-eyed. exuding an air of festivity. In that moment, I understood its intentions. This creature was drawn to the female corpse, and its motives were unmistakable. The sight of its excited, tightly clenched legs filled me with indignation. I would not allow something so vile to benefit from what I had no desire for. Such entities, like Huang Xianer, were revered only in the northeastern regions. Here, despite its human-like appearance, it was merely a creature capable of pilfering chickens. My grandfather, during his more vigorous days, would have dispatched several of them in a year. As I searched for a stone, the creature approached the entrance, bowed on its clawed limbs, and uttered in a grotesque manner, "My lady, your husband has come to take you back to the mountains." Upon hearing it speak, the stone I had grasped slipped from my fingers in fright. The mountains are rife with strange tales, and I had heard many a bizarre story. My grandfather recounted an incident where a family had offended a yellow creature, and within days, all 7 members were met with dire fates. My hesitation allowed the yellow creature, with its tuft of white fur on its chest, to stride confidently to the door, followed stiffly by 2 brightly clad paper figures, ready to assist in opening the door. Its brazen demeanor conjured the image of the woman in my mind. This creature would not care for the breath of life. Should it seize her, she would undoubtedly suffer. Resolute, I picked up a stone and hurled it towards the creature. Just as it prepared to enter, the stone struck the back of its head, sending it tumbling to the ground. However, it quickly regained its footing, its small eyes glowing with fury under the moonlight as it turned to survey its surroundings, roaring. "Who dares?" I dashed back to the safety of the field ridge, holding my breath like a frightened ostrich. Yet, as soon as I threw the stone, regret washed over me. I had provoked this creature, and trouble was sure to follow. In the midst of my lamentation, an itch crept upon my neck, as if a tiny brush were tickling me. Lifting my gaze, I saw the creature crouching on the ridge above, extending a clawed paw to scratch at my neck. Our eyes met, and for a brief moment, we were locked in a stare. In the next instant, I reacted, seizing its neck and thrusting it down onto the ridge. It let out a piercing scream, clawing at my hand and drawing blood. In pain, I retaliated by tossing it away. It rolled on the ground, but soon rose again, blood dripping from its mouth as it glared at me with malice, declaring, "Fool, do you not know who I am, Huangjiu? Dare to thwart my plans, and I shall take your life." This creature, having attained a degree of sentience, was surprisingly resilient. Faced with the furious Huangjiu, my own temper flared. Could a living person truly fear a mere creature? I drew my money sword from my waistband, climbed onto the ridge, and charged at it without hesitation. Huangjiu did not flee. Instead, it smirked, displaying a sinister grin from the corner of its bloodied mouth, akin to a smug little imp. My grandfather had imparted much wisdom upon me, and though I had never used it, I was familiar with the techniques. I sidestepped, using the wound it had inflicted to smear blood upon my sword. The moment the blade absorbed the blood, it became searing hot. Sensing the sword's potency, I felt emboldened. Yet just as I was about to lunge at Huangjiu, a flash of green light flickered in its eyes, and suddenly I felt dizzy, as if the ground beneath me had shifted. The 8 paper figures behind me turned stiffly, arms raised, and began to encircle me. A sense of dread gripped my heart. I knew the yellow creature was skilled in manipulation. The family from the mountains had succumbed to madness, leading the patriarch to slaughter his entire household before hanging himself. My current predicament was evidently a similar fate. As I felt my sanity slipping away, I bit my tongue with the last vestiges of clarity, and instantly, I became lucid again. With renewed determination, I swung my money sword. Being mere paper figures, their essence remained unchanged, and my strike obliterated them. Dark smoke billowing forth as several tiny yellow creatures scrambled from the remnants. Huangjiu glared at my money sword, its eyes flashing with intent to deceive once more. However, before it could cast its spell, I swung my sword down upon it. Quick as a flash, Huangjiu flattened itself to the ground, shedding its wedding attire and darting a few meters away just in time to avoid the blow. Realizing it feared the sword, I rushed to reclaim it and pursued Huangjiu, intent on striking again. Seeing my fervor, it grew anxious and, in a sudden twist, lifted its rear, releasing a noxious cloud that overwhelmed my senses. The stench was unbearable, bringing tears to my eyes and provoking a wave of nausea as I fanned the air and staggered backward. In that moment, Huangjiu seized the opportunity to flee, leading its entourage to higher ground, turning back to scornfully proclaim, "You are doomed, child. Even the deities cannot save you." Dazed by the foul odor, I had no time to respond. By the time I regained my bearings, Huangjiu and its followers had vanished into the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. Gazing at the moonlit peaks, I dared not pursue them. The great river flowed on, inexhaustibly carrying the souls of the deceased and their coffins. The mysteries hidden within the 10,000 great mountains were far too numerous. Otherwise, a coffin would not have washed into my yard. After a moment, I still felt the sting in my eyes, my clothes reeking of the foulness, discomforting me greatly. Yet, I steeled myself to enter the house and take a glance. The female corpse remained. "You troublemaker, nearly suffocating me with your presence," I muttered, unsure whether to feel relieved or displeased. I contemplated returning home to change. Yet I feared Huang Jiu might return. Fortunately, I found a set of my uncle's old clothes in the ancestral home, which I changed into, feeling the stench dissipate somewhat. Back inside, I gazed at the female corpse, lost in confusion about how to handle her. I could only hope that Huang Jiu was not merely boasting, and that it truly was the most formidable entity within 100 miles. In dealing with such a creature, I felt a measure of confidence. Chapter 4. Aroused, having grown up listening to my grandfather's tales since the age of 5, and in the company of a coffin, it was impossible for me not to be courageous. I had never put my grandfather's teachings into practice, but I never doubted them. After driving away old man Huang once more, my confidence surged. Thus, when I sensed the female corpse's gaze upon me again, I felt less fear than I had during the day. I simply climbed into bed and lay down. After all, the bed was the cleanest place in the room. Though my body was still, my mind raced. After a period of wild thoughts, I noticed the corpse and Appos, as fragrance in the room had intensified. As I inhaled, the scent gradually transformed into a warm current, spreading throughout my limbs. Sensing something amiss, I attempted to turn over, only to discover, to my horror, that I was unable to move. Furthermore, my eyelids felt heavy, nearly impossible to lift. Yet, I was not drowsy. On the contrary, my mind was exceptionally clear. The corpse's fragrance grew stronger, and a fire seemed to ignite in my lower abdomen. To make matters worse, I heard rustling sounds nearby, as if the female corpse were rising. Despite my courage, I was now afraid. I regretted lying next to her. If this menace were to reanimate, she would surely drain me dry. As the saying goes, what you fear comes to pass. I felt a face drawing near my neck. Instantly, my entire body tensed, and goosebumps erupted across my skin. Just as I was overcome with terror, something cold and soft covered my lips. Not biting my neck to suck blood, but biting my lips? I was perplexed. However, the cool sensation was surprisingly pleasant, momentarily distracting me from my fear. Alas, it lasted only a few seconds before the icy lips departed from mine. I felt a sense of longing and wished to follow, but my body remained immobile, leaving me with only regret. Amidst the rustling sounds, the female corpse seemed to have returned to her resting place. Not biting me. Was it because of the matrimonial vows we had exchanged? Could she also long for companionship? Lost in my thoughts, my mind grew heavy, and I fell asleep. The next morning, I awoke with a start, sitting up in bed. After taking a few deep breaths, I immediately looked toward the female corpse. She remained lying on the bed, covered by the black cloth, seemingly untouched. However, as I stepped out of bed, I noticed she had moved. She had shifted slightly outward, distancing herself from me as if in disdain. I gasped inwardly. Could it be that she was not dead? Recalling how limp her limbs were when I carried her up the mountain, she did not resemble a corpse. Hesitantly, I decided it was necessary to confirm whether she had a heartbeat. Her body felt cool through her clothing, but also soft. I feared the result would be inaccurate, so I felt for a long time. After several minutes, I confirmed that she indeed had no heartbeat. With reluctance, I withdrew my hand, a lingering fragrance remaining. I felt embarrassed, my face flushed with heat. Feeling as though I had committed a misdeed, I dared not linger. Before leaving, I remembered the book beneath her. I justified my actions, saying, "I'm not trying to touch you on purpose. I'm just afraid I might set you on fire if I don't figure this out. Now, I need to take something." With that, I reached under her and retrieved the book. Upon leaving the old house, I felt guilty, as if I had done something shameful. I sensed eyes watching me. However, after a few steps, I realized it was not just guilt, but that I was truly being watched. A little weasel was following me. I pretended not to notice. Returning home, my mother was chopping pig feed in the yard. She asked where I had been. I said I had gone to play with little Fatty. She hesitated, then simply told me to be careful and to tell my family if anything happened. I nodded and retreated to my room, taking out the old book. At first, I paid little attention, merely curious. The cover was blank, but upon opening the first page, I was shocked. The book was the second volume of the one my grandfather had. After the initial shock, I was filled with confusion. Was there a connection between my grandfather and the coffin? Or had my grandfather hidden the book? The coffin had been in his house for so many years. He had the opportunity. However, after skimming through the entire book, I concluded that my grandfather could not have hidden it. The second volume described a method of cultivating inner energy. Only with this energy could the first volume be of any use. My grandfather had always been a dilettante, precisely because he lacked this inner energy. Given his obsession with the first volume, he would never have hidden the second if he had possessed it. Could it be that my grandfather had entered the 10,000 mountains and encountered the female corpse, or her kin, and obtained the first volume from them? Sadly, He was gone, and I could not obtain the answers. I examined the second volume closely. My already unconventional worldview was shattered once again. I even suspected that my grandfather had glimpsed a fragment of the second volume, which had driven him to such madness. The contents of this volume were enough to drive a sane person insane. Sadly, I could not decipher what it contained. At lunch, I did not see my second uncle. Worried that he had returned to the old house, I asked about him. My father said my second uncle had returned to the city, leaving me an address in case I needed to find him. My grandfather had said that beasts were beasts, and even if they became spirits, their minds were limited. I did not think a weasel could cause any trouble, so I put away my second uncle's address. I did not know much about my second uncle, only that he had moved to the city long ago and would return to see my grandfather 2 or 3 times a year, always bringing me treats. I was able to complete junior high school, supposedly thanks to my second uncle. Otherwise, my father would have had me return home to continue the family line after elementary school. After lunch, while the adults were working in the fields, I caught a large rooster from the chicken coop, took my mother and Appo's hemp thread for sewing shawls, and returned to the old house. A weasel followed me. I hefted the rooster in my hand, feeling smug. They say that all men are prone to temptation, and so are weasels prone to stealing chickens. Upon entering the courtyard, the corpse's fragrance was gone. However, the scent seemed to come and go in waves, and would surely return in the evening. That woman was a menace, and would eventually attract someone more formidable than Old Man Huang. I slaughtered the rooster in the courtyard, deliberately splattering blood everywhere. Smelling the chicken blood, the weasel watching me from afar had eyes that gleamed with greed. However, I did not want to catch just one small one. I intended to eliminate them all. Otherwise, failing to kill the snake would only invite future trouble. After dealing with the rooster, I stewed the entire bird in the old house's pot. Then, I sat in front of the female corpse's bed, tying several slip knots. These knots were simple, but effective for trapping small animals. With the knots prepared, the chicken was half stewed. Just right. I tore off the chicken's rear, feigned disgust, and threw it into the woods. The weasel watching me saw this and could not resist going to retrieve it. As soon as it left, I quickly set up the slip knots in the windows and doorways. Chapter 5. Awakening. I fastened the buttons and retreated into the room, tearing off a chicken leg and tossing it into the pot, preparing it for dinner while saving the rest. As darkness enveloped the sky, I divided the half-cooked chicken into several pieces, placing a piece before each button. However, by around 10 o'clock, there was no sign of movement from the yellow weasel. Could it be that Old Huang is afraid? This thought filled me with a sense of pride. Glancing at the female corpse lying on the bed, I suddenly realized the necessity of discerning whether she was alive or dead. The best method, naturally, was to check for a heartbeat. Thus, I reached out again. This time, I was determined. I would not withdraw until I was certain. Yet, shortly after, there was a sudden knock on the door. Startled, I quickly withdrew my hand and cautiously watched the entrance. After half a minute of silence, I finally called out, "Who is it?" No response came from outside. I carefully drew out the money sword and peered through the crack of the door. The moonlight was dim, and the entrance was desolate, devoid of any figures. As I opened the door, I looked down to find several golden beans scattered at my feet. Gold, something of great value. However, I refrained from picking them up. The creatures of the mountain harbor grudges and also remember favors. The yellow weasel, in particular, is known for this, having spent years burrowing through the mountains. It often stumbles upon ancient tombs and hides valuable items. It uses them for both gratitude and revenge. If I were to collect them now, I would fall prey to its cunning tricks. Such a ploy seemed somewhat foolish. Of course, for those who are greedy or unaware, it might not appear foolish at all. Ignoring it, I took out the stewed chicken leg and deliberately stood at the door to finish eating. Considering that Old Huang had come for the female corpse, I pulled back the black cloth covering her face, turned on the light, allowing him to see clearly. I must admit, the woman was truly beautiful. Especially in the dim light, her beauty seemed almost unreal, stirring within me a temptation to check her heartbeat once more. However, that thought was swiftly suppressed, and I cursed myself for being a beast, unable to resist even the lifeless. It was ironic that I, still breathing, found myself in this predicament. As expected, my actions soon drew forth several small green lights from the grass outside the door. I counted. There were 7 or 8 pairs, indicating the entire family had arrived, making it ripe for the taking. Now, it was a matter of what Old Huang valued more, the chicken or his wife. I closed the door and extinguished the lights within the room. A pair of eyes peered through the crack, fixated on the courtyard. Before long, Old Huang appeared at the entrance. Tonight, he wore no clothing, just a pair of floral shorts. The culmination of the yellow weasel's cultivation is a resemblance to humanity. In the mountain villages of northeast China, it is common to encounter yellow weasels seeking a seal. This so-called seal involves the weasel assuming a human form, stopping passers-by to inquire whether they are human. If one claims to be human, the weasel succeeds in its endeavor allegedly gaining the ability to become a celestial being. If one denies it, the weasel must start over. The people in northeast China revere the spirit of the horse, honoring the 5 celestial families of Hu, Huang, Bai, Lu, and Hui, with the yellow weasel ranking second. Encountering one would not provoke offense. However, in the south, the situation is quite different. Anyone who encounters a yellow weasel blocking their path would likely find themselves met with a few stones, sent sprawling to the ground, destined for skinning and butchering at home. Old Huang dared not seek a seal and could only pretend. Yet, among weasels, he was relatively cautious, circling the door several times before stealthily approaching the main room. I felt a thrill of delight, thinking how a beast could so easily forget its wife in the presence of food. However, just as I anticipated he would spring the trap, Old Huang halted, waving his paw, and a small yellow weasel darted forth, acting as his vanguard. Behind the door, my fists clenched involuntarily. It seemed I had underestimated this creature. Once the small yellow weasel arrived, its eyes fixated on the chicken. After surveying the surroundings, it nimbly leaped onto the door and window. 2 of them entered the trap, struggling as the snare tightened, panicking and spinning in place, while the others, startled, also scrambled into the trap. Seeing this, I wanted to intervene, but noticed Old Huang remained unfazed, moving to the door, opening his mouth towards the crack, releasing a stream of green mist. The mist seeped through the door, and fortunately, I reacted swiftly, retreating, though I inhaled some, causing a wave of dizziness. My vision turning blood red, filled with countless clawing ghostly figures. Heh! Outside, Old Huang let out 2 sinister chuckles, pushing open the door and stepping in, looking remarkably human. The enchanting aura muddled the mind, and the illusions grew increasingly vivid, driving me toward chaos. However, just then, a warmth surged in my lower abdomen. A flow of energy coursing through me, dispelling the illusions before my eyes and clarifying my thoughts. Taoist energy? I felt a surge of joy within, though I masked it. Continuing to feign confusion, flailing my arms wildly around the room. Little one, you are still too green to challenge me. Old Huang chuckled triumphantly. Neglecting to rescue the smaller weasels, eagerly leaping onto the woman's bed as if admiring a rare treasure, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In my days, I deliberately inched closer to the bed, preparing to seize the opportunity to subdue him. Just then, Old Huang, with a tone of sorrow, lamented, I had hoped to take you back to the mountains to save her slowly, but alas, sigh. He appeared quite disgruntled, looking very much unwilling. However, he quickly regained composure, mimicking a human by sitting cross-legged beside the woman, reassuring himself, if I cannot have the meat, a sip of soup will suffice. Saying this, he closed his eyes, eagerly beginning to inhale. With each breath he took, the woman's abdomen mirrored his rhythmic rise and fall, filling the room with a sweet, corpse-like fragrance. I was astonished. It seemed this corpse fragrance was indeed a form of Dan fragrance. A corpse Dan is an invaluable treasure for demons and spirits. Keeping such a thing nearby would inevitably lead to my demise. Contemplating this, I cautiously approached the bed, intermittently letting out fierce roars and cries. Old Huang, believing I had fallen victim to his sorcery, paid me no heed, soon becoming immersed in the bliss of absorbing the corpse fragrance. Seizing the opportunity, I lunged forward, one hand gripping his neck, the other his waist. With a successful strike, I triumphantly declared, Beast, where do you think you're going? Old Huang jolted awake. His small eyes filled with panic as he struggled violently. Yet soon, his fearful expression transformed into sheer terror, his eyes widening in disbelief. I assumed he feared being caught, relishing my victory as I raised an eyebrow at him. However, I soon realized his gaze was not fixed on me, but rather towards the head of the female corpse. Turning my head, I discovered that in my eagerness, I had pressed too hard, my body half covering the corpse, causing the black cloth to bunch up and reveal her exquisite face. At that moment, her eyes fluttered open. Chapter 6. Do not frighten me. A pang of dread coursed through me, yet I did not release my grip. Instead, I tightened it, causing Huang Jui to emit a startled squeak. With a firm hold, I managed to rise from the corpse of the woman. Her blood-red eyes were rather unnerving, prompting me to hastily free one hand and draw the black cloth over her face. At this moment, Huang Jui trembled uncontrollably, forgetting to fight back. Only after I covered the woman's face did he stammer, Kid, you better confess where you got this woman from. None of your business, I retorted, steering him towards a nearby wooden stump where my prepared club lay. Upon realizing my intent to bludgeon him, Huang Jui panicked, exclaiming, Kid, listen to me. If you let me go, I can save your life. Otherwise, you will not survive this woman. Even 10 lives wouldn't suffice. Seeing his attempts to intimidate me, I slammed him onto the stump, boasting, She is my wife. How could she possibly harm me? Huang Jui scoffed dismissively. Ignorance breeds courage. Just calling her wife does not change your fate. In 7 days, your time will be up. 7 days? What do you mean? I halted, the club poised in midair. Huang Jui, sensing a glimmer of hope, hastily continued, after 7 days, her inner core. Yet, his eyes widened in terror as he fixed his gaze behind me, rendering him speechless. Still trying to play tricks at this point? I thought, seizing the opportunity to press his head against the stump and brought the club down upon him. Huang Jui's eyelids fluttered, his limbs twitched, and he fell lifeless. With a sigh of relief, I stood up, club in hand, ready to deal with the little yellow weasel scurrying around the window and door. However, as I turned, my legs felt as heavy as lead, and the club slipped from my grip. To my astonishment, the woman on the bed had sat up. I inhaled deeply several times, striving to calm myself. After several minutes of tense standoff, I cautiously approached her, muttering, "Darling, please do not scare me. I'm just dealing with the yellow weasel. If I hadn't intervened, you would probably be giving birth to little yellow weasels by now. We have made our vows. If you were to bite me or frighten me to death, you would become a widow." Upon hearing my words, the woman collapsed back onto the bed. Phew, I exhaled. It seemed even the undead feared becoming a widow. Yet, before I could fully relax, Huang Jui, who lay lifeless on the ground, suddenly sprang to life, darting toward the door with surprising agility. Furious, I chased after him. Huang Jui reached the entrance and turned to face me, declaring, "Kid, there will come a day when you regret this." With that, he vanished into the fields. I was left fuming. This beast was indeed tenacious, but he had fled, leaving his offspring ensnared. Glancing back at the quiet woman on the bed, I then searched the side room for a cage to confine the little weasel, tossing it inside and securing the door with iron wire before hanging it on a wooden post in the courtyard. Having completed my task, I shouted into the desolate fields, "If we do not resolve this tonight, I shall ensure your progeny suffer tomorrow morning." Huang Jui was foolish, otherwise, he could have easily severed the rope and freed the weasel. Yet, despite his lack of foresight, he possessed a cunning nature, and I knew he would not stray too far. He could hear me. After a long night of turmoil, the clock struck midnight. I locked the door and returned to the room, my gaze settling on the woman on the bed, particularly on her previously heaving abdomen. Remembering my mother and Apos' worried expression, I realized this matter could not be delayed any longer. However, the thought of setting fire to it filled me with trepidation. After much contemplation, I resolved to wait and see what would transpire in 7 days. For now, I would ascertain whether she still had a heartbeat. Blushing at my own audacity, I reached out to feel her pulse. My intentions were pure. I merely wished to check for life. If the duration felt excessive, I could only blame her lofty aspirations for clouding my judgment. Yet, the sensation was undeniably peculiar. As dawn broke, Huang Jui had yet to appear. Seemingly indifferent to his offspring, unable to resist the weight of fatigue, I leaned against the side of the woman's bed and fell asleep. Upon waking the next day, I still did not sense her heartbeat. Sighing in resignation, I accepted that I would have to wait until nightfall for another attempt. Upon stepping outside, I caught sight of the captured weasels, and a surge of determination welled within me. Since Huang Jui had not returned, I could not be blamed for my actions. After searching for a while, I unearthed a rusty machete and began sharpening it against a stone. The sound of the blade scraping echoed as the little weasels huddled in terror within the cage, sensing their impending doom. While they lacked the intelligence of a fully evolved creature, they possessed enough awareness to understand their fate and trembled in fear. As I sharpened the knife, I muttered, "You cannot hold me accountable. Blame Huang Jui for abandoning you." After a while, I tested the blade's edge with my hand, my impatience growing. Why had Huang Jui not arrived yet? Was he truly abandoning his kin? I dared not harm the little weasels without eliminating him first, otherwise it would lead to an irrevocable feud. After more than half an hour of sharpening, I felt my patience waning. With a malevolent gaze fixed upon the weasels, a murderous intent arose within me. Just as I was about to draw one out and restrain it on the stump, Huang Jui's obsequious voice emerged from the doorway. "Brother, Li Yang." Hearing my name sent a jolt of alarm through me, intensifying my murderous resolve. Huang Jui, sensing my hesitation, entered with a box in hand, revealing a jade bracelet upon opening it. "What is the meaning of this?" I inquired, placing the machete against the weasel's neck in a threatening manner. Huang Jui's short legs quivered as he stammered, "Brotherly, this is a valuable item I unearthed from an ancient tomb in the mountains." Seeing that he remained obstinate, I pressed the blade against the weasel and Apos' throat, eliciting a fearful reaction from Huang Jui, who promptly knelt before me, surveying the weasel in my grip. I committed its appearance to memory. "Brotherly, let us put this matter behind us. I, Huang Jui, swear that if I ever cause you trouble again, I shall never become human in this lifetime." Finally, Huang Jui grasped the crux of the situation. To them, not becoming human equated to the inability to ascend to immortality. While I did not believe in such notions, Huang Jui did. His vow, albeit tenuous, provided me with some solace. I had no desire for our conflict to escalate. If Huang Jui remained the only formidable figure within 100 miles and refrained from troubling the woman, perhaps this ordeal could culminate satisfactorily. I lowered the machete. Huang Jui then added, "Brotherly, there is something I must warn you about." "Go on," I replied, lifting the weasel. Huang Jui, suddenly anxious, reached out to ensure I did not drop the creature, pleading, "Within 100 miles, a formidable character has arrived." Chapter 7. A great trouble. The stench of the corpse had lingered for 5 or 6 days. It felt rather prolonged. Yet, with Huang Jui around, I thought we could delay matters for a few more days. To my surprise, they arrived sooner than expected. Reflecting on the bravado he had previously displayed, I could not help but question him. "Weren't you boasting just a couple of days ago that you held dominion over this area for miles?" Huang Jui, cradling the little yellow creature, revealed a paternal affection in his eyes and awkwardly replied, "It's not that my wife is absent. Had she been home, no one would dare intrude within these 100 miles. However, brotherly, what has come this time is something from the mountains, so you must remain vigilant." As he spoke, his small eyes darted toward the tightly wound wire cage. This fellow clearly appeared to be a henpecked husband. No wonder, during his second visit, his gaze upon the female corpse had been filled with a sorrow akin to that of a wronged bride. Is he now wary of mischief with his wife's impending return? I was fortunate to have restrained myself. Otherwise, I might have inadvertently killed a male to obtain a female. Moreover, it seemed that his wife's abilities surpassed his own considerably. Nevertheless, no matter how skilled a creature may be, there are certain feats only humans can accomplish. For instance, opening the cage before me was beyond its capabilities. For the sake of his wife, I decided not to press him further. I twisted the wire, releasing the little yellow creature, and inquired, "Could you tell me what has come?" However, once the cage was opened, Huang Jui's demeanor shifted dramatically. He stood erect, clasping his claws, and declared, "Brotherly, our friendship remains unchanged until we meet again." A frown creased my brow, and I felt a twinge of displeasure. Yet, I called after him, "Return the bracelet. You may come here any time you wish." Huang Jui's eyes darted as he replied, "Brotherly, I truly have no knowledge of what has arrived from the mountains." To which I retorted, "Then you need not return. Otherwise, I shall strike you every time I see you." Upon hearing this, Huang Jui grew anxious. "Brother, please don't be like this. How about you propose another condition?" Considering that his wife might indeed be the queen of the grasslands with her extensive knowledge, I opted for a more reasonable request. "I shall not trouble you. Just inform me at the first sign of any unusual occurrences in the coming days." How does that sound? This demand was simple for him, and without hesitation, he agreed. After Huang Jui departed, a heaviness settled in my heart. The creatures from the mountains had entered within 100 miles, and they might arrive tonight. Preparations were in order. I returned home for a brief visit. My mother's eyes were filled with worry, yet she refrained from asking anything. After our meal, I gathered some rice and sweet potatoes, shouldering my grandfather's box as I stepped outside. Unable to contain herself, my mother chased after me, grasping my arm and asking, "Yang, is that girl a corpse?" Whether dead or alive, I had yet to ascertain. Not wanting to frighten her further, I smiled and replied, "She's just breathing." Naturally, my mother would not believe such a statement. After all, the coffin had been in our home for 15 years. Could its occupant truly be alive? Yet, when one is cornered with no way out, even a lie can become a beacon of hope. Hearing this, my mother asked me to wait a moment. She turned and went back inside, emerging shortly with a small package, which she pressed into my hands. "There's not much of value at home. This is a few pieces of clothing I bought yesterday. Take them to her for a change." I accepted the garments, feeling tears well up. Perhaps in the heart of every mother, the thoughts are simple. The only hope is that her child lives well. Lacking in the ability to express my emotions, I took the clothes, lowered my head, and said, "I want to be back for a couple of days. Don't wait for me to eat." As I walked a few steps away, I glanced back to see my mother discreetly wiping her tears at the door, which deepened the weight in my heart. Rural folk may lack worldly experience, but they are not foolish. My mother understood certain matters all too well. Upon returning to the old house, I organized the provisions I had brought and set up a cooking area. Once I completed these tasks, I retrieved my grandfather's box, emptied its contents, and beneath a Taoist robe, I discovered a small box containing several yellow talismans. Kept separately, they must be quite precious. I counted 7 in total. Upon seeing the Bagua mirror, I glanced back at the woman on the bed. I pondered whether it could discern if she was human or a corpse. The idea was intriguing, yet I felt fear, for she had the ability to move. If I mishandled it, would she not seize me by the throat? After much internal conflict, I resolved to give it a try. I approached stealthily, lifting the black cloth and gingerly placing the Bagua mirror upon her forehead. Several minutes passed without a reaction from the mirror. I tested the surface with my hand, noting it did not emit heat. It appeared she was not a corpse. However, I remained unconvinced and subsequently tested the peach with sword and the hemp rope soaked in black dog blood, all yielding normal results. Finally, there were the talismans. I moistened my tongue and affixed one to her forehead. Observing that it also remained unresponsive, I sighed in relief, regardless of her nature. At least she was not a corpse, as all the items I had used were intended for that purpose. Gazing at her heart, I swallowed hard, feeling it necessary to check for a heartbeat once more. To soothe my own anxiety, I left the talisman in place. More than half an hour passed, yet I could still detect no heartbeat. Strangely, this realization brought me some happiness. This way, I could check every day. Quite splendid. As dusk fell, I consumed a meager meal and lit a fire in an iron bucket. My grandfather had always said that in places of malevolent spirits, relying on electric lights was unwise. One needed the warmth of human fire. Having completed this, while it was still light, I retrieved the books that had fallen from the female corpse and began to peruse them. Though I had only completed junior high, I possessed a considerable vocabulary and recognized many archaic characters. However, when attempting to follow the instructions within the text, I found myself utterly incapable, particularly when it came to the concept of chi. After holding my breath for a while, the only result was a near release of gas. As night descended, I stored the ancient book and got up to dispose of the ashes from the iron bucket, evenly sprinkling them throughout the room. There are certain entities in this world that are invisible to the naked eye. Using ash from plants or incense can reveal their footprints. Once I had completed the ash distribution, I secured the willow branch whip around my waist. This whip, crafted alongside my grandfather and soaked in tung oil, possessed excellent flexibility and was most effective against malevolent spirits. Of course, I also carried a peachwood sword and a money sword at my waist. Fully armed, I felt slightly more at ease. Just then, the stench of the corpse wafted through the air once more. I could not help but scold the female corpse. "You are quite the nuisance, making sure everyone knows how fragrant you are, shameless indeed." I felt a twinge of regret over my last words. After all, I had once pledged myself to her, and regardless of the circumstances, she should not be labeled as shameless. Contemplating this, I deemed it necessary to check her heartbeat once again. However, just as I approached the bed, a noise from the window caught my attention. I turned cautiously, only to see Huang Jiao peeking in, clad in garish shorts, his expression furtive. Chapter 8. Compared to wise Huang Jiao. Upon seeing me fully armed with my hand resting on the hilt of the golden sword, hastily attempted to ingratiate himself, saying, "Li Gu, I just want to take a couple of puffs." A couple of puffs? Once the corpse incense dissipates, it will be gone. I thought to do him a favor and let him in to indulge. Huang Jiao leaned against the window, shaking his head like a bobblehead, insisting, "I'll stay at the window. I want tea come in to trouble you." I raised an eyebrow, suspecting this creature intended to enjoy a meal without contributing. However, if I laid bare my thoughts, I surmised he might flee at once. After pondering briefly, I asked, "Old Huang, does your wife know about your desire to take a concubine?" Huang Jiao immediately panicked, standing up straight and exclaiming, "Li Xiaoga, one may eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. My lady will be back in a couple of days." Indeed, he was a henpecked husband. I chuckled wryly, saying, "If you want me to keep quiet, you must lend me a hand tonight. Otherwise, I shall certainly reveal your secret." Domestic discord is a serious issue. Huang Jiao was apprehensive but did not immediately agree, cunningly asking, "Li Xiaoga, from which sect did you learn your skills?" The origin of the ancient text was never disclosed by my grandfather, and I had only studied the first volume, making me a mere amateur. Yet, I knew he was testing the waters, so I puffed out my chest and proudly declared, "This is a long story. My skills were passed down by my grandfather, who said that even the foremost masters of Maoshan would bow before him and call him senior." I felt a tinge of arrogance in my words, aware that my knowledge of the Maoshan sect was derived solely from videos I had watched as a child. To convince Huang Jiao, I gestured towards the woman on the bed, saying, "Do you think my grandfather could have married me such a wife if he lacked skills? Assistance must be mutually beneficial," and it was only natural for him to inquire. As I spoke, I noticed a flicker of calculation in his eyes. Moments later, Huang Jiao slyly proposed, "How about this? In 6 days, you let her repay me a favor." A favor from a female corpse? Who exactly was she that even the cunning Huang Jiao sought a favor from her? 6 days. I felt a surge of anticipation and nodded in agreement. With a living being at my side, my courage swelled considerably. Seeing my assent, Huang Jiao still appeared uneasy and asked, "What guarantee do you have that she will repay this favor?" I chuckled lightly and replied, "She is my wife. If I tell her to go east, would she dare go west?" Huang Jiao pouted, clearly skeptical. I could see the meaning in his small eyes and retorted, "Do you think all men in this world are as cowardly as you? If she disobeys, I'll slap her. Do you believe me?" As I spoke, I approached the edge of the bed and gently slapped the woman's face twice. Just as I feigned another strike, Huang Jiao, frightened, raised his short legs and pleaded, "Brother, brother, I believe you." With that, Huangjiu hopped into the room. Glancing at the woman on the bed, Huangjiu whispered, "Li Xiaoga. What happened earlier was not me forcing you. It was your own desire to strike her." I shot him a disapproving look. However, after striking the woman twice, I felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if two knives were pressed against my back, sending shivers down my spine. Whether it was psychological or not, I discreetly distanced myself from the bed. Huangjiu, being obedient, found a corner for himself and sat cross-legged, appearing quite composed. There were many questions I wished to ask him, but after calling his name twice with no response, I gave up. Thinking about the possibility of her waking in 6 days, I felt a twinge of guilt. I approached the bed and whispered into her ear, "Please don't be angry with me. If I hadn't done that, he wouldn't have been willing to help. What if I couldn't protect you and someone took you away? If a lecherous man got hold of you, what would become of you?" Pausing for a moment, I added, "Your silence means you forgive me, right? Just don't come looking for me to settle the score." After my lengthy explanation, I released a deep sigh. Yet the chill in the air seemed to intensify. At that moment, the firewood in the iron bucket crackled ominously, and the once bright yellow flames turned a sickly green. Huangjiu's eyes shot open, and he tiptoed, his expression shifting as he prepared to flee. However, I had been watching the flames closely. As he took 2 steps, I caught him by the tail and yanked him back. "You little scoundrel, how dare you!" I slammed him against the ground twice before retreating back to the bed. The source of the cold air was evidently from outside. Huangjiu rubbed his head with his paw, his eyes wide with panic as he exclaimed, "Li Ge. Leaving me here is tantamount to inviting another corpse. It would be better to release me, and when my wife returns, I'll have her take revenge for you." What a joke. Enjoying a meal without lifting a finger was unacceptable in my domain. I slammed him down again, threatening, "If you dare to run, in 6 days I'll bring my wife to your doorstep and wipe out your entire family. I'll see whose wife is more formidable." Compared to wives? It seemed everyone had one. Huangjiu wore a pitiful expression, his eyes fixated on the wooden door, and he upped the ante, saying, "Add another favor to the mix." "Very well," I thought, as the external presence felt increasingly menacing. Without hesitation, I agreed. After all, a favor was not something I needed to repay. Just then, the flames in the iron bucket grew even greener, casting a ghastly hue across the room. I was about to release Huangjiu when the decaying wooden door was suddenly blown off its hinges, filling the room with splinters. At the entrance stood a girl around 8 or 9 years old, clad in a red dress that appeared stained with blood. The moment she appeared, the flames in the bucket shrank to a mere flicker, a sickly green hue. My hand, which had been poised to release Huangjiu, tightened instinctively. Huangjiu squeaked in protest, my tail, Li Ge." Coming to my senses, I quickly loosened my grip, and Huangjiu dropped to the ground. Swiftly retreating behind me, he clutched my pant leg, peering out from between my legs, stammering, Li Ge, she is, very." "Silence," I commanded, my expression grave as I unsheathed the willow whip from my waist, pulling it taut in my hands. "Little girl, you may feast on the corpse incense, but let us keep our distance. I'll remain inside, and you stay outside. We'll not interfere with each other, understood?" The girl in red giggled, and her laughter seemed to make the flames leap in response. Such an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Truly, she was a vengeful spirit. After her laughter subsided, she produced a dagger from behind her and tossed it into the room, her voice dripping with malice. "The boundaries are set. If you extract the essence from her, I might consider it." Had she not added the phrase "might consider," I might have genuinely attempted to extract something from the woman. After all, that was beyond my capabilities. But with her vague promise of consideration, I could only let her weigh her options. Chapter 9. The corpse. My growth is attributed to my consumption of rice, not mere deception. Flattery does not sway me. As I lowered my head, I seized the fur on Huangjiu's neck, lifting him and swinging him towards the girl in the red dress. If she dares to negotiate with me, she must demonstrate her worth. Upon witnessing my aggression, the girl's once delicate face cracked like porcelain, blood seeping from the fissures. She bared her fangs and let out a ferocious roar, sending Huangjiu flying with a strike of her palm. Huangjiu, momentarily stunned, emitted a shriek as the acrid smoke billowed from his fur, rolling on the ground before his legs went limp. Was he really that fragile? Before I could ponder further, the girl in red floated closer, her fingers splayed, revealing sharp, black nails aimed at my face. Her movements were swifter and more precise than mine. I quickly retreated, adopting a stance as I lashed out with my willow whip. The girl did not shy away. Instead, she grasped the whip effortlessly, twisting it around her arm, pulling me towards her until we stood face to face. Realizing the whip posed no threat, I released it and drew my money sword, striking at her arm with force. To my dismay, her arm was as resilient as iron. The sword shattered, coins scattering across the ground, yet she emitted a pained cry as black smoke billowed from her arm, retreating a couple of steps. Seizing the moment, I hastily retrieved the peachwood sword, sidestepping to lift Huang Jio from the ground. You little rascal, if you continue to feign death, I shall toss you into her grasp. That blow barely fazed you. My threat elicited a playful roll of his eyes, revealing a cunning glint. As the girl lunged once more, I had no time to deal with Huang Jio, gripping the peachwood sword tightly. Huang Jio, having regained his composure, leaped onto my shoulder, urging, Li Xiaoga, this is a malevolent spirit from the mountains. Quickly, bring forth your hidden treasures. These dried branches are useless. Hidden treasures indeed. I possessed merely 7 yellow talismans in my pocket. Yet, with her ferocity, affixing a talisman to her forehead would prove no simple task. Hesitating, the girl charged at me again. I reached out for Huang Jio, but he was already prepared, swiftly sliding to my other shoulder, evading capture. With the miss, the girl closed the distance, baring her fangs as she struck my chest. It felt as though I had collided with a wall, sending me hurtling backward. She pursued relentlessly, aiming to sink her teeth into my neck. Was she not a malevolent spirit? Why was she mimicking a zombie's bite? In that fleeting moment, I thrust the peachwood sword forward, using it to push against her as I slapped the talisman to her forehead. With a thunderous explosion and a flash of fire, the yellow talisman detonated upon her brow, propelling her backward. Seeing the talisman had effect, I pursued her, eager to find another opportunity. However, as I raised the sword, I discovered it had charred to ash, reduced to a mere stub. Without a weapon, I halted, as Huang Jio shouted in my ear, urging me to use the talismans. Yet, in that instant, the girl was upon me, grasping my throat, her thumbnail poised to slice my carotid artery. Huang Jio, witnessing this, unleashed a breath of demonic energy, enveloping the girl's head and face. Though malevolent spirits lack wisdom, they possess obsession. She was momentarily ensnared by the aura. Loosening her grip on my neck, seizing my chance, I gasped for breath, acutely aware that something was amiss. This girl, a malevolent spirit, exhibited traits far removed from the supernatural. Were all mountain spirits so peculiar? Huang Jio, though powerful, faltered after a mere 10 seconds. The girl shook her head violently, casting off the demonic energy, her blood-red eyes glimmering with intent. Perched on my shoulder, Huang Jio trembled, inquiring how we would proceed. Aside from the 6 remaining yellow talismans, nothing in my possession could inflict real damage upon her, and I felt a twinge of fear. Attempting to affix a talisman directly to her forehead would be tantamount to courting death. While I contemplated our strategy, the girl lunged again, her mouth agape as a crimson tongue shot forth, slithering towards me like a venomous serpent. By the time I reacted, I felt a chill around my neck. Her tongue had ensnared me. Huang Jio, also caught in its grasp, clung to my face, shrieking in panic. In a frenzy, I fumbled for the talismans in my pocket. But before I could retrieve one, the girl retracted her tongue, standing before me. This was the end. Panic gripped me, and my hands betrayed me, failing to procure the talisman. Fortunately, having been afflicted by Huang Jio's earlier attack, the girl now bore a grudge. Her icy gaze shifted to Huang Jio, and she seized him by the neck, lifting him away from my ear. In that instant, the world around me fell silent. With a firm grip, she began to squeeze Huang Jio and amp Apos' neck, his body elongating and blood seeping from his mouth. As he neared the brink of destruction, he raised his hindquarters, leading me to believe he was about to defecate. I averted my gaze in alarm. Yet, to my astonishment, he clawed at his rear, producing a thumb-sized, pristine object. Though I struggled for breath, I was taken aback by this revelation. His palm-sized trousers possessed a pocket. Without hesitation, Huang Jio hurled the object at the girl. A brilliant golden light erupted, engulfing the room in a vast swastika symbol. The girl screamed in agony. Her body hurtled backward like a sack of flour, crashing to the ground, motionless. With her tongue severed, I collapsed in relief. Huang Jio, panting heavily, crawled over to retrieve the white stone that had fallen, stashing it back into his pocket. I had known he possessed hidden strength. Otherwise, why would he risk his life for a mere favor? After all, a favor must be earned with one's life. Yet, the power of the object he produced was immense. I had no time to inquire further. As the girl remained on the ground, unmoving, it seemed she was not a spirit after all. I retrieved a yellow talisman and approached, placing it upon her forehead. The talisman showed no change, which puzzled me. Upon inspection, my countenance shifted dramatically. Lying before me was a corpse. I looked at Huang Jio in confusion. Should not a malevolent spirit be ethereal? He approached cautiously, using his paw to probe, his expression turning to one of terror. Chapter 10. The gaze of Qi the Terror in Huang Jio and Apos' eyes sparked a moment of clarity in my mind, prompting me to hastily retreat until I was pressed against the edge of the bed. As I steadied myself, the girl in the red dress abruptly stood up, a symbol on her forehead erupting into a flame. This creature was a spiritual corpse, the talisman failing to contain it. In simpler terms, It was a zombie possessed of a soul. When the spiritual entity manifests, it appears as a ghost. When it lies dormant, it becomes a corpse. If the spiritual essence merges with the corpse, it creates something that ought not to exist in this world. It is said that this represents a form of dark sorcery capable of granting eternal life. Using nefarious means to transform the body of a person who is not yet dead into a zombie, allowing the soul to reside within, thus rendering it immortal. My grandfather had mentioned similar occurrences, but I never anticipated encountering one here. What manner of being lurked within the depths of the 10,000 great mountains? In a state of shock, I took a deep breath and closed my eyes tightly. When I opened them again, I saw the girl in the red dress enveloped in a foul, decaying aura. I thought perhaps my vision was impaired, rubbing my eyes, yet the corpse-like essence remained visible, devoid of any spiritual light. My grandfather, though a half-hearted practitioner, possessed some genuine skill. My spiritual eyes were indeed his creation. However, I began to doubt whether my spiritual sight was malfunctioning. The girl in red stood upright, her once intact face withering instantly, leaving only a layer of purplish skin clinging to her bones, emitting a raspy sound as she rigidly leaped toward me. Filled with uncertainty, I urgently asked Huang Jiao, "What did you strike her with just now?" Huang Jiao, recognizing the spiritual corpse, trembled uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Buddha, Buddha, Buddha's relic. I discovered it while digging in the mountains. I inadvertently entered an ancient tomb where the owner was a follower of Buddhism. I found it among the burial goods. A relic, a sacred object of the Buddha." It seemed the girl in red had underestimated her own condition, separating her spiritual essence at the moment of attack. Unaware that Huang Jiao possessed a Buddhist treasure that could obliterate her spirit, we were fortunate had we encountered a complete spiritual corpse. Not even a sacred relic would have sufficed, nor would even the Buddha himself have been of aid. Realizing that the spirit of the girl in red had been vanquished, I seized the opportunity before she could make another leap. I dashed outside to retrieve the willow whip and swung it back with force. Striking a ghost with a peach or willow branch is a well-known principle. Yet, in truth, the very essence of the aged zombies in these mountains is most vulnerable to the purifying aura of the willow. As the willow whip cracked against the girl in red, a hissing sound erupted, dissipating much of the corpse energy. Huang Jiao, witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening? Why is this spiritual corpse so feeble?" I replied, "Her spirit was just shattered by the relic. Now she is merely a shell." Upon hearing this, Huang Jiao, seeing my intent to attack once more, shouted, "Hold on." I was startled, suspecting there was something I had overlooked, and paused. Huang Jiao, clad in flamboyant shorts, leaped in front of me, extending his arms. "Step back and let me handle this. I almost caused a disaster for your Huang grandfather earlier. I must reclaim my dignity." His demeanor was comical. If his tail were any larger, he would resemble a cartoonish wolf. With the spirit extinguished, this jumping corpse posed little threat. I retreated to the edge of the bed. Watching his performance, Huang Jiao extracted the relic, and with a flick of his wrist, he launched it like a glass marble. The Buddhist relic, not to be trifled with, struck the girl in red, igniting her in flames and sending her flying into the courtyard. In that moment, I finally discerned the true form of the relic. It gleamed like jade and appeared to be a finger bone relic, inscribed with sacred texts. Huang Jiao struck twice, and with the second blow, not only was the corpse and Appo's energy dispersed, but flames also erupted from her body. Given that zombies are inherently desiccated and lack moisture, akin to autumn grass meeting fire, within mere minutes, she was reduced to ash. Huang Jiao, brimming with pride, entered wearing his flamboyant shorts. However, upon noticing my gaze, he immediately covered his backside, eyeing me suspiciously. I had initially wished to examine the relic, having never seen one before. Yet, seeing his reaction, I refrained, snorting dismissively, and stepped outside to confirm that the girl in red had been completely incinerated to nothingness, which finally eased my mind. Upon returning indoors, I found Huang Jiao seated cross-legged in a corner, hastily absorbing the lingering scent of the corpse. As dawn approached, the scent gradually faded, and Huang Jiao opened his eyes, rising to approach me. "Li, my friend, can you discern the qi?" "Yes." I merely dozed off for a moment. My mind is somewhat clouded. Huang Jiao's eyes sparkled as he gazed at me. "Then please, help me see if I have any good fortune coming my way." The ability to perceive qi is fundamental to feng shui and destiny. My grandfather once remarked that possessing this skill renders divination unnecessary. One can navigate feng shui merely by observing the qi without the need for calculations or predictions. It sounded remarkable. Yet I had never employed it myself and was unsure of its veracity as he claimed. Intrigued by Huang Jiao's request, I decided to give it a try. I closed my eyes again and opened them, focusing on his crown, where I spotted a faint, reddish mist floating. "In the next couple of days, you may encounter bloodshed," I stated candidly. Huang Jiao rolled his eyes in disbelief, retorting, You must be trying to scare me. Your Huang grandfather. Sleep soundly and eat well. Where would such misfortune come from? Given my grandfather's unreliable nature, I chose not to argue. As Huang Jiu grumbled, he walked toward the door, muttering, "Even if there and Oppos, a threat of bloodshed, it and Oppos, undoubtedly due to your ill fortune, I should keep my distance from you." With that, he slipped away while I was distracted. In truth, he had been of great assistance the previous night, and I had no intention of detaining him today. Once Huang Jiu departed, I climbed onto the bed to measure the heartbeat of the girl. Eventually, I dozed off. When I awoke, it was already noon. I hastily consumed a small meal and gathered more plant ash, scattering it across the entire floor of the old house. As for the feng shui layout, I understood its principles. However, the required materials were not readily available, and I could not procure them in a timely manner. If I could set up a proper feng shui arrangement, it would surely mask the lingering scent of the corpse. Having completed the scattering of the plant ash, the sun was beginning to set. Anxiety gnawed at me. Ever since the female corpse had emerged from the coffin, my greatest fear was the onset of nightfall. However, one mountain cannot harbor two tigers. It was unlikely that the entities from the 10,000 great mountains would come here in succession. Nevertheless, I sensed that my next encounter might not be as fortunate. That night, the scent of the corpse was significantly masked by the plant ash, and Huang Jiu did not return. I surmised that my words had pricked at his conscience, causing him to remain indoors. I lost all interest in measuring the heartbeat of the female corpse and kept my eyes wide open, vigilantly guarding the room. It was not until the crowing of roosters from the village below that I finally breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to climb into bed for a brief slumber. I would also check the heartbeat of the girl once more. Just as I reached beneath the dark cloth, the door swung open, and Huang Jiu limped in. Wearing his flowery shorts, a rope around his neck, and a small arm dangling beside him, I quickly withdrew my hand from beneath the cloth, my eyes widening as I scrutinized him. Not only had he sustained injuries to his leg and arm, but he also appeared to be missing a tuft of white fur from his chest. Was this truly a sign of foreboding? Chapter 11. The woeful plight of Huang Jiu. I couldn't and amp, Oppos, help but chuckle upon seeing Huang Jiu hobble through the door. Well, Jiu Yi, I remarked. A single night apart, and what has befallen you? Huang Jiu cast a baleful glance my way. Last night, amidst the inky darkness, I inadvertently tumbled from the embankment. A rather unconvincing excuse, if I may say so myself. A yellow weasel tripping? I and Oppos, sooner believe a fairy tale. One hears of tigresses among women, but it seems there are also formidable matriarchs among the yellow weasels. Alas, the males of all species share a similar fate. I bent down to assist him, procuring a chair for his weary frame. As Huang Jiu settled into it, a grimace of pain contorted his features as a muscle twinged. Only after fully seating himself did he exhale a protracted sigh of relief, his entire being seemingly more at ease. Good heavens, Jiu Yi. Who has clawed at your head so fiercely? There's blood, I exclaimed, feigning concern as I gently prodded at the fur on his head, my tone laced with playful mockery. Huang Jiu shot me a sidelong glance, and seeing the mirth dancing in my eyes, realized I was feigning ignorance. A flash of ire ignited within him, and he attempted to leap to his feet. However, the abrupt movement aggravated his injured hip, causing him to gasp in pain. He limped back to the chair and settled down with a disgruntled sigh. Don't get too cocky, young lad, he retorted. In 5 days, I dare say you'll be in no better condition than I. At this, I drew up a stool and sat beside him. Jiu Yi, I inquired, pray tell. What will become of her in 5 days? Will she awaken, or? Huang Jiu and Oppos, pointed snout twitched, and he furtively glanced back at the female corpse on the bed. She forbids me to speak of it, he whispered, and I dare not utter falsehoods. But I will say that the 10,000 mountains conceal many secrets, some so terrifying they could curdle your blood. Forbidden to speak? I mused, recalling the incident from the day before when the female corpse had abruptly sat upright as he was about to divulge information. Was that a warning? If so, did that mean the female corpse could hear our conversations? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I had been rather liberal with my attempts to gauge her heartbeat these past few days. Observing Huang Jiu's pitiable state, I pondered whether I should make a preemptive escape. Huang Jiu leaned back in his chair, groaning softly. Young lad, he whined, I rendered you a great service last night. Shouldn't you provide me with some sustenance to replenish my strength? Ah, the perks of valor. Even his manner of address had changed. However, being short on companionship at the moment, I decided not to quibble. After a brief exchange, I ascertained that Huang Jiu had indeed been assaulted by his wife and was now a runaway, intending to squat here for a few days. I was more than happy to oblige. I promptly rose to my feet, declaring that I would return home to procure a chicken for him. The mere mention of chicken caused Huang Jiu's eyes to gleam with avarice. He smacked his lips in anticipation, urging me to hasten my return. I exited with a smile. the heavy weight on my heart now somewhat alleviated. Huang Jiao possessed a Buddha and Apos' relic of bone, rendering him impervious to all evil. More importantly, his wife had returned and was capable of thrashing him so thoroughly. She must be a formidable character indeed. By leaving Huang Jiao here, I reasoned that his better half would surely intervene if anything untoward were to occur. After all, as the old adage goes, spare the rod, spoil the child. Later that afternoon, finding the house empty, I ventured to the chicken coop and seized a large rooster. I then filled a sack with hearth ash and carried it up the mountain on my back. Upon spotting the rooster, Huang Jiao hobbled out to the courtyard, where he supervised my butchering of the fowl. Knowing that yellow weasels have a predilection for chicken blood, I collected it in a bowl and presented it to him. Huang Jiao savored the blood with an expression of utter contentment. As the chicken simmered, I spread a layer of hearth ash that I had brought from home on the ground. Huang Jiao observed my actions from his chair. "Leave family brat," he cautioned. "These measures may deter the creatures of the mountains, but they will not deter men." Sensing a deeper meaning behind his words, I emptied the sack of hearth ash and settled down beside him. Huang Jiao then opened the floodgates of his knowledge, recounting numerous tales and observations. It turned out that the world of Taoist practitioners was indeed real, encompassing not only the Maoshan sect but also a myriad of other schools. I had never heard of them before. Huang Jiao also revealed that over the years, numerous Taoist priests had ventured into the 10,000 mountains, seemingly in search of something. However, in all his years, he had only witnessed people entering, never exiting. In essence, those who entered the mountains had perished within. I listened with a mixture of awe and trepidation, wondering how I had never encountered any of these individuals despite the sheer number of them. Huang Jiao rolled his eyes, regarding me with an air of condescension. Those who venture into the mountains are invariably figures of great importance, moving with such stealth and secrecy that it would be impossible for a mere mortal like you to catch sight of them. Taoist arts were indeed profound and mysterious. I could believe that, but to speak of being invisible to the eye and of mere mortals, I remained skeptical. Those individuals must have entered the mountains surreptitiously. Huang Jiao's warning that I could not defend against men now made sense, referring to this particular type of individual. The sense of serenity I had just found immediately vanished, replaced by a renewed sense of anxiety. Huang Jiao then twitched his nose and nudged me with an uninjured paw. "The aroma of meat is wafting through the air," he announced. "Go and see if it's ready." Realizing that Huang Jiao possessed a wealth of knowledge, I promptly retrieved the cooked chicken. As he feasted, he shared more tales of the mountains, but whenever I broached the subject of the female corpse's origins, he became evasive, urging me not to pry. He suggested that since we had already exchanged vows, a favorable destiny might await us, and that if I played my cards right, I might have a unique future. My grandfather had said something similar. However, this marriage was a forced union and somewhat opportunistic. Her awakening might bring about a different outcome. Nevertheless, after hearing these words, my resolve to protect her grew even stronger, not for the sake of any opportunity, nor to fulfill a promise to my grandfather, but simply because we had pledged our vows to heaven and earth. I simply wanted to do what I should do, what I was supposed to do, and do it well. Huang Jiao, his belly now distended and round, offered me a rather ill-conceived suggestion to take advantage of these next few days and consummate the marriage with the woman. "Once you're husband and wife, even for a day, you'll have 100 days of favor," he reasoned, "and she'll be more amenable." I retorted with a dismissive glare. It wasn't that I was being prudish. It was simply that I lacked the expertise. With his hunger sated, the sun began its descent. Another night was fast approaching. I tidied up the pots and pans and began to organize the scattered items from the previous night when a small yellow weasel suddenly scurried in. It chattered to Huang Jiao for a moment, glanced at me, and then darted away. As soon as the young weasel departed, Huang Jiao and Apos' expression turned grave. "Little Li," he called out, "you may need to find a new abode for your wife. My cub just informed me that 2 Taoist priests have arrived in the mountains." I frowned slightly, annoyed that he was getting ahead of himself and addressing me as Little Li. However, considering that he had just provided me with valuable information, I suppressed my irritation for the time being. I would deal with him later. I was also perplexed. Shouldn't Taoists be righteous individuals? Shouldn't they be intervening to help me in this situation? Huang Jiao offered no response, merely glancing at the female corpse on the bed. I immediately understood. Good people and bad people, Huang Jiao continued, are determined by their character, not their profession. Some Taoist priests can be more wicked than ordinary people. That was indeed true. But in this desolate wilderness, where could I possibly relocate her? If I returned to the foot of the mountain, I feared that I might endanger my parents. Seeing my dilemma, Huang Jiao offered a suggestion. "Not far from here, there is a cave. Why don't and Apos, do you seek refuge there temporarily? The enclosed space will help to conceal the fragrance of the elixir." I hesitated for a moment. A cave was certainly preferable to sleeping in the open wilderness. Chapter 12. The Cow and Amp. Apos' knows the female corpse, though weighing only around 40 kilograms, pressed down upon my slight frame, making it a challenge to traverse the fields. The path up the mountain was largely overgrown with weeds, leaving traces of our passage. Fortunately, Huang Jiao summoned his disciples, and as I bore the corpse on my back and Huang Jiao, with his limp, led the way, 7 or 8 little yellow foxes followed behind, lifting the trampled grass to erase our footprints as best they could. The cave was not far, and within half an hour, we reached the base of the cliff. Huang Jiao pointed the way, and soon we discovered a relatively concealed entrance. I did not enter immediately, but took a moment to sense the atmosphere within. Only when I deemed it normal did I carry the corpse inside. The cave was shallow, measuring merely 10 meters. I found a level spot, cleared away the stones, laid down the mat I had brought, and covered it with a clean sheet before placing the corpse upon it. By this time, darkness had enveloped the outside world. Huang Jiao dismissed his disciples and buried the Buddhist relic at the cave entrance to mask the scent of the corpse. Observing his actions, I frowned slightly. If he was so eager to please over just a chicken or 2 people, I found it hard to believe. This creature surely had ulterior motives. Once everything was arranged, Huang Jiao suggested, "Little Li, with the cow's noses skills, you should be able to locate the old residence. Why not go down and scout the situation?" "Are you not going?" I inquired calmly, my hand discreetly brushing against the pocket at my waist, where 6 yellow talismans remained, regardless of his intentions. The fact that he had not encountered his wife before left me uneasy. I would only leave the corpse if Huang Jiao stayed by my side. If he refused to go, I would immediately pounce on him. Huang Jiao, oblivious to my thoughts, glanced at his limp and resignedly said, "Look at me. I would only be a hindrance if I went. I'll carry you." I offered him one last chance. Huang Jiao hesitated but eventually nodded. Climbing onto my shoulder with one leg, I breathed a sigh of relief. To facilitate our descent along the mountain trails, I had not brought much, only the talismans and a handful of coins that had fallen from my money sword. By the light of the moon, I stealthily made my way back near the old residence, finding a dirt slope to lie upon. I remained vigilant for over an hour, my thoughts drifting back to the corpse, and I felt a growing urge to return to the cave. Yet Huang Jiao advised, "Wait a bit longer. If they are coming for your wife, knowing ourselves and the enemy will help us secure victory." His reasoning made sense. Gaining an understanding of their intentions would undoubtedly ease our response. Around 9 o'clock, a man and a youth appeared on the path. Huang Jiao, worried I might not see them, quietly relayed the situation. "I can see them," I whispered back. Huang Jiao cast me a surprised glance. Animals possess superior senses compared to humans. It was not unusual for him to see, but even with my spiritual sight, it seemed impossible for me to possess night vision. He struggled to comprehend this, but there were matters I had never shared with my family, and I certainly would not disclose them to him either. All I could say was that my grandfather had fallen on hard times and had not acquired the lower scroll. Otherwise, he would not have been a mere half-baked practitioner. Seeing my apparent ability to see, Huang Jiao was about to relay their conversation when I interrupted. "Be quiet. I can hear them." "Hiss." Huang Jiao inhaled sharply, gazing at me intently. "Where did you learn such skills?" "I've told you, even a Maoshan priest would kneel before my grandfather. Since Maoshan truly existed, my embellishments could continue." Huang Jiao seemed half-believing, lapsing into silence. At that moment, the man and the youth had arrived at the old residence's entrance. Upon entering, they immediately noticed the ashes scattered in the courtyard. The old man crouched down, grasping a handful and sniffing it, declaring, "There is the scent of corpse incense. It appears someone has arrived first and possesses some knowledge." The youth, around 17 or 18, scoffed at the elder's words, saying, "Master, it's merely some rustic tricks. Nothing to be taken seriously. They probably won't hide for long." The elder did not argue but nodded in agreement. I felt quite uncomfortable at his dismissive tone. Nothing to be taken seriously? Once I mastered the knowledge from the lower scroll, I would see how he would boast. However, I had spent days studying it without grasping its meaning, leaving me uncertain when I might fully comprehend it. I felt a tinge of regret and longed for my grandfather. Had he been here, he would surely have taught me. Comparing myself to those with sect affiliations, I truly felt like a rootless weed. The elder, perceptive, surveyed the interior and exterior before concluding, "The person has not been gone long and will not have traveled far. When night deepens, the scent of the corpse will once again waft, guiding us to the individual." As he spoke, he produced an object resembling a compass and instructed, "Chow and Amp, Oppos, take this corpse-finding plate and remain here. If you sense the scent of the corpse, do not act alone, wait for my return." The youth accepted the item, asking, "Master, where are you going?" The elder replied, "I shall wander through the village." I felt a surge of relief that I had secured the corpse in the old residence. As for my home, by the time I returned from catching chickens, the scent of the corpse had dissipated. Otherwise, once that old man left, he would undoubtedly find a clue and could cause trouble for my father and mother. With the elder gone, Only the youth remained in the courtyard. He moved a chair to sit at the entrance, fixated on the corpse-finding plate in his hands, waiting for the scent to appear. I quietly asked Huangjio, who was perched on my shoulder, "Can you use your illusionary arts to control him?" Huangjio pondered for a moment, replying, "Not the old man, but the youth should be manageable. However, proximity within 5 steps is crucial." 5 steps. That should not pose much of a challenge. Huangjio suddenly grasped my collar, asking, "What are you planning?" "What am I planning?" I chuckled. To snatch the corpse-finding plate from him, of course. Since they were coming for the corpse, I would not hold back. Huangjio warned me, "Kid, do not stir up trouble. Offending those major sects will lead to dire consequences." I countered, "If we do not seize the corpse-finding plate, can you guarantee that the scent of the corpse will not waft out at all? If they find us, do you believe we will have a favorable outcome?" Huangjio fell silent. I understood his concerns and asked, "If my wife were to awaken, do you think those prominent figures could do anything to her?" What began as a mere test turned into Huangjio becoming even more excited, waving his claws and declaring, "Damn it, let us do it." I furrowed my brow, contemplating whether I should curry favor with the female corpse in the coming days. This way, when she awoke, even if she held no nostalgic sentiments, she might still appreciate my efforts to flatter her and grant me some benefits. Huangjio, growing impatient, urged me on. Approaching another person within 5 steps was not a difficult task. It was merely a matter of exchanging pleasantries. However, at this juncture, making such an approach would undoubtedly raise his wariness. Once suspicions arose, Huangjio's illusionary arts might not be effective. What had initially seemed simple now appeared somewhat hasty upon further reflection. Chapter 13. The heist. After pondering for a considerable time, I glanced at Huangjio and, with a tone of flattery, suggested, "Master Jiao, why not summon your disciples to lend a hand?" "What for?" Huangjio responded, his gaze fixed on me with suspicion. I chuckled slyly, "To assist me in staging a little performance. If they run towards that young Taoist priest while I chase after them, even if the Taoist is highly alert, the ensuing chaos will surely distract him, granting you the opportunity to strike." "Absolutely not." Huangjio vigorously shook his head, as if to dispel the very notion. "It's far too dangerous." I retorted, "Your disciples haven't yet attained any formidable abilities. Faced with a few ordinary yellow spirits, that young Taoist would certainly be disinclined to act." Huangjio remained resolute, shaking his head. I straightened my expression and said, "Master Jiao, the fragrant elixir benefits your cultivation. Does it not? Henceforth, you may come and go freely in my home. How does that sound?" Huangjio scoffed derisively. "Enough of your empty promises." I rubbed my nose, conceding, "If that's how you view it, then I am at a loss. However, should you assist me with this endeavor, our families may look out for one another in the future." In the days that followed, I gleaned a crucial lesson. A solitary tree cannot withstand the storm. Compared to the treachery of humanity, Huangjio, with his desires boldly etched upon his countenance, provided me with a sense of security. Huangjio's small eyes twinkled with intrigue. "Mutual protection between our families? Are you serious?" he inquired. I felt a twinge of irritation. "Have I ever deceived you?" Huangjio muttered, "People are still groggy. Who can guarantee anything?" I fell silent. At this juncture, the decision lay solely in his hands. After a few minutes of hesitation, Huangjio tilted his head and emitted a series of calls. Nestled against the ancient mountains, his voice resonated without drawing undue attention. Before long, 4 small yellow spirits scampered over. I noted that his son was not among them. Huangjio, with one paw dangling and his leg limping, stood upright, gesticulating animatedly for quite some time. The 4 small yellow spirits, understanding the cue, cast wary glances at me before turning and bolting towards the old residence. "Master Jiao, hold on tight," I cautioned, rising from behind a mound to pursue the small yellow spirits, cursing, "Damn yellow spirits, daring to pilfer my chicks. Just wait until I catch you." As I hurled stones, the small Taoist priest sitting in the courtyard grew alert. In mere moments, the 4 yellow spirits had reached the courtyard gate. Upon seeing the young Taoist, they hesitated, fear evident in their demeanor. Furrowing my brow, I tossed a stone in their direction. This time, I truly intended to strike. The startled yellow spirits, panicking, veered around the Taoist and dashed into the courtyard. I aimed to follow them, but the Taoist deftly blocked my path, his gaze sharp and his hand poised over the yellow satchel at his waist. The plan was unraveling, and I was compelled to halt, feigning surprise. "Oh, who might you be, stranger? Do not obstruct my path. Today, I must skin those creatures." My words startled the small yellow spirits, causing them to scurry chaotically within the courtyard. The Taoist remained silent, scrutinizing me intently. A sense of unease gripped me, and I realized that I had to act quickly. After a moment's hesitation, I angled my body to shield Huangjio behind me, hurling a small stone at the yellow spirits to divert the Taoist's focus. One of the struck spirits emitted a shrill cry, unlike any I had heard before. akin to a child's wail. I was taken aback. These little creatures had evidently absorbed some human language from Huang Jiao and, in their fright, had let slip their words. The Taoist, intrigued, turned to glance at the yellow spirit. "Now, Master Jiao," I shouted suddenly. Before the echo of my voice faded, I seized the Taoist's hand that was reaching for his satchel, preventing him from drawing it out. The Taoist was startled, but at that moment, Huang Jiao emerged from my shoulder, unleashing a cloud of demonic energy that enveloped the Taoist's face. Indeed, the orthodox sects possess considerable skill. The Taoist reacted swiftly, preparing to bite his tongue as soon as he was shrouded by the demonic mist. Taoist disciples can channel their energy to the tip of their tongues, where a drop of blood is said to possess lethal force. Given the Taoist and Appo's age, he likely still retained his youthful potency, which would amplify the effect. Having observed earlier, I noted a golden light emanating from the Taoist and Appo's abdomen, indicative of his energy. If he managed to unleash that potent force, not only would Huang Jiao and Appo's magic be thwarted, but he could also suffer severe injury. In a moment of desperation, I grasped the Taoist's chin, preventing his mouth from closing. Meanwhile, Huang Jiao and Appo's sorcery ensnared his spirit, rendering the Taoist momentarily dazed. Seeing this, I released my grip, seized a piece of wood, and struck him sharply on the back of the head. The Taoist fell without a sound, collapsing to the ground. Huang Jiao, visibly shaken, asked, "Li Xiaoge, do you harbor a grudge against others' heads?" His comment evoked unpleasant memories, and his address had shifted. However, this was not the time for me to gloat. The old Taoist could return at any moment, and the golden light emanating from the Taoist's abdomen was far more brilliant than that of the young one. I swiftly snatched the corpse-searching plate from the Taoist's grasp, preparing to retreat to the mountains, but my eye caught the Taoist's satchel at his waist, causing me to pause and claim it as well. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Jiao dispersed the small yellow spirits. Once outside the old residence, I dared not linger for a moment, sprinting across the fields towards the cave. Along the way, I gathered some dry branches, and upon returning to the cave, I hastily concealed the entrance. After completing my tasks, I leaned against the rock wall, gasping for breath. Huang Jiao, limping, eagerly rifled through the satchel I had pilfered. He pulled out a stack of yellow talismans, counting them out to be a full 20. My grandfather had spent a lifetime collecting only 7, which he cherished and hoarded, yet this young Taoist possessed 20. Indeed, the wild grasses cannot compare to the cultivated blooms of the garden. Faced with this disparity, I felt a pang of sorrow. Huang Jiao then extracted a golden sword, and upon grasping it, I recognized its superior quality. My grandfather's sword paled in comparison, resembling mere scrap metal. I wiped it clean and affixed it to my waistband. "Ah!" Huang Jiao exclaimed, withdrawing a jade tablet from the satchel. Upon reading the inscription, he gasped, "We have stirred a hornet's nest this time." The Laozhan sect. I was taken aback. Huang Jiao had mentioned this sect in passing. It was a prestigious faction that could rival the Maoshan. I was astonished to discover such a significant sect operating in this remote region. As for whether they would let this matter lie, I harbored no concerns. For even if I refrained from seizing their possessions, they would inevitably seek me out. Just as I was collecting the yellow talismans, a faint scent of decay wafted from within the cave. Here they come again. I felt a wave of dread wash over me. The corpse-searching plate I had set aside emitted a soft crimson glow, with the needle spinning and pointing towards the woman's location. Realizing how sensitive this device was, I silently rejoiced that I had acted first. Yet, in the next moment, my brow furrowed once more. This device was, after all, a corpse-seeking plate. Chapter 14. She called me foolish. The term seeking corpse plate suggests a device used for locating zombies. I rose to my feet and, holding the seeking corpse plate, made my way toward the location of the female corpse. As I approached, the plate's glow intensified, illuminating the surrounding rocks. Although I had consistently referred to her as a corpse, deep down, I harbored a wish that she was anything but. The emotions I felt were indescribable. Huang Jiao, limping behind me, expressed relief that we had seized this artifact. Otherwise, we would have been unable to evade that old Taoist. I remained silent, fixated on the glowing, seeking corpse plate, pondering whether she truly was a zombie. Huang Jiao, sensing my thoughts, remarked, "There are only 4 nights left after tonight. What are you so anxious about? When she awakens, we shall know the truth." Indeed, I felt a wave of relief wash over me as I regarded Huang Jiao. He was a pragmatic fellow, unlikely to be foolish enough to solicit favors from a zombie. To soothe my own mind, I placed the seeking corpse plate on the forehead of the female corpse. Aside from its luminous glow, the plate exhibited no other adverse reactions. It appeared I had been overly concerned. If she were indeed a zombie, she could hardly be so pliable. The notion of her softness drew my gaze involuntarily to her chest, but I quickly suppressed the idea of checking her heartbeat. Whether we would evade the old Taoist tonight remained uncertain. I should not dwell on such trivial matters. Huangjiu rummaged through his bag, discarding items of Taoist significance that he had no use for. I unhesitatingly claimed them all for myself. As for the wooden plaque engraved with the emblem of Laozhan and the yellow satchel embroidered with the yin-yang symbol, I took them deep into the cave and buried them in a pit. After completing these tasks, I stepped to the cave entrance. The relic of the Buddha's bones proved to be a treasure of the Buddhist sect, as the fragrant essence was contained within, showing no signs of leakage. Seeing that the essence remained sealed, I decided to clear a flat area at the entrance and carried the female corpse outside. Huangjiu, who was absorbing the fragrant essence, looked puzzled and asked, "What are you doing, kid?" He followed behind, limping along. There were no other exits in the cave. If that old Taoist discovered our hideout, we would be trapped like fish in a barrel. I voiced my concerns, and Huangjiu thumped his chest with a claw, assuring me, "Do not worry. This cave is hidden and few villagers are aware of it, let alone two outsiders." Though he spoke with confidence, it was wise to remain cautious, for days would not simply pass without consequence. Huangjiu exited the cave, ensuring that the corpse's fragrance had not dissipated, before returning to find a corner to sit cross-legged, continuing to absorb the essence. After a day of exertion, I felt weary. Sitting beside the female corpse, I peered through the branches at the exterior while simultaneously glancing at Huangjiu. His abdomen rose and fell with each breath, and a sphere of green light, about the size of a fist, flickered in and out. Was that his dantian? I placed my hand on my own abdomen, recalling the teachings from the previous volume, and attempted to mimic Huangjiu's breathing. However, despite numerous attempts, my body remained unchanged. Just as I was about to give up and succumb to sleep, I suddenly realized that the fragrant essence I inhaled had transformed into a warm current within me, just as it had the last time. Previously, I had been paralyzed, unable to move as it coursed chaotically through my body. But now, with the ability to control my movements, I eagerly held my breath, striving to direct that warmth into my dantian. According to the teachings regarding energy cultivation, if I could gather the energy within my dantian without dispersing it, I would have accomplished the first step of energy gathering. Once gathered, I could summon that energy at will to activate talismans and magical tools, enabling me to achieve many feats. However, after holding my breath for what felt like an eternity, just as I felt the energy coalescing in my abdomen, it suddenly spiraled out of control, rushing downward. I clenched my legs tightly, but it was too late. An awkward sound erupted, and my insides felt empty. Alas, it was merely a fart. However, I had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. I refused to surrender easily and live my life in ridicule, like my grandfather. What of the trees and foliage in the mountains? They too could grow into towering giants. Just as I was rallying my spirits, a light, airy voice whispered in my ear, "Fool, who was it?" I abruptly opened my eyes, my hair standing on end, my body tense, scanning my surroundings. I found Huangjiu still in the corner, oblivious to the world around him. My gaze fell upon the female corpse. In retrospect, the voice had a cold yet soft and sweet tone, reminiscent of a girl. Indeed, she was the only female in this cave. But what did it mean to call me foolish? Did she look down on me? A pang of sadness struck me, but I felt more irritation. She was the epitome of someone who had never experienced hunger, unaware of the plight of the starving. If I had a master like that little Taoist guiding me, would I have to endure such struggles here? Noticing her eyes were still open, I angrily retrieved 2 copper coins and placed them over her eyelids. Unsatisfied, I crumpled 2 leaves and stuffed them into her ears. Let her eavesdrop and spy. I would blind and deafen her. What could she do to me? Observing my handiwork, my anger diminished significantly. She dared to challenge me, yet she failed to consider who was in control now. Smirking, I resumed my cross-legged meditation. As dawn approached, the energy within me continued to swirl chaotically. When I relaxed, it dissipated entirely. Yet, amidst my disappointment, I noticed a small remnant of energy lingering in my abdomen. Though negligible, it was undeniably a beacon of hope. As the fragrant essence faded, Huangjiu exhaled deeply, opened his eyes, and rose to his feet. I observed that after a night's rest, the bloodstains on his head had scabbed over, and his little arms were once again mobile. I was astounded. It seemed that the presence of energy accelerated the healing of his wounds. Huangjiu approached the cave entrance, only to find 2 copper coins resting on the female corpse's eyes and her ears plugged. Shocked, he gazed at me, exclaiming, "By my ancestors, did you do this?" I raised my chin with pride. What of it? She is my wife. I can do as I please. Do you have any objections? Huangjiu regarded me with a strange expression for a moment before exclaiming, "The younger generation is indeed formidable." Just then, a sense of unease washed over me as I noticed a swirl of deathly energy hovering above Huangjiu's head. While I could perceive the energy surrounding others, I could not see my own, akin to a healer who fails to tend to their own wounds. However, with Huangjiu present, I surmised that I too must be enveloped in deathly energy, which had seemingly manifested following last night's events. I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. Old Huang, step outside the cave and keep your distance from me. Though Huang Jiao appeared confused, he complied and exited the cave. The moment he stepped outside, the deathly energy dissipated. My complexion paled, and I hurriedly scrambled to gather my belongings. Chapter 15. Huang Jiao and Apos. Wife Huang Jiao was startled by my appearance and hurried back into the cave, inquiring about what had transpired. Though I was flustered, my mind remained relatively clear. If I were to speak the truth, Huang Jiao would undoubtedly flee. After a moment and Apos' contemplation, I nervously said, Old Huang, no, Lord Jiao. You are now my elder. I implore you to keep your distance from me. Huang Jiao looked at me with confusion, fear, and unease. I feigned urgency and pushed him away, saying, You are enveloped in a grim aura. Today, you are doomed. Lord Jiao, having allowed you to indulge in the fragrant essence for several days, I beseech you to spare me. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiao's fur bristled, his eyes wide with disbelief. Literally, are you jesting with me? In my panic, I hoisted the female corpse onto my back and brushed him off, exclaiming, I have no time for jesting. I suspect I offended the Taoist priests of Laozan last night. While they may be wicked, they would not resort to murder. Thus, their wrath must be directed at you. Huang Jiao, upon hearing this, leaped forward and clutched my pant leg tightly. Li Gu, I risked my life for you last night. You cannot abandon our camaraderie now. Camaraderie? What use is that? Quickly release me and do not follow. I kicked my legs, but Huang Jiao remained steadfast, refusing to let go. Li Gu, had I not been selfless last night, your wife would have already fallen into the clutches of that beast. You cannot be so treacherous. Huang Jiao was nearly in tears. His words touched my heart, and I replied earnestly, Lord Jiao, it is not that I wish not to assist you, but you see my limited abilities. I cannot offer help. If you could find another ally, I, Li Yang, would risk my life to assist you. Upon hearing the mention of an ally, Huang Jiao paused, then smacked his thigh, exclaiming, How could I be so foolish? Let us return to my home. My wife has returned. And even that beast would not dare to act brazenly. Seeing that I had struck a chord with him, I secretly sighed in relief, yet still pretended to hesitate. With your wife involved, we might barely stand a chance against that beast. When Huang Jiao mentioned his wife, his eyes gleamed with a mixture of caution and pride. Upon noticing my skepticism, he patted his chest and assured me, Fear not. With my wife by our side, as long as you dismantle some of their schemes against us, not even a single Laozhan beast, let alone 10, could harm her. The more he boasted, the more my anxiety dissipated. I feigned a struggle as if I were constipated. After a few seconds, I gritted my teeth and declared, Very well, time is of the essence. Lead the way, we must depart at once. Huang Jiao was genuinely frightened by my demeanor. He walked without a limp, eager to reach home, fearing I might abandon him mid-journey. The female corpse weighed over 40 kilograms, and I was out of breath carrying her. We traversed several hills, heading towards the edge of the vast mountains, where ancient, towering trees loomed everywhere. This place had long been regarded by the nearby villagers as a cursed land, rife with eerie legends, and it was rare for anyone to venture within. Yet, I found myself with no other options, and I recalled Huang Jiao mentioning several times that his home was not deep in the mountains, merely on the periphery. However, after only a few steps, we encountered some tombs, their headstones revealing their antiquity. The deeper we ventured, the larger the burial mounds became. After more than an hour of walking, Huang Jiao finally halted before a cluster of tombs. Wife, he called out softly, his voice tender as he addressed the graves. I breathed a sigh of relief. We had finally arrived. Any further, and my legs would have given way. Upon reaching this place, the grim aura above Huang Jiao transformed into a sanguine glow, indicating that he was temporarily safe from death, though he would face a calamity involving blood. In comparison to the potential wrath of his wife, it was merely a minor inconvenience. Feeling a sense of relief, I could not help but give the corpse a light slap on the rear. Just as I was about to scold her, a delicate face suddenly emerged from behind a toppled gravestone. At first glance, I mistook her for a child with an oversized head. Yet, when the childlike figure leapt onto the gravestone, I was so astonished that my mouth fell open, and I unintentionally dropped the corpse with a thud. On the fallen gravestone stood a creature with a human head and the body of a yellow weasel. Upon seeing this creature, Huang Jiao rushed over, kneeling before it, and cried out, Wife, please save me. I do not wish to perish. Huang Jiao's wife surveyed me with her bright, lively eyes, then suddenly kicked Huang Jiao several meters away, placing her hands on her hips and pointing at me, scolding, You fool, how dare you bring a human into our home? At that moment, I was drenched in cold sweat. I had not anticipated that the mountain spirits could indeed take on human form. Huang Jiao's wife was only half transformed. It was a stroke of fortune for him to marry someone so remarkable. However, she seemed a bit too meek. After being kicked away, Huang Jiu wasted no time returning to his wife's side, weeping and recounting the events that had transpired. My heart raced. Being half-transformed meant that she possessed true intelligence. The words I had used to placate Huang Jiu would likely not suffice for her. As expected, after hearing his tale, Huang Jiu was kicked away once more and berated as a fool 3 times. Witnessing this, I did not wait for Huang Jiu's wife to speak. I stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "Great Spirit, please temper your anger. I am Li Yang from Jiangkou Village. Due to certain circumstances, I have offended the Laozan beast and am left with no options, hence this desperate measure." Huang Jiu, being the sycophant he was, had undoubtedly whispered about me to his wife. It was even possible that his search for me was sanctioned by her. Therefore, I refrained from elaborating. I gently propped the corpse against me and continued, "I cannot offer much in promise, but I have heard from Lord Huang that you possess significant influence. Currently, she is in a perilous situation. If you could assist in this matter, I vow to repay this kindness in the future." I emphasized the word wife heavily, hoping to convey the weight of my words. Huang Jiu and Apos' wife, upon hearing this, displayed a tumultuous expression on her delicate face. Huang Jiu crawled back, holding a resplendent golden smoking pipe, eagerly offering it to her. Upon receiving the pipe, Huang Jiu promptly lit it for her, his servitude evident. I could not fathom his intentions, but I held the corpse firmly and declared, "If the Great Spirit is unwilling to assist, I shall take my leave." In that moment, I was genuinely resolved to depart. Sometimes, compelling someone against their will requires strength. If Huang Jiu's wife refused to help, I had no means to coerce her. Moreover, if I angered her, I might not even escape this jungle. Thus, it seemed prudent to leave sooner rather than later. As for the corpse, I would protect her with every ounce of strength I possessed. Chapter 16. The greenlit Yellow Jiu, a man of considerable loyalty, recognized my deception. However, upon observing his silent wife, he suggested, "Li Xiaogu, why not take your wife and flee into the mountains? In the depths of the forest, it would be difficult for that bull-nosed one to locate you." "Thank you, Brother Huang." I had previously referred to him as Huang Yi, a name laced with jest. But now I sincerely addressed him as Brother Huang. Yellow Jiu could sense the shift in my tone. Casting a humble glance at his wife, he sighed in resignation. His words, however, served as a timely reminder. The female corpse had emerged from the deep mountains. Perhaps, by entering the forest, she might survive. As for myself, there was little more to contemplate. Noticing Yellow Jiu's wife remained silent, I hoisted the female corpse onto my back and ventured deeper into the mountains. After taking a few steps, she suddenly called out, "Wait." I halted, exhaling a cloud of smoke. She regarded the corpse on my back and remarked, "In her current state, entering the deep mountains may not guarantee your escape." Her words stirred a sense of urgency within me, and I gazed at her expectantly. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Do your previous words still hold true?" "Absolutely." For reasons unknown, her question made me feel like the one being manipulated. Nonetheless, I pushed those thoughts aside. As long as I could safeguard the female corpse for 4 days, manipulation was a trivial concern. Besides, this family had no intentions of harming me. They merely sought to gain something from the corpse. Yellow Jiu knelt before his wife, blinking earnestly without clinging to her for support. To my surprise, she kicked him, exclaiming, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and bring Li Xiaogu inside." It seemed Yellow Jiu was momentarily stunned by his wife's action, and after a while, he snapped back to reality, hastily beckoning me. Did this imply their willingness to assist? I quickly set down the corpse, allowing it to rest against my legs, and stood up to express my gratitude. "Liang, I am grateful to the esteemed one." Yellow Jiu and Apos' wife waved her hand dismissively, exhaling smoke as she replied, "Esteemed one? Just call me Huang Xiener. My grandfather once advised that one cannot outweat the debts of human emotion, be they celestial or earthly." Understanding her sentiment, I responded, "If you do not mind, I shall dare to address you as Sister Xiener." Creatures of the mountains are often proud, referring to themselves as immortals. Even in the company of ordinary people, they maintain an air of superiority, demanding offerings and ensuring no mistakes occur. The elevated status of the 5 great families of the Northeast stems from this very pride. Yet, when Huang Xiener heard me call her sister, instead of anger, a hint of satisfaction graced her features. This indicated the significant background of the female corpse. However, since she and I had exchanged vows before the matchmaker, with heaven and earth as witnesses, no matter how grand her origin, she would have to keep me warm at night. Should she awaken, breathing anew, she would be obliged to bear me a plump child. The thought alone made me stifle a chuckle. Yellow Jiu led the way, and I followed closely, carrying the female corpse. Huang Xiener's so-called home turned out to be an ancient underground tomb. The tomb was stripped bare, containing only a bed and some rudimentary furniture. The simplicity of the arrangement mirrored that of an ordinary household. suggesting that Huang Xian had adapted her living habits to resemble those of humans after partially transforming. Nevertheless, the tomb remained a damp and dark place. In a side chamber, I encountered several little yellow-skinned creatures. Huang Xian's demeanor towards these creatures was markedly different from Yellow Gio's, whereas he doted on only one. She lavished affection upon all of them. Observing Yellow Gio and Apos' wistful gaze, I sensed a story behind this dynamic. Looking at him again, I noted a peculiar green hue to the bloodlight atop his head. My curiosity piqued, yet I refrained from prying into their family matters. Huang Xian gathered the little yellow-skinned creatures together, affectionately stroking their heads, and finally addressed the largest among them. Tian take your siblings and spend a few days at grandmother's house. A chill ran down my spine. This was akin to uprooting a radish with its mud, a matter of considerable magnitude. Had I acted rashly back then, I might now be lying in a coffin. The little yellow-skinned ones were reluctant to part. But under Huang Xian's stern guidance, they soon followed their older brother out of the ancient tomb. Noticing my bewildered expression, Yellow Gio offered a sheepish smile. As Huang Xian dismissed the little creatures, I hastily placed the items I had seized from the young Taoist on the ground, saying, Sister Xian please take whatever you can use. Not so fast. Huang Xian took a long drag from her aged cigarette, the manner of someone who had practiced for decades. A slight heaviness settled in my heart. Did she have conditions? Sure enough, Huang Xian continued, these are Taoist artifacts, ineffective against them. However, there is something on you that can help me evade their spells. I had already laid out everything of value on my person. Did she somehow know of the existence of that lower scroll and seek to obtain it? I glanced at the female corpse and sighed inwardly. If Huang Xian was willing to assist, I would part with it. Noticing my silence, Huang Xian added, I require a drop of blood from the tip of your middle finger. With that, the bull-nosed one's spells will be rendered useless against me, and defeating him will pose no challenge. Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. A drop of fingertip blood, 1 drop would suffice. 10 would be more than enough. I pinched my middle finger and prepared to bite it open. Huang Xian quickly interjected, no rush. By the time the bull-nosed one finds this place, it will be evening. Animals possess a sense of territoriality. Yellow Gio had boasted that he ruled over a radius of 100 miles, but it was Huang Xian who truly held the sway. She had mentioned evening, indicating that there was no immediate danger. Huang Xian took the Buddhist relic from Yellow Gio and placed it beside the female corpse before reclining in a small armchair, leisurely smoking her cigarette. Having carried the female corpse for so long, I was utterly exhausted and wished to rest. However, Yellow Gio was quite eager, bringing out food and drink, meat and wine. Yet, the origins of these items were dubious, so I dared not partake, opting instead for a few familiar fruits to stave off hunger. After finishing my meal, Yellow Gio transformed into a dutiful servant, attending to his wife's needs, while I seized a moment of respite, closing my eyes to rest. In the afternoon, the couple departed without a word. I felt a twinge of anxiety, but considering the circumstances, I could only hope they would not betray me. After about 2 hours, Yellow Gio and Huang Xian returned together. Upon entering, Yellow Gio's face radiated excitement. Shaoli, rest assured, my wife has set up arrangements within several miles. If that bull-nosed one ventures here, he will be in for a surprise. I quickly rose to express my gratitude to Huang Xian. She waved her hand dismissively, politely stating that I need not stand on ceremony, before reclining back in her chair. Before Huang Xian, Yellow Gio exhibited no defiance, serving tea and water like a loyal attendant. As evening approached, I found myself increasingly restless, pacing the tomb. Several times I considered speaking. Yet each time I noticed Huang Xian lost in meditation, which restrained me from interrupting. Just as I was about to approach, Huang Xian suddenly opened her eyes and swiftly kicked Yellow Gio, the motion as quick as lightning. My heart raced, judging by her tone. It seemed that the arrangements made at noon had been compromised. Chapter 17. I can handle it. Huang Jiaohui clambered up from the ground, looking rather woeful. Normally, I might have offered a few words of consolation, especially considering Huang Xian's actions were somewhat excessive, particularly in front of an outsider like myself. However, given the current circumstances, I felt it prudent to remain silent. Huang Xian exhaled a puff of smoke, setting down her smoking pipe, and with a hint of charm, said, Li Yang, dear brother, I shall require a drop of your young blood. I nearly misheard it as a single drop of blood, sending shivers down my spine. The way she appeared, if not for her lower half resembling that of a yellow weasel, I might have mistaken her for a fox spirit. I pinched my fingertip, biting down to draw forth a droplet of blood. Seeing this, Huang Xian leaned in closer, her small face aglow with a smile, and said, Li Yang, would you be so kind as to place the blood on my forehead? To be honest, I felt a bit awkward, particularly with Huang Jio standing nearby. Hesitantly, I raised my hand and pressed gently on her forehead, leaving behind a small crimson mark. The bright red droplet contrasted with her petite face, lending her an ethereal quality. As the blood touched her, Huang's gaze sharpened dramatically, causing me to instinctively take a couple of steps back. Damn that old bullnose. Today, I shall ensure you return empty-handed. Her expression, filled with fierce determination, was indeed intimidating. Yet, I found solace in her words. I couldn't help but wonder, could a mere drop of blood instill such confidence and courage in her? Without addressing me, Huang turned and strode outside. Huang Jio nudged me, urging, "Little brother, let us step outside and take a look." I shared his concern. Huang might not be a match for the old bullnose, given her current state, half-transformed and physically constrained. Much like how I had previously dealt with Huang Jio, it wasn't due to a lack of skill, but rather because he wasn't human. At the entrance of the tomb, Huang Ju leaped onto my shoulder, pressing his paw against a circular protrusion, and with a rumbling sound, the tomb door descended. It seemed that after taking over, they had indeed put considerable effort into repairing the ancient mechanisms that had stood for thousands of years. The stone sealing the tomb was immensely thick. I pushed against it, realizing it was nearly impossible to open by mere human strength, which provided an added layer of security. Emerging from the thicket that concealed the tomb entrance, I discovered the entire forest surrounding the tomb complex was shrouded in thick fog. During this dry season, despite the abundance of water from the river, fog was rare in the mountains. This must have been Huang doing. Huang Jio led the way, and after walking 4 or 5 meters, we spotted Huang who was casually perched on a collapsed tombstone, her legs crossed, leisurely smoking. I intended to approach, but upon noticing the 4 vibrantly colored paper figures standing beside her, unease gripped me, prompting me to halt a few steps away. Within just a few minutes, the surrounding fog began to dissipate. Soon, sounds of cracking twigs echoed from the woods ahead. An elderly man and a young boy emerged from the forest, arriving at the open area of the tomb complex. The two groups collided directly. Upon seeing me, the young Taoist angrily pointed, exclaiming, "Master, it is this little rascal who knocked me out and stole my belongings." Compared to the young Taoist's fury, the old Taoist displayed much more composure. His gaze immediately falling upon Huang Noticing her human head, his pupils slightly constricted. Seeing that his master remained silent, the young Taoist, gripping a dark short knife, glared at me with gritted teeth, ready to advance. Alarmed, I quickly picked up a dry wooden stick from the ground, cursing myself for not thinking of it sooner. A knife would certainly be more effective against a person. Fortunately, the old Taoist seized the young one by the arm, quietly urging him to refrain from acting rashly. The young Taoist seethed with indignation, his eyes almost blazing with fury as he glared at me. Yet, faced with the half-transformed Huang the old Taoist was cautious and bowed slightly, introducing himself. "I am Lu Changxian of Laojin Mountain. May I ask how to address you, celestial being? Since ancient times, righteousness and evil have never coexisted." The old Taoist, not rushing to act, even introduced himself with a courteous demeanor. Huang exhaled a puff of smoke and, with a tone devoid of warmth, asked, "What business does a Taoist have in my domain?" Lu Changxian maintained his composure, casting a glance at me as he replied, "I seek that young fellow for a matter." Huang exhaling smoke, stated firmly, "He is my guest today. If you have business, you may visit him another day. I do not welcome Taoists here." Lu Changxian smiled faintly, straightening his posture slightly, and spoke with a firmer tone. "I have a few words to discuss privately with this young fellow." His repeated reference to me as young fellow irked me. Not waiting for Huang to respond, I impatiently interjected, "Whatever you have to say can be addressed here. There is no need for privacy." Lu Changxian replied with a smile, "Young friend, heed my advice. There are certain matters you cannot grasp. It would be wise to relinquish them early to avoid trouble." Cannot grasp? I glanced down at my hands, the image of the female corpse resurfacing in my mind. While it was indeed substantial, it seemed manageable enough. Huang Jio, perched on my shoulder, noticed my distraction and coughed lightly in my ear. Snapping back to reality, I blushed slightly and said, "No need for the Taoist's concern. I believe I can manage." Before Lu Changxian could speak, Huang immediately chimed in. "Since my guest has stated there is no need, then we shall not pursue the matter." Lu Changxian's expression darkened, his tone even colder than before. "If Huang intends to obstruct me from taking this person, then..." Huang rolled her eyes, retorting, "If you wish to take my guest, what do you take me for, Huang Lu Changxian chuckled softly, gesturing for the young Taoist to step back, then unfastened his belt. With a vigorous shake, he revealed a whip over a meter long, crafted from black dog hair. Upon seeing the whip, Huang Jio nervously cautioned Huang "Wife, that is a whip made from black dog hair. Be careful." Huang remained silent, taking a deep drag from her smoke, and as she exhaled, The smoke split into 4 streams that entered the nostrils of the 4 paper figures. Instantly, their eyes glowed green, their once stiff bodies became animated, and they fanned out toward the old Taoist. Though both Huang Jiao and Huang Xian'er could control paper figures, their methods differed vastly. Huang Jiao merely placed his offspring into the paper shell, while Huang Xian'er relied solely on her breath. The distinction was evident. This was true sorcery. However, Lu Changxian was no slouch either. With a swift flick of his whip, he unleashed a thunderous crack that dispersed the lingering fog around us. I gasped, instinctively retreating a few steps while carrying Huang Jiao. As the paper figures closed in, Lu Changxian deftly lifted his robe and, stepping forward with a peculiar gait, swung his whip at the foremost paper figure's chest. The force was such that the paper figure would surely shatter. Yet, to my astonishment, the figure merely faltered for an instant before continuing its assault toward the old Taoistess face. Just as I was taken aback, a sudden searing pain shot through my chest, as if Lu Changxian's whip had struck me instead. Chapter 18. Anger. I endured the excruciating pain in my chest. Incredulously gazing at Huang Xian and Apos, I witnessed Lu Changxian and Apos' whip strike the paper effigy once more. A drop of blood at its brow glimmered, and I immediately felt a corresponding pain as if I had been lashed by the whip. The yin-yang star shifting technique. Lu Changxian realized the issue and explained the circumstances. Huang Xian'er chuckled softly, disregarding Lu Changxuan's words, and with a flirtatious glance directed at me, said, "Rest assured, dear Li Yang, this technique will only inflict superficial wounds and shall not harm your essence." Her words brought me a sense of relief. The Taoist methods are inherently capable of countering malevolent beings, and her approach was understandable. Besides, as long as the female corpse could endure these few days, my pain was inconsequential. I suppressed my discomfort and remained silent. Ahead, 4 paper effigies, manipulated by malevolent energy, moved with remarkable agility, indistinguishable from living beings. Lu Changxuan's dog-hair whip proved ineffective against them, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. However, Huang Jiao had previously mentioned that Mount Lao not only possessed techniques for summoning rain but was also adept in thunder magic. Remarkably, Lu Changxian had yet to employ any of these abilities. Within a few fleeting minutes, Lu Changxian found himself under siege by the paper effigies. His chest garment was torn, and one effigy struck his chin, severing his grizzled goat beard with its claws. Losing his beard seemed to strike a nerve with Lu Changxian, prompting him to bellow, "Wretched beast, you shall meet your doom." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing through the air. Following this outburst, Lu Changxian rooted himself and, as the paper effigies advanced once more, swiftly formed a hand sign and released it with a sudden flourish. With a crackle, a bolt of lightning, akin to a writhing serpent, descended from the heavens, splitting into 4 arcs that struck the paper effigies. This time, Huang Xian and Apos' yin-yang star shifting technique failed to manifest its effect. The thunderous force, a manifestation of celestial power, overwhelmed the malevolent energy of the effigies, causing them to disintegrate on the spot. I observed Lu Changxian with newfound respect. The 4 bolts of lightning, each 7 to 8 meters in length, paled in comparison to the natural fury of thunder, yet their origin was human, evoking awe. With the effigies destroyed, Huang Xian'er's fury ignited. She twirled her smoke rod and leapt 5 to 6 meters into the air, exhaling a cloud of smoke. It felt as though she expelled years' worth of smoke accumulated in her lungs. The dense fog enveloped her figure, and her previously unformed lower half suddenly became statuesque. When she landed, Huang Xian'er had transformed into a tall young woman of 18 or 19 years. Steadying herself, she pointed her smoke rod menacingly at Lu Changxian. Employing the Taoist 7 star steps, Lu Changxian evaded the strike with an elusive grace and retaliated by casting a talisman. However, the bloodstain on Huang Xian'er's brow glowed once more, rendering the yellow talisman utterly ineffective. I felt no discomfort, indicating that the power of the talisman had dissipated upon transferring to a normal person like myself. At this moment, Huang Jiao, brimming with excitement, squeezed his legs together and shouted, "Go, my wife. That old Taoist is doomed." I shot him a glance, finding his exuberance reminiscent of an eager sycophant. In his fervor, Huang Jiao's beady eyes fell upon the young Taoist a mere 10 meters away, tugging at my hair as he commanded, "Little Li, keep your eyes on that brat. Don't let him escape." Though he didn't need to say it, I too kept a watchful eye. In this era, Taoist temples may not have disciples scattered far and wide, but they were certainly not few. The various sects maintained private communications, and if word of this incident spread, it would not take long for their presence to engulf the area. Such a scenario was one I wished to avoid. Amidst Huang Jiao and Apos' raucous cheers, I stealthily approached the young Taoist. Yet, he was acutely aware, and upon noticing my approach, he did not retreat but rather advanced furiously, brandishing a short knife. After a few steps, he berated me. You little wretch, having learned a few rural tricks, do you think you possess abilities just because you're a yellow-skinned creature? Upon hearing this, Huang Jio, perched upon my shoulder, clutched my shorts with one paw and pointed at the young Taoist, shouting, "Beat him! Beat him!" I echoed his sentiment, grabbing Huang Jio by the scruff and hurling him at the young Taoist. Huang Jio, realizing too late, exclaimed, "Not this again." The young Taoist wielded a knife. Aside from this tactic, I could think of no other. Huang Jio screeched as he expelled a burst of malevolent energy. The young Taoist, forewarned, deftly flipped his wrist and unleashed a yellow talisman. The talisman ignited, incinerating Huang Jio's malevolence, and he thrust a short knife, stabbing it into Huang Jio's abdomen. My heart raced with fear, worried that Huang Jio might suffer a grievous injury, and that his wife would turn against me. However, my apprehensions proved unfounded. Huang Jio's abilities were modest, and his skin was impervious to blades. The knife merely slid off its surface. I surmised this ability was likely instilled in him by his wife. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Jio lunged at the young Taoist and Apos, S face. His front paws gripping both ears while his hind paws flailed wildly. The young Taoist and Apos, S previously unblemished visage was soon marred with scratches, leaving him flustered and in pain. I had been holding my breath, my gaze fixated on the sphere of golden light at the young Taoist's abdomen. In the ensuing struggle, he attempted to pry Huang Jio from his face. Huang Jio, aware that being dislodged would spell trouble, dug his claws into the young Taoist's ears. "Ah!" The young Taoist screamed in agony, releasing his grip on the short knife as both hands sought to grasp Huang Jio. The moment the knife was discarded, I lunged forward like a leopard, my fist clenched and aimed squarely at the core of that golden light. With a resounding thud, the young Taoist's hands fell limply as he froze in place, his expression contorted in excruciating pain, resembling one in the throes of constipation. Huang Jio seized the moment to escape, leaping onto my shoulder, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at my fist. He exclaimed, "Damn, you just shattered his dantian." I too had not anticipated such an outcome. At least prior to striking, I did not believe I possessed the strength to obliterate the young Taoist's dantian. I had merely discerned the essence at his core with my spiritual sight, intending only to disrupt his energy flow. Moments later, the young Taoist emitted a wretched cry, his expression twisting painfully. He staggered a step back before collapsing to the ground, curled up in agony, unable to utter a sound. Huang Jio, ecstatic, flailed about joyously, lunging at the young Taoist's mouth. "I'll teach you to be cocky, calling me a yellow-skinned creature. Dare to call me again, and see what happens." The young Taoist lay incapacitated on the ground. I too felt a surge of elation, not merely for incapacitating him, but because the force of my punch had stirred the energy within my own dantian, converging it into my fist. It was precisely this Taoist energy that enabled me to shatter his dantian. At last, I felt invigorated. Chapter 19. Visitors from the mountains. Just as Huang Jio and I concluded our discussion, a resounding bang echoed a few meters away. Turning around, I caught sight of Huang Xian'er retracting her long leg. Lu Changxian clutched his chest, retreating awkwardly. It turned out that the little Taoist's scream had distracted Lu Changxian, allowing Huang Xian'er to sneak up on him, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. As she retracted her leg, she spun gracefully on one foot, resembling a whirling white lotus as she approached Lu Changxian. Before he could recover from the blow, the smoking rod in her hand had already pressed against his forehead. With a muffled groan, he collapsed to the ground. Huang Xian and Apos relaxed her expression, twirling the smoking rod and taking 2 deep puffs. I gazed at the 2 figures lying on the ground, my emotions fluctuating. Huang Jio picked up the short knife that had fallen from the little Taoist and handed it to me, saying, "Shaoli, strike first to avoid a flurry of blows." I understood his meaning, and I too was entangled in this dilemma. Huang Xian'er had not dealt a fatal blow, making her intentions clear. This enmity arose from me. This deadly grudge was one that their couple would not involve themselves in, leaving only me to take action. Taking the short knife from Huang Jio, I approached the little Taoist. He had suffered a ruptured dantian, having fainted from the pain earlier, but now he was awake. Seeing me approach with the knife, his eyes filled with terror, he attempted to speak several times, but fear rendered him speechless. In the face of death, everyone reacts similarly. I had taken lives before, but they were merely animals. This was my first encounter with the prospect of human life being extinguished. Prior to this moment, I had not dared even to contemplate such an act. The thought of murder ignited a sense of fear and pressure within me. My heart raced, and my body trembled slightly. I crouched down, gently patting his face. I had hoped to provoke him into cursing me, to incite my anger. In that moment, I thought that once the knife fell, all fear and hesitation would vanish. However, as I crouched, the little Taoist's fear rendered him blank, trembling violently like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Huang Xian'er followed, stating, "The forces of Laozhan are formidable if you do not kill him today." Tomorrow you will have a throng of people at your door. You may pity him now, but one day it will be he who pities you. Your sympathy for him now may not be reciprocated when the time comes. Who does not understand this logic? Yet, this was murder. It is not as simple as declaring, I have killed before, and I dare to kill. You cannot truly grasp the weight of such a statement until you hold the knife and face the person you intend to kill. Huang Jiao approached, adjusting his floral shorts. Taunting, you were quite fierce when you dealt with me a few days ago. Why the cowardice now? I wanted to retort that he was a beast. And this was a human being. However, glancing at Huang Xianer, I refrained. Huang Jiao, eager to speak further, I shot him a glare and commanded, be silent. Or you may take my place. Huang Jiao was audacious enough to consider it. In his eyes, a living person was no different from a yellow weasel in mine. Both were merely creatures in each other and Oppo's view. Yet, he would not forge this deadly enmity on my behalf. I remained crouched, observing the little Taoist and Oppo's terrified visage, drenched in cold sweat. Finally, I exhaled deeply. The little Taoist believed I was about to strike, his eyes filled with despair and dread, and soon after, a foul odor emanated from him as he lost control in sheer terror. Death. It was truly horrifying. Yet, I understood that if I let him go now, I would be the one lying on the ground next time. Perhaps I would regret it then, and my mindset might shift. But at this moment, I simply could not bring myself to do it. I discarded the short knife, feeling a wave of relief wash over me. Sister Xian and Oppo's confine them in the mountains for a few days. Huang Xianu appeared displeased. If I were to kill him, Laozhan would only turn its gaze upon me. If I released him, she too would be implicated. Huang Xianer glanced at the little Taoist and remarked, with his dantian shattered, he will struggle to survive the night without timely assistance. Little brother, I have done what I must. Now it is your turn. She was leaving me no escape, forcing me toward murder. Huang Jiao, with unrestrained enthusiasm, picked up the short knife and thrust it back into my hands, saying, close your eyes, and with one swift stroke, it will all be over. As he spoke, he approached the little Taoist, crashing his head against the Taoist's forehead, knocking him unconscious. If it must be done, so be it. I took a deep breath and walked toward the little Taoist once more. My heart was devoid of hesitation, and my fears seemed to have diminished significantly. Yet, just then, I abruptly halted, my gaze drawn toward the immense mountains behind the tombs. A wave of terrifying pressure surged toward us like a tempest. Huang Jiao and Huang Xianer instinctively turned to follow my gaze, and they stood frozen in place. Huang Xianer's face turned pale with fear as she trembled, declaring, they're coming. The beings from the mountains are approaching. In the next moment, a vast cloud of black mist enveloped the distant mountains, swiftly rolling toward us. Wherever the mist passed, everything seemed to be engulfed by darkness, instilling a sense of dread and trepidation. The black mist moved with incredible speed, crossing the mountains in the blink of an eye. Arriving at the tombs and coming to a halt, the mist dissipated, revealing a dozen figures, each shrouded in black cloth, their eyes obscured yet dark and menacing. Resembling malevolent mummies, they gave the impression of not being of this world. A tremendous sense of oppression left me breathless. Seconds later, Huang Xianer and Huang Jiao collapsed to the ground, their foreheads pressed against the earth, paralyzed with fear. You there? The tallest shadow among them turned to me, issuing a cold inquiry. Where is the Mountain Lord? The Mountain Lord? What Mountain Lord? I stammered, my heart racing with fear under the overwhelming pressure that felt as if a mountain were crushing me, the sky collapsing. With each word I uttered, I bore the weight of immense terror. The leader in black glared coldly at Huang Jiao, exclaiming, little demon. Huang Jiao quickly bowed his head, signaling his compliance. You tell him, the black-clad figure commanded. Yes. Huang Jiao dared not refute, responding submissively as he rose to my side and tugged at my pant leg, saying, kid, they are that woman's family. Don't waste time. Hurry and bring her out. I had an inkling of the situation, but after a full 15 years, even losing a dog would prompt inquiries. Yet they had not sought her out for 15 years, and now that the scent of incense wafted, they suddenly appeared. Were they perhaps coveting the corpse's essence? Seeing my hesitation, Huang Jiao's face reflected despair as he tugged at my pant leg again, imploring, kid, prey on the weak. Bow to the strong. You must face reality. You have no choice in this matter. Do as they say and quickly bring that woman out. No choice. That phrase pierced my heart. When one is weak, what choice is there? To roar in anger, to swear vengeance, to summon a spirit unafraid of death? Such bravado is merely a jest in the eyes of others. I clenched my fists, ultimately left with no option but to submit. Chapter 20. Not one of us. Huang Jiao accompanied me back to the tomb, reassuring me along the way, don't overthink it. That's just how the world works. Power is what commands respect. Moreover, the things that emerge from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains are not merely the result of hard work. I remained silent. Huang Jiao shrugged, adding, I know some people from the Shishan Fox clan, a bunch of enchanting vixens. When the time comes, I'll introduce you to one. I guarantee you'll live without a care. Still, I said nothing. Upon returning to the tomb chamber, the sight of the female corpse lying on the wooden bed deepened my turmoil. Observing my expression, Huangjiu cleared his throat. I and Amp, Oppos, LL wait outside. If you have something to say, keep it brief. My wife is still out there. Lu Changxian barely lasted 10 minutes in front of Huang Xian. Yet Huang Xian couldn't even lift her head in front of those bizarre individuals. This exemplifies power. I remained silent, not from a lack of desire to speak, but from uncertainty about what to say. If even she could not be protected, what use was there in saying more? After a few seconds of contemplation, I exhaled deeply, tidied up the bag my mother had given me, and draped it over the female corpse and Amp, Oppos' shoulder, lifting her in my arms. At the entrance of the tomb chamber, Huangjiu, upon seeing me carry the corpse, sighed in relief. The group of black-clad figures outside, upon seeing the corpse in my embrace, immediately knelt, exclaiming, "We welcome the Mountain Master." Mountain Master? Was that the name of the corpse, or perhaps the legendary Mountain Master? If it referred to the mythical Mountain Master, then it was a being of divine stature, revered in folklore akin to that of a celestial being. As the saying goes, it is not the height of the mountain that matters, but the presence of a deity. The deity spoken of is the ruler of the mountain. After they knelt, the group stood up, seemingly hesitant to approach the corpse. The leader among them inquired, "Where is the Mountain Master's coffin?" My heart felt hollow, as if struck by an immense blow, leaving me devoid of thought or action. I merely wished for an end. Hearing his question, I casually replied, "It's been used to bury my grandfather." What? The black-clad man was taken aback, quickly followed by anger. A tremendous pressure enveloped me, causing veins to bulge on my forehead. Yet at that moment, the female corpse's tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open. The black-clad man exclaimed in surprise, swiftly suppressing his aura. This scene furrowed my brow, sparking an idea. They feared her. Perhaps I could leverage that to keep them here. After all, if they made a move, it would be tantamount to offending the corpse. However, before I could voice my thoughts, Huangjiu tremulously interjected, "Esteemed sirs, I happen to have an unused coffin at home that the Mountain Master could use." I felt a surge of anger. Did this sycophant have to speak? But under the scrutiny of the dozen black-clad figures, I dared not show my fury. Just as I was about to assert that the corpse did not wish to leave, the leader of the black-clad men warned, "Kid, do not harbor any unrealistic notions. Let the past remain in the past. As for the future, you are not one of us. There will be no further entanglements. Forcing connections is detrimental to both you and her." Had he not spoken those words, I might have managed to stifle my anger. But upon hearing him, I could not hold back. "Who do you think you are? Are you a parasite in her womb? Just because you say we are not one of us, does that make it so?" Huangjiu, witnessing my defiance against the group, trembled in fear. Grasping my pant leg, he pleaded, "Li Gu, no, ancestor. If you're not afraid of death, please don't implicate me. I have an elderly parent and young children. Have mercy and spare my family." In that moment, Huangjiu appeared truly humble. Yet, his words did not evoke pity. Instead, they demonstrated his willingness to lower his head to protect his family. And what about me? Perhaps due to the corpse's awakening, the black-clad figures refrained from redirecting their ire toward me. One of them unfurled a swath of black cloth, producing a wooden plaque and tossing it to the ground. "In 6 months, if you have the ability to enter the 10,000 Great Mountains, perhaps we may meet again." His words were merely a form of consolation, as his tone conveyed a clear implication. I would not possess such capability. At this moment, Huang Xian summoned a coffin using her supernatural abilities, opening it and gazing at me with pleading eyes. I remained still, my mind racing with various thoughts. I contemplated having the couple leap onto the corpse, utilizing her intimidation to facilitate our escape. As for Lu Changxian and his disciple, as long as I could protect the corpse, I wouldn't mind taking the blame if the black-clad figures killed them and framed me. However, just as I was preparing to lay my cards on the table, the voice that had previously echoed in the cave resounded in my ear, "Hand me over to them, or you will be unable to protect me for the next 3 days." It was her. I looked down at the female corpse. Her eyes had closed again, as if she were asleep. At that moment, I longed to assure her that I could protect her like a man. Yet, I understood that it was not that simple. Even if I managed to repel Lu Changxian and intimidate the black-clad figures, others such as Zhang Changxian, the yellow-clad and white-clad figures would follow. Moreover, after today's events, Huang Xian might not offer her assistance again. The corpse indicated that these individuals would not harm her. As I hesitated, her voice echoed again, "Rest assured. It won't be long before I come looking for you." "Come looking for me?" I frowned, thinking to myself that as long as she remained unharmed and could survive the perilous period, there would be no need for her to seek me out. Though I thought this, I felt a twinge of reluctance, having spent so much time together. Ultimately, I felt that even if she were a calamity, She could come if she wished. The black-clad figures grew increasingly impatient, the cold black mist thickening around us, shrouding the already dark forest in an even deeper gloom. The corpse finally spoke, and I had no choice but to yield, carrying her to the coffin and gently placing her inside. I had remained silent until now, but finally spoke. "This is the outfit my mother bought for you. Please wear it when you return." The corpse did not respond, though the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Before I could steal another glance, Huang Xian hastily closed the coffin lid. As the lid sealed, the black mist enveloped us instantly. In that moment, I felt every cell in my body succumb to the weight of that power. When I regained my senses, the black mist had receded like a tide, vanishing into the vast mountains. Huang Jiao and Huang Xian collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. I staggered a couple of steps before succumbing to exhaustion and sitting down. The presence of such a formidable being was undeniable, gazing into the depths of the mountains. I felt both trepidation and curiosity. What secrets lay hidden there? Yet for me, it was merely a lofty summit, unattainable. Not one of us. I scoffed, picking up the wooden plaque from the ground and stowing it away without a glance. After the earlier events, the three of us, Huang Jiao, Huang Xian, and I, fell into a heavy silence. After a long while, Huang Jiao finally exhaled, breaking the stillness. "Li Xiaoga, what are your plans from here?" Plans? My mind felt empty, as if I had suddenly lost my most cherished plaything. As for plans. Chapter 21. Leaving home, I did not immediately respond to Huang Jiao's words. Instead, gazing at the vast sky above. The night sky was adorned with twinkling stars, yet beneath the spiritual eye, the dark forest revealed flickers of light. It was this meager illumination that prevented me from succumbing entirely to darkness. Soon, I managed to dispel my negative emotions and stood up to call out to Huang Xian. "Sister Xian," I wished for assistance, hoping to release Lu Changxian by tomorrow afternoon. However, reflecting on the significant help I had already received, and with the departure of the female corpse, the previous promises now felt impossible to fulfill. The words lingered on the tip of my tongue. Yet I found myself momentarily at a loss. Moreover, as I called out, I noticed an expression of impatience crossing Huang Xian's face. I offered a sheepish smile and mustered the courage to say, "Sister Xian and Apos, she communicated with me before leaving, stating she would return soon, and at that time, all my promises will be honored." Huang Xian and Apos, S expression remained largely unchanged, though a hint of fatigue was evident as she replied, "I can keep those two troublesome individuals detained until tomorrow morning. You should arrange your plans swiftly." With that, Huang Xian reverted to her half-human, half-beast form and strode towards the ancient tomb. Huang Jiao, observing his wife and Apos' retreating figure, comforted me, "Do not take it to heart. My wife merely has a sharp tongue, but a tender heart." Seeing Huang Jiao still conversing with me, Huang Xian and Apos, snapped, "Aran and Apos, to you coming back? Do you wish for our entire family to be reduced to nothing?" Huang Jiao looked at me with a troubled expression, and I smiled gently. "Go on. I can handle my own affairs." Grateful, Huang Jiao patted his chest, acknowledging our bond as brothers. I found myself speechless, wondering if he had watched too many gangster films. Nonetheless, warmth spread through my heart. The ancient tomb was Huang Jiao's home, a place I could not enter. Huang Xian's attitude was clear. The past was to be laid to rest, and from now on, we would tread separate paths, devoid of any further connection. After a brief respite, I chose to ignore Lu Changxian and his apprentice. Since Huang Xian had agreed, she would see it through to the end. Exiting the forest, I realized it was already late into the night. Gazing at the silent wilderness, the emptiness within me expanded infinitely. I felt adrift, unable to envision a bright future. Human aspirations are manifold, yet the imposing aura emanating from the man in black felt like a shackle, binding my ambitions. Even recalling it left me with a profound sense of helplessness. Upon returning to the old residence, I unleashed my anger upon the desolate expanse, venting the pressures that had accumulated within. After a cathartic release, I retrieved the wooden token from my pocket. It was a piece of blackwood, dark enough to absorb light, intricately carved on one side with a lifelike five-clawed dragon. The reverse bore a simple white character, devoid of any additional embellishments. Gripping the token tightly, I recalled the haughty tone of the man in black, and in my fury, I finally shattered the chains that bound my heart. Was it not merely the 10,000 great mountains? No matter how towering, I would take my first step forward. Mount Laozhan would serve as the stepping stone for my journey. However, I could not allow them to find me in the village, as that would endanger my parents. Entering the city became my sole option. I pulled out the address left by my uncle, number 85, Qingning Street, Provincial City. At dawn the following day, I shouldered my grandfather's bag and descended the mountain early. I had intended to avoid my mother, planning to leave a note informing her of my search for my uncle. Yet, she remained seated beneath the eaves, her gaze somewhat vacant. They say a mother and child share a deep connection, Although she had not witnessed the events of the past days, she might have sensed something amiss. When she saw me, her demeanor shifted abruptly, and she hurried to take the burden from my shoulders. I feigned nonchalance, stating, "Mother, when my father returns, please let him know that everything has been resolved." My mother hesitated, asking, "What about that girl?" I replied, "Her family came to pick her up. She left last night." I smiled, but no matter how casual I tried to appear, I could not conceal the truth from my mother. As she brushed off the straw from my clothing, she comforted me. "If she is gone, then so be it. It's no great matter. When the time is right, after selling the family cow, I will find you a good girl to marry." Her words made me blush and feel a pang of melancholy. In the mountains, people marry young. My peer, little Fatty, became a father last year. Had I not pursued my studies, perhaps I would have followed suit. After a few more words, my mother went to the kitchen to prepare noodles for me. Seizing the opportunity, I packed my grandfather's belongings, the yellow talismans I had taken from the little Taoist, and the short blade, along with several decent-looking outfits. After all, I could not appear too shabby in the city. My mother returned with a bowl of egg noodles and paused when she noticed my backpack. I stood up to accept the bowl, inhaling the aroma before indulging in a hearty meal. After a couple of bites, I noticed my mother still standing there, and I casually mentioned, "Mother, I want to find my uncle." Upon hearing this, she clenched her fist visibly. Yang, have you encountered some trouble? Tell me, and I will help you." My uncle had instructed me to seek him out should I face difficulties. My mother misunderstood my intentions, so I explained the situation. She remained skeptical and retreated to the inner room. When she emerged, she handed me a tightly wrapped handkerchief, saying, "This is the money I saved from selling eggs. Take it with you. Once you find your uncle in the city, send word back to me." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. I, being unaccustomed to expressing emotions, quickly smiled and reassured her, "Mother, what are you doing? Each year, someone from the village goes to work in the city. I'm only going to find my uncle. There's no need to worry." I accepted the money, for I had no other means, no fare for the journey, and I knew my mother would not rest easy unless I took it. Fearing she might break down in front of me, my mother retreated into the house. The moment I stepped outside, tears streamed down my face. The 3 dilapidated tile-roofed houses, though worn, were filled with the warmth of home. I had often contemplated that this place could very well be my lifelong route, where I would marry and raise a family, living an ordinary life. Yet, taking this step forward meant I could never return. Perhaps I would never again find such a feeling in my life. I wondered if every person who leaves their hometown experiences such sentiments. At this moment, those thoughts consumed me. I hesitated not, nor dared to look back. Upon exiting the village, the wind dried my tears, and I rubbed my face, steadying my emotions. As I climbed the bullhead slope, I suddenly heard movement behind me. Turning, I saw Huang Jio, clad in floral shorts and carrying a flamboyant bag, running towards me, panting heavily. I gazed at him in astonishment. Huang Jio, catching his breath, grinned widely. "Brother, how could you venture into the dazzling world beyond without your old friend?" I furrowed my brow. His arrival felt less like a mission and more akin to a runaway. Huang Xian'er was a formidable presence. I had no desire to provoke her. I kicked Huang Jio aside, saying, "Go play elsewhere." With that, I ignored him and continued my solitary journey down the mountain. Chapter 22. The flavor of grandfather. After walking several hundred meters, I stole a glance behind and saw Huang Jio trailing closely behind me, which elicited a satisfied smile. If Huang Xian and Appos were to pursue the matter later, it would not be my doing that led Huang Jio away, but rather his own choice, absolving me of any responsibility. Throughout the journey, I paid no attention to Huang Jio, who, sensing my intentions, silently followed. As we neared the town, Huang Jio finally caught up, ingratiatingly saying, "Li Xiaoge, we are about to enter the crowd. You must help me, or else I'll be like a rat crossing the street." With everyone shouting for my downfall, taking his cue, I paused to rest. Huang Jio squinted his small eyes and chuckled softly. I scrutinized him from head to toe, stroking my chin, and remarked, "I prefer your untamed spirit when you call me Xiao Li Zi. Why not revert to that?" "Absolutely not, Li Go. From now on, you are my brother. Whoever dares to call you Xiao Li Zi will have me, Huang Jio, to contend with first." Huang Jio, clad in flamboyant shorts, jumped onto a nearby decayed tree stump, striking a pose as though swearing an oath to the heavens. However, I needed to have a serious talk with him, otherwise he would concoct an array of names for me. "You wish to enter the city with me?" Huang Jio nodded eagerly. "Then we must consider the logistics. Look at your appearance. Once in the city, you'll be a sight to behold. I will have to take care of your every need. One Ti?" Huang Jio's eyes darted around, but I spoke the truth, leaving him without a rebuttal. "All these factors amount to considerable expenses, wouldn't you agree?" With a hint of embarrassment, Huang Jio replied, "I will try to eat less." "Brother, look, I even brought some items with me." He conspiratorially leaned in. producing a jade bracelet and a few small golden beans. I swatted his hand away, saying, "Don't think I'm a fool just because I've never drunk tap water. These items, if sold, would land you in prison the very next day. You know better than I what their origins are." With no other options, Huang Jiao grimaced and suggested, "How about I owe you first?" "Absolutely not," I promptly rejected. "You should return home to your wife." Huang Jiao shuddered at the thought, shaking his head vigorously. No, that is absolutely out of the question. Spending even one more day with that wretched woman feels like enduring hell itself. His description was rather humanized. This 1T work, that 1T work. What do you propose? I threw my hands up, preparing to enter the town alone. Huang Jiao caught up, gripping my pant leg. "Li Guo, tell me. What must I do to appease you?" I had been waiting for this question for quite some time. "Why are you so stubborn? You never close your eyes until you're in the coffin. I want something, and you know it clearly." I felt somewhat speechless. I had once believed my grandfather's words, thinking Huang Jiao was dim-witted, but now I dared not hold that view. He was quite cunning. Huang Jiao hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "I can't give you the Buddha's relic, but I can lend it to you. You can take it whenever you need it." How does that sound? Judging by his expression, it seemed to be his bottom line. I considered it. As long as I could use it whenever I wanted, it was tantamount to owning it myself. Moreover, carrying a sacred object of the Buddhist faith daily was wise. I nodded in agreement, and Huang Jiao instantly burst into a dance of joy. However, taking him into the city was no simple task, akin to bringing along a pet. I emptied half of my bag's contents, allowing him to hide inside. With Huang Jiao by my side, the journey became much less monotonous. From him, I learned that he and Huang Xian'er were a couple of convenience, with Huang Xian'er being the one who came into the relationship later, while he remained a bachelor at heart. Thus, out of 7 little yellow creatures, only one was his biological offspring. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and sympathy, teasing. While others typically marry a table of mahjong, you've managed to assemble a whole football team. That is quite a model for the public. In response to my jest, Huang Jiao solemnly stated, "Actually, my wife treats me quite well." There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Just as I was beginning to regard him as a good man, Huang Jiao's eyes suddenly sparkled. He leaped from the bag, one foot on the backpack and the other on my head, proclaiming with fervor, "Born as a yellow creature, I shall traverse the world, witness its beauty, and indulge in its pleasures." His exuberant declaration was abruptly cut short as I shoved him back into the bag. The small mountain town, though not densely populated, still had a few passers-by. "Keep your voice down. If you continue to prance around like this in the provincial city, you'll surely end up dissected for research purposes for years," I threatened him. Huang Jiao was somewhat intimidated. After all, as a talking yellow creature, he was acutely aware of his uniqueness. The town offered buses to the provincial city, and I purchased a ticket, boarding the bus without incident. By 4 in the evening, the bus arrived at the provincial station. I was famished and parched after a day without food or drink. However, upon disembarking, I was immediately struck dumb by the splendor before me. The farthest I had ever traveled was to the county seat, where I spent 3 years. Yet, due to poor family conditions, I hardly ventured outside during that time. Fortunately, those 3 years had broadened my horizons and taught me much. I bought a bottle of water from a roadside stall, and while drinking, I encountered a construction worker who had won 50,000 yuan from a lottery ticket. He was planning to sell his winning bottle cap for 100 yuan to cover his fare to Beijing. I felt uneasy and quickly moved away. Reaching the main road, I hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take me to 85 Qingning Street. The driver scrutinized me the entire way, and upon arrival, charged me 50 yuan using his radio. Being new to the city, I did not argue and paid promptly. However, as the taxi driver reversed, he carelessly crashed into the greenery. Huang Jiao peeked out, disdainfully remarking, "Does he really think we're so naive just because we've never drunk tap water?" I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The 100 yuan I had given the driver was actually a mere piece of white paper. In retrospect, I had profited 50 yuan. I patted my backpack, reminding Huang Jiao, "Keep a low profile. I've heard there are many capable individuals in the city. Don't let anyone discover you, or it will be the end of you." Huang Jiao quickly withdrew his head. Following the street signs, I soon found 85 Qingning Street. It was a facade decorated in an ancient style, with a half-meter-high fish tank at the entrance housing several feng shui fish. The sign read, "Li Ji Consulting." Flanking the entrance were wooden plaques displaying an absurd couplet. On the left, fortune-telling and divination to ensure smooth sailing. On the right, feng shui and geomancy to protect your ancestors for generations. I frowned slightly, double-checking the address. There was no mistake. 85 Qingning Street was indeed correct. My second uncle was involved in this as well. No wonder whenever he returned home, my father would inquire about his occupation, and he would always respond evasively. Additionally, that couplet reeked of my grandfather and aunt, Apos' influence. All in all, the impression it left me with could be summarized in 3 words: utterly unreliable. Chapter 23. Secrets that must not be revealed. I now feel like a country bumpkin entering the city, my heart racing with anxiety. Peering inside the shop, I noticed no one was there, and I hesitated to step in. However, I did catch a glimpse of the interior layout. There was an aquarium at the entrance, which in feng shui is believed to attract wealth. In the southeast corner of the shop rested a mountain stone, symbolizing a solid backing. Water in front invites fortune, while a mountain behind brings blessings. It was a typical feng shui arrangement. The more I looked, the more familiar it seemed. After a few moments of contemplation, I smacked my forehead in realization. How could I forget? This was the very feng shui arrangement my grandfather had set for the village's pig farmer, Qian Dafang. When I was 9, logically, such a setup in a business should ensure prosperity, or at least a smooth sailing. Yet, my grandfather and Appo's free consultation for Qian Dafang had resulted in a disastrous drop in pig prices within half a month, leading to Qian and Appo's bankruptcy. I heard he now works in a factory tightening screws. The more I observed, the more I was convinced that the owner of this shop must be my second uncle. The resemblance was unmistakable. Just as I was about to enter and greet him, the back door of the shop swung open. A middle-aged man in a suit stepped out, followed closely by my uncle. Both of them engaged in jovial conversation. Upon seeing my uncle, I felt a surge of excitement and waved eagerly from my tiptoes. My uncle noticed me, displaying a hint of surprise in his eyes, but quickly returned to his banter with the suited man. I felt a pang of disappointment. The person closest to me seemed to disregard my presence for the sake of a stranger. However, I soon reasoned that this man was likely my uncle's client, and I set aside my discontent to wait patiently. My uncle escorted the suited man to the door, smiling as he said, "Mr. Wong, we shall see you tomorrow morning." The man adjusted his suit, shook my uncle's hand, and then entered a sleek black sedan. I was taken aback. My uncle had just shaken hands with such an important figure. It appeared he was doing quite well in the city. As his only nephew, I felt a sense of pride, convinced that I would share in his fortune. As Mr. Wong's car drove away, my uncle turned and lunged towards me, joyfully exclaiming, "You little rascal, why did you sneak in here? Everything all right at home?" When asked about home, I thought of the female corpse. She mentioned she would come looking for me soon, but I did not know how soon that would be. I had called her a calamity, yet the absence of her presence these past few days left me feeling hollow. Such emotions were foreign to me, and I never anticipated that they would arise from someone I had known for merely a few days. Overwhelmed, I replied to my uncle, "It's a long story." My uncle's smile faded instantly, and he embraced me, saying, "Let us go inside and talk." Once in the shop, he poured me a glass of water. I began to examine the interior more closely. It was adorned in an antique style, fitting for this line of work. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, "Uncle, is this your shop?" "It's rented," he replied while handing me the water. I could see genuine happiness in his eyes upon my arrival. Thirsty from my journey, I gulped down the water, prompting my uncle to fetch more for me. As I observed the shop, I inquired, "Has Grandpa shared his knowledge with you? Can he really earn money with those rudimentary skills?" My uncle, pouring more water, responded, "What are you saying, child?" I took the cup from him and followed him to a chair in the corner. "Once seated," he said, "you've learned quite a bit from your grandfather. So you should understand that feng shui is not an all-powerful remedy. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any poor people in this world." While this was indeed true, my uncle had told the whole story. My grandfather was, in truth, half-baked in his expertise. I considered revealing to my uncle that I had obtained the second volume of the teachings, and with mastery, I could wield my grandfather's abilities. Yet, as the thought crossed my mind, it felt as if an invisible hand had closed around my throat, rendering me speechless. A chill ran down my spine. My grandfather had warned me that certain truths should remain unspoken, secrets that must not be revealed. Whenever these forbidden subjects arose, a force would intervene to prevent disclosure. I sensed that was precisely what had just occurred. Was the second volume of the book somehow connected to this realm? Amidst my apprehension, a flicker of excitement emerged. For touching upon such profound matters often bore significant implications. My uncle remained oblivious to my unease, rising to bring forth a plate of pastries, continuing, "Your grandfather was always stubbornly clinging to the truth. However, in today's society, honesty does not guarantee wealth. It's fortunate you're here. I'll introduce you to the world outside, lest you spend your entire life cooped up at home and, in a few years, end up like your father, lacking ambition." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but devour the pastries, prompting my uncle to pause in surprise, asking, "Have you not eaten all day?" After washing down the morsels with water, I nodded. My uncle immediately stood up, admonishing, "You should have said something sooner. Come, I'll treat you to a feast." At that moment, Huangjiu, who had been cooped up in my backpack, poked his head out, exclaiming, Uncle, I want to eat too." His sudden outburst startled my uncle. Hastily, I shoved Huangjiu back into the bag, allowing my uncle to regain his composure and inquire, "What is going on here?" A few cookies were hardly sufficient for me, so I suggested, "How about we head to a restaurant and discuss while we dine?" My uncle steadied himself, locked the shop door, and led me to a modest car. The vehicle, though not as impressive as Mr. Wong's, was still a significant asset, given that our village boasted few tractors. I was astonished that despite my grandfather's tarnished reputation, my uncle had managed to acquire a car. As for how my uncle inherited our grandfather's skills, that was no mystery. He was my grandfather's own son. I settled into the car, curiously exploring my surroundings, filled with envy. My uncle sighed. "Even in the city, I'm barely making ends meet. It's not as glamorous as you might think." I rolled my eyes. "I don't buy it. You must be downplaying things to keep me from eating too much." My uncle was momentarily speechless. I added that Mr. Wong is quite prosperous, but I sensed some troubles regarding his children. The more I spoke, the more exhilarated I became. My uncle's wealth translated into my own culinary delights. "Good lad," my uncle praised. "Now tell me, how many children does Mr. Wong have?" I had merely glanced at him, yet a mental image lingered. After some reflection, I replied, "One son and one daughter, both alive." My uncle corrected me. "Yes, one son and one daughter, but his son has passed away. And the one in trouble now is his daughter." Wait a moment. I had used my spiritual sight. There shouldn't have been any errors. Chapter 24. Welcoming a look of bewilderment crossed my face. Could it be that my spiritual perception was malfunctioning? At that moment, the red light turned green, and my uncle pressed the accelerator, driving us forward with a grave tone. Earning money from General Wong and Appo's family is no easy task, but this deal is crucial for me. General Wong is a prominent figure in the provincial capital. If I succeed in this venture, my reputation will soar. As the saying goes, fame is feared by men, while women dread being overweight. But in the realm of feng shui and geomancy, the opposite holds true. The greater the reputation, the quicker the money flows. Yet, more than the allure of profit and networking, I was intrigued by the events surrounding General Wong's family. However, my uncle deftly shifted the subject. "Let's not discuss that now. I will take you to see for yourself tomorrow morning. But first, tell me about the yellow. What is the story with the yellow spirit?" Upon hearing my uncle mention it, Huangjio eagerly poked his head out, introducing himself. "Uncle, my name is Huangjio." The sight of a yellow creature addressing him as uncle left my uncle with a peculiar expression. Fortunately, being in the same field, he had a strong capacity for acceptance and managed a reluctant nod in response. I omitted the lengthy tale of our journey through the mountains and succinctly recounted the events involving Huangjio and the female corpse. I also didn't shy away from discussing the matter concerning Liu Changxian and his apprentice, expecting my uncle to express concern as I was entangled with a formidable adversary. Instead, he comforted me nonchalantly. "Rest assured, we are in a big city with different rules. Besides, I will be here to support you if anything arises." Though my uncle had not studied the lower chapters, his capabilities were certainly limited. Yet, his words warmed my heart. Sometimes, the support from a family member is more valuable than anything else. My uncle parked the car in front of a restaurant, and Huangjio discreetly retreated into my bag. Upon entering, my uncle requested a private room. Once we ordered and the waiter departed, Huangjio could hardly contain himself, leaping out to gulp down tea. "I was parched," he exclaimed after quenching his thirst. My uncle scrutinized Huangjio and turned to me. Yang, with Huangjio as your partner, have you considered becoming a spirit medium?" Huangjio's expression brightened at the suggestion. I shot him a disdainful glance. "Him? He is hardly fit to pose as a master spirit." My uncle chuckled in disbelief. I had encountered several spirit mediums in the provincial capital, and none of them could match Huangjio's credentials. Huangjio, overhearing this, puffed up proudly. As soon as I stepped into the city, I sensed that there isn't a worthy opponent within 100 miles. Here, I am the absolute. Before he could finish his proclamation, I swiftly grasped him by the neck and shoved him beneath the table just as the waiter entered with our dishes. The conversation abruptly ceased. Yet, Huangjio and Appo's earlier words sparked my curiosity. As a creature with territorial instincts and keen senses, coupled with my uncle and Appo's statement, could it be true that this city lacked formidable spirit mediums or supernatural beings? Once all the dishes were served, Huangjio leaped back onto the table, protesting. I hadn't finished my sentence. My uncle and I exchanged glances, silently urging him to continue. Posing dramatically, one hand on his hip and the other pointing skyward, he proclaimed, "I am the king of this city." Then, casting a furtive glance my way, he corrected himself sheepishly. Beast King, Beast King." I shot him a warning glare. Had he not corrected himself, he would have already found himself out on the street, gazing at the spread before us. I had no desire to engage in conversation. I simply wished to eat. Disapprovingly, I set aside a plate for Huangjio and began my meal. An hour later, the table was cleared, and in my uncle's astonished gaze, Huang Jio and I had eaten to our heart's content. I then noticed my uncle's bowl was completely clean, and I felt a twinge of embarrassment. He chuckled. "It's all right. I'm not hungry. You're still growing. Eat as much as you need." Having an uncle like him was truly a blessing. However, as I glanced at Huang Jio, my disdain grew. Half of the dishes had been consumed by him. I scolded. "With such an appetite, you should be the one paying for the meal." Huang Jio, sensing the gravity of my words, quickly unbuckled a small pouch he had been clutching and began rummaging through it. I was curious about its contents, but he cleverly shielded it from my view, turning away as he produced bracelets and gold nuggets to present to my uncle. I recognized the items as nothing extraordinary, but my uncle examined them thoughtfully. I remained focused on Huang Jio and Appo's pouch, which seemed small yet still bulged with hidden treasures. However, he guarded it closely. There was no rush. I was confident that if he possessed something valuable, it would eventually come to me. I turned to my uncle, inquiring if those items could be sold. Instead of answering, he looked to Huang Jio. "Don't worry about it. This is his meal expense. Whatever it can fetch, let it be," I asserted. Only then did my uncle agree to take them, saying, "I will see if I can find a suitable buyer." On our way back, my uncle purchased some bedding and set up a makeshift bed for me in the store, promising to find me a proper place in a few days. Huang Jio disappeared within minutes of entering the store, likely searching for a hiding spot. While he was away, I asked my uncle if it was indeed true that the city's spirit mediums were inferior to Huang Jio. He replied, "Those capable of human speech have likely cultivated for over 200 years. Indeed, such beings are rare in the city. Strengthening your relationship with him may prove beneficial in the future." I found myself at a loss for words, with Huang Jio's timid demeanor. It was no wonder the city folk turned to science, having never encountered the extraordinary. Noticing my silence, my uncle patted my shoulder, encouraging me to rest well, as he would come to fetch me tomorrow morning for our visit to General Wang's household, reminding me to bring Huang Jio along. After my uncle left, I remained in the store, and soon Huang Jio reappeared through the back door, his pouch now missing, presumably stashed away. After wandering around the store for a while, he vanished again. As this was my first time away from home, I found it difficult to sleep, clutching the wooden plaque in my hand. I couldn't help but recall the words of the man in black. "We are not of the same kind." Were we truly so different? Yet, knowing that the lower chapters had touched upon profound mysteries, perhaps in 6 months, I could venture into the depths of the mountains. With this thought, I found myself wishing she wouldn't seek me out. I resolved to personally bring her back. The allure of imagination often stirs excitement. Feeling wide awake, I decided to rise, switch on a small lamp, and peruse the book. I intended to memorize its contents to avoid the inconvenience and potential danger of having to reference it repeatedly. In the midst of my recitation, I also attempted to channel the thread of chi within me. Unbeknownst to me, dawn broke outside. Despite having not slept a wink, I felt invigorated rather than fatigued. Around 8 o'clock, Huang Jio stealthily returned. We maintained a mutual understanding of personal space, yet seeing him with his shifty eyes, I reminded him to stay out of trouble. Shortly after, my uncle arrived at the store. After I freshened up and changed into a clean outfit, I followed him to General Wang's residence. Chapter 25. The half-hearted uncle in my eyes. My uncle's shop seemed luxurious. However, upon arriving at the hillside villa and entering the Wang family estate, I realized that my uncle and Appo's shop was merely a shabby street stall. In middle school, I had read about Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden, yet I could not fathom her feelings at the time. Now, I have experienced it firsthand. The villa's courtyard is expansive, and upon entering, one is greeted by a narrow, artificial river, its water crystal clear and azure, encircling the entire estate. Just this artificial river alone leads me to conclude that this layout has been meticulously planned, if I am not mistaken. There is also a swimming pool at the back of the villa. It is a quintessential example of favorable feng shui, promising prosperity. In such a fortunate arrangement, even if the household is not thriving, it is unlikely to face destitution. Of course, as my uncle stated, human effort is paramount. Feng shui merely serves as an auxiliary influence. Wishing to assist my uncle in this endeavor, I opened my spiritual eye upon entering. The atmosphere above the villa appeared normal, suggesting that even if issues arise within the household, they are not likely to stem from feng shui. The specifics can only be elucidated by hearing Mr. Wang elaborate on the matter. The butler guided us into the living room, which, in stark contrast to the exterior, was much simpler. It was evident that Mr. Wang was not a nouveau riche. He possessed a certain taste. Seated on the sofa in the living room, Mr. Wang appeared more haggard than the previous day. He did not rise, but merely acknowledged us with a gesture. My uncle sat beside Mr. Wang, preparing to discuss business. I, carrying Huang Jio, sat awkwardly on the side. Yesterday, my uncle mentioned that Mr. Wang had a son and a daughter, but his son had died, which seemed inconsistent with what I observed. While my uncle conversed with him, I took another look. This time, I perceived more clearly. His aura was quite mixed. The brilliance above him indicated a successful individual, one whose career was on an upward trajectory. However, the dimness surrounding the aspect of his children hinted at misfortune, subtly overshadowing his brilliance. This was understandable. With a child in distress, his business would undoubtedly suffer, and the once flourishing fortunes would wane as a result. Nevertheless, I did not dwell on this. My primary concern was regarding his children's aura. From my observations, it appeared that both his son and daughter were still alive. How could my uncle claim that his son had died? Mr. Wong must have shared the situation with my uncle yesterday, as their conversation was brief. My uncle inquired about Mr. Wong's daughter, to which Mr. Wong responded with a hint of resentment. I followed Mr. Lee's instructions last night, yet the situation has not improved. It has worsened. Hearing such words made me uneasy, especially considering my uncle's half-heartedness might jeopardize the situation. The Wong family, based on their feng shui configuration, surely had connections in this regard. They could not be easily swindled with mere words. Upon hearing this, my uncle visibly panicked. At this moment, the butler interjected, "Mr. Lee, if you lack the capability, it would be wise to refrain from meddling. Mr. Wong has already invited a master from Hong Kong, arriving tomorrow." My uncle's eagerness for this business deal was causing him to flounder, leaving him momentarily speechless. Seeing my uncle's distress, I, as his eldest nephew, felt restless as well. I cleared my throat and shared my observations. However, when I mentioned that Mr. Wong's son should still be alive, the butler suddenly scolded, "You, a mere child, should not speak out of turn. Our young master passed away 3 years ago." Mr. Wong and Appo's eyes brightened momentarily at the beginning of my statement, as if grasping at hope. But they dimmed once I suggested his son was still alive. Unlike the old butler, he exhibited disappointment rather than agitation. I felt embarrassed. After all, it had been 3 years. How could there be a mistake? That was his beloved son. Yet, the more I pondered, the more doubts arose. My uncle hastily attempted to smooth things over, introducing me. "Mr. Wong, this is my nephew, who has inherited the true teachings of our esteemed elder. His abilities surpass mine. Why not let him take a look at your daughter?" Mr. Wong regarded me with a glance that conveyed neither disdain nor eagerness for me to assess the situation. The old butler, however, was less accommodating, impatiently stating, "The young lady only just fell asleep at dawn. Do not disturb her." Mr. Wong, already hesitant, was further convinced by this remark. However, those in the business realm are particular about their words. He said to my uncle, "I only sought Mr. Lee based on a recommendation, hoping for a stroke of luck, but given Mr. Lee's busy schedule, perhaps." The old butler promptly interjected, "Mr. Lee, please." My uncle's face was immediately filled with embarrassment, tinged with reluctance. Coming to assist someone. He found himself dismissed before even meeting the client due to a misjudgment from the previous day. This was reminiscent of my grandfather. Noting my uncle and Appo's struggle for words, I stood and said, "Mr. Wong, amidst your many obligations, surely you can spare a few moments. If I can truly discern something, would it not be a missed opportunity for you, allowing your daughter to endure another day of suffering?" "Uncle, let us depart," I declared, calling to my uncle and turning to leave. Fortunately, my uncle did not inherit my grandfather's tenacity. He quickly bid farewell to Mr. Wong and followed me. Once outside, my uncle sighed helplessly. Yang, have I brought shame upon your grandfather? Have I turned you into a laughingstock?" "What are you saying, uncle? You are my uncle. Anyone can mock you, but not your eldest nephew," I replied earnestly. "Moreover, you are not shameless. That alone makes you far superior to grandfather." Upon mentioning grandfather, my uncle's expression shifted, his furrowed brow relaxed, and he embraced my shoulders, stating, "If we cannot secure a grand deal, a smaller one will suffice. Come. Uncle will treat you to a delightful meal and buy you a new outfit, so others do not look down upon you." I slowed my pace and said, "Uncle, let us not rush. This business might still materialize." My uncle, feeling somewhat disheartened, replied, "Forget it. If they do not appreciate us, even if they did, the master from Hong Kong arrives tomorrow. We would be swept out regardless. It is better to leave now than face embarrassment later." With a sigh, my uncle continued, "Perhaps I have been too optimistic. Let us go." Having learned that my uncle had inherited grandfather's skills, I understood that he was not faring well in the city. Essentially, it is akin to seeking medical advice. The wealthy hire experts and renowned doctors, while the less fortunate settle for basic ailments, yielding minimal benefits. Furthermore, there are individuals of great skill in every profession. My uncle, being only half-learned, might manage to swindle a small sum, but in matters like Mr. Wong's, based on what I had gathered, my uncle truly lacked the capability. However, I had arrived, and having learned a bit, I possessed a modicum of spiritual energy within me. As the saying goes, even a sesame seed is still a vegetable, Even if not in pursuit of wealth, I owed it to my grandfather to restore some dignity. Just as my uncle urged me toward the car, Mr. Wang's voice called from behind, "Mr. Li, please hold on." Chapter 26. The heart of every parent. Though my uncle spoke with nonchalance, a flicker of joy crossed his face upon hearing Mr. Wang's call. This only strengthened my resolve to assist him. I could not allow others to belittle him. Mr. Wang did not chase after us, and my uncle and I voluntarily returned to the entrance. Mr. Wang glanced at me and said, "Just now, this individual, Li Yang." I reminded him. "Mr." Wang smiled awkwardly, acknowledging that the words of young Master Li Yang contained some truth. Since we were already here, we might as well go upstairs to have a look. I had anticipated his insistence. His eyes, filled with disappointment and concern, mirrored my mother and Appo's. Every parent in the world is reluctant to see their child suffer. Once back at the villa, I suggested, "Uncle, you can chat with Mr. Wang here. I will go upstairs myself." Mr. Wang turned to my uncle, who, aware that I had Huangjiu in my bag and assuming I wished to keep it hidden, nodded in agreement. Mr. Wang instructed the old butler to escort me upstairs. The butler's demeanor towards me was somewhat unfriendly, yet I paid it no mind. He was merely fulfilling his duty. The second floor of the villa featured a smaller lounge, with rooms distributed along two parallel corridors. These corridors, resembling a pair of hands clasped together, cradled the lounge within. If the villa's design was a conventional feng shui arrangement, then this unique layout was undoubtedly crafted with great care for Mr. Wang's beloved daughter, demonstrating a father's love in a way that wealth alone cannot replicate. "Chun, you mentioned that the young master passed away 3 years ago. Could you share the specifics with me?" I inquired, noticing a photograph on the wall depicting a brother-sister duo. Though they were fraternal twins, their resemblance was striking. It would have been difficult to distinguish them were it not for their differing attire. Chen remained silent, his impatience evident. I understood his unspoken message. If I lacked the ability, I should not waste time here, especially in the presence of someone of Mr. Wang's stature, whose family matters would not be shared lightly. I smiled faintly and proceeded to the left corridor. As I stepped onto the corridor, Huangjiu stirred in my bag, prompting me to pause. There was a presence of yin energy, not overly strong, but flowing and chilling against my skin, even through my clothes. Typically, such energy gathers in a specific location and dissipates within a week or so if it has no source. The lingering yin energy indicated either a gathering of dark forces or a nearby malevolent entity. The movement of this energy was unusual, suggesting it had been summoned by some arrangement. I turned back and walked down the right corridor, where, as I suspected, I found more flowing yin energy. This transformation of warmth into a chilling grasp, held for an extended period, rendered the once cherished space less than welcoming. I surveyed the overall layout of the villa. There appeared to be no issues, yet the source of this yin energy eluded me. After a brief pause, I retraced my steps to the left corridor, where I halted before the second room. "This must be your young lady's room, yes?" I asked Chun, who, annoyed and impatient, had offered no introductions previously. Upon witnessing me locate his young lady and Appo's room, his expression showed a hint of surprise. I gestured with my chin for him to open the door. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Chin warned, "The young lady has only just fallen asleep. Please do not disturb her. Rest assured, I will tread lightly. I only wish to take a glance," I assured him. Finally, Chin gently turned the doorknob. As he opened the door just a crack, a wisp of black mist seeped out, swirling momentarily before retreating. Though invisible to the naked eye, Chin could sense the chill and shivered slightly, murmuring, "Since the incident, her room has been unseasonably cold, even with the air conditioning running. The mingling of yin and malevolent energy would render any attempts at warmth futile." I remained silent, gently pushing the door open wider to peek inside. Despite the bright daylight outside and a large bay window flooding the room with sunlight, the interior was notably darker than the surrounding areas. I scanned the room and my gaze returned to the large pink circular bed in the center, where lay a girl roughly my age, her complexion pale and slightly emaciated. Even in slumber, her brow was furrowed, and she occasionally convulsed, as if trapped in a nightmarish realm. Using my spiritual vision, I observed 2 streams of black energy converging from the southwest, forming a vortex above her head. The black mist within the vortex fluctuated, sometimes dispersing, at other times coalescing, revealing the silhouette of a coiled creature within. I turned to Chun and suggested, "Perhaps you should step back. I fear that what is to come may startle you." Chun scoffed dismissively. "I have lived for over 50 years and seen more than you can imagine in Mr. Wang's company." His bravado quelled my inclination to argue. The existence of Huangjiu could not remain concealed forever. It would soon prove useful in many situations. I placed my backpack on the floor and unzipped it, prompting Huangjiu to eagerly poke his head out, exclaiming, "I thought I was going to suffocate." Chen stumbled back, alarmed, as he steadied himself against the wall. I smirked and asked, Have you ever encountered a talking yellow creature? Chun, despite his years, quickly regained his composure. A hint of embarrassment colored his cheeks as he replied. Well, I have not, but I have encountered shamans before. Young Master Liang, are you also a shaman? With the title having shifted. I regretted not revealing Huang Jio's capabilities sooner. I grasped Huang Jio's head and lifted him onto my shoulder, where he confidently proclaimed, "Old man, now that you know I am a shaman, why not present me with a fine rooster?" Qin, having likely only seen shamans possessed by spirits, was taken aback by Huang Jio's self-expression and hurriedly bowed, genuinely preparing to fetch a rooster. I halted him, saying, "Do not heed his nonsense. Accompany me into your young lady and Appo's room." I playfully tapped Huang Jio on the head. Huang Jio shielded his head with both hands, looking mournfully at me. "Li Gu, why must you always take it out on my head?" This display was intended for Chun and Appo's benefit. I had no desire for Huang Jio to steal the spotlight. Chapter 27. Suppression. Chun Bonning trailed closely behind Mr. Wang, perceptive enough to quickly discern that I was the one in charge. He hastily remarked, "Master Li, I must admit my earlier ignorance. Please do not hold it against me." I waved my hand dismissively and inquired, "May I enter?" Without hesitation, Chun Bonning opened the door, unconcerned about disturbing his young mistress, gesturing for me to proceed. Chin's visage was distinctive. His broad forehead signified a life of comfort and a touch of influence. Yet his sunken nostrils hinted at a servile destiny. In ancient times, he would have been an esteemed eunuch, yet fortune favored him in this era, landing him as a steward in a wealthy household. Beyond this, he bore no malevolent traits, which accounted for my reluctance to engage in conflict with him. His previous sharpness towards me was simply human nature. After all, he accompanied Mr. Wang in the company of high-ranking officials and was understandably taken aback by my rustic demeanor. With a smile, I led Huang Jio into the room. Huang Jio perched atop my head, rising upright, his beady eyes darting around. I whispered, "Can you discern what creature lurks within that black mist?" After a moment, Huang Jio replied, "It appears to be two snakes." Snakes? The malevolent aura emanating from the black mist must indeed be their doing. But from whence did this sinister energy originate? My mind raced, recalling the teachings of my grandfather. And almost simultaneously with Huang Jio, I exclaimed, "Suppression." Suppression is a technique commonly employed by carpenters, purportedly derived from the latter volume of the Lu Ban Shu, a manual of folk arts. In ancient times, constructing a house was a momentous task, and homeowners would seek auspiciousness, prompting the carpenter to place certain items upon the beams, akin to weight-bearing. However, suppression resembles a feng shui arrangement, capable of both saving and harming. If a carpenter harbored ill intentions, they might secretly tamper with the suppression, seizing an opportunity to extort money from the homeowner. In the tumultuous years of the 70s and 80s, many found themselves in dire straits, leading to the emergence of carpenters in the Nangguang region who employed suppression techniques to coerce homeowners for profit. Word spread rapidly within the craftsman community, and this practice became widespread, tarnishing what was once regarded as a royal technique, relegating the Lu Ban Shu to the realm of sorcery. If Lu Ban were aware in the afterlife, he would surely be unable to rest. The serpentine shadows I observed were likely manifestations of the suppression at play. I refrained from disturbing the slumbering girl, quietly stepping out to close the door. Upon seeing Huang Jio and me emerge after a prolonged discussion, Chen Bonning hurried forward, asking, "Master Liang, have you discerned anything? Will my young mistress recover?" Huang Jio, with a disgruntled glare, retorted, "Old man, do you not know how to speak? With my brother and me on the case, how could she possibly not recover? If you lack the ability to converse, then remain silent. Instead of wasting breath, you should prepare 2 fine roosters for me to avoid being an eyesore here." I intended to say something unflattering, but Huang Jio had already voiced it for me. I chuckled, "Let us discuss this outside." When Mr. Wang Shukuan beheld Huang Jio, his mouth fell agape, and the formerly listless man seemed rejuvenated, as if he had clutched a lifeline, gripping his uncle's hand tightly, fearful that we might depart. Once Mr. Wang accepted Huang Jio's presence, I proceeded to relay the specifics of the situation. Chen Bonning, showing great respect for Huang Jio, indeed brought forth a chicken, though it was overcooked, leaving Huang Jio somewhat dissatisfied. Nonetheless, he perched atop the marble coffee table, devouring it greedily. After I recounted my observations, Mr. Wang's gaze became distant, muttering to himself, "In recent years, my business has flourished, inevitably leading to some grievances, but it should not have escalated to this level of retribution." I found myself at a loss for words, as the matter could be resolved simply by inquiring with the construction team from years past. However, my role was solely to address the suppression. I had no desire to meddle in personal vendettas, merely cautioning Mr. Wang, suppression requires a suppressive object. This entity must have been introduced either during construction or by an acquaintance of yours. Upon hearing this, Chen Bonning visibly shifted uncomfortably. He was not one to engage in such deeds, Yet my description aligned too closely with his identity, leaving him embarrassed. At this moment, Mr. Wang's eyes lit up with realization. I discerned the depths of the situation and clarified, Mr. Wang, let us be clear, our dealings are straightforward. I will handle the suppression, but any personal disputes are yours to resolve. My grandfather often reminded me that the realms of yin and yang each govern their own domain. I could manage one side, but the other must remain untouched. Furthermore, human nature is unpredictable. While I might contend with malevolent spirits, I could not guarantee victory over humanity. Mr. Wang, eager to avoid further inquiry, clasped his uncle and Apos' hand and turned to me, stating, Masters, if you can resolve my daughter and Apos' predicament, I will double the promised remuneration to 200,000. Even with my penchant for pretense, the mention of such a sum rendered me momentarily speechless. My uncle had not broached the topic of payment, and I had anticipated a modest fee, only to be confronted with this staggering amount, and now it was to be doubled. The wealth of the affluent truly seems effortless to acquire. Yet, considering he had summoned masters from Hong Kong, I suspected the sum would far exceed this. My uncle, still grounded by his modest means, had refrained from demanding a higher price during negotiations, thus settling for the initial 200,000. Fortunately, Mr. Wang was generous, and doubling the sum was not a loss by any stretch. However, my uncle waved his hand, declaring, Mr. Wang, integrity is paramount in our line of work. We agreed on 200,000, and that is what it shall remain. As he spoke, he glanced at me. Yang, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and get to work. Internally, I chastised my uncle for his foolishness. This notion of integrity would cost us dearly. 200,000. My parents toiled their entire lives in the fields and likely never saw such wealth. In that moment, my heart ached with despair. Yet, I understood that my uncle coveted the connections behind Mr. Wang, aiming to cultivate goodwill through this opportunity. Thus, I withheld my grievances and directed my frustration toward Huang Jio. Seizing him as if he were a rag doll, shaking him playfully, Eat, eat, eat. Is that all you do? Don't you have any work to attend to? Huang Jio, clutching a chicken bone, regarded me with an innocent expression. This scene left Chen Bonning and Mr. Wang in a state of bewilderment, mouths agape, at a loss for words. After all, in their eyes, Huang Jio was the true master. The suppression technique shares similarities with feng shui. Thus, the source of the suppressive object must be at the core of the situation, tracing the energy's origin. With my spiritual vision, I could perceive much. Yet my grandfather had cautioned that traversing the realms of life and death is fraught with uncertainty. Only those who learn to conceal their brilliance can endure the long road ahead. Given that I had already incurred the ire of those from Laozhan, I would inevitably cross paths with them in this city, and revealing my full capabilities would not serve me well. Therefore, I resolved to have Huang Jio dismantle the suppression, allowing me to maintain a strategic advantage. Chapter 28. Significant matters at the Wang family. Huang Jio, with a chicken bone stubbornly clenched in his mouth, trotted along with his short legs toward the backyard of the villa, accompanied by the others. The backyard was a quaint garden adorned with various rocks and a central swimming pool, surrounded by exotic flora, resembling a radiant pearl. Upon arrival, I immediately discerned the two ominous auras emanating from either end of the pool, converging toward the villa. Huang Jio halted at the pool's edge and pointed, instructing. On the central line of the pool, measure approximately 3 meters from both ends and dig down. To Mr. Wang, Huang Jio's words were akin to a royal decree. Chen Bo set to work, and soon the pool was drained, revealing its bottom. During this time, Mr. Wang attempted to make a call, but I restrained him. In a city, while not overly large, finding a person can be quite a challenge. However, having encountered me numerous times, the chances of locating me in Laozhan would undoubtedly increase. Without seeking assistance, it fell upon Chen Bo and me to dig ourselves. After over 2 hours of toil, we finally broke through the tiles and cement, unearthing a coiled black snake corpse. Even under the sun, it exuded a chilling aura that was deeply unsettling. Chen Bo struck it with a hammer several times, but it remained intact. I had to resort to 2 talismans to incinerate it. Returning to the Wang villa, I ascended to the 2nd floor and confirmed that the sinister energy had dissipated. Chen Bo opened the door to glance at the girl, who was peacefully asleep, prompting him to joyfully descend to report to Mr. Wang. My thoughts lingered on Mr. Wang and Apos, as 2 children, and I whispered to Huang Jio, how peculiar. I distinctly sense that both his son and daughter are alive. Why then does he claim his son died 3 years ago? Huang Jio, with his clever little eyes, pondered. Perhaps he was kidnapped, and Mr. Wang believes him dead, while the abductors raise him as their own. Or maybe the lad grew weary of a life of luxury and feigned his own death to experience the hardships of the impoverished. I abruptly silenced Huang Jio, deeming his speculations absurd. As I prepared to descend, the sound of a door opening startled me. I turned to see Mr. Wang's daughter stepping out. standing silently at the threshold, her gaze fixed intently upon me. Frankly, her eyes were somewhat intimidating. With the sinister energy now absent, I sensed a new, inscrutable aura emanating from her, stirring unease within me. A strong intuition told me that the girl before me was not the same one lying in bed. After staring at me for several moments, the girl turned and re-entered the room. Huang Jiu, perched on my shoulder, grinned. It appears the Wang family has more than one issue at hand. I too sensed something amiss, a chill enveloping me as I shivered. If my suspicions were correct, encountering a master from Hong Kong could prove perilous. I needed to call my uncle and leave promptly. Downstairs, my uncle was counting cash. Upon seeing such a substantial amount, his excitement was palpable, even considering whether to seize another opportunity. However, I quickly suppressed that thought. If the energy within me were 100 times stronger, there might be a chance, but for now, it was prudent to leave with 200,000. As the saying goes, one should only take on as much as one can handle. Without the capability, it is best to refrain. I understood my uncle's character. Certain things were difficult for him to articulate. Clearing my throat, I addressed Mr. Wang. You witnessed the entirety of today's events, and Miss Wang's condition has improved. I have done what was necessary and accepted what was due. Once we exit this door, we shall consider our accounts settled. If further matters arise, we must sit down and clarify everything. Indeed, Mr. Wang smiled. I had no intention of disentangling myself from any relationship. I merely wished to ensure that when the truth eventually surfaced, my uncle would not feel embarrassed for having accepted this 200,000. After counting the money, Mr. Wang invited us to dinner, but I declined on behalf of my uncle. Once outside, I contemplated sharing the events with him, but reconsidered. He was somewhat naive and might not grasp the implications. As we drove away from the Wang villa, my uncle, parked at the roadside, exclaimed, "Good lad. You truly have a knack for this." He then retrieved 5 bundles of cash from his bag, handing the remainder to me, saying, "Uncle just joined in the fun. I'll take 5,000 to pay the rent tomorrow, and the rest is yours." Can't even afford the rent? I mused, realizing his previous remarks were not mere flattery. "Uncle, without you, I would not have this opportunity. Please take this money for now. Let us strategize and aim to expand our business." My uncle gripped the steering wheel, his eyes reddening, perhaps overwhelmed by years of grievances that surged forth. I sighed inwardly. If not for my serendipitous discovery, my grandfather would have inadvertently harmed 2 generations. After regaining his composure, my uncle, seeing my insistence, relented. "Then I shall hold on to it for you, and later I will return it to your parents to ease their burdens. I feel ashamed for not having looked after the family these past years." "Uncle, please don't say that." I felt a pang of sorrow at his words. "Fortunately," Huang Jiu interjected, "returning? That is absolutely out of the question. If it were to go back, it would likely be worse than a broken limb. It would be missing entirely, naturally not daring to return. However, if I can resolve the Laozan situation, I will certainly go back. Not to mention, my father is counting on me for his retirement." My uncle placed the bag of money back at his feet, addressing Huang Jiu. "The items you provided are somewhat difficult to dispose of, but rest assured, once they are sold, I will settle the account with you." Huang Jiu waved dismissively. "I have plenty of such items at home. If you like them, just take them." His words were true. His family could unearth more than this with ease. However, I cautioned my uncle, those items are not clean. If they are difficult to sell, it's best to hold onto them to avoid trouble. My uncle nodded in agreement. In the city, laws are strict, and certain items should not be handled lightly. We did not return to the shop for lunch. Instead, my uncle took us to a restaurant. After dining, we strolled down a shopping street where he purchased several outfits for me, along with a cat carrier for Huang Jiu. It was my first time seeing such a carrier, perfectly suited for Huang Jiu, who was thrilled to be able to observe the world through its transparent dome. By 7 in the evening, we returned to the shop. From a distance, I spotted a stylish woman in her 30s standing at the entrance. Assuming she was a client, I was surprised to see my uncle appear somewhat flustered, suspecting she might be the landlord. As my uncle exited the car, the woman stormed over, grabbing him by the arm. "Li-er, you coward. I told you, if you can't pay the rent, just come to my bed, and this storefront will be yours." I nearly spat out my drink, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Chapter 29. Sui-mei Uncle Air is the kind of person who is always serious. And now he finds himself being dragged by a woman in the street, his face displaying a profound sense of despair. Huang Jiu, noticing the spectacle, eagerly urged me to carry the cat bag to the front. Thus, we squatted by the shop entrance, observing the tug-of-war between Uncle Air and the woman. Despite Uncle Air having a nephew as large as I am, it is merely a consequence of my father's early marriage. In truth, Uncle Air is only in his early 30s. Over the years, both my parents have attempted to arrange marriages for him, all of which he has declined. I am aware that Uncle Air harbors a lofty ambition, looking down upon the village girls. However, while he manages to scrape by with his grandfather's methods, his aspirations of wealth and grandeur are far from reach. The city girls, with their high standards, have left him perpetually single. Of course, there is another reason I have discerned, though it is not something I can easily articulate. The commotion attracted a considerable crowd. Uncle Air's face grew increasingly flushed, and his words began to falter, which I found somewhat amusing. In a bid to assist with Uncle Air's lifelong quest for companionship, I took the liberty of assessing the woman's fortune. The Tianjia Palace was spacious and notably free from blemishes, indicating that she is someone who has won the genetic lottery. Hailing from a well-off family, her complexion was rosy, with the presence of peach blossoms heralding a promising romantic encounter in her near future. However, a newly emerged pimple on her upper lip, slightly reddened, suggested a longing unfulfilled and some inner turmoil. In the world of adults, love is often a complex affair. Yet, with her fiery temperament, if she were to let her emotions run rampant, it might provoke an unfortunate reaction from Uncle Air, given his personality. I chuckled softly, continuing to sip my soda. Uncle Air, feeling the pressure, pushed the woman away and exclaimed, "Stop being unreasonable. My nephew is here. Let us not make a fool of ourselves in front of a child." It was at this moment that the woman noticed me and turned her gaze in my direction. I quickly waved my hand, assuring her, "I'm fine. Please continue." The woman, visibly agitated, resumed her tugging at Uncle Air. As the struggle escalated, Uncle Air genuinely lost his temper, forcefully shoving her aside and shouting, "Can you stop making a scene?" The shout startled the woman, giving Uncle Air the opportunity to break free. He threw a handful of cash onto the ground, his voice laden with frustration. "Here, a year's rent for you." With that, he stormed into the shop, his face dark as a thundercloud. The woman stood there, stunned, gazing at the scattered bills. Overwhelmed by emotion, she crouched down, hugging her knees, and began to sob quietly. Unable to bear the sight, I set down what I was holding and approached her, picking up the money. "Auntie, please don't cry. Uncle Air is not a bad person. I can see he has feelings for you, but your approach might need some adjustment." I placed the money in her hands, cupping my hands into a small cone by her ear and whispering a few words. Her eyes lit up with newfound understanding, and she eagerly asked for my name before leaving with a cheerful demeanor and the cash in hand. Exhaling a sigh of relief, I turned to re-enter the shop, where Uncle Air was still simmering with anger, his face flushed. "Uncle, I think we might need to find a new place," I declared casually as I set my belongings down. Uncle Air, snapping back to reality, looked puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" I replied, exasperated, "You've offended the landlord. Do you honestly think she will still rent to us?" I saw the way she gritted her teeth when she laughed. "I suspect she'll be back first thing in the morning to kick us out." Uncle Air began to panic, yet his indignation persisted, that Su-Ime is utterly unreasonable. I ventured to suggest, "I noticed she seems quite taken with you. Couldn't you at least show her a bit of kindness? Besides, look at it this way. She has one, you have one. Together, it makes a nice family unit." Go on, Don and Amp. Amp, Oppos, T-Metal in adult matters. "You're staying here tonight, and tomorrow I'll find you a new place," Uncle Air replied distractedly before leaving. As soon as the shop door closed, Huang Jiao emerged from the cat bag, looking unsatisfied, and asked, "Li Gu, do you think they'll end up together?" I rolled my eyes and responded, "Whether they do or not is none of your business. Mind your own affairs." After that, I ignored Huang Jiao, tidied up the bedding, and prepared to rest early, secretly reveling in my own satisfaction. Regardless of the outcome, one thing was clear: I was in for some good days ahead. Huang Jiao wandered around the shop for a while, and when evening fell, it couldn't contain itself any longer and slipped out through the window. As soon as it left, I quickly climbed up, retrieved the lower scroll, and resumed my journey. The next morning, before Uncle Air arrived, Su-Ime knocked on the door, laden with bags. As I opened the door, she entered with enthusiasm. Yang, look at all the snacks I brought for you," she said, placing the bags down and glancing around. "Has your uncle not come yet?" "No," I replied, sifting through the snacks. Su-Ime's face fell slightly, but quickly brightened as she grabbed some cleaning supplies and began tidying up the shop. When she spotted Huang Jiao sprawled across the counter, she curiously poked it and asked, "Is this your uncle's pet?" Startled by the poke, Huang Jiao jolted awake, ready to curse. But I swiftly clamped my hand over its mouth, explaining to Su-Ime, "Auntie, it's my pet. I brought it from the mountains." Upon hearing this, Su-Ime tore open a bag of chips for Huang Jiao, which devoured them eagerly, too distracted to speak. It seemed that after my gentle nudge, Su-Ime had finally come to her senses. I assisted her in cleaning up while engaging in light conversation. To my surprise, I discovered that Uncle Air had indeed struck a stroke of luck. Half of the storefronts on this street belonged to Su-Ime's family, making her a veritable little tycoon. However, our conversation also revealed the reason behind Uncle Air's reluctance. It is often said that wealthy families are discerning. Sui-mei's parents were not particularly fond of Uncle Air. Simply put, they looked down upon him for his lack of resources, considering him a poor boy. While Sui-mei herself was unfazed and unafraid of her family's objections, Uncle Air's pride made it difficult for him to accept such disdain. Nonetheless, this issue was not insurmountable. Just the previous morning, I had earned 200,000, and now, with connections to Wang Shukuan, I was confident that substantial business opportunities lay ahead. Once Uncle Air acquires wealth, the problem would be resolved. My only concern was the possibility of incurring too many debts of gratitude, should the matters surrounding Wang Shukuan erupt. Uncle Air might find himself in a compromising position. As I contemplated this, a nagging unease settled in my heart. I needed to find an opportunity to caution Uncle Air. Matters of that nature, regardless of who takes the reins, would undoubtedly stir up considerable turmoil within the community. Not to mention, the situation itself is fraught with peril, and individuals from Laozhan would certainly come knocking. Yet, some events are inevitable, whether they arrive sooner or later. The female corpse, too, had mentioned that she would come looking for me. Thus, her arrival was a certainty. It would either be the 1st or the 15th, and there was no escaping it. Based on what I witnessed that day, I estimated that Wang Shukuan and Appo's affairs would not erupt for at least another 2 months. During this interim, I needed to gather my strength and prepare for what lay ahead. Chapter 30. The Willow Fairy. Today, my uncle has exhibited unusual behavior, as he has not come to the shop all morning. Fortunately, with Sui-mei and Huang Jiu by my side, we were spared from hunger. My uncle did not leave me the keys to the store, so unable to step out for a meal, Sui-mei ordered something affordable for Huang Jiu and me. Upon hearing the name of the dish, I found myself puzzled. What could possibly be so inexpensive? When the food arrived, I was relieved to see the packaging. Had I asked further, I might have embarrassed myself. The food was delectable, something I had never tasted before. My impression of Sui-mei improved significantly. Huang Jiu also wore a broad smile. After our meal, Sui-mei had to attend to some matters, leaving Huang Jiu and me to tend the storefront. Luckily, in this line of work, it is not uncommon for days to pass without a single customer, which underscores the insular nature of this industry, without fame or connections. Survival depends largely on appearances. As the afternoon wore on, my uncle still had not returned. Just after 1 o'clock, a middle-aged woman accompanied by a child entered. The little girl appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old and looked quite frail. Judging by their attire, it was evident they hailed from the countryside. I do not mean to discriminate. Rather, the difference in clothing between rural and urban dwellers is unmistakable. After all, I myself come from the countryside and am acutely aware of this contrast. The mother seemed somewhat anxious, glancing around several times before timidly entering and inquiring, "Young master, is this a place to seek counsel?" From behind the glass, I had not observed them closely. Upon their entrance, my brow furrowed. An old adage states, "Men fear the first day of the lunar month, women fear the 15th. The implication is that those born on the first day may suffer ill fate, while women born on the 15th, particularly those born in the year of the sheep, are said to face a life of hardship. The woman before me seemed to embody both of these misfortunes, her face etched with sorrow. My gaze fell upon the timid little girl, and I felt a pang of concern, hastily rising to greet them. "Sister, is there discord at home?" Or, the woman, noticing my friendly demeanor, relaxed slightly, and, after smoothing her disheveled hair, shyly asked, "Is it expensive here?" In our profession, discussions of fees are customary upon arrival, as most matters tend to be costly. The reasons are clear to those with discerning eyes. Naturally, we prefer to address the issue first to safeguard our own reputation, ensuring we can deliver on our promises without damaging our standing. My grandfather, though somewhat lacking in skill, was always meticulous about such protocols. Seeing me silent, the woman became flustered and began to pull her daughter away. Poverty weighs heavily, and even a single coin can feel burdensome. I hurried after them, saying, "Sister, now that you're here, why not come in for a glass of water?" With my warm invitation, she shyly settled into a chair, clutching her daughter tightly with her calloused hands. The little girl was painfully thin, almost pitiful, yet her large eyes sparkled with life. Upon closer inspection, however, I noticed that her pupils were oddly elongated and slightly yellowed, deviating from the typical round shape. Sensing my gaze, she instinctively hid in her mother's embrace. I discreetly nudged Huang Jiu, who was sprawled out, and he groggily rose, ready to protest, but upon seeing the mother and daughter, he wisely refrained from speaking. The moment the little girl spotted Huang Jiu, she burst into tears, clamoring to leave. Huang Jiu smirked, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, and instantly, the girl quieted down. The child's distress made the mother even more uncomfortable, but Huang Jiu, adept at handling such situations, began to roll on the table, quickly bringing a smile back to the little girl's face. I had no desire to hear the harsh realities of life. so I encouraged the mother to share only the essential details. The child's name was Tingting. Once plump and rosy-cheeked, she had inexplicably developed an aversion to food 6 months prior. Shortly thereafter, the mother discovered that Tingting was sneaking raw eggs from the rice container and gnawing on the raw cured meats hanging from the eaves. Any attempts to stop her would result in a fit of cries, and when truly provoked, she would emit a terrifying hissing sound. In the past 2 months, Tingting's condition had worsened. At night, she would act like a wild beast, burrowing into the chicken coop to gnaw at the necks of the chickens, not consuming the meat, but merely sucking their blood. Alarmed, her mother had scraped together some money to bring Tingting to the city for treatment. However, after a month, their funds were exhausted, and Tingting showed no signs of recovery, still refusing to eat or drink. Coincidentally, a kind-hearted elderly gentleman in the adjacent bed suggested the mother seek advice from a practitioner. Yet after walking half a street, she found no one willing to help or charging exorbitant fees. I poured her some water and reassured her, rest assured, once the child leaves this door, she will be fine. However, you must return to the hospital for the doctor to administer some nutritional injections. Once Tingting regains some strength, you can take her home. The sight of Tingting's frail neck tugged at my heartstrings. I was fearful that if she exerted herself too much, her head might just fall off. The mother appeared momentarily stunned, gazing at me wide-eyed. I rose to fetch some snacks from the table, tearing open a bag and beckoning to Tingting. The little girl hesitated, but the alluring scent of the chips proved irresistible, and she cautiously reached out to accept them, munching away before her mother's eyes. The mother was taken aback, pulling Tingting close, kissing her face repeatedly, and weeping tears of joy while offering me endless gratitude. Such simplicity is characteristic of rural folk. The mother did not question how her child had suddenly improved, nor did she doubt my intentions. With trembling hands, she withdrew a handkerchief from her pocket. Seeing the handkerchief reminded me of my own mother. "Sister," I exclaimed, grasping her hand, "you need not pay me. While it is still early, take your child back to the hospital and follow the doctor's advice to ensure she recuperates properly." The mother insisted vehemently, placing 4 5 yuan notes and 10 1 yuan notes on the table. Unable to dissuade her, I accepted the payment but also filled a bag with some of the snacks that Su Ime had brought. As soon as the mother and daughter departed, Huangju leaped onto the table, declaring, "I told you, letting you watch the store would lead to disaster. Stop rambling. What is going on?" I shot Huangju a glare. He replied, "I caught a little earthworm." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small snake, about the thickness of a pinky finger. Although small, it was enveloped in a greenish mist, and its tiny, cold eyes sent a shiver down my spine. Fortunately, Huangju had it pinned by its neck, rendering it harmless. "Should we keep it?" he inquired. The woman had not divulged her family's troubles, but I could discern that they were beset by misfortune, which had allowed this creature to take advantage of them. Such heartless, cold-blooded beasts should never be kept, for not everyone can compare to Su Xian. I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "Dispose of it." Upon hearing this, Huangju, clutching the small snake, began to shove it into his mouth as if it were a spicy snack. Chapter 31. The Revenge of Luban Gate. I was astonished by Huangju's actions. By the time I regained my composure, he had already finished eating. "Could you be a bit more refined and not shove everything into your mouth?" I expressed my disdain. Huangju let out a loud belch, preparing to respond, but suddenly his pupils transformed into slits, cold and merciless. Startled, I took 2 steps back and held a yellow talisman in my hand. "Huangge, are you all right?" After calling out a couple of times, Huangju's pupils returned to normal as he cursed, "A mere little earthworm thinks it can contend with me." "Huangge, are you sure you're fine?" I asked with some skepticism, aware that anything capable of becoming a spirit might possess some power. I was worried he had swallowed something formidable, like Sun Yukong, which could lead to dire consequences. "Rest assured, Jiu knows what he is doing." Huangju patted his belly. Though he spoke confidently, he was also cautious. After saying that, he hurried behind the cabinet to sit cross-legged and meditate. Having never witnessed beasts consuming one another, Huangju's earlier gaze left me feeling unsettled and distracted. Around 4 in the afternoon, my second uncle returned home and immediately inquired if I had eaten. I glanced at the snacks on the table. My uncle's brow furrowed in displeasure as he admonished, "You should refrain from chattering with that woman." "But uncle, Aunt Sue is quite—" I began. But he shot me a sharp look. "How old are you? Are you letting her lead you astray?" He tossed a newspaper at me, saying, "Take a look. There's an update on the situation with Wang's family. The culprits have been apprehended." "Apprehended?" I picked up the newspaper. The front page adorned with a clear photograph of a shifty-eyed man, unmistakably up to no good. After skimming the contents, it appeared to detail an engineering accident and charges of embezzlement and corruption, enough to ensure several years behind bars. Wang Shukuan seemed well-connected, managing to arrange this within mere hours. My uncle took a sip of water and remarked, "This man is shifty-eyed and devoid of spirit." Such a short-sighted individual can achieve nothing. He is merely a scapegoat. I took up the newspaper again, confirming my uncle's assessment. The incident involving Wang's family seemed to have been orchestrated by this group, who initially intended to exploit the situation for profit, but our intervention had thwarted their plans, and now the blame might fall upon us. My uncle organized the messy snacks on the table. We need to approach Wang and clarify this matter, urging him to increase our payment. You've already stated that once we cross that threshold, the outcome is a matter of fate. Furthermore, this does not align with our principles. Indeed, according to protocol, even if I refrained from making that statement, we could not go back to Wang Shukuan. We were hired to perform a task, and our clients sought results. Unless we encountered retaliation during our work, leading to significant costs, only then could we negotiate additional fees. As for any post-event retaliation, that would be our own concern. My uncle sat down and added, if it were merely a handful of idle individuals, there would be no cause for alarm. What I fear is a large organization. That would be troublesome. I too felt a pang of worry. Since ancient times, those in the performing arts have occupied the lower strata of society, often vulnerable to oppression. Over time, various groups formed, such as the Luban Gate for carpenters, the Pao brothers at the docks, and the Pai Jiao for shipping on rivers. Even the beggars' gang of your followed this pattern. However, these groups share a commonality. Anyone who earns a living in this trade can claim association with a certain faction. In reality, unless a situation escalates to the point of inciting widespread outrage within the industry, retaliation from the entire group is unlikely. I surmise that the individuals behind the Wang family incident were merely a small cluster. Moreover, the Luban Gate is, in essence, a self-designation. The true Gongsu family has historically served the royal family, while the common folk only engage with lesser techniques. Yet it is often these minor arts that render one vulnerable to unforeseen dangers. Noticing my silence, my uncle retrieved a carpenter's chisel and said, I acquired this from Old Song. Keep it for your protection. I examined the chisel, its wooden handle worn down considerably over the years. Accepting the chisel, I also handed my uncle 10 of the talismans I had taken, then recounted the situation regarding Tingting. My uncle sighed after hearing my tale. We are all unfortunate souls. If we can lend a hand, we shall. However, the emergence of animals as spirits is an affront to the natural order, carrying significant karmic consequences. In the future, be cautious when encountering similar matters. I nodded in acknowledgement. Huang Jio remained in slumber while my uncle stepped out to buy dinner. During this period, I checked on Huang Jio and noticed two energies, a green one and a blue one, entangled in a fierce struggle within his abdomen. The green energy seemed to be gaining the upper hand, continuously absorbing the blue energy. Seeing that Huang Jio was faring well, I chose not to interfere. After dinner, my uncle mentioned he had more tasks to attend to, advising me to remain alert in the store and to refrain from taking anything belonging to Suime. One should never bite the hand that feeds them. As a mere youth, I understood that such a favor was something my uncle needed to repay. I hoped to use this opportunity to foster a better relationship between the two of them. The shop did not have a fixed closing time, but due to Huang Jio's situation, I shut the door as soon as dusk fell and continued memorizing the ancient text. I am not exceptionally gifted. Committing an entire thick tome to memory requires considerable time and effort. Around 10 in the evening, Huang Jio awoke. I put away the ancient text. Huang Jio glanced around and mockingly asked, You little rascal, burning the midnight oil? Are you attempting to pose as a scholar? I shot him a glare and asked with concern, Are you all right? Huang Jio replied, The after effects are quite intense, but that feeble creature is no match for Jio Yi. At this moment, I am simply feeling a bit famished. I left him half a chicken, as I had already paid for his meals and did not want to neglect him. While Huang Jio munched on the chicken, I broached the subject of possibly offending the Luban Gate. Huang Jio listened intently, then expressed worry. These individuals not only prefer to congregate, but are also small-time characters. For a few meager coins, they could resort to anything. By obstructing their revenue stream, it is akin to taking away their parents' livelihood. You should remain vigilant tonight. Do not fall into a deep slumber. Huang Ge, perhaps you should refrain from wandering out tonight? He ventured out every evening, and I was unaware of his activities. Huang Jio, with a chicken leg in his mouth, replied, Given that you saved me a morsel, I shall refrain from going out tonight. However, as soon as I returned from the restroom, he had vanished. Damn it, one should never trust a beast's words. I cursed under my breath. Alone in the shop, I dared not sleep. As I continued memorizing the text until around 2 in the morning, a loud crash suddenly shattered the glass of the window, and stones flew inside. Do city dwellers indulge in such wickedness? I thought, realizing their manners were lacking. I prepared to scold the intruders from the window when, suddenly, the lights in the room went out. Alarmed, I quickly closed my eyes, and upon reopening them, I had adjusted to the darkness. Just then, the stone that had been thrown began to stir on the tiled floor. Before I could investigate, it released a thick cloud of black mist, transforming into a dark qilin. While it is said that qilins are auspicious creatures, this one, born from black mist, exuded an aura of malevolence. Chapter 32. Beast Armor Technique. The sudden appearance of the black qilin caught me completely off guard. Before I could react, it pounced on me and pinned me to the ground. Upon contact, I realized that it was not a tangible entity but rather a force, akin to standing in the midst of a tempest, where the fierce winds force you down, rendering you incapable of rising. This force, known in Taoism as spiritual energy, is an invisible yet fundamentally existent power. With the black qilin bearing down on me, it ferociously shook its head and tail, opening its massive maw to unleash a roar directed at me. Its roar was transmitted through spiritual energy, inaudible to those outside, yet to my ears. It struck like a bolt of lightning, causing my eardrums to throb painfully and leaving me disoriented. Fortunately, it lacked a physical form. Its seemingly sharp teeth grazed my chest, eliciting intense pain without piercing through, thus sparing my life. Had it truly bitten down, my life would have been forfeit. Cursed be Huangjiu, who chose this moment to depart. I silently cursed, struggling fiercely, yet the weight upon my upper body rendered me powerless. If Huangjiu were here, though I could not expect him to fully confront this malevolent black qilin, at the very least, he could have bought me some time, preventing my current predicament. The black qilin continued to gnaw at me, the excruciating pain rapidly depleting my strength. When I ceased my struggles, the black qilin halted, and a disdainful voice came from the window. I thought you were a formidable opponent. Turns out you're just a fool. As the words fell, shards of glass were cleared from the window, and a man in his 40s, clad in military green attire, squeezed through. His garb appeared rustic, caked with dirt. Yet his fair skin and long fingers betrayed a life of sophistication, utterly mismatched with his clothing. Upon entering, the middle-aged man surveyed me with a knowing smirk, chuckling coldly. This was indeed poetic justice. Just yesterday, I had thwarted the suppression technique, and today, the followers of Luban had come knocking. The black qilin, it seemed, was a manifestation of their beast armor technique. The beast armor technique is a fusion of mechanical arts and yin-yang principles, wherein mechanical constructs are imbued with spiritual energy through the latter, creating a symbiotic relationship that allows for manipulation and transformation of this energy. The object that shattered the glass was likely the qilin beast armor, now merely a meter away from me. If I could dismantle it, the black qilin pressing down on me would vanish as well. The chisel my uncle had given me was the key to countering this threat. Alas, being completely pinned down, even a reach of 10 centimeters was beyond my grasp. Seeing the man crouch down, I hastily pleaded, "Brother, our charade is merely for profit. If lives are lost, it benefits neither of us." The middle-aged man shook his head with a smirk. No, 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 your death would only concern you. It bears no impact on me." A chill ran down my spine at his implication. He desired nothing less than my life. There are myriad ways for a practitioner to ensure a death goes unnoticed. I knew several myself. In that moment, fear clouded my mind, but I understood that silence would only hasten my demise. I quickly offered 200,000. The Wang family will pay you in full. From now on, we part ways amicably. What do you say? The mention of money ignited fury in his eyes. He struck me twice across the face, bellowing, 200,000? 200,000, you wretched fool. This is a multi-million deal. And you dare offer a mere 200,000? I was at a loss for words. Given Mr. Wang's wealth, a sum of millions would hardly faze him. My uncle's handling of the situation had indeed left much to be desired. Yet, the man's anger indicated that there was still room for negotiation. It is often said that villains perish through excessive verbosity, a notion not merely contrived for storytelling. Most antagonists led lives steeped in frustration, harboring grievances against the world. And when an outlet for their pent-up emotions arises, they are compelled to voice their thoughts. This man before me, brimming with rage, sought to unleash that fury upon me, urging me to deeply regret my actions. The more remorseful I appeared, the more validated he felt. Thus, as long as he remained enraged, I still held a glimmer of hope. What I dreaded was encountering someone who spoke little and acted decisively. As I observed his fury, I hastily remarked, "If 200,000 is insufficient, I can procure more. Release me, and I shall fetch it for you right away." In that moment, I focused the remaining Taoist energy within me to the tip of my tongue, although I had considered biting my tongue earlier. The Qilin's aura was so overpowering that a mere drop of blood would likely not suffice. I needed a true burst of vital energy to turn the tide. However, my internal energy was weak, and my control over it was lacking. In a state of desperation, I struggled to channel it effectively. Fortunately, my mention of money had incited his wrath. Now, by proposing to fetch more, I had insulted his intelligence, and in his anger, he struck me again. Yet, as the fourth slap landed, I used the momentum from the blow to bite down hard on my tongue. with the Taoist energy surging forth. I opened my mouth without needing to blow. A mist of blood erupted forth. The splatter of true yang energy collided with the black qilin, resembling the dazzling fireworks of a New Year celebration, illuminating the surroundings as the black qilin dissipated into nothingness. I immediately rolled to my feet, drawing the chisel from my waist, and lunged at the writhing mechanical qilin on the ground, plunging the chisel into it. The wooden construct shattered into pieces. The beast armor, capable of being controlled, was infused with the essence of its master. My strike caused the middle-aged man's face to pale, his countenance darkening as he spat a copious amount of blood. Seizing the moment, I rolled away and pressed the button to open the electric roller door. I did not obstruct the exit. After all, he was an adult, and I was merely a youth. In a desperate struggle, I might not prevail. Stepping aside, I calmly stated, given your current condition, it would not be easy for you to eliminate me. There are people outside. Should you make a move, I will scream for help, and then we shall see how you fare. I continued, I offer you a chance. Once you leave this door, go as far as you can. The middle-aged man pressed a hand to his chest, struggling for breath, gritting his teeth as he spat. You little bastard. When we meet again, you won't be so fortunate. I replied coolly, then let it be a matter for another time. He shot me a furious glare before clutching his chest and stumbling out of the shop, disappearing into a narrow alley. Only once he was out of sight did I collapse onto the ground. The release of Taoist energy had drained me completely. Had I not held on through sheer will, I would have been unable to stand. Chapter 33. Words from my second uncle. I gasped for breath, struggling to stand, yet I dared not lie at the doorway, fearing the return of that man or the sight of his accomplices, who might burst in and claim my life. I could only muster the strength to crawl to the entrance and press the button for the rolling shutter. As the door descended, I exhaled deeply in relief. After a brief moment of calm, I began to circulate my energy in an attempt to restore my internal vitality. At that moment, I heard Huang Jio's voice from outside. What is going on? You need to open the window when you leave. But now you come back as if you can come and go freely? As he spoke, he leaped onto the window, peered inside, then turned around and said, I came back too early. My frustration boiled over. Witnessing this scene only intensified my anger. Gritting my teeth, I exclaimed, if you dare to leave today, tomorrow I will pack your things and send you back to the mountains. Huang Jio halted, feigning surprise as he turned to address me. Brother, what happened here? My tongue felt as if it were bleeding from the anger he provoked. Taking a deep breath, I reassured myself that it was futile to argue with a brute. Damaging my health over this was not worth it. Besides, if I engaged him now, he could very well go out and revel until dawn. This rascal would certainly do such a thing. Filled with a mix of resentment and helplessness, I attempted to placate him. Brother Huang. The people from Lubinmen came looking for trouble, but I drove them off. However, after exhausting my energy, it feels as if my entire body has been drained. Huang Jio looked at me in astonishment and asked, Didn't your grandfather teach you to reserve your energy? Reserve energy? My grandfather himself had none to spare. How could he teach me? Fearing that my bravado might backfire, I chose silence. Huang Jio leapt down from the window and explained, Your dantian is like a reservoir. If you drain it completely, the sun will crack it open, and your meridians will become like withered twigs, shriveled and fragile. If you frequently deplete your reserves, you may suffer irreversible internal injuries. His explanation enlightened me. Yet, even with the little energy I had in my dantian, reserving it meant I would have none left to use. It seemed the issue was not my understanding of its use, but rather my own weakness. Nevertheless, I had at least managed to salvage my life. Huang Jio urged me to meditate and recover. Once my dantian was replenished, my strength would return. Concerned that the Lubinmen might return, he switched on all the lights in the shop. By 4 a.m, the breakfast shop opened, and he raised the rolling shutter. In the bustling market, no one dared to act recklessly. I meditated until 6 a.m, when I finally felt a faint stir of energy in my lower abdomen. As that energy gathered, I felt revitalized, as if I had been injected with adrenaline. Upon opening my eyes, I saw that Huang Jio had reassembled the mechanism beast I had disrupted. Although it bore a gaping hole in its back and some parts were damaged, its craftsmanship remained impressive. As he adjusted it, I noticed its limbs were still capable of movement. Seeing me awake, Huang Jio sighed and lamented, What a pity. The Luban secret talisman inside has been destroyed by you. Otherwise, it would have held some value. Now it's merely a heap of wooden parts. Recalling last night's events filled me with dread. Brother Huang, do you think we should find another place? Huang Jio paused, then asked, Change places? Just because we offended the people from Lubinmen? I nodded, not denying it. Huang Jio regarded me as if I were a spectacle and said, Liang, I can understand your hesitation in dealing with Lu Changxian and his apprentice in the mountains. Perhaps you couldn't bring yourself to act. But today, I see clearly that you are simply unsuited for this path. After saying this, He turned and retreated into the inner room to gather his belongings. For a moment, I was at a loss for words. Was this path truly only about violence? Soon, Huang Jiao emerged with a small floral bag. Not even glancing back as he prepared to leave, I realized he was serious and rushed to stop him, saying, "Brother Huang, you are alone in this city. Where will you go?" He retorted angrily, "Even if I remain in a garbage heap, it's safer than following you." I found those words hard to swallow. Blocking his way, I asked, "Then what should I do?" Huang Jiao replied, "What to do? Stay here, and for every troublemaker that comes, eliminate them." So they understand the principle of weighing their own strength before seeking trouble. Upon hearing this, I struck him on the back of the head, causing him to stumble. He turned around, glaring at me. "What do you mean by that?" I shot back, "You rely solely on your mouth. I told you last night not to go out." "And what happened?" I swiftly shifted the blame onto him, berating him thoroughly. As for my inability to kill, I could only say that the world has misunderstood Liang. On the fringe of the 10,000 mountains, had it not been for the presence of the mountain folk, Lu Changxian and his apprentice would surely have perished. The events of the early morning were no different. Had I possessed even a sliver of strength, I wouldn't have let him escape. Between life and death, I know how to choose, and I cannot afford to be sentimental. Huang Jiao initially intended to criticize me, but found himself severely chastised instead. By 8 in the morning, Sui Mei brought breakfast for both Huang Jiao and me. After cleaning the shop, she remained unaware of the previous night and Appo's events. But I dared not let her linger in the store, concocting an excuse to send her away. Around 10 o'clock, my second uncle arrived at the shop. He had other matters to discuss, but upon entering, I pulled him into the back room and recounted the events of the previous night. After listening, he patted my shoulder and said, "Those of us who make a living in this way will inevitably encounter such troubles, and as business grows, so does the trouble. Are you not afraid?" I asked, perplexed. "Afraid?" My uncle replied, "After many years in this world, I've come to understand a fundamental truth. Poverty is the most terrifying thing. Everything else pales in comparison." His reasoning was sound, yet I wished to express that it was the people of Lubinman who were fixated on me, not on him. Observing my uncle's calm demeanor, I began to doubt whether he truly was my uncle. While conversing with me, my uncle began to tidy up his belongings, and I noticed he had brought a golden sword and a peachwood sword. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, "Is there business to attend to?" He nodded, "Introduced by Mr. Wang. A friend of his has encountered some issues at a construction site. We need to see the specific situation for ourselves." "Uncle, what about the Lubinman situation?" I questioned. He countered, "If others are fixated on you, will you stop eating and sleeping?" I still struggled to comprehend. My uncle straightened up, speaking earnestly, Yang. The most important thing for a person is to live well every day. Although you faced danger last night, you survived, and that is the best outcome. The more you survive, the better you will learn to protect yourself. This path will not be smooth if you only think about hiding. It's not too late to withdraw now. I fell silent, contemplating my uncle's words. Chapter 34. The mysterious apparition. Uncle's words held profound wisdom. Whether it pertains to geomancy or esoteric arts, any malevolent occurrences are predominantly orchestrated by human hands. When some gain, others inevitably suffer. This seems to manifest as a distorted equilibrium in the unseen realm. With this realization, a sense of tranquility washed over me. As for those associated with the Luban Gate, I now stood vigilant, ready to confront any challenges that may arise. Life must continue. We shall eat when it's time to eat and earn when it's time to earn. I retrieved my cat bag, stuffed the yellow 9 into it, and followed Uncle out. He mentioned an incident at the construction site. Initially, I imagined a coffin had been unearthed, but upon arriving, I discovered the situation was far graver than either of us had anticipated. The site was a substantial excavation for a residential complex, a significant undertaking that had been operating around the clock to meet deadlines. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until the previous night, when a tragic accident occurred. A worker fell into the pit and perished. In cases of accidents on construction sites, settlements are typically negotiated privately to ensure the worker's family receives more substantial compensation while the contractors evade potential delays caused by investigations. Consequently, the deceased worker's body was stored in a temporary shelter, awaiting identification by family members. However, just last night, the body had been subjected to some sort of animal predation. The skull had been punctured, and the brain matter consumed. The chest cavity was also breached, with the liver missing. Under normal circumstances, this incident would merely incur additional costs for the contractor. Yet, early this morning, while draining the pit, a worker reported witnessing a small child, entirely crimson and bearing a grotesque visage, emerge from the water, baring its teeth in a frightful manner. After terrifying the workers, the peculiar boy submerged back into the depths. News of the apparition spread, with workers claiming it was a monster that had devoured the brain and liver of the corpse. causing panic that led them to flee. The safety supervisor, Chun Kai, recounted the incident with evident trepidation. Upon finishing, he turned to Uncle and remarked that as long as the issue was resolved, financial considerations would be of no concern. Chun Kai further implied that the crucial aspect was instilling confidence in the workers, persuading them to return to work. Both Uncle and I understood his underlying motives. However, I feared that if this matter were merely glossed over, it could lead to further fatalities. According to Chun Kai's description, the Crimson Child bore a striking resemblance to the mythical creature known as the mysterious apparition chronicled in the Book of Rites. This creature, a water-dwelling beast, is known to feast upon the brains and livers of the deceased. It is precisely this threat that led ancient tombs to be adorned with various protective statues intended to ward off such entities. The Book of Rites not only documents the existence of the mysterious apparition, but also records its nemesis, the divine beast Feng Xiangshi. Legend has it that Feng Xiangshi possesses 4 golden eyes, is clad in red and black attire, rides a horse, and wields a spear, driving the mysterious apparition away from tombs. Yet, even if these mythical beasts once roamed the earth in ancient times, they have long since vanished. If the mysterious apparition truly existed, the hundreds of workers at the site would have perished already. Chun Kai halted at the entrance of the temporary shelter and inquired whether Uncle and I wished to see the deceased worker. Before Uncle could respond, I interjected, stating we would forego viewing the body and instead explore the excavation site. Hearing Chun Kai's account had sent chills down my spine, and I lacked the stomach to see the remains, especially since I am not a coroner. The site was already halted, various machinery lay scattered across the uneven terrain, and half-erected rebar cages loomed like metallic beasts. The moment the small boy appeared, the workers had fled in a panic, leaving everything in disarray. Approaching the pit, Chun Kai hesitated, awkwardly stating he would not accompany us, leaving Uncle and me to investigate alone. I glanced up at the sky, where the sun shone brightly, infusing the atmosphere with warm energy, and thus, together with Uncle, we made our way to the site of the incident. The pit, approximately 2 meters in diameter, was filled to the brim with murky water, with 3 pumps stationed nearby. The water was so turbid it resembled sludge, rendering visibility impossible. Uncle knocked on the cat bag and inquired of Huangjiu, Huang Xian, do you sense any beastly presence? As fellow disciples, I surmised that Uncle had reached the same conclusion I had. Huangjiu, seemingly just awakening, yawned and replied, none whatsoever. If there were any beastly presence, I would have emerged to deal with it long ago. It boasted unabashedly, flicking its tongue. I activated my spiritual vision and peered into the pit. Alas, the underground water was saturated with heavy yin energy, and my spiritual vision had yet to reach proficiency. I could discern nothing. I relayed this to Uncle, who suggested, it and amp, oppos, nearly noon, the yin energy will diminish. Let an amp, oppos, have lunch first, and afterward, have Chun Kai arrange for the water to be drained. Having consumed breakfast brought by Su Ime earlier, I was not particularly hungry. However, neglecting to eat at mealtime felt disrespectful to the employer. Moreover, noon is when the yang energy is at its peak and begins to wane, marking the time of day when yin energy is most potent. Regardless of what lurked in the water, it was prudent for us to maintain our distance. Upon returning to the temporary shelter, Uncle briefly discussed the situation with Chun Kai, mentioning the mysterious apparition. I anticipated a need for further explanation, yet Chun Kai, being a college student, was already familiar with the concept. Nevertheless, his round face grew even more pallid after hearing the tale, and he asked Uncle, Masterly, do you think this matter can be resolved today? The engineering department is pressing hard, and the losses incurred by halting operations are considerable. Uncle refrained from providing a direct answer, simply stating, time is of the essence. Let us dine first. Afterward, have people come to drain the water from the pit, and we shall reassess the situation. Chun Kai, realizing our inability to guarantee a timeline, no longer concealed his intentions and directly proposed to Uncle, Masterly, how about I call the workers back? You can pacify their concerns and let them resume work in the meantime. From my understanding of Uncle, I anticipated he would acquiesce. However, Uncle and Appos' tone suddenly sharpened as he fixed his gaze on Chun Kai, asking, is this the directive from General Zhang, or is it your own suggestion? Chun Kai faltered, speechless. His concern was clearly not for the workers and Appos' well-being, but rather the deadlines. I found myself at a loss for words. Yet, individuals like Chun Kai are not uncommon. They thrive on persuasive speech while others toil relentlessly. It perplexed me that such individuals often ascend the corporate ladder with remarkable speed. Noticing Chun Kai and Appos' silence, Uncle continued, I have been entrusted by General Zhang, and it is imperative that we clarify and resolve this matter thoroughly. You are aware of the mysterious apparition if mishandled. It could lead to further loss of life. Chun Kai forced a smile, conceding, what Masterly says is true. Let us proceed to lunch. I could discern that Chun Kai's fear was not of further incidents on site, but rather of Uncle's acquaintance with General Zhang, which could lead to repercussions for him. Chapter 35. The stone sculpture of climate. The restaurant outside the construction site was not particularly refined, and the sanitary conditions left much to be desired. However, when the dishes were served, both my uncle and I were taken aback by the sight of several plates filled with game. Chun Kai smiled and gestured for us to begin eating. During the meal, my uncle inquired about the incident involving the workers, and Chun Kai, while eating, recounted the events in broad strokes. The deceased worker had fallen into the excavation pit, and by the time he was retrieved, his blood had already drained away. The site was bustling with rescue efforts, and only after regaining their composure did they realize that the previously dry pit had filled with water. As I listened, I discreetly fed Huang Jiao beneath the table. Once we had our fill, and while Chun Kai went to settle the bill, Huang Jiao poked his head out and remarked that he suspected a statue of a monstrous creature lay buried in the pit, having absorbed human blood and thus gained sentience. It was not uncommon for stone statues to come to life, though such occurrences were typically limited to those placed at entrances, which over the years had absorbed vital energy and, by fortuitous circumstances, developed intelligence. Most of these were auspicious creatures, and even if they became mischievous, they would not pose a significant threat, akin to guardian deities. If the owners were knowledgeable, they could reap great benefits by offering proper reverence to the awakened statue. However, a statue buried beneath the ground, deprived of sunlight for years, would find it exceedingly difficult to gain sentience, as the underground's malevolent energy only nourishes flesh and blood, not inanimate objects. Nevertheless, all of this remained mere speculation. The truth would only emerge once the water was fully drained. After leaving the restaurant, Chun Kai called the foreman, believing that a generous reward would surely attract the brave. To my surprise, he merely instructed the foreman to send workers to pump out the water, warning that if no one arrived within 10 minutes, they should cease operations altogether. Hanging up the phone, Chun Kai smiled at my uncle, assuring him that help would be on the way. I disapproved of his manner of conducting business, yet I felt powerless in the face of such a societal norm, which was merely the tip of the iceberg. We waited at the construction site for a while until the foreman arrived with 6 migrant workers clad in camouflage and rubber boots. Chun Kai approached them with an air of authority, reprimanding them, while the foreman nodded and bowed, leading the workers to commence water extraction. After about half an hour, we heard exclamations from the workers by the edge of the pit. My uncle and I hurried over. Upon reaching the pit, I leaned in to find that the murky water had been drained enough to reveal a segment of a dark red statue, even in its incomplete state. The general outline was discernible. My grandfather had taught me the importance of discretion while working. As he would say, we were there to perform a task, not to hold a lecture. A gathering of curious onlookers would only serve to distract and obscure the finer details. Fortunately, several workers had already distanced themselves without my uncle needing to shoo them away, and Chun Kai had remained at a distance throughout the proceedings. I adjusted my backpack to the front, opened the transparent window, and allowed Huang Jiao to see clearly. Moments later, Huang Jiao gasped, noting the statue's vibrant red hue, suggesting it had absorbed blood and flesh and had potentially awakened. He warned that if illuminated by the moonlight at night, it might become a threat to human life. I inquired whether there was a method to neutralize it. Huang Jiao, having spent years in the mountains and among ancient tombs, had a deeper understanding of such matters than my uncle and I. He advised that the best course of action would be to refill the pit, clear the surrounding area of people, and wait for 10 days to 2 weeks for the blood energy to dissipate. As long as it remained hidden from the light of day, there would be no danger. Huang Jiao's words caused my uncle and me to furrow our brows. If that were a viable solution, there would be no need for others to hire us. My uncle proposed an alternative, to bring in a statue of Feng and let them battle it out at night, which he believed would eliminate the monstrous creature. Huang Jiao countered, stating that acquiring a newly carved statue would be of little use, as there were hardly any statues of Feng that had developed sentience, even deep within the 10,000 mountains. Unless one could channel life energy to control the creature, even then, a newly crafted beast might not stand a chance against the awakened one. Upon hearing this, my uncle appeared troubled. He had only studied the upper scrolls and lacked the energy necessary for controlling beasts. I was uncertain whether I possessed enough energy myself. However, that depended on the monetary compensation. The 20,000 from the previous day had sparked a desire for wealth within me, prompting me to ask my uncle how much Zhang offered for this task. My uncle replied that it was 10,000, with a little extra upon completion, though it likely would and oppose to be substantial. I frowned, sensing that while my uncle had many admirable traits, he often found it difficult to negotiate in matters of social obligation. Seizing the opportunity, I cautioned my uncle that the issue with Zhang had been resolved, but the subsequent task involved considerable risk. I reminded him not to act recklessly, as I had yet to establish myself. Although I had not previously mentioned this, I suspected he and Zhang had exchanged significant glances, hinting at some understanding. My uncle shot me a glare, remarking that I bore little resemblance to my grandfather or father, possessing instead a shrewdness that was quite distinct. He assured me that he had everything under control and that if he were like my grandfather or father, his life would be over. However, judging by my uncle's tone, he did not seem the type to act impulsively, and I chose not to press the issue further. After pondering for a moment, I suggested that he ask Chen Kai to seek out an older stone carving workshop to acquire a statue of Feng Xiangshi, and I would test it out that night. Having shared my experience with the people at Luban Gate, my uncle knew I had energy within me and asked if I was certain I could handle it. 10,000. I gritted my teeth, insisting that I could manage. Huang Jiao peeked out again, expressing his reservations. I shoved his head back into the bag and closed the small window. Reservations? In my presence, he had no right to voice such opinions. Outside the workshed, my uncle briefed Chen Kai on the situation, instructing him to find a statue of Feng Xiangshi. He warned that if nothing materialized by nightfall, they would have to fill the pit and halt operations for half a month. Upon hearing of the impending suspension, Chen Kai immediately began calling contacts, while the foreman also utilized his network to reach out to various parties. During this waiting period, a commotion erupted outside the construction site's safety gate, followed by a series of loud knocks on the door. Chen Kai, preoccupied with his calls, was suddenly enraged, shouting, "Who the hell is lighting up the toilet and coming here to seek death?" He stormed to the entrance, but upon peering outside, his demeanor shifted dramatically. His fierce expression softened, and a jovial smile spread across his round face. My uncle and I exchanged glances, suspecting that Zhang had arrived. However, upon opening the door, 2 young women and a dandy entered. Judging by their ages, they seemed only a few years older than me. The girls wore expressions of curiosity, glancing around as if searching for something, while the young man maintained a stern countenance, as if someone owed him money. I found myself puzzled as to why Chen Kai had permitted their entry. Chapter 36. Zhang Ying. Upon witnessing Chen Kai lock the door after ushering someone inside, my uncle and I exchanged concerned glances. The more individuals involved in such matters, the more cumbersome they become. Chen Kai approached us, stating, "Masters, this is Zhang and Appo's daughter, along with her 2 classmates. They heard peculiar occurrences transpired here and wished to witness them for themselves." His words were not a request for our approval, but rather an announcement. I inquired coolly, "Is her father aware of her presence here?" Chen Kai awkwardly chuckled, "Zhang is exceedingly busy. It's best not to disturb him with such matters." It was evident he had privately acquiesced to Zhang Ying's whim in an attempt to curry favor. His ignorance could lead to dire consequences. If anything were to happen to the young lady from the Zhang family, Chen Kai would bear the brunt of it. With that, Chen Kai busied himself with a phone call, leaving us to contend with the 3 affluent youths. Initially, they seemed a bit reserved, but soon, led by a girl with long hair, they approached us with confidence. The 2 girls were undeniably beautiful, their prosperous upbringing granting them fair skin and striking features. Yet they paled in comparison to the lifeless body we had previously encountered. The long-haired girl stepped forward, addressing us with poise. "Greetings, masters. I am Zhang Ying, and these are my classmates, Wang Yingying and Chen Zihao." Considering her father's wealth, my uncle and I responded courteously, though we refrained from further conversation. After introducing herself, Zhang Ying pulled out a notebook and pen, leaning in with curiosity to ask, "Young master, do you all learn this craft from a young age?" She had every intention of taking notes. I felt a twitch at the corner of my mouth. This was a peculiar endeavor, indeed. Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying regarded me with an air of fascination, akin to spectators at a circus, which put me at unease. I quickly suggested, "You should direct your inquiries to my uncle. He possesses far more knowledge than I." With that, I nudged my uncle forward and retreated to the back. Instantly, Zhang Ying treated my uncle as her interview subject, and he rose to the occasion. I listened as he earnestly addressed her offbeat questions, nearly bursting into laughter at the absurdity. After a few inquiries, my uncle seemed overwhelmed by the girl's rapid-fire questions and exclaimed, "Miss Zhang, I must discuss something with Chen Kai. You should interview my nephew. He has a talking spirit beast." I was taken aback and instinctively turned to flee, only to find myself cornered by Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying. Fortunately, my uncle's remark redirected their focus to the cat bag I carried. This atmosphere delighted Huang Jiao, who pushed open a small window to peek out, relishing the attention from the 2 young women. Chen Zihao, growing impatient, interjected, "Yingying, it's just an ordinary pet. How could it possibly speak? I have plans with classmates. Could you accompany me instead?" His tone reeked of desperation. Zhang Ying shot him a glare, asserting, "I didn't invite you along. If you wish to go, then go on your own. And if you lack understanding, refrain from speaking out of turn." Pointing at Huang Jiao, she exclaimed, "Did you not see the spark of intellect in this little creature's eyes? Look, it's smiling." I felt a twitch of frustration. I longed to toss Huang Jiao to the ground. The constant tugging from the two girls had begun to strain my shoulders, and I found their naive demeanor less than appealing. These sheltered flowers had grown only in body, lacking any semblance of wit. As I contemplated their ignorance, Qin Zihao, frustrated by Zhang Ying's rejection, turned his ire towards me, scoffing, "What is so remarkable about a poor country boy? I could buy you a chinchilla another day." I remained silent, yet Zhang Ying remained fixated on Huang Jiao, dismissing him entirely. In a fit of rage, Qin Zihao stepped forward and shoved me, demanding in an accusatory tone, "Listen here, tell Zhang Ying you are merely a fraud from the countryside." My brow furrowed. What an oddity this young man was. Was he truly venting his frustrations on me due to his inadequacies with women? I could accept being labeled poor or rustic, those were mere facts. However, he had chosen the wrong target to unleash his aggression. Without uttering a word, I merely turned the cat bag around, and Huang Jiao understood my intent. At that moment, Qin Zihao found an outlet for his pent-up frustration and began to rant, disregarding the protests of Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying as he attempted to grab my collar. But as he closed the distance, his pupils dilated, and his demeanor shifted entirely. He delicately posed, adopting a flamboyant air, and began to prance about as if in a performance. Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying gasped, covering their mouths in shock. Yet, they quickly revealed their modern sensibilities, instinctively pulling out their phones to record the spectacle. After a brief display, Qin Zihao began to remove his clothing amidst his melodious antics. Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, their expressions a mix of disdain and curiosity, yet they leaned in closer, angling for the best shot. As Qin Zihao prepared to remove his underwear, I gave Huang Jiao a gentle tap on the head. He halted, confusion etched on his face. "What just happened?" he asked, bewildered. Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying recoiled as he moved closer, as if confronting a predator. I whispered to Huang Jiao, "Give him a command to leave." With a wide grin, Huang Jiao unleashed a burst of energy. The once inquisitive Qin Zihao turned on his heel and departed in silence. At the entrance, Chen Kai, oblivious to the unfolding drama, opened the door for him. "I instructed you to send them all away." I shot a glare at Huang Jiao. "But I want to play with these two lovely ladies." Huang Jiao blinked innocently. "Can I speak, Li Ge?" I was at a loss for words. This lecherous creature deserved to be reprimanded by Huang Xian and Appos. I had intended to intimidate him into speaking freely, but upon seeing Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying approach with eagerness, I quickly relented. "If you wish to speak, go ahead. But do not let them record you." With that, I hastily removed the cat bag and placed it atop a concrete block. Huang Jiao sprang forth, standing upright. Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying's eyes gleamed, entirely disregarding me as they rushed towards Huang Jiao. While the antics of a yellow weasel might puzzle young women, such behavior was not uncommon in rural settings. However, Huang Jiao was far too cautious to engage in anything untoward. I chose not to observe Huang Jiao's antics and instead approached my uncle, who was just returning with Chen Kai, who held a phone in hand. I made inquiries and finally located a supplier at a gravestone factory, but it will take an hour to transport, Chen Kai reported. My uncle inquired, "Is it confirmed to be a sculpture of feng shui?" Chen Kai replied affirmatively. Indeed, the owner is quite knowledgeable. Given the implications for the construction site, I trusted Chen Kai would not take this matter lightly. 40 minutes later, as the statue was delivered and unloaded, I furrowed my brow. This item was evidently manufactured by machine, devoid of any human touch. Chapter 37. The artisan of statues. The industrial statue, crafted in a day, lacked the meticulous artistry that comes from a skilled artisan's dedication, resulting in a rather lifeless appearance. At this juncture, it was too late to seek out another option. As I circled the stone sculpture, I noted with relief that, although machine-carved, it vividly captured the essence of the artisan. Crucially, the statue bore a name. Besides attracting attention, naming holds significant weight. An old adage warns against bestowing names upon inanimate objects, for once they possess a name, they become aware of their identity and begin to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the vitality of the human realm. Common stone sculptures are typically found in homes or at banks, where naming them poses little consequence. However, should one encounter a wild statue in desolate ruins or ancient temples, regardless of whether it depicts an animal or a human, it is best not to utter its name. If compelled to speak, one should prefix it with the word stone, thus allowing it to believe itself merely a rock, avoiding chaos and mischief. The guardians of tombs are an entirely different matter. To command them, one must impart their name and purpose. I reached out to touch the statue. The name was indeed hand-carved, affirming that Chen Kai had not erred. Its creator was a true craftsman. Chen Kai, visibly anxious, repeatedly inquired if I was capable. I assured him I was, but insisted he first send those two young ladies away. In the distance, Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying's laughter rang out, seemingly enchanted by some spell cast by Huang Jiao, who appeared far more jubilant than the hens laying eggs. Upon hearing this, Chen Kai glanced at the sky and approached the two women. Shortly after, Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying followed him, still giggling. Zhang Ying, her cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling, asked, Liang, could you leave me your number? Your pet is delightful. Yingying, and I would love to return to play with it. I shot a glare at Huang Jiao, who was still waving enthusiastically from a distance, and replied coldly, I do not have a phone. Wang Yingying, noticing my unwelcoming demeanor, pouted, what is so impressive? I'll just pay a hefty sum to buy Huang Jiao next time. In just over an hour, Huang Jiao had sold both our names. Yet, the prospect of Wang Yingying wanting to buy Huang Jiao intrigued me. Now that my own spiritual energy had increased, Huang Jiao's utility would diminish. I could repurpose it later. I called out to the two. You can find me at Li's inquiry shop on Qingming Street. Zhang Ying quickly noted it down, and under Chen Kai's urging, the two reluctantly left the construction site. My uncle directed the foreman to move the statue outside the work shed, aligning it with the excavation pit, then dismissed the workers, who were eager to leave, not daring to linger even a moment longer. Seeing this, Chen Kai rubbed his hands together and approached, but before he could speak, my uncle interjected. You must stay as a witness. When Zhang inquires, you can accurately recount the events. Upon hearing this, Chen Kai's expression soured. I reassured him, once darkness falls, follow my uncle, you will be safe. Besides, having participated in this endeavor, Zhang will not neglect you if we succeed. Motivated by thoughts of promotion and wealth, Chen Kai and Apos' apprehension lessened, and he diligently retrieved a few chairs from the office. I went to collect Huang Jiao, who was still basking in the afterglow of its recent fortune, its little eyes sparkling. I swiftly grabbed it and stuffed it into the cat carrier. Dinner consisted of boxed meals purchased by Chen Kai. After eating, the sky darkened. However, the construction site was illuminated by powerful 1,000-watt bulbs, casting a bright glow across the area. I used my fingertip's blood to inscribe a summoning talisman on the back of the artisan, once infused with spiritual energy. It would take form and engage in battle with the malevolent spirit. Whether it could prevail remained uncertain in my mind. Chen Kai lingered closely behind my uncle, steadfastly by his side. Our wait extended until midnight. Just past midnight, the bright lights abruptly extinguished, plunging the entire site into darkness. Amid the flickering neon lights, the area felt forsaken by the light, imbued with an oppressive atmosphere. From the excavation pit surged a cloud of blood mist, and a 3-year-old child with horns, upright ears, and a crimson complexion slowly emerged. This was a fearsome beast. Fortunately, it was a statue come to life. Chen Kai's startled scream faltered halfway, swallowed back in fear as he snatched my uncle's money sword, trembling as he clutched it. At that moment, the malevolent spirit also emerged from the pit. It had an affinity for corpses and seemed disinterested in us, pausing only briefly before attempting to depart. Panic surged within me. Should it leave this place, it could unleash untold calamities. I swiftly flicked my finger against the artisan statue. Spiritual energy converged, and my fingertips struck the stone, releasing a fleeting golden light, followed by a dull thud from the statue. The spirit was drawn to the sound, and upon noticing the artisan, its body swelled in rage, bared fangs, and lunged forward. Huang Jiao, perched on my shoulder, stomped excitedly, urging me to hasten the artisan's activation. Amidst the cacophony, I remained remarkably composed. Drawing a deep breath, I held it in. The distance was too great. If I activated it now, the limited spiritual energy would be squandered unnecessarily. Watching the ferocious spirit approach, my hands trembled slightly. Yet I waited until it was within 5 meters before exhaling forcefully and pointing at the statue. Golden light erupted as a phantom emerged from the artisan, brandishing a long spear, charging towards the spirit. The confrontation was fierce, each side clashing with fervor. The spirit, though fierce, was countered effectively. Under the relentless assault of the artisan, the spirit and Apos' form began to wane within mere minutes. As its remaining energy detonated, it attempted to retreat back into the pit, only to be ensnared by Huang Jiao, who opened its mouth and absorbed it with its supernatural force. Hearing Huang Jiao's audible gulp, I swiftly grabbed it from my shoulder. Seeing its yellowish skin turn crimson, I hastily tossed it aside. Huang Jiao landed with a couple of rolls and immediately sat in meditation. However, the artisan, driven to madness, turned its spear towards us. Startled, I quickly spat into my palm and wiped the blood talisman from the statue. As soon as the talisman was erased, the artisan dissipated into nothingness during its run. I exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from my forehead. My uncle stepped out from behind me, looking at Huang Jiao with concern. Is it all right? He asked. Don't worry about it. It'll stuff anything into its mouth and will eventually meet its end. I was equally exasperated by Huang Jiao's peculiar habit. I glanced back at Chen Kai, who appeared pale, clutching my uncle's sword, his gaze vacant. Having exhausted my spiritual energy, I had no time to soothe his emotions. I took a deep breath and invoked a spell to awaken his spirit. Chen Kai jolted awake, collapsing to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Some experiences are markedly different when known versus when witnessed. Chapter 38. Her dowry. I was utterly exhausted and could scarcely concern myself with whether Chen Kai was kneeling or calling me father. I simply stated, Director Chun. If I am not mistaken, there lies a coffin beneath the foundation pit. Should you wish to fill it in directly, you might as well bury the statue of Feng Xiang as well. Naturally, my recommendation was to excavate the coffin and report it to the relevant authorities for the benefit of both you and Director Zhang. The wraith was a malevolent beast, one that normal individuals would avoid at all costs. Burying it here could only be an act of vengeance, akin to grinding bones to dust, denying the dead any peace. Thus, I concluded that there was indeed a coffin below. The very fact that the wraith could thrive so deep underground suggested a considerable age. Having studied for several years, I recognized that it might be an artifact. Having expressed my thoughts, what Chen Kai chose to do next was his own affair. Huang Jiu had also returned to a state of normalcy, leaping into the cat bag. My uncle was preparing to retrieve the golden sword, yet Chen Kai clutched it tightly. Stammering, Masterly, would you consider selling me this golden sword? Upon exiting, I noted that the sword my uncle bore was not the one I had seized from Lu Changxian and Apo's as apprentice. At best, it was only slightly superior to trinkets found at a street market, merely a source of consolation in hand. Without waiting for my uncle to speak, I remarked, Director Chun, the talismans we utilize are rather costly. This sword of my uncle's has even been consecrated by a celestial master, a rarity in this world. Upon hearing this, Chen Kai not only tightened his grip, but insisted, Masterly, please, name your price. Since I was merely deceiving him, I felt no fear of overstating the amount and casually declared, 100,000. A penny less is non-negotiable. My uncle was taken aback, but before we could exchange glances, Chen Kai was already trembling as he retrieved his phone to transfer the funds via online banking. His trembling was not due to the money itself, but rather from fright. No wonder they say real estate is a fast track to wealth. A project safety director could part with 100,000 without batting an eye. My uncle hesitated momentarily, but unable to resist my subtle urging, he took out his phone to accept the payment. Chen Kai, unwilling to remain alone at the construction site, followed us to the entrance. Just as my uncle and I got into the car, we heard him on the phone with the foreman, completely transformed, bellowing. You have 5 minutes to bring your crew here to commence work. If I don't see anyone in 5 minutes, you're done. I suddenly felt that 100,000 might be insufficient. Alas, such a society, some dwell in deep ditches, while others reside in lofty towers. Some are riddled with rust, while others shine with brilliance. For the sake of survival, how many endure with gritted teeth? Upon returning to the shop, it was already late into the night. My uncle, concerned that the people from Lubinman might come to cause trouble, planned to stay with me. However, as soon as the shop door swung open, both of us felt a surge of tension. In the vacant space of the shop lay 4 wooden crates, each half the height of a person. My immediate thought was that the Lubinman had arrived, and my hand instinctively reached into my pocket for a talisman. Yet just as my uncle and I halted in our tracks, Huang Jiu unexpectedly leaped from the cat bag, rushed into the room, and opened the leftmost crate. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted from within. Huang Jiu swiftly closed the crate, rubbed its green bean-like eyes in disbelief, and cautiously opened it again, just a crack. What lay inside made both my uncle and me gasp in astonishment. A trove of jewels, jade, pearls, and an array of gold and silver ornaments. From the radiant glow, it was evident they were genuine. Upon seeing the box of treasures, rather than feeling joy, I was drenched in a cold sweat. It was akin to finding an unexpected windfall of 10,000 at home. Pleasing, perhaps, but a whole box overflowing with money would leave anyone feeling unsettled. My uncle snapped back to reality and hurriedly shut the shop door, breathing heavily as he inquired, what on earth is going on? I too was curious and speculated, could it be a gift from Huang Jiu's wife? Upon hearing this, Huang Jiu, who had been poised to open a second crate, suddenly weakened, collapsing into a sitting position, his expression one of utter despair. However, upon reflection, this seemed unlikely. Huang Xianer was but half transformed and would find it inconvenient to enter the city. Puzzled, I approached the second crate and cautiously opened it. Inside lay a collection of garments, traditional dresses, neatly folded. As I drew nearer, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. I took a gentle whiff and my expression shifted to one of realization. I turned to my uncle and declared, it's her. Your wife? He queried. After measuring her heartbeat so many times, I recognized her scent distinctly and nodded affirmatively. I quickly made my way into the back of the shop and pushed open the rear door. Yet, disappointment washed over me the moment I stepped inside. It was empty, devoid of any presence. What did this mean? She had sent jewelry and clothing, yet she herself was absent? Don't search any longer. She likely hasn't arrived yet. This is merely her dowry. My uncle called out from behind me. Turning, I saw him and Huang Jio had opened the remaining 2 crates, one of which contained more clothing, while the last held a selection of dried fruits, dates, peanuts, longans, and sunflower seeds. I inquired, "How do you know this is a dowry?" Huang Jio pointed to the dried fruits and replied, "Isn't it obvious? Early progeny." I felt overwhelmed, yet it did seem to be the case. But what did she mean by this? Was it a prelude to inform me of her imminent arrival, urging me to prepare? Or was it a message that she was safe, alleviating my worries? Huang Jio, pawing at the box of jewels, remarked, "Look at this grandeur. She must come from a wealthy family." I shot him a glare, warning, "Arin and Apos. To you concerned there might be poison in there that could harm you?" At this, Huang Jio shivered and withdrew his paws, scurrying to wash them at the sink. My uncle gazed at the 4 large crates and mused, "It's fortunate she has come, fulfilling your grandfather's wishes. However, with so many valuable items, it is unwise to leave them in the shop. Should they be stolen, our family cannot afford such a loss." I too felt overwhelmed. She arrives with such a dilemma. Moreover, judging by the fragrance emanating from the crates, these were her personal belongings, and selling them was out of the question. After pondering for a while, my uncle gritted his teeth and said, "Tomorrow, I will go to Director Zhang to calculate the expenses. I will gather enough to buy you a wedding home, lest they perceive us as impoverished." Buying a home had never crossed my mind. I thought a simple mat would suffice for a night. However, if that woman truly arrived, it would not suffice. No matter how poor, I could not allow her to sleep on the floor with me. Yet, considering the cost of a home in the city, even with Director Zhang's funds, my uncle's resources might still fall short. I asked my uncle, but he waved dismissively, "A little short will not matter. I will find a way." His method was straightforward. Early the next morning, he departed and returned by noon, accompanied by Sui Mei. Seeing the 2 of them, so enamored with one another, nearly brought tears to my eyes. Ultimately, my uncle bore the weight of it all. Chapter 39. The heart-splitting spell. I approached willingly, sweetly calling out to Sui Mei, addressing her as aunt, which brought a radiant smile to her face. My second uncle, like an old tree blossoming in spring, exuded newfound confidence. In the afternoon, my second uncle and Aunt Sue took me to view a property, which totaled over 600,000. My second uncle discussed the financial situation. Mr. Zhang had provided 150,000, and with the remaining 150,000, plus Chen Kai's 100,000, we still needed over 200,000. However, Aunt Sue offered to cover the shortfall, stating it was a small gift from an aunt to her nephew. A sum of over 200,000 hardly qualifies as a trivial present. Although my second uncle and I had made 400,000 in just a few days, it seemed simple, only we understood the dangers involved and the time invested. As for my second uncle, I cannot speak for him, but I have spent a full decade learning from my grandfather. Had it not been for a fortuitous discovery from a female corpse, we would have had to exchange our lives for that 400,000. My previous attempts to take advantage of Aunt Sue were merely trifles, intended to bridge the gap between her and my second uncle, but when it came to 20-odd thousand, my second uncle had to decide. To my surprise, I saw my second uncle handing his bank card to Sue Ime, asking her to cover the payment. I was quite fond of the house, a 4-room apartment that felt warm and inviting. If a family could reside there, it would indeed be a picturesque scene. At my age, the property had to be registered under my second uncle's name. Being blood relatives, I felt at ease. Moreover, a significant portion of the funds came from my second uncle. Once the simple paperwork was completed in the afternoon, we received the keys. My second uncle then hired a tricycle and 5 workers to transport the bride's dowry, belonging to the female corpse, into the house. Aunt Sue brought over daily necessities and purchased furniture, allowing me to settle in that very night. Tomorrow, once my second uncle finalizes the remaining paperwork, the house will truly belong to me. As the sun began to set, I suggested my second uncle move in with me, but before I could finish my sentence, Aunt Sue shot me a disapproving glance, instructing me not to meddle in adult affairs, assuring me they had no shortage of places to stay. My second uncle's face flushed red as he was dragged out the door by Sue Ime, and off they went, leaving me with Huang Jio in the new house. After a while of exploring the new place, I felt something was missing. After searching for a time, it dawned on me that we lacked a television. However, with all the money spent, acquiring a TV would require earning more. Huang Jio and I pondered the idea of hanging around the shop in hopes of picking up a few jobs. On a whim, feeling invigorated, I grabbed the shop keys and headed out with Huang Jio. Having been in the city for several days, I realized that the female corpse must have passed the danger period, but now, just as she had crossed that threshold, her dowry had arrived. Her urgency was palpable. Of course, I was primarily concerned with whether she could breathe now and if her eyes were still frighteningly red. Contemplating these thoughts, I arrived at the shop, which was now enveloped in darkness. I opened the door, sitting properly behind the table, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the television. Alas, such is the nature of this business. When customers do not come, waiting is futile. As the clock approached 10, foot traffic dwindled on the streets, worrying about encountering members of the Luban sect. I locked the door and returned home. Lying on the soft bed, I couldn't help but chuckle with joy. After a moment of elation, I felt a sense of emptiness. The bed had 2 pillows. My mind conjured the image of the female corpse. How I wished she were here, so I could check her heartbeat and hold something in my hand, allowing me to sleep soundly. Yet, if she could breathe, I seemed to lose my excuse. I felt a sense of melancholy wash over me. Lost in thought about measuring her heartbeat and whether she could breathe, I became agitated and decided to rise and resume my studies. As I activated the feng shui statue, I heeded Huang Jiu's advice and left a foundation, which indeed hastened my recovery and prevented fatigue. However, primarily, it was the fact that the Wei Xiang had matured significantly within a day. If it were to consume a few more days' worth of deceased brains and livers, I would likely be left wanting. While reciting my studies, I circulated my internal energy, growing increasingly aware and alert. At that moment, a child's cries suddenly pierced the night. Huang Jiu, who had been sleeping on the floor, stirred, listening intently. It's a residential area. Whose child is crying at this hour? I slipped on my shoes and walked into the living room, where the cries grew clearer, originating from just outside my door. The sound appeared to be that of a little girl, wailing pitifully, as if suffering from a parental onslaught. Peering through the peephole, I saw a small, frail figure curled up in the hallway. She seemed to be enduring immense pain, her frail body convulsing amid her cries. Upon seeing her, I hastily opened the door and rushed out. To my shock, the pitiful girl was none other than Tingting. Hadn't an amp, Oppos, she gone back to the hospital with her mother? Confusion filled my mind, but upon witnessing her body convulsing from pain, I acted without hesitation, activating my spiritual sight and swiftly carrying her back into the house. Tingting appeared to be suffering inhumanely, her emaciated body tensed. I struggled to lay her down flat. In a moment of desperation, I instructed Huang Jiu to momentarily distract her mind. Once she fell unconscious, Tingting ceased her cries, yet her tiny body continued to twitch, her face devoid of color. Noticing her small hand tightly clutching her chest, I carefully pried it open and pulled aside her clothing. The next second, both Huang Jiu and I gasped in shock. On Tingting and Oppo's chest, there was a blood-red mark in the shape of a small axe, precisely aimed at her heart. The heart-splitting spell, it was the work of the Luban sect. Huang Jiu gritted his teeth. I trembled with rage. The heart-splitting spell is one of the most malicious and vile techniques within the realm of suppression. Those afflicted feel as if their heart is cleaved by a blade. Such pain, let alone a 5- or 6-year-old child, would bring even the strongest man to tears. Moreover, once this spell is cast, it can only lead to a slow, agonizing death unless the caster is found and the blood axe retrieved. It is said that the blood axe has an extraordinary origin, with even the least impressive ones forged from the heart and Oppos' blood of a millennium-old corpse. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to kill. This feeling was unprecedentedly intense. I wanted nothing more than to drag the Luban sect members out and tear them to shreds. Taking a deep breath, I channeled my energy and pressed my finger against Tingting and Oppos' chest, using my internal energy to suppress the blood axe and Oppos' mark. Huang Jiu warned, "Your energy is too weak. It can only suppress her for 24 hours. After that, the same method will be ineffective, and the little girl will be left to suffer." I needed to devise a plan, but at that moment, my mind was clouded with murderous intent. Chapter 40. Blood Dagger. The members of the Luban Gate targeted me simply because I disrupted their schemes and obstructed their profits. However, had their intentions been solely aimed at me, I would not have been driven to contemplate violence. It is no simple task to eradicate them entirely. Merely locating each one of them poses a significant challenge. Yet, their insatiable greed offers a glimmer of hope for resolution. Under the pressure of my Taoist energy, Tingting remained in a deep slumber. By dawn, my own energy had nearly replenished, yet my body ached. A likely consequence of the aftermath that Huang Jiu had warned me about. However, I had no time to dwell on this. I ventured out to a small convenience store and called my second uncle. Within a matter of minutes, Su Yimei and my uncle returned together. Su Yimei appeared rosy-cheeked, while my uncle seemed somewhat fatigued. I observed the complexities of adult matters without prying further. I recalled when Xiaoping married. He and his bride secluded themselves for 7 days without seeking my company. My uncle and Oppos' restraint could be considered commendable in comparison. I recounted the entire situation, with Huang Jiu interjecting at times, though thankfully he did not frighten Su Yimei. She was somewhat familiar with the supernatural realm, having been with my uncle for some time. This familiarity alleviated the burden of hiding Huang Jiu, which could occasionally be troublesome. Upon hearing the details, Sui Mei gently caressed Tingting's forehead, expressing her sorrow for the cruelty inflicted upon such a small child. My uncle's brow furrowed in concern. These individuals could not be allowed to remain at large. Today, it was this little girl, but tomorrow it could very well be your aunt. Aunt. I was momentarily taken aback, but I quickly nodded in agreement, voicing my shared concern for her safety. Upon my uncle's affirmation, Sui Mei's cheeks flushed slightly, though her thoughts remained with Tingting. She inquired about the child's future. My uncle replied, Yang Yang's energy is too weak. After one use, it loses its efficacy. I will seek out Old Song, who may have a solution. As he departed, I recalled that my uncle had previously mentioned Old Song, a carpenter known for crafting urns, who should possess knowledge of restraining techniques. After my uncle left, Huangzhou lifted his control over Tingting, who awoke timidly, curling up in fear. Fortunately, with Sui Mei and Appo's attentive care, she managed to eat a little. Once she became familiar with her surroundings, Sui Mei asked Tingting where her mother had gone. At this question, fear flashed in Tingting's eyes, and she burst into tears. Thankfully, Huangzhou, having previously played with her, was able to coax her into calmness. Seizing the moment, I called Sui Mei aside and hesitated before asking, Aunt, has my uncle ever mentioned that he is childless? I felt a pang of uncertainty. Their relationship had developed so beautifully, and I feared my words might disrupt it, leaving me with a lifetime of guilt towards my uncle. Yet I knew my uncle well enough to understand that he would eventually share this with Sui Mei. I don't mind at all, as long as there is love. The absence of offspring is inconsequential, Sui Mei replied nonchalantly. My heart lightened, for I knew my uncle was a man of deep feelings, one who would not easily relinquish his choices. Noticing my hesitation, Sui Mei encouraged me. You've called me aunt, so feel free to speak your mind without reservation. After much internal conflict, I finally suggested, Aunt, what if you were to adopt Tingting? Once the words escaped my lips, I felt a pang of impudence. I had only considered her financial situation, neglecting her personal desires. However, upon hearing my proposal, Sui Mei's eyes brightened. I truly adore this child, but what about her relatives? Would they consent? She has none, I replied, my heart heavy as I turned away. When I had held her the previous night, I had checked for any traps with my spiritual sight. Tingting's family had all departed from this world, including her mother. Being a woman, Sui Mei's heart softened, and she could not hold back her tears. I composed myself and said, Aunt, hypothetically, if anything were to happen between you and my uncle in the future, you can entrust Tingting to me. I will raise her as my sister. You mischievous child, why must you speak so sweetly? Sui Mei, with a mock frown and a quivering voice, playfully struck me. I worry that when it comes time to formalize her registration, we may face obstacles through the proper channels. After being playfully struck, I felt warmth in my heart as I reassured her, you can take Huangzhou along. We'll change her surname too. Utilizing supernatural means for such matters may not align with the law, but Tingting's plight was too pitiful, and this was the only way to provide her with a loving home. As the saying goes, humanity transcends legalities. I believed it was not a crime. Upon hearing this, Sui Mei resolved, all right, tomorrow I will have your uncle accompany me to obtain the certificate. I stumbled, uncertain if I had unwittingly ensnared my uncle once again. Yet, I felt content, for my uncle and Sui Mei were indeed meant for each other, and I merely nudged fate along. However, the immediate priority remained, ensuring Tingting's survival. After approximately 40 minutes, my uncle returned. Old Song truly limped on one leg, dragging one foot behind him while carrying an old-fashioned carpenter's toolbox. My uncle must have briefed him on the situation, for upon entering, he went directly to examine Tingting and Appo's chest wound. After assessing her condition, Old Song and Appo's eyes flared with anger. He settled into a chair with his wooden leg and declared, I can guarantee this girl 3 days. Within that time, you must locate the blood axe, or I will be powerless to help. My anxious heart settled momentarily. I assured the old man, rest assured, I will locate these fiends within 3 days. Old Song regarded me for a moment before bending down to open his toolbox, retrieving a delicate long box. Inside lay a slender object wrapped in crimson cloth. The old man, despite his age and limp, still bore the spirit of a warrior. Otherwise, I would have spared no mercy on these wretches. As he unveiled the blood dagger, my pupils dilated in shock. It was a slender triangular blade, entirely blood red, exuding an intense aura of bloodlust. Yet, inexplicably, this blood aura bore no hint of malevolence. Instead, it radiated a sense of vigor, providing a profound sense of security. Old Song revealed, this is the dagger I wielded on the battlefield, accompanying me as I fought to defend my homeland. Regrettably, it now lies neglected in a corner. Understanding that Old Song was a veteran, I felt a surge of respect. Upon closer inspection of the blood dagger, a chill coursed through me. The crimson hue was not mere bloodstains. It was blood imbued within the steel. How many foes must one vanquish to imbue a blade with such a rich sanguine essence? Chapter 41. The gamble of human nature. Song the Lame seemed lost in recollection, and we dared not speak much. Not for any other reason than the blood dagger he held in his hand, which was sufficient to instill fear in anyone. After a minute or two, he continued. In the hands of the old man, it claimed the lives of 203 enemies, yet their blood was unworthy to sully my old companion. Hearing of the 203 slain foes sent chills down my spine, as I could vividly imagine the expression and might he must have displayed in the face of the enemy. However, now returned to life. He had tempered that formidable aura in the presence of his compatriots. His sharpness was forever directed solely at the enemy. Such is the nature of a veteran. Suddenly, Song the Lame and Apos' expression shifted dramatically. In that moment, the figure before me transformed from a mere limping carpenter into a true battle-hardened soldier. His gaze was piercing and resolute as he presented the blood dagger before me, declaring with conviction, "The blood upon this blade belongs to my 108 comrades, spilled in the sacred duty of defending our homeland, infused with the essence of Song family secret techniques, representing the ironclad resolve of my 108 brothers in arms." A shiver ran down my spine, not from fear, but from a surge of fervor. Song the Lame's tone softened as he suddenly asked, "Do you dare to accept it?" I was momentarily taken aback. If it were merely a dagger stained with the blood of the slain, it would only serve as a deadly weapon, capable of suppressing malevolent entities with its ominous aura. Yet, this blood dagger bore the fervent blood of fallen comrades, imbued with their unyielding will. Thus, I felt no trace of malice emanating from it. Rather, it provided a sense of reassurance. Moreover, the fact that it belonged to 108 brave souls, corresponding to the celestial warriors, elevated its value manifold, rendering it potentially unique in the world. To hold it was not merely to ward off evil, but to vanquish it. Nothing could withstand its might, and nothing could escape its wrath. The significance was immense. I hesitated to take responsibility and sought the counsel of my second uncle. He advised, "Yang, with this, you could carve a path through the mystical realms, but consider this well, should you commit any wrongdoing in the future. Even if Song the Lame were to forgive you, the souls of those 108 warriors will not." I understood my uncle's implication. Should I ever stray into malevolence, my fate would be graver than death itself. Could I truly navigate this path while preserving my original intentions, remaining steadfast in virtue? Doubt crept in. With this blood dagger in hand, the skills of the Luban sect would pale in comparison before me. Yet, even without it, I could employ geomantic arrays to deal with those few adversaries. It was not a matter of shirking responsibility. Rather, I feared that once shackled, my future would be constrained. Furthermore, this blood dagger could not be wielded freely. It required the acknowledgement of the spirits of those 108 warriors. Seeing my hesitation, disappointment flickered in Song the Lame's eyes, and I felt a pang of guilt. Times had changed, and individuals willing to selflessly sacrifice as they did had become increasingly rare. Just as I was about to decline, Huangjiu suddenly knelt before Song the Lame, head bowed, and proclaimed, "Old man, consider me. I, Huangjiu, have cultivated for 260 years without harming a soul or committing any act of wrongdoing. I wish to inherit your blood dagger and carry forth your legacy of punishing evil and upholding righteousness." Both my uncle and I were taken aback, and 100 thoughts raced through my mind. I had seen shamelessness before, but never to this degree. Huangjiu continued to bow, awaiting a response. And in a moment of frustration, I kicked him 3 meters away, causing him to kneel before Song the Lame. For no other reason than Huangjiu's evident desire. I sensed that the blood dagger must possess benefits I had yet to perceive. When Song the Lame observed my kneeling to accept the dagger, a hint of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Huangjiu crawled back, eager to contest with me, but Song the Lame had already placed the blood dagger in my hands. In that instant, it was as if I heard the clarion call of battle and the chilling cries of war. Yet, merely a fleeting moment later, the dagger fell silent. Holding it, I gestured toward Huangjiu, who, terrified, leaped 3 meters back to hide behind the sofa. Song the Lame resumed the guise of an ordinary elder and retrieved a leather case from beneath the toolbox, handing it to me with the admonition, "Do not let me down. Remember your uncle's words." I quickly replied, "Rest assured, Grandfather Song, I will never tarnish the honor of you and your comrades." "Good. Take it and dispatch those Luban sect individuals. Their malevolence has persisted for far too long." I accepted the blood dagger and bowed 3 times to Song the Lame. This was customary. To receive such a generous gift without formally apprenticing would be akin to receiving a second set of parents. Although Song the Lame had merely recounted the dagger's origins, I understood it was no ordinary weapon, deserving of my profound respect. After the exchange, Song the Lame rummaged through his toolbox to prepare the heart-cleaving axe to suppress Ting Ting's affliction. While 3 days remained, I dared not delay. Since the Luban sect sought wealth, the best strategy to locate them would be to display riches. I found a shoebox and returned to my room, selecting 36 pieces of jewelry from the dowry of the female corpse. Upon touching them, I was astonished, estimating based on the shoebox. That single large box contained at least 300 to 400 pieces of jewelry. Having gathered the items, I instructed Huang Jiu to release a foul odor within the box for tracking purposes, but he adamantly refused, fearing he would be slaughtered by the female corpse. Grabbing him by the neck, I slammed the blood dagger onto the bed, demanding, "Either do as I say, and I will explain to her afterward, or I shall end you right now." Under duress, Huang Jiu reluctantly chose the former. In an instant, the room became unbearably odorous, leaving one dizzy. Yet, there was no alternative. Conducting this outside might alert the Luban sect. If they became suspicious, matters could turn dire. I opened a window for ventilation and then, with Huang Jiu and my uncle, set out. In the car, I inquired if there were any additional benefits to the blood dagger. Huang Jiu, filled with resentment, refused to divulge anything despite my threats, merely stating that I would understand its worth after using it a few times. I pressed my uncle for more information about Song the Lame, but he too could not provide clarity, admitting that only today did he learn that Song the Lame was a veteran. Upon returning to the shop, I placed the box of jewelry on the coffee table, intentionally leaving the lid open. Then, my uncle and I busied ourselves with the artifacts in the back room. By evening, we ventured out together to a nearby restaurant for dinner. In the private room, Huang Jiu gnawed on a chicken leg, expressing, "Li Go, I think your plan is rather foolish. They won't fall for it." I disagreed, not out of arrogance, but because compared to stupidity, greed was far more significant. This time, I was betting not on cunning, but on human nature. After 2 hours of dining, we returned to the shop, only to find the shoebox missing from the coffee table. Without a moment's hesitation, my uncle and I swiftly gathered our belongings and set out. Chapter 42. Flowers in the fog. Huang Jiu possessed an acute sense of smell. In its own words, it could detect its own scent from 100 kilometers away, regardless of whether the scent was pleasant or foul. Its primary concern was to locate people. However, trouble arose when my second uncle and Appo's vehicle hit the road. Huang Jiu could only ascertain a general direction but was unable to specify the exact route taken by the other party. The city was a labyrinth of roads, and despite having navigated these streets for nearly a decade, my uncle struggled to pinpoint their location. It was not until we left the city that Huang Jiu could provide a relatively accurate route. Upon reaching the foot of a small mountain, dawn was approaching, and at the trail's end rested a van. Huang Jiu sniffed the air and declared that the van belonged to the group we were tracking. My uncle, upon hearing this, reversed our car several meters to conceal it by the roadside. After disembarking, we stealthily approached, and my uncle felt the engine hood, still warm, indicating that the occupants had returned not long ago. The forest beyond the city was well preserved, though the trees were rather slender and sparse. We followed the path up to the mountainside, where several dilapidated buildings emerged before us. Huang Jiu confirmed that group is inside the central building, based on the scent. There are 5 individuals. 5 people? Including Huang Jiu, that made only 3 of us. Moreover, those individuals possess the skills of Luban, rendering Huang Jiu's illusions potentially ineffective. I opened my spiritual eye to assess the surrounding energies. This place had once been a small village, but due to its proximity to the provincial capital, the villagers had long since migrated to the city. Over time, the village had become desolate, gradually overrun by the essence of nature. The flow of natural energy was inherently formless. With a slight nudge, one could easily establish a rudimentary feng shui arrangement. However, to create a trap that would ensnare individuals immediately within such an arrangement was no simple feat after all. Feng shui required the concealment of winds and the gathering of waters, a process that necessitated the accumulation of time. My uncle and I deliberated on utilizing the surrounding abandoned buildings to set up an illusory feng shui trap. As the name suggests, flowers in the fog would create an enchanting mirage of both reality and illusion. Whether it would prove effective, however, remained uncertain. As we possessed no significant tools for the arrangement, relying solely on the copper coins that had fallen from my grandfather's money sword, I had examined those coins, and the finest among them had merely endured through 3 imperial dynasties, with none worthy of the title of the 5 emperors. Most had been excavated from the earth, lacking any substantial human essence. Huang Jiu, seemingly knowledgeable about feng shui, suggested enhancing the copper coins with its demonic energy, which might yield a different effect. Yet, by the time we finalized our strategy, dawn had already begun to break. Engaging in action during the day would attract unwanted attention, so we had no choice but to hide in the mountains and await nightfall. At noon, wisps of smoke wafted from the abandoned building, while my uncle and I could only forage for wild yams to stave off hunger, leaving me with a sticky mouthful. Meanwhile, Huang Jiu seemed to have caught a wild bird from somewhere and was feasting on it. leaving me appalled by the blood and feathers it left behind. No wonder Huang Xian'er frequently kicked it. It displayed a complete disregard for hygiene, deserving of such treatment. As evening approached, the group had yet to leave, and the surroundings gradually fell silent. I leaned against a tree, closing my eyes to rest, calculating that the spiritual energy I had infused into Tingting should now be depleted. I expressed my concerns to my uncle about Tingting's well-being. After a brief moment of rest, my uncle reassured me, "Rest easy. I and Appos, ve known Song K for 5 or 6 years. If he claims he can accomplish something, he certainly can." My worries eased somewhat. As darkness enveloped the land, we returned to the vicinity of the abandoned village. I retrieved the copper coins, preparing to have Huang Jiao carry them discreetly into position. Just then, a flashlight beam illuminated the dilapidated building, revealing 2 individuals clad in tattered camouflage gear emerging, seemingly intending to descend the mountain. A sense of foreboding gripped me. If they separated, our plans could be jeopardized. Huang Jiao grumbled, "We should have set the trap during the day. This predicament could have been avoided." Its reasoning was flawed. Setting the trap in daylight would have clearly signaled our presence to them. Fortunately, the 2 figures exited the building and squatted in the adjacent overgrown area. Huang Jiao angrily remarked, "Lazy fools must have overindulged during lunch." Regardless of their indulgence, their presence was advantageous as long as they remained. I handed 5 copper coins to Huang Jiao, specifying where to bury them. Huang Jiao tucked the coins into its rear pouch and leapt away into the night. After the 2 had finished their business, they returned to the building. Over half an hour passed, and a thin veil of mist began to gather around the abandoned structures, mingled with a hint of demonic energy, perfectly encircling the building where the individuals were hiding. Soon, Huang Jiao scampered back, tail held high, and with its tiny legs formed a somewhat uncoordinated OK sign. My uncle wasted no time. He drew the money sword, his left hand clutching a talisman, and approached the building. I chose not to follow my uncle, but instead accompanied Huang Jiao from a different direction, taking cover to await the opportune moment. My uncle reached the heart of the formation, standing beneath the building, and boldly proclaimed, "Those above, you have committed countless heinous acts. Today marks your demise. Come forth and meet your fate." Instantly, the building illuminated, and the 5 figures emerged, standing on the balcony. One, shining a flashlight at my uncle, recognized him with a cold smirk. I thought it was someone significant. It and Amp, Appos, S just the owner of Li and Amp, Appos, S establishment. You may lack ability, but your bravado is impressive. Coming here to light the toilet. My uncle, known for his integrity and seriousness, stood resolutely with the money sword in hand, exuding a semblance of dignity. I turned back to Huang Jiao, instructing it to prepare for action, hoping to ensnare at least one of them, but upon glancing back, I found its shoulder empty. Suddenly, I heard its voice from my uncle's direction. "You are correct. We are indeed here to light the toilet, searching for waste." Unbeknownst to me, Huang Jiao had perched atop my uncle and Appos' shoulder, pawing at the headlamp on his head, directing its beam toward the figures above. To ensure its message was clear, it shook its head vigorously, illuminating the balcony. The individuals above, not dull-witted, understood Huang Jiao's insinuation that they were akin to excrement. One among them snorted derisively. "You dare obstruct our path to wealth and even come knocking? Eliminate him." With that command, all 5 leaped down from the 2nd floor. The individual who had ambushed me during my last visit to the store was among them. They all bore similar appearances. Though poorly dressed, their skin was soft and tender. Clearly the type to indulge in idle pursuits, waiting for a windfall. Huang Jiao was not entirely wrong in its assessment. Those from the lower strata, when provoked, were often ruthless and far more terrifying than mere villains. The reasons behind this, I found difficult to articulate, but it was a truth easily understood by any observer. Facing 5 opponents alone, my uncle was not foolish enough to engage directly. As they landed, he swiftly retreated into the foggy trap. Hidden within the mist, Huang Jiao taunted, "Come on, if you have the ability, chase after us." Chapter 43. The disappearing corpse. Huang Jiao was as infuriating as ever, but the 5 individuals were not foolish. Upon witnessing the surrounding mist, they refrained from rushing in immediately. The leader produced a wooden carving from his pocket, gestured over it, and then hurled it towards the direction where my second uncle had fled. As soon as it hit the ground, a cloud of black mist erupted, materializing into a ferocious wolf with piercing green eyes, which leaped into the fog. 3 of the 5 quickly followed the wolf into the obscurity. My heart sank. The mist might confuse the eyes, but that contraption could not only be manipulated by human concentration, but also possessed the ability to independently track scents. Once it entered, even my second uncle, familiar with every angle of the formation, would find it difficult to evade pursuit. Noticing that only the assailant who had ambushed me and another remained beneath the small building, I decided to approach stealthily. As I drew near, the blood spike hanging at my waist began to thrum, seemingly urging me to draw it forth. However, I felt it unnecessary at that moment, intending instead to position myself. The two men were preoccupied with the sounds within the mist, oblivious to my presence as I closed the distance to within 3 steps. I inhaled deeply, concentrating my energy into my fist, and struck towards the back of the one who had attacked me. Yet, the instant I launched my attack, he seemed to have eyes at the back of his head, effortlessly catching my fist with a swift grip. He pivoted and kicked me sharply in the side, causing me to double over in pain. "You little brat, I've been waiting for you," he sneered, tightening his hold on my fist, attempting to pin me to the ground. While boasting to his companion, "I told you someone big would come. The little one must be nearby." The other man chimed in, "Big brother, if this kid has energy, I'll incapacitate him first." As he stepped forward to seize my collar, I felt his initial forceful punch land on my abdomen. But it lacked strength by the time it reached me. I grasped his waistband, preventing him from collapsing immediately. The middle-aged man who had ambushed me noticed the prolonged silence from his companion and inquired, "Old three, what's going on? You were supposed to incapacitate him. Why are you hugging him instead?" Unfortunately, the man I held was unable to respond. At the moment he lifted my collar, my blood spike had already pierced through his heart. In that instant, fear eluded me. My mind was solely focused on how to deal with the next adversary. After calling out twice, the middle-aged assailant realized something was amiss, but he remained cautious, opting to withdraw a wooden carving from his pocket. He chanted incantations while gesturing over it, then crouched to place it on the ground. The black mist erupted from the carving, instantly revealing a black qilin. Seeing this, I pushed away the man I had been grappling with. As I withdrew the blood spike from his body, a warm torrent of blood sprayed onto me. Before I could ponder its significance, the black qilin lunged at me, its massive claws descending with the intent to pin me down. Yet, at that decisive moment, I thrust the blood spike forward. The ethereal creature, unfazed by fear, lacked the ability to withstand the blood spike. The instant of contact resonated with the echoes of a clarion call. Bang! With a resounding crack, the black qilin's formidable form exploded. The middle-aged man controlling it groaned, spitting a mouthful of blood. This outcome was likely unforeseen by him. Seizing the moment as he staggered, unsteady from his injuries, I charged forward, driving the blood spike into his heart. The previous pain had dulled my perception, but this time I could distinctly hear the sound of the spike piercing flesh, and I vividly witnessed the contorted expression on the middle-aged man's face. It was astonishing how fragile a human body could be beneath a sharp weapon. However, I soon recalled my second uncle and quickly withdrew the blood spike, rushing 2 steps towards the mechanical wooden wolf. Resisting the impulse to crush it underfoot, I concentrated my energy, channeling it into my fingertips, and pointed decisively. Forcibly dismantling it with my energy would inflict more severe backlash than simply stomping it. Yet, I underestimated their capabilities. As soon as my fingertip made contact, I emitted a muffled groan, feeling as though a boulder had smashed into my chest. Nevertheless, I persevered, continuing to channel my energy to obliterate the runes within the mechanical wolf and the lingering traces left by its master. Almost simultaneously with the destruction of the wolf, a muffled groan echoed through the mist. I followed the sound, and a few paces away, I spotted a man, facing away from me, coughing up blood. Silently, I approached, plunging the blood spike into his back. He also failed to utter a sound before collapsing, lifeless. Just then, I heard the sounds of a struggle emanating from the small building to the south. I hurried over and caught sight of my second uncle slapping a talisman onto a man's forehead. The talisman detonated, shattering his 3 souls and 7 spirits. The remaining individual, upon seeing me approach with the blood spike, assumed I had already slain his comrades. He knelt down with a thud, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy. Despite his pleas, neither my second uncle nor I could bring ourselves to act against him. Before we could inquire, he confessed to the murder of Ting Ting's mother and revealed not only that but also the deaths of over a dozen others. Driven by greed, the 5 of them were truly merciless. I clenched my teeth, feeling that a swift execution had been too lenient for them. My second uncle seized the man and instructed him to lead us to the blood axe. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor, I was greeted by a chaotic scene. Mattresses strewn everywhere, cigarette butts and beer bottles littering the ground, emanating an overpowering stench. My second uncle rummaged through a green canvas bag and uncovered a delicate wooden box. As he opened it, a potent stench of corpse energy surged forth. I swiftly swung my blood spike to disperse the foul aura, revealing a small, blood-red axe fitting snugly in the palm of my hand. After examining it, my second uncle confirmed that it was indeed the blood axe we sought. He then asked the man, aside from the little girl, "You've used this weapon to harm many others, Haven and Amp. Oppos, to you?" The man hesitated to respond, but after my second uncle and Amp, Oppos, as cold snort, he stammered, "Not many. Just 30 or 40. My second uncle, maintaining an air of calmness, handed the box containing the blood axe to me and instructed, You and Huang Jio wait for me downstairs. Just as I reached the ground floor, a shrill scream erupted from the second floor, followed swiftly by flames. Yet, within mere seconds, the fire extinguished and my second uncle descended, his right hand clutching several black talismans, while his left carried a bag. As he passed by, he handed it to me. Upon opening it, I discovered it contained a dowry of a deceased woman. I sifted through it and found every item intact. Curiosity about how my second uncle would handle the aftermath compelled me to follow closely. Just in time to witness him casting the black talisman onto the corpse on the ground. The moment the talisman touched the body, it ignited in black-red flames. And within less than half a minute, the corpse vanished without a trace. Chapter 44. The destination of Tingting. Uncle swiftly orchestrated the cleanup, erasing every trace of blood from the ground in mere minutes, as if nothing had ever transpired. Huang Jio sat on my backpack, grinning as he remarked, "Your uncle is quite ruthless, and so are you. Both of you dealt death with a single stroke. I, Jio, must admit I misjudged the situation." His words prompted my awareness of the blood covering me, causing my hands to tremble uncontrollably. Despite the heinous deeds of those men, they were still living beings. Observing my shaking hands, Huang Jio commented, "You're not that fragile, are you?" I ignored him, lost in thoughts of Tingting and the last confessions of that man. It was the only way I could find some solace. Shortly after, Uncle approached, having finished erasing the evidence. Noticing my pale complexion, he inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." I gritted my teeth, responding. Then I asked him, "Uncle, should we search for Tingting's mother's remains?" Uncle gazed toward the distant mountains and forests, saying, "The perpetrator has been brought to justice, and she has no other relatives. Searching would serve little purpose. Let her rest in peace." He patted my shoulder and continued, "Yang, not all evildoers in this world face punishment. What you did today was commendable. Do not burden yourself with guilt. Those men deserve their fate." Yet, the silent disappearance of 5 vibrant lives filled me with an increasing dread of the supernatural realm. Today, it was others. Tomorrow, it could very well be myself. Uncle removed my blood-stained clothes and draped his coat over me. As he dealt with my garments, he employed a peculiar black talisman. Curiosity got the better of me, and I asked, to which Uncle replied, "I can't precisely tell you the origins of this talisman, but it's readily available in our circle for about 200 yuan each. It effectively eliminates traces of blood and bodies without a trace." The loss of a human life, it seemed, was worth merely 200 yuan, perhaps the most valueless commodity in the supernatural world. Upon returning to the foot of the mountain, I fell into a deep slumber as soon as I got into the car. Passing by a barbecue stall, Huang Jio exclaimed his hunger, and Uncle went to buy a substantial number of skewers, though I could not stomach a single bite. At home, Aunt Sui was present. She initially rushed toward Uncle but halted a step away, her face paling as she detected the scent of blood on us. After a day and night, Uncle was fatigued. He offered no explanations, merely smiled at Aunt Sui. When her gaze fell upon me, her complexion grew even paler, for the scent of blood on me was heavier than that on Uncle. After a moment, Aunt Sui cautiously asked, "Did you truly kill someone?" I was about to tell the truth when Uncle interjected, "No, we just had a fight and a bit of bloodshed." With Uncle's words, I could only echo that we had merely fought. However, Old Song had clearly directed me to kill. Aunt Sui was simply in disbelief. Uncle retrieved the blood axe, and we gathered around. Old Song took the axe, cautiously approaching the mark on Tingting and Appo's chest. A mist of blood oozed from her skin, coalescing onto the axe before slowly merging into it. Only when no trace of red remained on Tingting's chest did Old Song swiftly raise the axe. However, as he lifted it, the residual blood mist erupted from the axe, hurtling toward Aunt Sui-Mei's brow. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, drawing the blood dagger and slicing through the mist. Aunt Sui-Mei was terrified, her face drained of color, while Uncle hurried to embrace and comfort her. Huang Jio, perched on the coffee table, watched Uncle and Aunt Sui-Mei embrace, grinning broadly, his laughter unsettling. Old Song returned the blood axe to its box and said to me, "Yang, lend me the blood dagger for a moment." I hastily handed it to him. Old Song grasped the dagger and deftly carved the talisman onto the wooden box. The wood yielded like tofu under the dagger, and he inscribed it with fluidity, surpassing my own handwriting. Once the talisman was complete, Old Song handed the box to Uncle, who was still comforting Aunt Sui. The heart's blood of a millennium-old zombie is a rare item. It would be a shame to destroy it. Keep it in your shop and ensure it doesn't and Appo's fall into the hands of the unscrupulous. Uncle accepted the box, and, noticing Old Song packing up his tools, quickly slipped him a few hundred yuan. Old Song accepted it without protest, tucking it away with a limp as he said, "The little girl is fine now. I must return to my shop. Yang, my shop is diagonally across from your uncle's. Feel free to visit." I nodded and saw Old Song to the elevator. Upon returning home, I found Tingting cradled in Aunt Sui-Mei's arms, wrapped in a small blanket, while Uncle followed with several bags, ready to depart. The three of them resembled a happy family. After bidding farewell to Uncle and the others, I exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Huang Jiao had long vanished after finishing the barbecue. I retrieved the jewelry from the female corpse, but refrained from placing it in the box, as it still bore Huang Jiao's scent. Mixing them could provoke the corpse into seeking vengeance on him. I took a shower, my mind too cluttered for studying, and collapsed onto my pristine bed, falling into a deep slumber. The next afternoon, I awoke to a series of knocks on the door. Upon opening it, I found it Sui Mei and Ting Ting had arrived. Ting Ting wore a lovely princess dress, yet no attire could conceal her frail form, and her gaze appeared somewhat vacant, lacking its usual spark. Nevertheless, I believed that with Aunt Sui Mei's affection, she would soon recover. I welcomed Aunt Sui Mei inside, lifted Ting Ting in my arms, and fetched Huang Jiao to entertain her. After a short while, Aunt Sui Mei expressed her desire to take Ting Ting to the amusement park. Just as they departed, Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying entered the shop. Chapter 45. The great deceiver Huang Jiao had yet to open his eyes, but upon catching a whiff of Zhang Ying's scent, he sprang up with a start. This time, Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying were accompanied by three other young women. As the five of them entered, they paid no heed to me, bustling straight over to Huang Jiao, chattering animatedly. However, considering they had not arrived empty-handed, I chose to endure their presence. Huang Jiao lay sprawled on the coffee table, relishing the ministrations of the five beauties. A pang of envy struck me. It seemed that I, a living being, was faring worse than a mere animal. It is often said that birds of a feather flock together, and it was clear that those in Zhang Ying's circle were likely from affluent families. Bored and curious, I activated my spiritual eye, eager to discern which of the five girls hailed from the wealthiest background. Of course, their financial status mattered little to me unless they found themselves entangled in some unseemly affair. However, to my astonishment, upon gazing through my spiritual lens, I noticed a wisp of malevolent energy swirling around the foreheads of all five girls. This revelation invigorated me. It was as if fortune had smiled upon my boredom. Just as I was pondering the lack of a television, a potential solution presented itself. Clearing my throat to interrupt their frivolity, I approached them directly and inquired, "Ladies, have you recently visited any unsavory places?" Startled, the girls halted their attention on Huang Jiao. He, caught in the moment, shifted slightly, instinctively presenting his belly towards Zhang Ying's hand. I coughed again. "Old Huang, that's enough." It was at this moment he jolted to life, exclaiming, "My brother was right. The moment you entered, I sensed a wave of resentment emanating from you. You must have come into contact with something unclean." Huang Jiao's words held far more weight than mine. The expressions of the five girls shifted to anxiety, with Zhang Ying revealing, "The day before yesterday, our Spirit Exploration Club organized an outing to investigate a haunted house in the East City. However, we burned a considerable amount of joss paper, so they should not pose any trouble for us." Wang Yingying, visibly shaken, tugged at Zhang Ying's sleeve and whispered, "Yingying, Wang Xian's words might be true. Ever since we returned from that haunted house, I feel as though a pair of eyes is always watching me from the darkness. Fear is indeed contagious." Upon hearing Wang Yingying's confession, the other three girls nodded in agreement, expressing similar sentiments. I listened in silence, bemused by their palpable terror. An old adage states that ghosts fear the bold, and reckless individuals invite danger. With such timidity, what were they doing in a spirit exploration club? It was evident they were merely inviting misfortune. After sufficiently scaring themselves, they turned to Huang Jiao, seeking guidance on what to do next. I attempted to interject several times, but found no opportunity to speak, my lips twitching in amusement. Fortunately, Huang Jiao remained undistracted by the allure of beauty. After a series of his own theatrics, he reassured them, "Fear not. With me, Huang Jiao, by your side, no demons or ghosts can harm you. Little Li, go fetch a few of my talismans." Furrowing my brow, I hesitated, yet Huang Jiao gestured discreetly, and for the sake of the television, I complied. Retrieving 5 talismans from my uncle's stash, these talismans possessed minimal spiritual power, far inferior to those I had previously acquired. I wondered where my uncle had obtained them, knowing they would suffice only to deceive the naive. Huang Jiao, unable to grasp the 5 talismans in his claws, resorted to placing them underfoot, proclaiming earnestly, in Taoism, "We emphasize fate and the virtue of good deeds. By purchasing these talismans, you are engaging in acts of kindness." Being daughters of wealthy families, the girls had little concept of monetary value and eagerly inquired how much they should contribute. I was concerned that Huang Jiao might exploit their naivety, leading to complications with their affluent guardians. After all, wealth does not equate to foolishness. Fortunately, Huang Jiao, aware of the situation, refrained from naming a figure and instead cryptically stated, "You may contribute as you see fit. Naturally, the more you offer, the more powerful the talismans will be." Upon hearing this, the 5 young ladies were momentarily stumped, forming a small huddle to deliberate. I discreetly listened in, realizing they were trying to agree on a uniform amount. My lips quirked in amusement. Truly, they were the epitome of camaraderie, sharing fortunes and misfortunes alike, while ensuring no one acted in secret. After a few minutes of discussion, Zhang Ying, as their spokesperson, turned to Huang Jiao and raised a single finger. Huang Jiao, misinterpreting her gesture as a signal for 1,000, gleefully wagged his tail. However, Zhang Ying clarified, Wang Xian, we shall each contribute 10,000 for the talismans, but we expect them to be potent. Huang Jiao's exuberance faltered as his tail ceased its wagging, his body visibly tensing with excitement, causing his pants to slip down to the table. Quick as a flash, he grasped them, taking a deep breath to stabilize his trousers, hastily assuring them, rest assured, they will be powerful. You are all great benefactors, not only talismans, but even deities will manifest their powers. I too was taken aback. During their discussion, I had assumed they were settling on a mere 1,000. After all, Zhang Ying had mentioned that if they spent too much, she wouldn't be able to afford cosmetics for the month. Clearly, I had underestimated the extent of their wealth. Huang Jiao, eager to conclude the transaction, prepared to accept payment while handing over the talismans. However, the 5 girls produced their smartphones, insisting on conducting a bank transfer. Both Huang Jiao and I were at a loss. Fortunately, they possessed bank cards, and there happened to be a bank nearby. Shortly thereafter, they returned with cash, and Huang Jiao distributed the talismans to them. As I gazed at the pile of money on the table, Huang Jiao lost interest in his previous pleasures, concocting an excuse to send Zhang Ying and her companions on their way. Once they departed, Huang Jiao reclined like a regal figure, using his feet to nudge the money closer, commanding, "Little Li, go fetch me a whole chicken." I clenched my fists, yet as I beheld the stack of cash, I quickly donned a smile, gathering the money into my embrace and replying, "Jiao Yi, I shall bring you 2 hens shortly." Huang Jiao, sensing my unusual demeanor, shuddered and scuttled away. However, this time, he had genuinely misjudged my intentions. I had no desire to confront him, especially in light of the money involved. As the clock approached 5 and my uncle had yet to appear, I decided to use the business card left by Su Yimei to call for delivery, requesting 2 fried chickens, 2 burgers, fries, and cola, specifically instructing that they be hens. After a little over half an hour, the food arrived. I paid eagerly and began to devour the meal alongside Huang Jiao. Just as we were indulging, a sleek black sedan glided to a stop in front of the store. I initially thought it was a new customer, but as the door swung open, out stepped Chen Zihao, accompanied by an elderly gentleman clad in a long robe, appearing to be in his 60s. The 2 of them strode purposefully toward the entrance. Chapter 46, The Unashamed are Unrivaled. Upon seeing Chen Zihao, I immediately understood that his visit was not for business, but rather for trouble. After all, I had embarrassed him and Huang Jiao at the construction site, and now he had come looking for vengeance. With this thought in mind, I chose to remain seated and did not rise to greet him. As Chen Zihao entered, he cast a disdainful glance at me and Huang Jiao, both of us with greasy mouths, and exclaimed, "Kid, you dare sell a broken talisman for 10,000? Have you gone completely mad?" Talisman, Zhang Ying. I recalled that they attended the same school and likely were members of the Spirit Exploration Society. Given Zhang Ying and Appo's personality, she must have boasted about it there. But even so, how much they spent on my talisman was of no concern to him. It was simply meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Before I could speak, an old man who accompanied Chen Zihao arrogantly interjected, "Young friend, I see you are also a practitioner. May I inquire about your lineage?" Without waiting for my response, he continued, "I am He Xiaoyan from Longhu Mountain." The old man proudly introduced himself, his expression replete with arrogance. He then admonished me in a scolding tone, as a member of the Taoist sect, "You should adhere to your principles. Yet, not only do you deceive and swindle, but you also consort with demons, tarnishing our reputation. This is truly unacceptable." My expression darkened. This was not merely a provocation. It was an unsolicited lecture. Upon hearing He Xiaoyan call him a demon, Huang Jiao's appetite for the chicken claws he held vanished, and he tossed them aside, hands on his flower-patterned hips, and retorted, "Old fool, are you a cannon or just suffering from indigestion, spewing nonsense nonstop? This is a place of business. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get out." The moment Huang Jiao spoke, I knew the confrontation was imminent. Chen Zihao, seeing Huang Jiao, cowered behind He Xiaoyan. The latter, visibly angered by Huang Jiao's insult, raised a finger to point at him, but Huang Jiao interrupted. "What do you mean by you? At your advanced age, you should be resting in peace rather than embarrassing yourself in public. Do all from Longhu Mountain resemble you? A useless old man with no Taoist energy left?" I was equally puzzled by the situation, but upon hearing Huang Jiao's tirade, I realized that He Xiaoyan was merely inflating his own reputation by falsely claiming to be from Longhu Mountain. Chen Zihao, not fully grasping Huang Jiao's insinuations, urged He Xiaoyan, Master he, didn't you claim to have the ability to capture demons? Hurry and capture this vile creature. Then, we need not fear Li Yang. Huang Zhou scoffed. Old fool, you speak of us deceiving others, yet you are the genuine swindler here. He turned to Chen Zihao and remarked, with your intellect. It is no wonder you are easily fooled in counting someone else's money. Today, I, your ninth grandfather, stand here. Let him try to capture me. Huang Zhou's bravado left no room for Yi Shaoan to respond, but it also stripped away the old man's pretensions, forcing him into a position where he had to retaliate. Beast, I will skin you alive. Yi Shaoan bellowed, his face turning an ashen hue. He swiftly produced a red-threaded fishing net and hurled it towards Huang Zhou's head. However, those with venomous tongues are always prepared for retaliation. Huang Zhou, though not human, was astute enough to evade. As the net descended, he swiftly darted beneath the table. The net struck the table, and as Yi Shaoan pulled it back, he accidentally sent my uncle's tea set crashing to the ground. I had no intention of intervening, as Chen Zihao seemed solely focused on Huang Zhou. However, the destruction of the shop's property warranted a response. Before I could scold them, Huang Zhou poked his head out from under the table, his eyes gleaming a green as vibrant as his hair. Yi Shaoan, momentarily taken aback, faltered. And as he fumbled with his belt, I found myself speechless at Huang Zhou's indiscriminate nature. Just as Yi Shaoan's trousers threatened to drop, he suddenly jerked awake, leaning forward and spitting a mouthful of blood. Huang Zhou was caught off guard, and his golden fur became stained. Fortunately, Yi Shaoan lacked any Taoist energy, and this mere spurt of blood did not harm Huang Zhou, but it did disrupt his enchantment. With his control over Huang Zhou broken, Yi Shaoan hastily reached for a yellow talisman at his waist, preparing to strike at Huang Zhou. Just as I was about to intervene, my uncle burst into the shop, delivering a swift kick that sent both Yi Shaoan and Chen Zihao sprawling. Old dog he, my temple may be small, but it is not a place for you to cause trouble. My uncle, recognizing Yi Shaoan, noticed the shattered tea set on the floor, and his expression darkened further. Yi Shaoan clumsily rose to his feet, dragging Chen Zihao along with him. Both wore grimaces of distress, Yi Shaoan, embarrassed, and Chen Zihao, simply terrified. Despite his arrogance, he was merely an ordinary man, and in the presence of Huang Zhou and my uncle, he felt genuine fear. However, such individuals only fear the present moment. Given the slightest opportunity, they will return to sow discord. A classic case of not weeping until seeing the coffin. Having suffered repeated humiliation, Yi Shaoan, unable to maintain his composure, stiffly declared, Li Er, you allow your nephew to deceive others. If you do not put a stop to it, I will report this to Longhu Mountain, and you will regret it. I furrowed my brow. His words hinted at genuine connections to Longhu Mountain. Yet my uncle, with a sardonic laugh, asked, Old dog he, how much has my nephew Li Yang swindled you? My talisman selling business had nothing to do with him. Yet the old fool, thick-skinned as he was, replied, though I was not personally deceived, I am a man of integrity and cannot abide such actions. Before he could finish, my uncle coldly retorted, so you're just a meddler, then. If you're not satisfied, go ahead and report me. But right now, I suggest you leave swiftly, or you shall face my wrath. It was the first time I had seen my uncle so furious. His fists were clenched, cracking ominously. Yi Shaoan, sensing the intensity, hesitated, pulling Chen Zihao along as he urged, Young Master Chen, let us retreat this time. They are too many today. We shall return another day. His words were delivered with an astonishing lack of shame. Chen Zihao, still gripped by fear of Huang Zhou, could only comply, following Yi Shaoan out of the shop. I quickened my pace, calling out to Chen Zihao, for Zhang Ying's sake, I will not hold this against you today. However, I must warn you, even if you manage to summon someone from Longhu Mountain, true experts are not in your league. Chen Zihao seemed to grasp my meaning, remaining silent as he was dragged away by Yi Shaoan, leaving in a state of disarray. Once they departed, I turned to my uncle, anxious that I might have brought him trouble. Chapter 47. A circle of curse. As Yi Shaoan departed, Huang Zhou slipped into the inner room. Observing my second uncle, who appeared burdened with thoughts, I refrained from speaking. I hurriedly began to tidy up the shattered teapot on the floor, before tentatively informing my second uncle about Huang Zhou selling charms to Zhang Ying and her companions, inquiring whether Long Hushan would indeed intervene. My second uncle replied, every nation has its laws, and every profession has its rules. However, today's affair involves mutual consent. You need not feel guilty. As for Long Hushan, you are not yet in their realm. They merely believe that their influence warrants their words to be treated as regulations. I pressed on. Is it possible that Yi Shaoan has genuine ties to Long Hushan? He has no such connections, my uncle explained. His nephew was merely favored by Long Hushan and was accepted as a disciple some years ago. Do not dwell on this. Should he return, feel free to strike him without hesitation. My uncle's words eased my anxiety. Others may have formidable nephews, but mine is no less capable, able to contend with his uncle. Moreover, With the bride price of the female corpse delivered, I anticipated her arrival soon. At that time, we could pit Longhushan against the 10,000 great mountains and see who prevails. Naturally, these thoughts remained unvoiced. Taking advantage of the moment, my uncle stepped out to find someone to replace the glass. Noticing Huang Jiuhenti emerge from the inner room for some time, I followed my uncle inside. To my shock, I found him squatting outside a drawn circle on the floor, uttering vile curses. If it were anyone else drawing a circle, I might dismiss it as mere folly. Yet, within Huang Jiu's circle were 7 small paper figures, each marked with a dot of red ink on their foreheads. It was clear that this was the blood from He Xiaoyan's tongue. Must you be so ruthless? I inquired, a chill running down my spine. Huang Jiu turned with a mischievous grin, declaring, if he dares to spray my face with blood, I'll curse him to have his monthly visit from Aunt Flo. A shiver coursed through me. He Xiaoyan is male. Whether he would experience such a monthly cycle, I knew not. However, Huang Jiu's curse was a genuine malevolent sorcery. If cursed for 10 days or more, even if He Xiaoyan did not suffer from such a condition, his spirit would waver, and his essence would dwindle. I was familiar with a similar technique called the soul offering ritual, which also required the target's blood. It demanded daily offerings for 10 days or more, ensuring that the recipient would not perish but would surely suffer. Should one be more ruthless, bowing 3 times daily could lead to a swift demise within half a month. Yet, I felt that even if one were to cause death through offerings, it would not be as cruel as Huang Jiu's curse of a man facing such a fate. Huang Jiu continued to squat outside the circle, repeating his curses. Unsure of how to intervene, I merely reminded him that there should be limits, for He Xiaoyan's nephew was indeed a legitimate disciple of Longhushan. Huang Jiu, however, remained steadfast in his actions. At that moment, my uncle returned with the glass replacement workers, prompting me to disregard Huang Jiu's antics. Outside, the workers had measured the dimensions and were preparing to cut the glass. My uncle was on the phone at the entrance, and I sat on the ground, watching as they skillfully wielded their glass cutters. Replacing a pane of glass took merely 10 minutes, coinciding with the duration of my uncle's call. After settling the payment and sending the workers on their way, my uncle remarked, Chun Kai has indeed unearthed a stone coffin at the excavation site, which has been taken away by the museum staff. However, the vehicle transporting the coffin suddenly stalled while passing an old building in the east of the city, and the coffin began to leak a strange red liquid. Upon hearing this about the unfortunate Chun Kai, my hands involuntarily rubbed together like a fly's legs, and I exclaimed, we must seize this opportunity to extract a hefty sum from him. My uncle responded, this time, it is the museum that has requested our assistance, and Chun Kai is merely the introducer. Bring Huang Jiu along. We shall assess the situation, and I will handle the financial discussions. Upon learning that Chun Kai was merely an introducer, I felt that charging him 100,000 for an ordinary golden sword might be excessive. It was not an awakening of conscience, but rather a realization that his round face was not as unappealing as I had thought. Of course, our business prospects relied heavily on my uncle's strategic acumen. With a wider circle, there would inevitably be disturbances among various parties. I entered to find Huang Jiu still lamenting about the curse of monthly visits, and I pulled him away, exclaiming, there is work to be done. Huang Jiu, realizing the urgency, hastily drew more circles around the paper figures as if soothing children, saying, stay here and wait for me. I will return with 2 fine roosters. Impatient, I grabbed him and stuffed him into my cat bag, slinging it over my shoulder as I exited. Outside, I closed the rolling shutter, and shortly thereafter, my uncle arrived in Aunt Sui Mei and Appo's imposing SUV. The vehicle was grand and formidable, a testament to my uncle and Appo's newfound confidence, no longer feeling the need to struggle. Of course I jest. My uncle now possessed a clear conscience. Even without a coin to his name, he had the ability to earn, rendering the opinions of others meaningless. It is akin to being able to afford a meal while others mock your inability to do so. Their derision loses its sting. Conversely, should the roles reverse, one could feel discontent even if they were to engage in a scuffle. In summary, my uncle and Appo's spirits were high. As for the labor falling upon me, I bore no ill will, for in terms of age and experience, my uncle could accomplish what I could not. Even if I could, he would undoubtedly excel beyond my capabilities. Within the spacious SUV, I released Huang Jiu from the cat bag, allowing him to experience the allure of wealth. However, when discussing the incident involving the coffin in the eastern city, Huang Jiu casually remarked, that old building. Could it be the haunted house that Zhang Ying and her friends investigated? A jolt of alarm surged through me, but I quickly dismissed the notion as mere coincidence. Furthermore, Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying's group exhibited weak negative energy, even without talismans. A few days of sunlight would suffice to cleanse them. There should be no connection between the two. My uncle inquired about the situation, and Huang Jiu elaborated with exaggerated flair, recounting how he had deceived others, Ultimately, his aim was to subtly suggest to my uncle that he had earned 50,000 and ought to indulge in fine chicken for every meal. My uncle feigned ignorance, deftly steering the conversation away, saying, "The museum staff mentioned that a woman jumped from that old building a few days ago. It is notorious for its malevolence." I interjected. Zhang Ying merely mentioned it in passing, stating it was in the eastern city. Huang Jiao, sensing our shared knowledge of the place, leaped into the front passenger seat, adopting an air of superiority as he said, "Gentlemen, let's not speculate. Let us focus on our work." I tapped Huang Jiao on the head, reminding him to be mindful of his address. Simultaneously, I was relieved that he had not assumed the role of a sage on my head. The thought of him speaking to me in such a tone daily was unsettling. The journey from the city center to the eastern district took about an hour. After navigating several narrow streets, we encountered flashing warning lights ahead. A small truck had broken down. To the side stood an old building, hidden among the opulence. Chapter 48. The earthbound spirit. I am uncertain if it is merely a psychological effect, but upon gazing at such a vibrant yet dimly lit locale, a sense of oppression envelopes my heart. The entire edifice feels akin to a malevolent beast lurking in the shadows, currently observing us through the darkness. As our vehicle draws nearer, Huang Jiao can no longer contain himself and exclaims, "Are the individuals at the museum truly so blind? With so many paths available, why choose this one?" My vision, no less keen than Huang Jiao's, reveals 5 bespectacled men surrounding the truck, one with graying hair, while the other 4 appear to be in their 30s, youthful and cultured, exuding an air of intellect. Yet, despite the truck's breakdown and the coffin it bears seeping of blood-like liquid, the 5 men display no fear, busily inspecting the coffin's condition. It seems we are once again confronted by a group of naive individuals, adherents of science. Is it not evident that their request for our assistance is merely a form of amusement at our expense? I remarked to my uncle, "These are merely pedants. They likely seek our help in the hope of reviving a dead horse, as if it were alive. Can we truly assist them?" My uncle replies, "They are merely looking to pay you for your services, not to engage in a romantic endeavor. As long as they are willing to offer compensation, it suffices. When we arrive, speak not a word. Let your actions be guided by my gaze." As we approach the building, the entire roadway lies shrouded beneath its immense shadow. The moniker-haunted building is hardly a baseless rumor. Towering over 30 stories, the building's oppressive aura intensifies as we ascend. By the time we reach the mid-level, my spiritual vision begins to blur, and further upward, I perceive only chaos. I tap on my cat bag and inquire of Huang Jiao, "Does your prior assertion still hold true?" Huang Jiao, perplexed, blinks at me. I extend my hand, weighing the relic of Buddha's bone, and declare, "I require this now." The Taoist energy within practitioners serves as a bane to malevolent entities. However, just as water can extinguish fire, circumstances dictate the outcome. I sense that the challenges here may be akin to a mere drop in the ocean, an exercise in futility. For a secure resolution, the relic of Buddha's bone is essential. My uncle gently halts the vehicle beside the small truck, and reluctantly, Huang Jiao retrieves the relic from his pocket and hands it to me. Grasping the relic brings me a measure of comfort. My uncle exits the vehicle to converse with the gray-haired scholar while I remain inside, scrutinizing the small truck through the window. The crimson liquid seeping from the coffin now trickles onto the road. I frown slightly. Huang Jiao comments, "This situation cannot be resolved without a few hands." I find myself somewhat speechless yet intrigued. Does Huang Jiao equate 50,000 yuan to merely a hen? The 5,000 provided by Zhang Ying and her companions has been reduced to the equivalent of a hen's worth. Just then, my uncle returns from his discussion with the elder and quietly states, "The old gentleman is only willing to offer 50,000. As expected, Huang Jiao immediately scoffs. "A single hen? Whoever desires this task may take it." I suddenly perceive a certain charm in his candor. He is quite endearing. However, 50,000 does seem rather insufficient. I question, is the provincial museum truly so impoverished? My voice rises slightly, prompting an irate middle-aged man from the truck to retort, "You speak of money incessantly. Have you fallen into the depths of greed?" Huang Jiao attempts to retort, but I swiftly cover his mouth, softly advising, "They are scholars of antiquities. Should you speak, you would merely be contributing to their study." Upon hearing this, Huang Jiao quickly covers his own mouth. My uncle, aware of my superior judgment in such matters, murmurs, 50,000 is neither too much nor too little. The decision rests with you." My hesitation is not over the sum, but rather a contemplation of my capabilities. Should my skill suffice, the 5,000 would be a modest reward. Yet, should this task demand excessive effort, 50,000 would indeed seem scant. As I wrestle with my indecision, the elder approaches, glancing at me within the vehicle before stating, "Mr. Li, 50,000 is our utmost limit. Our museum's funding has primarily been allocated to the preservation of artifacts in recent years, and we are simply..." The old gentleman awkwardly rubs his hands together. It is this gesture that stirs my thoughts. Individuals akin to Song KZ are, in fact, quite numerous in this world. Curiosity compels me to ask, old sir, since your vehicle has broken down, have you not considered calling a tow truck or exchanging for another vehicle? The elder adjusts his thick glasses and replies, we must be encountering an earthbound spirit, and with the coffin infused with malevolent energy, switching vehicles would prove futile. My jaw drops in disbelief as I gaze at the elder. The four individuals from the truck, having overheard our conversation and observing my astonishment, regard me with expressions of someone unacquainted with the world. I then inquire, are you not afraid, knowing this is an unusual occurrence? Upon uttering this, I realize the true fool is I. The awkwardness has shifted to the five of them. One middle-aged man from the vehicle cannot contain himself and declares, we have encountered such matters frequently. Why should we fear? Moreover, fear serves no purpose. We cannot simply abandon the artifacts here. His words inspire me to give him a heartfelt thumbs up. No wonder they remain untroubled. With clear consciences, malevolent spirits cannot approach. Without further ado, I fling open the car door, beckoning Huang Jiao to follow me as I circle the truck for inspection. Discovering no anomalies, I leap onto the cargo vehicle. The coffin, a stone structure of considerable weight, is still covered with a layer of unclean soil, now saturated with the crimson liquid, resembling a mixture of blood and mud. The four young men remain silent, trailing behind me with earnest expressions, as though engaged in study. One of them observes, based on our experience, the corpse within has likely undergone swelling. My grandfather has recounted many rare tales, but he was not omniscient. Swelling of the corpse? I halt and scrutinize the young man. He habitually adjusts his glasses and explains, when buried deeply, even a corpse submerged in coffin fluid will exhibit varying degrees of desiccation. However, under certain unique circumstances, such as now, encountering dense malevolent energy, the swelling phenomenon can occur. After a pause, he continues, in your terms, this would be considered a corpse transformation. Furthermore, the swelling compromises the coffin seal, resulting in the leakage of coffin fluid. If not addressed promptly, the corpse may burst forth from the coffin. Another adds, judging by the hue of the coffin fluid, it is likely that a green zombie resides within. My eyes widen in disbelief, and I begin to doubt myself. Am I the practitioner, or are they? The four, noticing my astonishment, regard me with expressions of naive wonderment. Yet, their gazes lack any hint of derision. They merely perceive me as someone encountering the unfamiliar. The gray-haired elder leans forward and states, young sir, we can manage the coffin and oppose matters. However, I am encountering an earthbound spirit for the first time. You should investigate beneath the vehicle. I feel a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that I ought to be examining beneath the vehicle rather than remaining inside. Chapter 49, Submission. Regardless of the coffin, the price of 50,000 is still quite worthwhile for the earthbound spirit. I leapt from the cargo truck and crouched down to peer beneath it. The sight that met my gaze sent chills down my spine. Hundreds of blackened, gray hands emerged from the asphalt, some appearing decayed, yet still clinging tenaciously to the vehicle's chassis. Just as I was gripped by dread, a young man from the museum suddenly shone a flashlight underneath. In that instant, a pale visage was illuminated mere centimeters from me, its lifeless gray eyes fixated upon my own. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it swiftly crawled out from beneath the truck and scurried toward the building. I sprang to my feet and followed with my spiritual vision. Its body was grotesquely contorted, joints protruding like a spider. As it rapidly ascended the building's surface, its back pressed against the wall. In mere seconds, it scaled over 20 floors and vanished into an area beyond my perception. I gasped sharply and inquired, what is the origin of this haunted building? The old man responded, it is said that a fire broke out 20 years ago, and the residents above the 20th floor were unable to escape, perishing within. The official count was over 600. Over 20 floors. 600 souls. This was no mere haunted building. It was a veritable hell. Recalling Huang Jiao's speculation that Zhang Ying and the others might have explored this very structure sent a shiver down my spine. To dare venture into such a place truly exemplified the saying, living too comfortably and feasting too abundantly may not be a blessing. However, judging by the energy surrounding them, even if they had entered this building, it seemed they had merely explored the ground level without ascending further. In hindsight, I felt a pang of regret. Were it indeed this building, I would not sell even a talisman for 100,000, let alone 10,000. Once entangled in such karmic affairs, there would be no escaping the consequences. The terror of this haunted edifice rivaled the ordeal involving Wang Shuquan's daughter. It was a matter of earning a living while risking one's life. Observing my fixation on the haunted building, the old man curiously asked, Master Li, do you possess yin-yang eyes? Spiritual vision is far superior to yin-yang eyes. However, I found the explanation cumbersome, and like Huang Jiao, I feared the prospect of becoming a subject of their research. I nodded, redirecting my gaze from the haunted building to hastily grasp the old man's hand, placing the relic of the Buddha's bone in his palm. Hold on to this and drive away quickly. In the future, when the museum transports any malevolent items, it would be best to take a detour. The old man paused, then queried, Masterly, this haunted building is indeed perilous. People commit suicide here monthly. Do you not intend to eradicate this menace? 600 restless spirits, and still, more jump to their demise. Even a bodhisattva would have to avert their eyes in such a place. The notion of him asking me to solve this was absurd. Nonetheless, I maintained a sense of duty, replying, Esteemed elder, this is not a matter I can resolve alone. I must return to calculate the situation and gather some allies before daring to enter. I am but 15, you wooden and amp. Oppos. Expect me to venture into certain death, would you? The old man and Oppos. Awkward chuckle followed. No, it and Oppos. Your domain, after all. His words halted abruptly as he gazed at the relic, his eyes alight with realization. This is a complete relic of the Buddha's bone. My heavens, it bears inscriptions. The old man, trembling with excitement, grasped my hand tightly, his voice quivering. Masterly, this is a national treasure. You must submit it. Upon hearing this, I nearly slapped myself in frustration. I had been so focused on leaving that I overlooked their professional obligations. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Before he could close his fingers around it, I snatched it back. Huang Jiao, upon hearing the relic was to be submitted, leapt onto my shoulder, tugging at his floral shorts, and pointed an accusatory finger at the old man, exclaiming, Old man, are you simply bored and seeking trouble? We are here to assist you, and you still covet it. Submit it? Why not submit yourself instead? The 5 individuals were indeed worldly wise. Huang Jiao's articulate retort did not faze them. One among them remarked, The director is 70 this year. He was due to retire a decade ago. Yet, he has remained steadfast in his duties, forgoing his salary to conserve national funds, dedicating his life to the country. Even Huang Jiao, known for his sharp tongue, fell silent, unable to counter. In this world, there exist individuals so impeccably honorable that one cannot find fault. Understanding this left me feeling humbled. Just as Huang Jiao and I were at a loss for words, my uncle interjected, Old curator, in theory. My nephew and Oppos' relic belongs to the state. He merely borrowed it through a friend and Oppos' connection for this purpose. Hence it cannot be submitted to you. Upon hearing this, the old curator finally exhaled in relief. That is well. This item is a treasure of our great nation, and if preserved, future generations will know it once existed. While the atmosphere softened, I dared not return the relic to the old man. I suggested we take the small truck, with my uncle following behind in his vehicle. To safeguard against any misfortunes befalling my uncle's car, I entrusted him with the blood dagger. The small truck was a double cab, and I initially intended for the 4 young men to ride with my uncle, but they insisted on remaining in the cargo bed. Wary of any potential disturbances from the coffin, I settled into the passenger seat, channeling my inner energy into the relic. As I did so, the Buddha's bone emanated a platinum glow, the inscriptions shimmering with golden light, slowly revolving upon the relic. In that moment, all present heard a deep, resonant chant. The old curator, witnessing this, swiftly turned the ignition key. The vehicle shuddered momentarily before successfully starting. Elation spread across his face as he released the brake and pressed the accelerator, propelling us forward. However, just as we exited, a chilling shriek echoed from the upper floors of the building, a sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell itself, directed solely at me. A wave of cold enveloped me, as if I had been thrust from the heat of summer into the depths of winter. I peered back and saw my uncle's vehicle trailing us, and urged, Curator, hurry. The vehicle sped away from the encroaching darkness until light flooded in from either side. And only then did the cacophony of screams subside. Clutching the searing relic, I exhaled, withdrawing the scant energy I had left. Once we reached the main road, surrounded by a bustling flow of traffic, I instructed the old curator to pull over. My uncle and Oppos' vehicle followed suit, and I stepped out to retrieve the blood dagger from him, feeling its intense heat even through the sheath. This was a testament to the malevolent energy residing within the haunted building, where even such lowly entities as earthbound spirits had thrived. Chapter 50. Zhang Ying's incident. My uncle engaged in a conversation about finances with the old curator. From what I gathered, the curator implied that he did not possess such a substantial sum of money and suggested that my uncle retrieve it from the museum the following day. It seemed unlikely that the officials would default on their obligations, and with 50,000 in my possession, I felt no urgency. As I turned to the rear of the small truck, I noticed the expressions of the 4 bespectacled men in the cargo area had turned somewhat pale, likely due to the unsettling sights they had encountered upon leaving the haunted building. Fortunately, their extensive experience prevented them from being rendered incapacitated by fear. I remarked, I am uncertain how you plan to handle the stone coffin. But I have a suggestion. There are 2 stone sculptures at Chun Kai's construction site. It would be prudent to inquire if you could transport them as well. You are certainly more knowledgeable than I regarding their application. Those involved in archaeology could not possibly be unfamiliar with the concepts of the Mao Xiang and Feng Xiang. Sure, the 4 men nodded eagerly in agreement. Concerned that the old curator might fixate on the Buddhist relics, I hastily retreated to the vehicle and closed all the windows. My uncle soon reached an agreement with the curator and returned to the truck to drive away. It was only after the small truck vanished from sight that Huang Jiao and I began to stir. I leaned over to my uncle and inquired. Given the existence of such a large haunted building in the city, and the numerous fatalities associated with it, why are the individuals from Longhu Mountain and Laozan unconcerned? My uncle replied, those people consider themselves exceptional, believing themselves to be above others. They likely remain oblivious to the existence of this haunted building, let alone take action. The phrase high places are cold came to mind, though it seemed more accurate to say that high places are serene. Yet, I found it perplexing. While one could report deceitful practices, how could such matters remain uncommunicated to those in authority? My uncle posed a rhetorical question. Have you ever heard the saying? When the birds are gone, the bough is hidden, and when the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. I understood the meaning, but wondered how it related to the haunted building. My uncle explained, this very haunted building has sustained countless individuals like us. Who, then, would desire to dismantle it entirely? A sudden realization struck me, yet I still felt a lingering discomfort. I leaned back in my seat, observing the vibrant nightlife outside, and unexpectedly perceived the world as a tapestry of beauty under the night sky. In contrast, the harsh light of day revealed only filth. Regrettably, my abilities were limited, and my actions were insufficient. Fortunately, today had proven to be fruitful, with a total income of 100,000, significantly alleviating my melancholic mood. My uncle allowed me to keep the 50,000 earned from selling charms, ensuring that I would not find myself destitute should the female corpse appear. As for the other 50,000 from the museum, he planned to retrieve it tomorrow and temporarily hold on to it. Listening to my uncle's plans, I suddenly felt the weight of life's responsibilities increase. I was now someone who would need to support a wife. With regard to the dowry from the female corpse, I hesitated to exchange it easily, as it was akin to the gifts Huang Jiao had given me, precious and not to be trifled with. I could not bear to sell a wife and Appo's dowry. My uncle intended to take me home, but Huang Jiao insisted on visiting the shop. Unable to sleep at that moment, I decided to accompany him. After a brief stay at the shop, my uncle expressed his desire to return home to check on Aunt Su Yimei and Tingting. Before departing, he informed me that he would arrive early the next day to discuss the division of earnings. When it came to the matter of splitting profits, I felt no embarrassment. As the saying goes, a clear account among brothers prevents future disputes. I suggested to my uncle that after deducting all expenses, including Huang Jiao's chicken dinner, we could simply divide the earnings 50-50. Naturally, I would repay him for the house funds. My uncle said nothing in response, merely stating that he would elaborate further the next morning. After my uncle left, Huang Jiao hurried into the back room, resuming his ritualistic curses against He Xiaoyan. I remained at the storefront until past 10, too weary to return home. So I locked the door and delved into the lower volume of the book I had been studying. Huang Jiao occupied the back room all night, occasionally muttering curses. I found it rather absurd. Even if He Xiaoyan had spat blood at him, it had not inflicted any harm. Was such relentless pursuit truly necessary? Earlier, I had speculated that He Xiaoyan could endure for 10 days or more, but it appeared I had overestimated him and underestimated Huang Jiao. At this rate, if He Xiaoyan managed to last a week, I would consider it my loss. Around 3 in the morning, I circulated my internal energy through a full cycle, then combined 2 chairs from the shop to create a makeshift bed, curling up to rest for a while. However, just as I settled down, a series of loud knocks resounded at the storefront. Although it was not an attempt to shatter glass, I quickly sprang up, grasping a blood-stained dagger from the tea table, and shouted, "Who is it?" Huang Jiao emerged cautiously from the back room, his demeanor alert, and immediately scolded, "Who the hell lacks decency to knock at this hour? Ken and Appo's, anyone get a moment and Appo's asleep?" As we both called out, an eerie silence enveloped the space, causing my heart to race. Could it be that the entities from the haunted building had followed us here? If they could conjure so many earthbound spirits in the streets, it was entirely plausible. Just as I prepared to arm myself, a familiar voice broke the stillness. "Master Li, you are in the shop. This is splendid. Chen Kai? What business did this fellow have here in the dead of night instead of berating the foreman at the construction site? Bringing money, perhaps?" My mind raced as I opened the shop door, raising the roller shutter about a meter. Chen Kai, donned in a white hard hat, leaned in from the ground. I crouched down to meet his gaze and asked, "What brings you here at such an hour?" Chen Kai appeared anxious, taking a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. "Master Li, there has been an incident involving Miss Zhang and her classmates. Mr. Zhang just called me, requesting that I bring you to his home. A chill ran down my spine. Could it be that trouble had once again come knocking? I probed further. What exactly happened? I was reluctant to step outside without clarity on the situation. Chen Kai replied. Mr. Zhang did not elaborate over the phone. He merely instructed me to escort you to his home, where Miss Zhang's classmates are gathered, along with a master from the harbor district. It made sense that Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wang were friends, and in light of such an incident, it was not unusual for a master from the harbor district to be summoned. Huang Jiao interjected. If there are already masters present, why do they need us? I shared his sentiment. It was not that I feared encountering the masters, but if they could not resolve the issue, my presence would only invite greater danger. My grandfather often advised, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. And here I stood before a very perilous wall. Chen Kai, mistaking my reluctance for concern over commission, hastily reassured me. Mr. Zhang stated that as long as you both attend, your compensation will match that of the master from the harbor district. This piqued my interest. I had heard tales of the exorbitant fees charged by masters from the harbor district. Moreover, they had a penchant for bestowing blessings upon female clients. While I was unfamiliar with the specifics of such blessings, my curiosity was ignited, and I pondered the possibility of learning to perform them myself one day. Chapter 51. Peeling the skin off show, I cast a glance at Huang Jiao, whose eyes were darting about restlessly. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, I asked Chen Kai to lend me his phone to call my second uncle. I've already tried. His phone is off, Chen Kai replied. Yet he still handed me the device. I dialed the number myself, only to find it was indeed switched off. It seemed that with a wife and children to care for, he was living comfortably now. Aunt Sui Mei's family possessed numerous properties, but since I had never inquired before, I was at a loss as to where to seek them now. Huang Jiao inquired again of Chen Kai. Are you absolutely certain our compensation matches that of the masters in Hong Kong? I must clarify. If it turns out otherwise, I shall seek the difference from you. Chen Kai hastily raised his hand, swearing, I swear, Zhang Zong told me exactly that over the phone. Truly, he was adept at navigating the complexities of his role, providing us with assurances while deftly shifting the responsibility onto Zhang Zong. I had yet to meet Zhang Zong in person. After all, the matters at the construction site were significant to us, but merely a small project in the eyes of Zhang Zong. However, I trusted that since he was a friend of Wang Zong, he was unlikely to go back on his word. My faith was not in his character, but in the wealth he possessed. To a wealthy individual, matters resolvable with money are trivial. I glanced at Huang Jiao, who murmured, if we secure this deal, it could spare us a decade of hardship. But should we falter, we might find ourselves lying in the earth for the rest of our lives. While the rationale held, the allure of profit was indeed intoxicating. Noticing my hesitation, Chen Kai leaned closer, offering his phone. Masterly, this is a brand new Nokia I purchased just days ago, costing over 10,000. I can see you appreciate it. Please, take it for now. My eyes lit up, yet I refrained from accepting. Chen Kai was a savvy individual. Today, he had invited me here, and I suspected that a mere phone could fetch him a vehicle from Zhangzhou. Nevertheless, I couldn't accept such a gift. I muttered, I have a bad habit of not using second-hand items, and my wife doesn't have a phone either. Chen Kai shot me a glance. His thoughts evident. Such a trivial person, and you claim to have a wife? You only wish to profit more. Huang Jiao, upon hearing this, quickly chimed in, Little Kai, I still don't possess a phone. Chen Kai's round face transformed with a myriad of expressions, likely taken aback by our demeanor. I bore no guilt in extracting from Zhou Bapi. As for the notion that one cannot benefit from a source without reciprocating, would he not seek profit from me if I refrained from taking it from him? The nature of capitalists is such that once they have a hold of your resources, they will not let go of your coffin funds. Chen Kai was now on the ground, his chubby face wedged in the doorframe. After a while, he appeared to have found relief, gritting his teeth as he declared, 3 phones. I'll fetch them for you tomorrow. Huang Jiao and I squatted silently, understanding that we wouldn't see results without a commitment. Chen Kai, realizing our resolve, sighed, Gentlemen, where do you expect me to procure phones at this late hour? Huang Jiao earnestly replied, Little Kai, you're a resourceful person. I trust you will manage this. Otherwise, Zhang Zong wouldn't place such importance on you, and would have dismissed you long ago. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Kai's jowls quivered, and he gritted his teeth. Fine. Just don't close the door. I'll be right back. With that, he scurried off. Huang Jiao then asked with confusion, Why didn't you open the door for him earlier? I scratched my head sheepishly. I forgot. Forgetting was hardly plausible. It was merely that individuals like Chen Kai, once given an opening, would cling to you like a stubborn gum, showering you with flattery until it felt inappropriate to refuse him. Thus, I had opted to keep him outside. I left the door ajar and returned to pack my belongings. Huang Jiao, fearful of me damaging his trinkets, followed closely, incessantly reminding me to be cautious. I paid little heed to his fidgeting, but as I passed by, I glanced at his items, and to my shock, The 7 paper figures, which had previously been marked with a single drop of blood on their foreheads, were now completely drenched in crimson. This was a clear sign of the curse taking effect. I noticed an apple placed outside the circle, adorned with 3 incense sticks, and asked Huang Jiao, "Have you offered it a soul?" Huang Jiao grinned widely, his teeth gleaming as he replied, "I even bowed to it all night." Simple curses I could view as mere retribution, but the act of offering a soul alongside it was a matter of playing with someone else's life. I warned him again. "Don't blame me for not forewarning you. He Xiaoyan's nephew has been accepted as a disciple by Longhu Mountain. If you stir up trouble, you won't be able to rectify it." Huang Jiao dismissively stated, "I had my little brothers inquire. That nephew is merely a distant relation. They say a distant kin can be 3,000 miles apart." Seeing that he still did not grasp my meaning, I drew a red line, stating, "I don't care how you proceed. My only condition is that no one dies. Killing is not justified. He Xiaoyan's sins do not warrant death. Rest assured. I only think of hastening the curse's progress. Recalling how he spat on me makes me feel ill," Huang Jiao assured me by thumping his chest. A yellow weasel that had lived for nearly 300 years should possess some wisdom beyond my own. I had no desire to play the role of a guardian. As for the little brothers he mentioned, they were likely just the small animals around, his social circle, of which I could not interfere, given our language barrier. Once I packed my things, I waited for Chun Kai with my cat bag in hand, while Huang Jiao busied himself, adding some snacks into it. After a lengthy wait with no sign of Chun Kai, he complained that the bag was too small and requested I find a larger one in the future. I shot him an exasperated look. Having a place to rest is sufficient. What more do you want, a 3-bedroom apartment? Just as Huang Jiao was about to retort, Chun Kai's round face suddenly appeared at the door, startling both of us as if we had encountered a ghost. Chun Kai, drenched in sweat, managed to smile as he handed me a bag containing 3 phones, 2 identical to his, and 1 slightly smaller. Sensing my questioning gaze, he explained, "I got a smaller one for Jiao Yi since his hands are small, but rest assured, they're all the latest models with identical features." Huang Jiao approached to inspect. Satisfied as he asked, "Can they make calls now?" Chun Kai quickly assured him, "Yes, the SIM cards are already installed." I glanced at my own phone, which was red, while Huang Jiao's was black. They were both quite striking, perfect gifts for when she arrived, and I wouldn't have to spend a dime. Moreover, being the most advanced electronic devices, she had likely never seen such technology in the mountains, assuring her delight. Chapter 52. The Master's Intentions. I secreted my phone back into the inner chamber before escorting Huang Jiao outside, where Chun Kai's sedan awaited. Though I had felt no fatigue while channeling my Taoist energy, a wave of drowsiness washed over me as soon as I settled into the car, and I succumbed to slumber. When Chun Kai roused me, the vehicle was stationary within the courtyard of a villa. The living room blazed with light, and occupants awaited our arrival. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes, wiped the saliva from the corner of my mouth, and, with Huang Jiao and my bag of implements in tow, followed Chun Kai into the villa. The individuals within were unfamiliar to me, yet their professions were readily discernible from their demeanor and attire. A middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a suit and tie, bore an expression of anxiety etched upon his face. He was the elusive Director Zhang, and he rose to his feet the moment he laid eyes upon me. Beside Director Zhang stood a man in his early 50s, adorned in a tang suit and fingering a string of prayer beads, a master from Hong Kong. Accompanying the master was a fair maiden of 18 or 19, presumably a disciple under his tutelage. I advanced toward Director Zhang, adopting the manner of my second uncle. "Director Zhang, it is an honor to finally meet you." However, my pleasantries were met with a furrowed brow. Director Zhang clasped my hand and inquired, "Where is your second uncle? I cannot reach him by phone and must wait until tomorrow morning." His confidence seemed shaken at the sight of such a youthful figure. Fortunately, Chun Kai interjected, "Director Zhang, Master Li Yang is the true inheritor of the Li family and Appo's arts. His skills surpass even those of his second uncle. Having expended considerable effort to secure my services, he was loath to see me dismissed out of hand." I paid no heed to Chun Kai's exaggerations, instead turning my gaze toward the master. He, too, was observing me, and he was the first to speak. "Young friend, I hear from Akai that you are a shaman. I hold shamans in high esteem. Might I have a glimpse of your spirit animal? A shaman?" My brow furrowed slightly. It quickly dawned on me that Chun Kai's embellishments had likely mentioned Huang Jiao without proper explanation, leading to the master's misunderstanding. However, if he desired to see Huang Jiao, I had no objections. I placed the cat carrier on the floor and extracted the still slumbering Huang Jiao, roused from its reverie. Huang Jiao unleashed a tirade. "Damn you." The master from Hong Kong paused, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "Young friend, does your spirit animal hail from Hong Kong?" I was rendered speechless. Huang Jiao had likely been preoccupied with thoughts of the Hong Kong master, leading to its spontaneous utterance of a Hong Kong colloquialism. However, if it aspired to rise in the world, it would have to redouble its efforts. I gently shook Huang Jiao, clearing its mind, before placing it upon my shoulder. It is not a Hong Kong breed, but a yellow weasel from our mountains. The master absorbed my every move. He had always seen shamans groveling before their spirit animals, and was taken aback by my casual treatment. After a moment, he introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Quan, and this is my disciple, Su Wanrong. I offered a polite nod in response. Director Zhang, sensing that we had made acquaintance, interjected anxiously, Master Tang, Master Liang, Ying, and her classmates. I knew it was time to get down to business, but as Chen Kai had not provided a clear explanation, I could not yet take charge. I interrupted Director Zhang, saying, I have only just arrived and am unfamiliar with the situation. I would appreciate it if Master Tang could provide a brief overview. On the way, I had feared that a fellow practitioner would prove to be a rival. However, after a few exchanges, I found Tang Quan to be a decent individual, and I could not fault him for calling me young friend, as I was indeed young, and his Mandarin was imperfect. To my surprise, Tang Quan's explanation was succinct. Malevolent spirits have entered their bodies. These 4 words caused my brow to furrow. Malevolent spirits and entered their bodies are separate concepts. Spirit entry is what we commonly refer to as possession or demonic possession in the West. The afflicted often exhibit erratic behavior, and in severe cases may harm themselves or others. However, this state typically does not last long, as humans are inherently imbued with yang energy, which gradually weakens the invading entity. Spirit entry, on the other hand, is far more troublesome, as it erodes the soul. The victim may initially experience periods of lucidity interspersed with madness, but over time, they will lose their senses completely, becoming a vessel controlled by base desires. Tang Quan's diagnosis of malevolent spirits entering their bodies suggested a combination of both phenomena, which would be even more challenging to address. With the aid of malevolent energy, the spirits could resist the suppressing effects of the body's yang energy, forcibly occupying the host. If left untreated, this state would be indistinguishable from Taoist possession or usurpation. If one were to encounter a person afflicted by malevolent spirits who suddenly appeared normal, one could be certain that they were no longer themselves. As Tang Quan and I conversed, 4 luxury vehicles arrived at the Zhang residence, disgorging couples with expressions of deep anxiety. Director Zhang hastily rose to greet them. Tang Quan glanced at me and said, Young friendly Yang, it will be quite chaotic here shortly. Would you care to accompany me upstairs for a look? I studied Tang Quan, employing my spiritual sight to discern the purity of his Taoist energy, which was comparable to that of Lu Changshen of Mount Lao. He alone could resolve the matter, provided the spirits had not yet reached the stage of soul usurpation. His offer seemed to diminish his own standing in the eyes of Director Zhang and Director Wang, while simultaneously elevating mine. It appeared he sensed underlying complications that required assistance. The predicament of Zhang Ying and her classmates was likely connected to the haunted building in Dongqing. Despite my attempts to avoid it, fate had led me back to this path. Having sold talismans to Zhang Ying and her friends, I was bound by karma to assist them in their time of need. Tang Quan and his disciple led the way, and I followed behind, ascending the staircase to the 2nd floor of the villa. Along the way, I overheard Su Wanrong grumbling. Master, we could handle this on our own. Why invite this bumpkin? Associating with such people will tarnish your reputation. Her voice was soft, yet I heard her clearly, and I knew that she intended for me to hear her words. Tang Quan responded, There is enough wealth for all to share, and enough food for all to eat. Do not be so narrow-minded. Tang Quan's words were unreserved and conveyed a sense of candor. However, I remained skeptical. My grandfather had always said that while good people exist, there is no such thing as a free lunch, save for charity. Aside from dealing with the haunted building in Dongqing, this Hong Konger likely had ulterior motives for approaching me. The most valuable asset I possessed was undoubtedly the 10,000 mountains, with its connection to the female corpse. In retrospect, his desire to see Huang Jiao was likely not driven solely by curiosity. Chapter 53. The Mountain Town Technique. My thoughts grew more complex, and my gaze towards Tang Quan shifted, now tinged with a hint of wariness. As the saying goes, once the human heart succumbs to desire, it becomes 100 times more terrifying than a ghost. Nevertheless, I followed him upstairs. Upon reaching the entrance of the 2nd floor of the villa, I noticed 2 yellow cloths cascading from the rooftop, adorned with a giant talisman drawn in cinnabar. My nostrils flared slightly as I caught a whiff of incense. It was no wonder that the 5 individuals upstairs were possessed by malevolent spirits. While no trace of yin energy was detected below, it was, in fact, shielded by these 2 large talismans. Such talismans, also known as fuzhuang or jingzhuang, are offerings found in temples and Taoist shrines. The potent scent of incense emanating from these talismans indicated they had been venerated for quite some time. To acquire such items, one must possess a significant connection to temples or Taoist sanctuaries. Otherwise, they are exceedingly difficult to obtain. This master from Hongxiang, regardless of his abilities, clearly had impressive connections merely based on these yellow cloth talismans. Suwanrong, noticing my pause at the stairway, turned back and mockingly asked, "What is wrong? Are you afraid?" I merely smiled. Huangjiu perched on my shoulder, disdainfully retorted, "Little girl, you look quite lovely when silent, but the moment you speak, it's rather unappealing. I advise you to talk less and act more. Wouldn't it be more delightful to remain beautiful for 10 or 8 years? I chose not to intervene in Huangjiu's remarks, nor did I respond to Su Wanrong, following Tang Quan beneath the yellow cloth talismans into the second floor. As I stepped onto the second floor, a chill seeped into my garments, attempting to invade my spiritual channels. Fortunately, the blood dagger at my waist emitted a warm current, dispelling the frigid energy. The living room on the second floor was devoid of furniture. Zhang Ying and 4 other girls sat in a circle on the floor, surrounded by 8 bronze incense burners. Judging by their composition, if the old curator were present, he would likely demand their surrender. Tang Quan remained silent, his gaze intensely fixed upon me. Clearly, he sought to test whether I could discern his arrangement. Had I not memorized the lower scroll? These items would indeed have eluded my understanding. However, having committed the scroll to memory, I could at least glean a general understanding of the situation. The 8 incense burners, each engraved with a different mountain, represented the 3 mountains and 5 sacred peaks. This was a long-lost mountain town technique, not entirely forgotten. But its application required the acquisition of Shigandang from the 3 mountains and 5 sacred peaks. The Shigandang I refer to here is not merely the one from Mount Tai. Rather, it serves as a metaphor. After all, it is not only Mount Tai that produces Shigandang. Renowned mountains and rivers can nurture them as well. Previously, such items were easier to find, but I heard from my grandfather that when the Japanese invaded the 9 provinces, a special unit was established to seek out renowned mountains and rivers, collecting Shigandang from each. Consequently, even slightly prominent stones have become extinct, making it impossible for Tang Quan to find genuine Shigandang. Thus, he resorted to using the incense burners from the mountain deity temples of the 3 mountains and 5 sacred peaks as substitutes. The effectiveness of these burners is not on par with the elusive Shigandang, yet it is by no means a simple task. After all, without the influence of incense for at least a century, it would be impossible to suppress the rampant yin energy within Zhang Ying and her companions. At this point, I was convinced that the malevolent energy stemmed from that haunted building, and I turned to inquire, "Master Tang, your arrangements suggest you are aware of the situation regarding the haunted building in East City?" Tang Quan, fiddling with the beads in his hand, nodded. "I've glanced at it, but I did not ascend." I chuckled. What a coincidence. I too have merely glanced at it without daring to go up. He had not ascended, while I had not dared to do so. My intention was to convey that I had no plans to investigate the haunted building. Tang Quan smiled and shifted the topic, asking, "Master Liang, do you perceive any issues with my arrangement?" I feigned curiosity, kneeling a few meters away to scrutinize the setup. Although Tang Quan may not have traversed the 3 mountains and 5 sacred peaks personally, his possession of the mountain deity burners indicated a considerable understanding of the geography of the mainland. He undoubtedly knew of the existence of places like the 10,000 Great Mountains. At present, he was likely testing me. Huangjiu, being astute, opted for silence, recognizing that verbosity could lead to pitfalls. Tang Quan, whether believing my words or maintaining composure, noted my silence and remarked, "Little friend, I've observed the conditions of Miss Zhang and the others. The malevolent spirits invading them appear to be Jiling." Jiling? I frowned. The concept of Jiling suggested that it was not merely a case of malevolent spirits possessing them. It represented a powerful evil spirit's avatar. Evil spirits utilize their avatars to occupy living bodies, and once the avatar matures, the original entity fully returns. This process bears some resemblance to the common phenomenon of demonic possession seen abroad. They share a common trait. The demons that descend are exceptionally powerful, often ancient and infamous entities in foreign lore, while domestically, they are formidable spirits that inspire dread. This elucidates why I felt an urgent need to depart after merely glancing at that haunted building. At that moment, it was merely a tethered spirit. But should the coffin bearers fail to depart, it would escalate beyond a simple tethered spirit. Now, hearing Tang Quan assert that Zhang Ying and the others were afflicted by Jiling, it became imperative to confront the dominant entity within that building. I inwardly gasped, preparing to express my reluctance to wade into such murky waters when a group of men and women ascended from below. When a daughter is in distress, it is naturally the parents who are most anxious. They disregarded the chill above and rushed in. Fortunately, they were affluent individuals, and the wealthy often harbor superstitions. Upon witnessing the arrangement in the living room, they dared not interfere. Some may argue against this statement, claiming not all wealthy individuals are superstitious. To those individuals, I would say they are indeed blinded by science. If you remain untouched by such matters, you can easily search online. I cannot elaborate on specifics here. Of course, I am not suggesting that the poverty of the poor is solely due to disbelief in feng shui. Each person possesses their own perspective and judgment. What I can advise is this. Fate is ordained by the heavens, but actions are in human hands. One must possess both destiny and capability to act. Otherwise, even the best fortune is rendered useless if one remains passive. Conversely, possessing capability without favorable fate ultimately leads to emptiness. The wealthy often resolve problems through straightforward means, connections, and wealth. Thus, upon their arrival, they surrounded Tang Quan and me, addressing us as masters, with some even offering concrete sums of money. This left me, witnessing for the first time the methods of the wealthy, utterly astonished, and I couldn't help but think, how delightful. However, the enjoyment of such wealth hinges on the condition of having life to appreciate it. Therefore, when Tang Quan proposed an immediate visit to the haunted building, I promptly declined, stating I would wait for my second uncle to arrive. As the saying goes, in battle, kin are the most reliable. I had only just met Tang Quan. Should something go awry inside, he wouldn't risk his life to save me. Moreover, I was uncertain of his intentions in seeking ghosts late at night. Chapter 54. The Malevolent Parasite. I opened my mouth to refuse the invitation to the haunted building, and the previously chaotic scene fell eerily silent. A successful man in his 50s spoke up. Masterly, if you agree to go, I will personally add 5 million to your fee. I wanted to say something more, but my mouth merely opened and closed, and I gritted my teeth, saying, please, everyone, quiet down. I need to call my uncle first. Chen Kai, aware that I hadn't brought my new phone, hurriedly emerged from the crowd and handed me his device. I dialed, but the phone still indicated it was off. With so many wealthy individuals present, Chen Kai seized the moment to assert himself, declaring, Master Li, just tell me the general area where your uncle lives, and I will go door to door tonight until I find him. I glanced at his chubby face, thinking by the time he finished knocking on doors, it would be dawn. Was such upheaval truly necessary? The crucial question was, would these affluent promises hold any weight? After all, if it had to be done, a higher reward would naturally be preferable. My urgency grew as I recalled that Aunt Su Ime also belonged to a prominent family. I wondered if she had any connections with these wealthy individuals. Thus, I interrupted the clamor, commanding silence. At my shout, everyone fell quiet. However, Zhang Ying, surrounded by incense burners, heard me and stiffly turned her head, her eyes rolling in disdain as she laughed at me. Her laughter sent chills down my spine, though she was not the same person. Her expression and laughter mirrored that of the face I had seen beneath the car. I was horrified, and the surrounding crowd fell utterly silent. Tang Quan, sensing the tension, swiftly bit his middle finger, muttering incantations, and flicked his finger. Exactly 8 drops of blood flew forth, landing on the 8 incense burners. With this display of skill, he truly deserved the title of master. As Tang Quan's blood touched the incense burners, Zhang Ying displayed a pained expression, her features contorting, the veins in her face writhing beneath her skin like black worms. Her once delicate visage transformed into a ghastly sight. Mr. Zhang and his wife felt their hearts constrict with dread, especially Zhang Ying's mother, who suddenly knelt before me and Tang Quan with a thud. Tang Quan reacted faster than I, immediately leaping aside. I was a fraction slower but managed to prevent Zhang Ying's mother from fully prostrating. It is said that one should kneel only to heaven, earth, and parents. To kneel before others without the ability to reciprocate could incur karmic consequences. Especially for practitioners like us, the burden is heavier than for ordinary individuals. As for the outcome, I would soon learn from He Xiaoyan's condition. After Tang Quan and I stepped back, we helped Zhang Ying's mother to her feet. I realized time was of the essence and revealed Aunt Su Ime's name. True to form, the wealthy had connections. Several business owners quickly contacted Su Ime's father, Su Dazhuang, and it was too long before my uncle returned the call. I wasted no words, directly providing him with the address. Upon seeing that I had reached my uncle, Tang Quan instructed Su Wanrong to prepare the necessary items. Mr. Zhang had previously mentioned that my fee would be the same as Tang Quan's, and since Tang Quan had demonstrated his abilities, I felt compelled to contribute. Thus, I instructed Chen Kai to fetch a stick of fragrant incense. Taking the incense, I pressed my palms together, inverted the 8 sticks in my hands, and channeled my internal energy into the incense. With the aid of my energy, I vigorously rubbed the tips of the incense, causing them to ignite spontaneously, akin to talisman paper. Tang Quan watched in astonishment, exclaiming, "Single incense offering to the spirits. This is the long-lost soul-soothing technique?" I replied, "Master Tang, the world is vast, and there are realms beyond human sight. Just because you have not seen it does not mean it has been lost. The soul-soothing technique is a secret method from the lower scroll. While I considered concealing it, if I hide everything, I would be no better than a useless person. What is necessary must be utilized. As I was about to insert the incense, Huangjio, perched on my shoulder, called out, "Wait." Then, it exhaled towards the fragrant incense, causing it to slip from my grasp. I hurriedly released it, and the 8 sticks flew out, perfectly inserting themselves into the 8 incense burners. This maneuver was no less impressive than Tang Quan's earlier display, perhaps even more refined. Once the fragrant incense settled in the burners, Zhang Ying fell silent. I noted that the other 4 individuals remained unchanged throughout, prompting me to ask Tang Quan, "Master Tang, have you deduced Zhang Ying's birth chart?" Just as Tang Quan was about to respond, my uncle's voice echoed from downstairs, "Born in the Yin month and Yin hour, she possesses a minor Yin constitution." A minor Yin constitution refers to being born during a specific month and hour of the Yin cycle. The major Yin constitution encompasses those born in the Yin year, month, day, and hour. In addition to the minor and major Yin constitutions, there are those who are innately endowed with yin-yang eyes, typically born at the moment the ghost gate opens during the ghost festival. However, such individuals are rare, while being born during the festival is common. The precise timing is exceedingly unlikely. Upon hearing my uncle's voice, I felt an immense relief. With my uncle present, I merely needed to execute my tasks. According to my uncle's deductions, it appeared the malevolent entities in the haunted building were primarily fixated on Zhang Ying, desiring her as a vessel. The other 4 were merely accompanying spirits, minor ghosts possessing them. In this case, the issue concerning Zhang Ying required resolution within the haunted building. While I could expel the spirits from the remaining 4 using the Buddhist bone relic, my uncle ascended the stairs, inquiring if Mr. Zhang's calculations were accurate. Mr. Zhang nodded in affirmation. With my uncle's deductions validated, I chose to remain silent, confident that what I could discern, my uncle could as well. Indeed, my uncle turned and stated, "Zhang Ying must be handled separately from her classmates. She is slightly more complicated, while my nephew can manage the other 4. Upon hearing that I could handle the situation, 8 pairs of eyes turned toward me, making me feel quite uncomfortable. However, with my uncle's arrival, the financial matters needed to be settled. Fortunately, as I had previously stated, in the world of the affluent, matters that can be resolved with money are seldom problematic. All prior promises were readily affirmed, with urgent insistence for me to save their daughter. Exorcism requires the Buddhist bone relic, which is a sacred item of the Buddhist faith. I wished to avoid excessive exposure that might attract the attention of the Buddhist community, thus I instructed Mr. Zhang to prepare a room. Tang Quan ignited the incense burners, while my uncle and Su Wanrong forcibly guided the out-of-control individuals into the room. Inside, I harnessed my internal energy to activate the Buddhist bone relic, utilizing the power of its scriptures to expel the malevolent spirits from the 4 individuals, then dispersing them with a blood strike. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Ying emitted piercing screams from outside. The spirits within her classmates were not particularly strong, but after such prolonged torment, their vitality was quite depleted. And once the evil spirits were expelled, they fell into a deep slumber. With my uncle present, I felt transformed, imbued with newfound confidence. Upon exiting, I instructed the family members to remain vigilant and, if convenient, to keep the individuals at Mr. Zhang's residence until Zhang Ying's situation was completely resolved. Zhang Ying continued to scream, her voice nearly tearing apart. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang were filled with both fear and concern. Yet, Tang Quan and Appo's fingers had swollen to resemble little buns, and he had shed considerable blood, yet to no avail. Observing Mr. and Mrs. Zhang and Appo's distress, I felt a pang of sympathy, and I discreetly handed the Buddhist bone relic to Mr. Zhang. Chapter 55, The Secret of Blood Stabs. As I prepared to venture into the ghost tower, I knew I had to bring along the Buddhist relic, as it was one of my sources of confidence. It could serve to pacify the malevolent spirit within Zhang Ying, alleviating the distress of those who might witness the situation. However, I did not wish for Tang Quan to be aware of this, so I discreetly instructed General Zhang to follow my directive. General Zhang appeared momentarily perplexed, but once he comprehended the situation, he clutched the relic tightly. I then whispered my further instructions. After we depart, place it beside Zhang Ying. Once she has calmed down, allow Chen Kai to take it to the ghost tower to find me. This relic can only provide temporary solace for your daughter to eradicate the problem entirely. We must annihilate the source of the spirit residing in the ghost tower. This relic is crucial, and you must ensure Chen Kai delivers it to me. What I communicated was neither entirely truthful nor a complete fabrication. My intention was merely to prevent General Zhang and his wife from disregarding my safety and leaving the relic behind. After relaying my instructions, my uncle took the cat bag from me and called for Tang Quan and his disciples to join us as we descended the stairs. While en route, Tang Quan suggested that I ride in the same vehicle as him for the sake of discussing certain matters. However, I remained cautious of him and disliked his incessant inquiries, thus insisting on traveling with my uncle instead. In the car, I confided in my uncle about my suspicion that Tang Quan was pursuing me for the sake of the 10,000 great mountains. My uncle scoffed. Let him seek his own demise. It is of no concern to you. Startled, I sat upright and asked, Uncle, you seem quite knowledgeable about the 10,000 great mountains. Is that not obvious? The mountains lie just behind our village. Even a 3-year-old knows of the dangers within, he replied. I found myself momentarily perplexed, but upon reflection, it did indeed make sense. Who from the nearby villages would dare enter the 10,000 great mountains? As our vehicles traveled in tandem, my uncle suddenly halted in front of a breakfast shop just before reaching the ghost tower. Tang Quan and Appos' car followed suit, and he exited to converse with my uncle, exclaiming, It seems Masterly shares my thoughts. My uncle merely smiled and ignored him. As I stood in bewilderment, my uncle unfastened his seatbelt and urged me to disembark for breakfast, connecting the dots from Tang Quan's earlier remarks. I quickly realized that neither my uncle nor Tang Quan intended to proceed to the ghost tower at this hour. After all, who would dare confront the supernatural in the dark? Yet, I couldn't shake off the unease I felt about their decision. Despite my discomfort, I found solace in the breakfast. Tang Quan seized the opportunity to inform my uncle that he wanted both him and me to accompany him inside while Su Wanrong would remain outside for support. Both my uncle and I vehemently declined. Ultimately, it was decided that Su Wanrong and my uncle would stay outside while I ventured in with Tang Quan. As they deliberated, I discreetly used my uncle's phone to call Chen Kai. By around 7 o'clock, he arrived. I greeted him at the door and quietly accepted the Buddhist relic from his hands. It felt exceedingly hot, indicating that Zhang Ying was no longer in distress. This gesture could be considered a significant favor to General Zhang and his wife. To my surprise, Chen Kai had managed to acquire the design blueprints of the ghost tower through his connections with the housing authority. According to the blueprints, the building featured 2 fire escape routes and 7 elevators. However, the elevators were currently inoperable, leaving only the staircases on either side as viable exits. Tang Quan discussed with my uncle the plan for us to take the left staircase while Huang Jiao and I would traverse the right staircase, agreeing to meet on the 20th floor. It is customary in our line of work to separate during such tasks, as 2 individuals are generally safer than one. My grandfather always said that having 2 people work together allows for a more relaxed atmosphere, thereby reducing the risk of possession by malevolent spirits. If one of us were to be afflicted, the other would face even greater dangers than confronting the supernatural itself, as certain techniques are ineffective on the living. My uncle and I both placed great faith in my grandfather's wisdom. We finalized our strategy, determining to enter at 8 o'clock and return before noon, regardless of whether we located the entity possessing Zhang Ying, to avoid the dangerous time when yang energy dominates. Once our plan was established, I examined the blueprints in detail, growing increasingly perplexed. Eventually, I couldn't restrain myself and turned the plan sideways, asking my uncle, with 2 escape routes in this building, does that not imply that regardless of the fire's origin, there exists a pathway for escape? Even if those above the 20th floor cannot all evacuate, they should not perish in the flames. This observation prompted my uncle and Tang Quan to scrutinize the designs with renewed seriousness. My uncle inquired of Chen Kai, were there no reports detailing the circumstances of the fire that consumed the building years ago? Chen Kai replied, there were reports, but in those days, information was not as readily disseminated as it is now. The scope of distribution was limited, and public interest was minimal. It is said that the matter eventually faded away. Tang Quan, twisting his glossy beads, frowned deeply. There must be some ulterior motives at play here. While Huang Jiao slurped his noodles, he chimed in. Do you think this was not a natural disaster but rather a man-made calamity? Consider this, even if so many perished in the flames, it would not lead to such an overwhelming aura of negativity nor the emergence of possessing spirits. Huang Jiao's insightful words served as a wake-up call for us. Tang Quan furrowed his brow and said, little buddy, I believe we need to revise our plan. Today, we will only venture to the 18th floor and assess the situation before proceeding further. I wholeheartedly supported this suggestion, as the terrifying entity resided above the 20th floor. By avoiding its lair, we would likely avoid provoking it. After leaving the noodle shop, my uncle reassured me not to fear. I still possessed youthful vigor, bolstered by the relic and blood stabs. Even if I encountered the source of the spirit, I could either fight or flee. To claim that I was not anxious would be a falsehood, for this was the most perilous situation I had faced since emerging from seclusion. Should we resolve this matter, I would gain confidence to intervene in the Wang Shukuan incident. Once inside the vehicle, Huang Jiao jumped out and said, little Li, if you are afraid, then do not think of anything else. Just focus on the rewards the wealthy offer. As he spoke, he began counting on his claws, calculating the potential earnings. However, the promised reward was substantial, leaving his already limited fingers insufficient for the task. I found it curious that Huang Jiao, who was astute in many matters, could not comprehend financial calculations. I wondered if it was due to his incomplete spiritual awakening or if he had been affected by Huang Xian'er's kick. Thinking of Huang Xian'er made me long for the female corpse. Silently, I mused, though our time together has been brief, we have shared a decade as husband and wife. With you in your coffin and me in the world outside, I embark on this journey to earn for you. If you have any spirit in the heavens. I quickly spat twice to dispel the thought. The fate of the female corpse was uncertain. I could not claim she resided in the heavens. After contemplating for a while, I could not find a suitable substitute for my words, so I reassured myself. In any case, you must ensure my safety. Huangjiu observed my solitary spitting with a look of concern. This child appears overly tense. Has he been frightened into a stupor? Fear not. I shall reveal a secret about blood stabs that will surely guarantee your safety. Startled, I snapped back to reality, seizing him by the neck and lifting him to inquire. What secret? Chapter 56. Shikigami Huangjiu, feeling emboldened by the possession of what I desired, regarded me with an air of arrogance, saying, Xiao Yangzi, your offerings to Lord Jiu bring me joy, yet I find your manner of conversing with me quite displeasing. Observing this creature, I recognized that it was a dog that could not change its nature, as it began to bestow upon me yet another nickname. However, I was at a loss for how to respond, for it seemed I could do little to deter its incessant taunts. It was hardly an option to flay it and stew its flesh. As the vehicle approached the haunted building, a sense of urgency welled within me. I set it down and remarked, Did you not bow before Old Song, only to find no fortune in return? Should you require the blood spike, simply inform me, and it shall be yours at any time. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Huangjiu bared its large canine teeth, grinning as it replied, In truth, this is not much of a secret. The benefits of your blood spike lie not only in the yang energy it possesses, but also, at this juncture. It paused, leaving me seething with frustration. It seemed it had forgotten the pain of its previous wounds and was now attempting to raise the stakes. Yet, as the haunted building loomed closer through the car window, I had no time for idle chatter, gritting my teeth and adding, and 2 old hens, on top of that. Only then did Huangjiu express its satisfaction, stating, Those 108 battle souls are, in fact, Shikigami, and among the most formidable of them all. My eyes widened in realization. Shikigami, originally represented by the divine generals of the 12 zodiac signs in astrological charts, had been redefined in the land of the rising sun as spirits that could be controlled by Taoist priests or onmyoji. Although akin to raising minor spirits, true Shikigami were far more powerful. Moreover, the 108 warriors within the blood spike corresponded to the 108 stars of Tiangang and Disha, having been loyal and righteous in life, imbued with a sense of righteousness. Such Shikigami were, indeed, a bane to malevolent forces, a rare opportunity indeed. It was no wonder Huangjiu had knelt so readily and still harbored lingering regrets. My second uncle appeared to have been aware of this all along, showing no signs of surprise. Reflecting on his earlier words, he had hinted that if I committed misdeeds, Old Song would spare me. But those 108 would not. At the time, I had merely dismissed the notion that they were anything more than simple parasitic souls. After pondering, I concluded that although the term Shikigami originated in the 9 provinces, it had been popularized in the land of the rising sun. I felt that labeling them as such was a slight to our forebears, and thus decided to refer to them as the 108 divine generals. Huangjiu, with a tinge of jealousy, remarked, You, my friend, have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. My brow furrowed slightly, and I shot at a warning glance to refrain from speaking in such an unpleasant manner. Yet, I too felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming, in that case, The haunted building shall be a mere trifle for me. Once I enter, I can unleash the 108 divine generals to handle everything. Huangjiu rolled its eyes, retorting, Are you still half asleep? With your meager Taoist energy, summoning even a couple of weaker generals would be quite an accomplishment. What a pity that Old Song retired early. Otherwise, after several more years of absorbing blood energy, this blood spike would truly be regarded as a divine artifact. Huangjiu sighed. However, I did not share this sentiment. As the saying goes, the moon waxes and wanes, and nothing in this world is flawless. If it were indeed so perfect, it would likely have never fallen into my grasp. As for blood energy, opportunities may be scarce in today's society. Yet gradual accumulation could eventually lead to its revival. At this moment, my second uncle brought the vehicle to a halt, the haunted building looming just outside. He instructed me, Once inside, keep to the outer path. If you encounter trouble, cast something downwards. I shall enter at the first sign of commotion. Tang Quan was also advising Su Wanro. Compared to my simple attire, he was laden with an array of items, a peachwood sword, a money sword, a compass, and various other implements, all adorning his person. Furthermore, he had donned a Taoist robe, exuding the aura of a reclusive master. I too had brought my grandfather and Apos, as Taoist robe into the city. Yet I had forgotten to change into it. Had I remembered, I would not have paled in comparison to Tang Quan and Appo's imposing presence. Noticing my empty hands, Tang Quan paused, asking, "Little friend, do you not possess a suitable weapon?" I hesitated to wield anything taken from Lao's Han, and my second uncle's possessions were merely for comfort. So I had chosen not to bring anything. Seeing my silence, Tang Quan offered me a peachwood sword, measuring over 20 centimeters in length. I was taken aback, for I knew his sword was made from a tree over 100 years old, and its patina indicated it had been in use for decades, a true gem. Seeing my hesitation, he pressed it into my hands, saying, "Take it. Do not be polite." I felt a swell of gratitude and inquired, "Master, if you give me your peachwood sword, what will you use?" Tang Quan waved his hand dismissively, replying, "As an elder, I can manage with something less." Saying this, he produced from the back seat a sword over a meter long, made of dark, lustrous wood. I was left utterly bewildered. Was this what he meant by and Appo's, managing with something less and Appo's? Tang Quan, seemingly unfazed, then asked, "Little friend, is there anything else?" Although I felt a twinge of discomfort, I could not voice it, shaking my head and saying there was nothing further. Tang Quan glanced at the golden watch on his wrist, observing, "The time is nearly upon us. You to my left, I to your right. Let us meet on the 18th floor." With that, he struck a pose with his sword, sidling into the haunted building like a large yellow crab. As I stood there, entranced by the peachwood sword in my hands, Su Wanrong, who had consistently been at odds with me, suddenly asked, "What? My master kindly gifts you a weapon, and you are ungrateful, is that it?" Indeed, I had acquired a fine peachwood sword without effort, yet I felt as though I had swallowed a dead fly, all while maintaining a forced smile in front of the insufferable Su Wanrong. The more I pondered, the more discontented I became. Without my cap bag, Huang Jiu perched upon my shoulder, trailing behind Tang Quan as we entered the haunted building. The interior was dimly lit, and as we stepped inside, it felt as though we had been swallowed whole by a great beast, rendering us pitifully insignificant. The moment we crossed the threshold, a chill enveloped us. Tang Quan lifted his robe and ascended the stairs with the 7-star gang steps, parting the oppressive energy with each stride, creating a protective field against the encroaching shadows. My own Taoist energy could not withstand such expenditure, yet the Buddhist relics and blood spike effectively warded off the dark forces, preventing them from drawing near. The building had languished in neglect for far too long, with dust coating the stairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, I found it littered with debris blown in by the wind. Just as I steadied myself on the 2nd floor, a gust of cold wind swept through, lifting the refuse into a swirling vortex that lingered in the air. Fortunately, I had observed the haunted building while handling the museum vehicle and knew that the densest concentration of dark energy lay above the 20th floor. As long as I did not ascend beyond that, I felt somewhat reassured. After a brief pause, I decided to proceed to the 3rd floor without waiting for the vortex to settle. As I ascended halfway up the stairs, I heard a series of thumping sounds above, resembling someone bouncing a ball. In such a place, any anomaly could signify trouble, and my heart raced with trepidation. Cautiously, I completed the final steps and peered around the corner. There, in the desolate corridor, stood a child in a red outfit, their back turned to us, rhythmically tapping a dark, ominous ball. I inhaled sharply, retreating into the stairwell and whispering to Huang Jiu, "We're only on the 3rd floor. How could we encounter this thing already?" Huang Jiu replied, "We've arrived with such fanfare. They couldn't possibly be completely unprepared. My guess is they intend for us to climb the tower." The building had over 40 floors, with office spaces lining both sides of the corridors, creating a vast expanse. If we were truly forced to climb the tower, it would be an exhausting ordeal. Huang Jiu tugged at my hair, inquiring, "Were you able to discern what it was striking with?" Wasn't that a rhetorical question? It was merely a head-patting ghost. Moreover, my retreat wasn't out of fear, but rather to test the divine general within the bloodthorn. However, after hearing Huang Jiu's words, I decided to exercise restraint and avoid revealing my cards prematurely. After all, weaker spirits wouldn't dare ascend, while formidable entities could descend at any moment. With this in mind, I stepped onto the 3rd floor. The head-patting ghost immediately turned, furiously hurling the head it was striking towards me. Huang Jiu hitched up his floral shorts and began to berate, "You little scoundrel, do you truly believe the earth is round, and your head is equally round?" While scolding the ghost, he managed to exhale a gust of demonic energy, enveloping the head. Instantly, the head expanded infinitely, resembling a massive ball rolling backward. Although the head-patting ghost was clad in red, it wasn't a formidable red-clad vengeful spirit, as Huang Jiu had pointed out. Its energy was weak, and it was merely a child. As the enormous head rolled back, it frightened the ghost into wailing. Just as Huang Jiu was about to deliver a fatal blow, I swiftly blocked the demonic energy emanating from his mouth, stating, "One must consider the master before striking the dog. If you kill it now, I fear we won't make it past the 18th floor." However, as Huang Jiu withdrew, a graceful figure suddenly emerged from a room at the opposite end of the corridor, positioning herself in front of the head-patting ghost. With the sound of a crossbow mechanism triggering, an arrow shot forth, piercing the little ghost and heading toward me. My reaction time wasn't slow. I immediately tilted my head to evade, inadvertently exposing Huang Jio to the arrow. By the time I realized it, an arrow engraved with runes had already lodged itself in Huang Jio's mouth. The little ghost didn't even utter a cry before being dispersed. I turned to Huang Jio, my mind reeling, thinking, the old saying goes, good people don't live long, but scoundrels live for 1,000 years. How could Huang Jio be so short-lived? How am I going to explain this to Huang Xianer? Yet, as I stood there at a loss, Huang Jio on my shoulder stirred. He used his tiny paws to grasp the arrow, gradually extracting it from his mouth. Phew! With the arrow completely removed, Huang Jio exhaled in lingering fear, immediately boasting. It's fortunate that your master Jio possesses the skill of catching a blade with bare hands. Otherwise, I would have been utterly devastated today. I released the breath I had been holding and focused my gaze on the approaching figure. She was alive. I recognized it the moment she appeared. As she approached, I adopted a fierce expression, preparing to question her intentions. Huang Jio also bared his fangs, assuming a fighting stance. However, as the woman drew nearer, both Huang Jio and I were dumbstruck. Questions and vengeance were forgotten. Only 2 words remained in our minds, so ample. As she approached, I felt an urge to offer her support, fearing she might lose her balance and stumble forward. Endowed with such prominent assets, the woman seemed accustomed to our fervent gazes. Huang Jio swallowed, muttering, large, truly large. I also mentally measured her proportions, realizing this was something I couldn't handle, something that even 2 hands would struggle to grasp. With difficulty, I shifted my gaze, only to be captivated by her long, slender legs. The woman's attire resembled a cheongsam, with a short hemline reaching just below the knees. The style of the garment featured a high slit on the upper part and an equally high slit on the lower part. Huang Jio and I stood speechless. The woman seemed pleased with the effect, proudly puffing out her chest and asking softly, "Are you all right? I was too hasty earlier and didn't end opos. Notice you." Her voice was like celestial music. However, I instantly regained my composure, blushing and averting my gaze, unable to look directly at her. Huang Jio completely forgot that the arrow had nearly claimed his life, and he asked in a gentle tone, "Beauty, are you a demon hunter?" My mind was now clear. My earlier distraction wasn't due to impure thoughts. It was simply that 2 ordinary women couldn't compare to her singular magnificence. Such grandeur was astounding. Now that I had regained my senses, I instinctively shifted half a step, subtly placing my hand on the bloodthorn at my waist. When Huang Jio mentioned demon hunters, my gaze locked onto the crossbow in her hand. That was a demon hunter's crossbow, standard equipment for demon hunters and a symbol of their identity. I had heard my grandfather speak of this group, scattered across the land, hunting not only malevolent spirits and demons but also those who strayed from the righteous path. In essence, they were bounty hunters of the supernatural. However, they never accepted civilian jobs, only taking on assignments from the Demon Hunters' internal bounty board. Moreover, they maintained a Demon Hunters ranking list. However, that was a secret known only to Demon Hunters, and outsiders rarely knew the rankings. Her presence here suggested that this haunted building was also on the Demon Hunters' bounty list. And when had she entered the haunted building? Contemplating these questions, I inquired. "My name is Liang. May I ask how to address you?" "I'm Zhan Ling." She introduced herself generously, then asked, "Are you planning to continue upward?" From her tone, it seemed she didn't intend to proceed further. I nodded, replying, "I've been hired to investigate." Demon hunters generally had a reputation for being righteous individuals, but I couldn't guarantee she wouldn't harm me, so I kept my explanation brief. Zhan Ling stated, "The entity above has become formidable. I won't be going up. I'm waiting for someone here." With differing objectives, there was no need for further entanglement or delay. As I turned, Huang Jio looked back wistfully. I also felt a sense of reluctance, stealing a glance before heading towards the 4th floor. Once I was certain Zhan Ling wasn't following, I whispered to Huang Jio, "Your ominous words may be coming true. The events that occurred here 20 years ago might not have been a natural disaster, but an act of malice." Huang Jio's mind hadn't been completely corrupted, and he immediately understood, asking, "Are you suggesting she's waiting for the mastermind?" I nodded. Huang Jio grumbled, "Does that mean we've become her pawns?" I replied, "We each have our own objectives. She's capturing people, and we're fighting ghosts. It's a form of mutual assistance. However, I don and oppose. Do you think her strength is up to par? Whoever orchestrated this haunted building is likely beyond her capabilities." As I spoke, a cloud of black mist materialized in the corridor on the 4th floor, and a charred ghost emitting smoke instantly appeared before us. Chapter 58. Deceived. I was so engrossed in conversation that I let my guard down. By the time I realized it, the fiery specter had approached me closely. Towering at over 10 meters, its body was marred with cracks, beneath which glowed a fiery crimson, resembling flowing lava. Its hollow eyes flickered ominously, casting a disdainful gaze upon me and Huangjiu. Despite our extensive experiences, we were momentarily paralyzed with fear. Yet, the specter made no move to attack. Instead, it conjured a swirling mist that enveloped us. Noticing its lack of aggression, I spoke up. "We are merely passing through. Please allow us safe passage." The specter struggled, attempting to part its lips to communicate, but its mouth was a dark void, its tongue severed, rendering it voiceless. A chill ran down my spine. Upon death, spirits manifest in two forms. Those who die peacefully retain their most beautiful appearance, often resembling their youthful selves in dreams. Conversely, those who meet untimely ends retain their visage at the moment of death. The fiery specter before me was a testament to this, indicating that it had lost its tongue prior to its demise. A congenital absence of a tongue seemed implausible, suggesting foul play. It was likely that someone had silenced it, employing a cruel method to ensure its silence. Frustrated by its inability to speak, the specter grew violent, extending its charred hands towards Huangjiu and me. My hand instinctively gripped the peachwood sword gifted by Tang Quan. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from above, causing the specter to dissipate into a plume of black smoke, vanishing into the rooftop. Huangjiu expressed concern. "I sense a deep undercurrent here." I replied, "We have already ventured into the depths. Whether deep or shallow, we must forge ahead." With that, I drew forth the blood dagger, infused it with my spiritual energy, and with a forceful flick, I summoned a shadowy figure. The shadow coalesced into a diminutive man. Despite his small stature, the determination and malevolence in his eyes were unmistakable. A tinge of disappointment washed over me. As Huangjiu had remarked, my current spiritual energy was only sufficient to summon a minor celestial being. Adorning the man and Appo's forehead were three glowing characters: Earth Dog Star, the lowest ranking among the 36 celestial generals, and 72 Earth Fiends. This placement was likely predetermined by Song the Lame. Recognizing his status as a veteran, I hastily bowed in respect. However, the Earth Dog Star remained unresponsive. Huangjiu noted, "He lacks sufficient vitality. Without the blood dagger, he cannot maintain coherence. Try to control him with your thoughts." I concentrated, envisioning him moving left, and to my astonishment, he complied, taking 2 steps in that direction. After several attempts, I confirmed my ability to guide him, yet it fell far short of my expectations. I had hoped that summoning him would expedite our ascent, but in his current state, he was of little use. If I were to engage in combat, my focus would be divided, and his agility was lamentable. Disappointed as I was, he remained my forebear, and I resolved to return him to the blood dagger. At that moment, I caught a whiff of several distinctive scents, one particularly strong, emanating from above the 20th floor, while 4 others wafted from the 16th. A sudden realization struck me. Normally, I could not discern such distances with clarity, but the information surged into my mind unbidden. After a moment of surprise, I recognized this was the Earth Dog Star's ability directly enhancing my senses. As I further analyzed, I detected hundreds of aromas. Yet the 4 from the 16th floor stood apart. I speculated that they might conceal 4 anomalous spirits. As the saying goes, when things seem amiss, they often are. Amidst a multitude, a singular hue reveals its unique reason. Having pinpointed their approximate location, I reclaimed the Earth Dog Star, clutching the Buddhist relic tightly, and swiftly ascended the building. The higher I climbed, the more restless spirits I encountered, yet the aura of the Buddhist relic deterred them, allowing me to pass unhindered. Upon reaching the 15th floor, I released the Earth Dog Star once more, inhaling deeply. The 4 unique scents became increasingly pronounced, positioned in the central region of the floor. Huangjiu observed my heightened sense of smell and inquired, "Li Gu, could it be that the spirit of a divine hound possesses you?" I ignored his jest, merely cautioning him to remain vigilant, for there was something above. I assumed our pace was swift enough, but to my surprise, Tang Quan had also arrived, clutching a palm-sized compass. Before I could query his presence, he spoke. "I detected 4 unusual auras here and, sensing danger, I came to find you." He presented the compass, which differed from any I had previously encountered, its surface etched with countless characters, so small they were nearly indecipherable. The needle spun wildly, pausing intermittently at 4 specific points. Just as I was about to inquire further, Tang Quan explained, "This is a 5 elements compass. It indicates 4 potent sources of corpse energy above, likely 4 old zombies." The notion of zombies within a haunted building startled me. My first thought was that someone was using the haunted structure to cultivate corpses. Yet the pervasive Yin energy here was insufficient for such a purpose. One must understand that for a body to become a zombie, ample Yin energy and grounding are essential. Moreover, if they were cultivating corpses, what then of the entities above the 20th floor? In the next instant, Tang Quan and I spoke in unison, for fiends suppressing Yin. Upon uttering this, our expressions shifted dramatically. The terms "een" and fiend may seem synonymous, yet potent fiendish energy can suppress malevolent spirits, explaining why entities like butchers evoke fear in ghosts. For old zombies to manifest fiendish energy, they require a singular method, the consumption of human blood, more than just one. Faced with such formidable corpses, I suspected that neither Tang Quan nor I could hope to escape unscathed. We exchanged a glance. Reaching the same conclusion, retreat was our best course of action. As we made our way to the staircase, we discovered the fire door had been lowered. I strained against it. It was locked from the outside. Just as I exerted my strength, resounding crashes erupted from the 16th floor, plunging the entire building into an oppressive silence. Tang Quan's countenance shifted as he exclaimed, "The 4 old zombies have emerged from their coffins. We must flee through the other exit." Yet, upon reaching the alternate corridor, we found the fire door there also barred, locked from the outside. I inhaled deeply, realizing, we have been ensnared in a trap. We are mere bait. Chapter 59. You overthink it. Tang Quan did not encounter the demon hunters, nor did he comprehend the meaning of my words. However, upon seeing that both fire doors were completely blocked, he tightly grasped the beads in his hand and resolutely declared, "Let us not worry about schemes for now. Let us eliminate those 4 old corpses first." Upon hearing this, I refrained from hastily explaining. At this moment, the old corpses from above had also descended, and the air was instantly thick with a faint stench of decay. Yet, even if we succeeded in vanquishing the old corpses, it would not only fulfill Zhang Ling and Appo's wishes, but also bring forth trouble from whatever lurked above. While we could contend with the corporeal old corpses, we were uncertain if we could fend off the elusive phantoms. Hesitating slightly, I quickly urged Tang Quan to retreat to the 15th floor. We were currently in the stairwell, and if those 4 old corpses cornered us inside, it would be exceedingly difficult to maneuver, depriving us of our advantageous position. Upon returning to the 15th floor, I noticed a fallen piece of tile on the ground and picked it up, contemplating tossing it outside. However, I quickly reconsidered. Apart from Zhang Ling, there might be other demon hunters in this building who could be rather unscrupulous in their methods. My second uncle, devoid of any righteous energy, would undoubtedly suffer a great loss if he encountered them. After a brief moment of hesitation, the silhouettes of the old corpses appeared in the corridors on either side. They had effectively flanked us. Seeing the old corpses emerge, Tang Quan stomped down hard, releasing a surge of warm, yang energy, and without greeting me, he charged towards the old corpse on the right, resembling a swordsman in his fervor. Huang Jiao, perched on my shoulder, craned his neck to observe Tang Quan and exclaimed, "Wow, whose subordinate is this? Is he really that formidable?" I was momentarily taken aback, yet I understood that with the path downstairs sealed, my survival depended on cooperating with Tang Quan. After a fleeting moment of indecision, I unsheathed the wooden sword at my waist, gritting my teeth and following him. As we dashed forward, 2 old corpses leaped out from the corner on the right, and a suffocating wave of rancid air assaulted me, mingled with a hint of blood's metallic scent. My initial suspicion had proven correct. They had fed on the blood of the living. Just as I prepared for a fierce battle, Tang Quan suddenly veered off course and darted into the adjacent office building, much like a stage actor in a comedic role. My expression shifted abruptly. Thankfully, the old corpses were still several meters away from me, allowing me to hastily follow him into the office building. We swiftly navigated through several doors until I found Tang Quan, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. Before I could question him, he preemptively explained, "My dear friend, I sincerely apologize. I just remembered that it is morning, and the sunlight cannot penetrate here. I cannot borrow the light from my Bagua mirror." My expression darkened, but he spoke the truth. We were positioned on the western side, where the morning sun could not reach us. The purpose of the Bagua mirror was to reflect the light of the sun and moon, inflicting harm on creatures such as zombies. Yet, how could a seasoned mage like him, with over 50 years of experience, make such a rudimentary mistake? I found it hard to believe, yet there was no way to contest it. With an innocent look of regret, Tang Quan smiled apologetically. I chose not to pursue the matter further, though I harbored a grudge. Huang Jiao, well aware of my tendency to remember grievances, could attest to that. At this moment, the old corpses outside had followed the trail of our presence and leaped inside. Without uttering a word, I swiftly turned and maneuvered through several corridors. Whether it was due to his clumsiness or intentional actions, distancing myself from Tang Quan felt like the safest course of action. The building operated as a mixed-use commercial and residential space. After passing through a few office areas, I managed to shake off Tang Quan, slipping into an apartment. Upon entering, I quietly closed the door and held my breath. Beyond tormenting my eyes, my grandfather had also taught me the art of breath holding, and I could easily remain submerged for half an hour. As the old corpses failed to detect my presence, they would pursue Tang Quan instead, allowing this old man to deal with them for a while. I chuckled to myself, neglecting to observe my surroundings, and peered through the dust-covered peephole. Huang Jiao crouched on my shoulder, incessantly tugging at my hair. I remarked, Tang Quan has tea followed, and the old corpses are nowhere to be seen. Yet, despite my words, Huang Jiao continued to yank at my hair. I couldn't afford to speak any further, otherwise I would risk revealing my position. The force of Huang Jiao's tugs intensified, causing my scalp to ache, prompting me to turn and address him. However, as I turned, I was so startled that I instinctively lifted my toes, pressing my body firmly against the door. The room was a small one-bedroom unit, and in the shadow cast by the window, a rocking chair was occupied by an elderly woman clad in burial garments, rhythmically swaying. Half of her body remained shrouded in darkness, creating a chilling atmosphere. I cursed myself for forgetting that this was a haunted building in my quest to evade Tang Quan. Fortunately, the old woman did not suddenly spring to life. She continued to rock back and forth, seemingly savoring her post-mortem twilight years. Just then, a series of thuds echoed from outside, indicating that the zombies had tracked us down. I dared not make a sound, standing in the corner behind the door, having strategically positioned myself at an angle that faced the exit. Thus, whether the old woman erupted into action or the zombies broke through the door, I would be poised to escape. As the old corpses passed, the foul aura seeped in through the doorway. Fearing that the malevolent energy might provoke the old woman, I quickly produced 2 talismans and affixed them to the door to ward off the malevolence. With the thumping sounds receding, I exhaled in relief, only to soon hear Tang Quan's angry shouts uttered in Cantonese, a language I did not comprehend. At that moment, the old woman turned her head toward me. One side of her face was charred black, exposing her jaw and gleaming white teeth. I dared not breathe, gripping my weapon tightly. Just when I thought the old woman would attack, she inquired in a tone of surprise and desperation, "Young man, have you seen my granddaughter? Her name is Ming Ming, and she is such a lovely girl." As she spoke, the old woman extended her charred hand to indicate a height, saying, "She is this tall." No sooner had her words left her lips than a fit of giggles echoed from the ceiling above. Following the sound, I gasped in horror. There, hanging from the chandelier, was a grotesque mass of charred flesh. Had I not discerned a cherubic face, I would not have recognized it as the body of a little girl, burned and curled. The girl appeared anxious, opening her mouth as if to speak, only to reveal a dark void within. Her tongue had been removed. Thankfully, upon realizing her inability to utter a word, the little girl did not react with anger but instead shot me a pleading look, urging me to remain silent. Under the influence of my breath-holding technique, my heart raced uncontrollably as I mustered a smile for the girl, indicating my silence. Only then did she cheerfully crawl about on the rooftop. I began to comprehend that they were a pair of souls, a grandmother and granddaughter, who had perished in a fire long ago. The old woman, afflicted with dementia, remained oblivious even in death, which explained why her tongue had not been severed. Chapter 60. Confronting the 4 evil spirits. As I pieced together the events leading up to this moment, a surge of inexplicable anger welled within me. What manner of individuals could be so utterly deranged? Yet, despite any sympathy I might possess, I was confronted by vengeful spirits, and angering them would render irrelevant the distinction between good and evil. As I descended the stairs, I encountered various apparitions, many of whom did not exude malevolence. It appeared they were ensnared within this building, manipulated by unseen forces. Some spirits had even been summoned from beyond to inhabit this place. It was not surprising, given that the entity on the 20th floor was of a kingly caliber, commanding the attention of all nearby spirits. If left unresolved, this location would inevitably transform into a hellish nightmare. While I had unraveled some threads of the situation, the identities and motivations of those behind it remained elusive. It was rare to encounter a ghost capable of speech, and yet, this one was afflicted with senility, indicating the meticulousness of the orchestrator behind this chaos. Outside, the shouts of Tang Quan echoed, growing closer before fading away, as he was pursued by 4 ancient corpses. Fortune favored him, as the spacious environment afforded him some degree of safety. Had he been in a confined space, he would have surely met his end. Taking advantage of the momentary silence, I caught my breath and inquired if Huang Jiao had discerned anything significant. Huang Jiao replied, "From the current circumstances, it appears to be the work of a cult. However, their motives seem whimsical, and I cannot fathom their true intentions. To uncover that, we must ascend," he cautioned, regardless of their aims. "You should fervently hope that the formidable woman can apprehend the mastermind, for crossing such individuals would bring you perpetual unrest." Huang Jiao's warning struck a chord. These individuals were unlike Lu Changxian, and no matter how far I fled, they would relentlessly pursue me. The malevolence exhibited here far surpassed that of the inhabitants of Luban Gate. The adage of the 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings in the realm of yin and yang was not solely a matter of fate. Such a fate would not befall me. Hearing Tang Quan's voice drawing nearer, I hesitated no longer and flung open the door, charging outside. Zombies possess a heightened sensitivity to anger compared to spirits. As I stood in the corridor, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. Fortunately, Tang Quan was slightly quicker than the ancient corpses, rushing toward me. His Taoist robe torn with several dark rips, though he appeared unharmed. Before he could speak, I interjected, "Master Tang, I sincerely apologize. I was beset by a sudden urge." Any excuse would suffice, even something as trivial as laundry detergent. Yet, I felt compelled to elaborate. As the saying goes, one can travel miles while holding back urine. But one cannot move an inch when holding back feces. I hope I haven't embarrassed you. Tang Quan understood well enough, but like me, he refrained from voicing anything. He waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that. We must join forces to deal with the ancient corpses first. Having evaded the zombies for some time, he had discerned their patterns. He produced a chalk line box and handed it to me, pulling the other end to stretch the line across the corridor. The ancient corpses soon bounded toward us, and I hastily held my breath. Huangji was also adept at holding his breath, otherwise. Even if I had managed to suppress myself, evading the zombies would have been impossible. Moments later, the ancient corpses appeared in the corridor, excluding the female corpse. This was my first encounter with a moving corpse, starkly different from the television portrayals of Qing dynasty zombies adorned in official garb. The 4 zombies before me were clad in tattered rags, resembling beggars. This was hardly surprising, as no one would change a zombie's clothes, having lain underground for decades. Their garments were long since decayed. The stench emanating from them was unpleasant, akin to ham infested with maggots, yet not overpowering. The 4 ancient corpses, having consumed blood, exhibited a faint sheen on their skin, a muted purplish hue. Their white, elongated fangs protruded ominously from their upper lips. In truth, witnessing the zombies so vividly and palpably lacked the terror often depicted in films, likely due to the absence of dramatic music. Moreover, these were tangible entities. If they fell to the ground, they would simply be piles of rotting flesh. However, standing upright as they were, and having tasted human blood, they exuded a menacing aura. Sensing vitality, their eyes turned crimson, and they charged towards us with guttural growls. Huang Jiao and I held our breath, gripping the chalk line. As the first ancient corpse approached, we exchanged a glance and released our hold. The chalk line snapped against the corpse, igniting with a flash, causing it to stagger back, a charred mark appearing on its chest. The ancestral methods truly proved their worth. However, before I could bask in my triumph, the remaining 3 zombies lunged forward. Tang Quan and I were not swift enough, and in our haste, we missed our targets twice. As the zombies bore down on us, I braced myself to flee. Just then, Huang Jiao, who had been perched on my shoulder, leapt into action, landing deftly on the chalk line, using it as a springboard to bounce back onto my shoulder. The chalk line rebounded under Huang Jiao's weight, striking the nearest zombie thrice. By the 3rd strike, the ancient corpse was propelled several meters away, collapsing and unable to rise. Huang Jiao grinned widely, having executed the plan flawlessly. Tang Quan and I quickly coordinated with him, pressing the chalk line forward. With all the ancient corpses subdued, I seized the moment to recount our encounter with the demon hunters. Upon hearing this, Tang Quan cursed. "Those bastards. Using me as bait, they deserve a terrible fate." I replied, "It's too late for curses. Besides, with your skills, resolving this situation should pose no challenge." Tang Quan grimaced, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, let us get him." With those words, I felt a sense of relief. Had he abandoned us to return to Hong Kong, I would undoubtedly have faced the brunt of any reprisals. The chalk line was specially crafted, remarkably resilient. Together, Tang Quan and I maneuvered, with Huang Jiao and Appos as assistants, herding the 4 ancient corpses into a small office. We then dispatched one by using the chalk line to knock it down. As the fallen corpse attempted to rise, Tang Quan swiftly lunged, delivering a powerful blow to its abdomen, forcing the corpse's malevolent energy up into its throat. He then formed a hand seal, pressing his thumb forcefully against the zombie and Appos' throat, causing a plume of grayish-black energy to erupt from its mouth. With the dispersal of this energy, the ancient corpse and Appos' powers dissipated, leaving it a quivering mass on the ground. After 2 days of exposure to sunlight or incineration, it would be utterly vanquished. Tang Quan and I employed the same technique to dispose of 2 more ancient corpses. However, just as we prepared to deal with the last one, a chilling scream pierced the air from behind me. My hair stood on end as I tossed the chalk line to Tang Quan, drawing my peachwood sword and thrusting it backward without hesitation. Chapter 61. The true master is more fearsome than imagined. I felt the peachwood sword pierce something, prompting me to turn around in haste. To my astonishment, I beheld the female specter with joints reversed, resembling a spider, lurking behind me. The peachwood sword had perfectly pierced her mouth. Without hesitation, I assisted her in a rather theatrical performance of swallowing a great sword. However, Despite the sword being over 20 centimeters long, it vanished entirely into her mouth, leaving only smoke in its wake as she appeared unscathed. Huang Jiu remarked, "This girl must have trained." I struggled to comprehend Huang Jiu and Appo's words until later, when the female corpse entered the city, and by chance, I finally understood. At that moment, I naively believed she had practiced sword swallowing and dared not thrust further, hastily retracting the peachwood sword. As I withdrew it, the sword melted away as if it were wax. Before I could process this, a sharp pain shot through my arm. Looking down, I saw that the woman had seized my left arm, her long nails embedded deeply into my flesh. In an instant, it felt as though 2 ice picks had been driven into my muscle, rendering my entire arm numb. Tang Quan cursed loudly, having been grazed by the old zombie's nails on his shoulder, leaving behind a dark wound. Cursing as he retreated, he called out to me, "Little friend, youth is fearless. We should change opponents." After saying this, Tang Quan produced a handful of glutinous rice from his pocket and pressed it against his wound. The rice, upon contact, sizzled like a hot iron, rapidly turning from white to black. Having hastily tended to his injury, Tang Quan joined me, bellowing at the spider-like ghost. He unleashed his Dao Qi, akin to a soul-stirring incantation, momentarily stunning the ghost for 2 seconds. In that brief window, we exchanged adversaries. However, facing the old zombie with a single arm left me at a disadvantage, though Huang Jiu provided some respite. I examined my arm. There were no external injuries. Just 5 dark fingerprints, 2 of which were as dark as ink. Huang Jiu, grasping the old zombie's head, attempted to pry out its eyes, but ended up with a handful of rotting flesh instead, leaping back onto my shoulder in disdain. "You've been permeated by Yin energy. Apply your tongue's blood." I recalled the pain from biting my tongue last time, which still bothered me when eating, and the thought of biting the scar again sent chills down my spine. I hastily inquired if there was another method. "Hold your breath," Huang Jiu shouted. I immediately stopped breathing, dodging the old zombie's sweeping hand and rolling into a corner. Losing my scent, the old zombie turned its attention toward Tang Quan. Huang Jiu then said, "With your Dao Qi, your feeble energy is insufficient. You must use the urine of a youth." Choosing the lesser of 2 evils amidst the pain and disgust, I hurriedly dropped my pants against the wall. Huang Jiu was not exaggerating. As soon as the urine touched my arm, I regained some sensation. My arm felt warm, though I could not discern if it was the Yin energy dissipating or if I was merely overheating. Since measuring the female corpse's heartbeat, I had been plagued by bizarre dreams at night. Each awakening left me with an unshakable inner fire. Yet, there was no time to ponder whether it was a fever. With my arm regaining feeling, I did not shy away. Upon emerging, I saw Tang Quan's face flushed, engaged in a struggle with the female ghost, while the old zombie, having lost its target, leapt about. I exhaled sharply, causing the old zombie to redirect its attention. Observing this, Tang Quan also released a breath, accompanied by a trickle of blood from his tongue. As his Dao Qi surged, True Yang energy burst forth like a sky full of stars, exploding upon the female ghost. I merely glanced before grasping the ink line, leading the old zombie into a narrow passageway, wrapping the line around the railing and pulling the other end across the corridor. As the old zombie approached, Huang Jiu employed the same tactic, sending it flying. Having learned from its previous misstep, the old zombie hesitated, pivoting towards Tang Quan. Were it not for the true master still being upstairs, I would have abandoned Tang Quan in that moment. Seeing the old zombie leap away, I quickly unfastened the ink line, tossing one end to Huang Jiu, who leaped onto the railing, encircling the old zombie from behind. With my focus on wounding the old zombie, I inadvertently disregarded Huang Jiu's weight. As I pulled, I inadvertently sent it flying off the railing, colliding with the old zombie. Realizing the blunder, I halted immediately. Huang Jiu, not having time to chastise me, circled behind the old zombie and leapt onto its shoulders, wrapping the ink line around its neck. Once secured, I exerted force. The old zombie's body bent backward, but it stabilized itself with its legs spread apart, rendering the ink line taut. Lacking leverage, the ink line inflicted limited damage on the old zombie. Huang Jiu shouted, "Quickly sever the line." In response, I drew my blood dagger, attempting to cut the ink line. However, being a master-esque creation, its resilience was remarkable. I struck 4 times without success. In desperation, I yanked forcefully and then released the ink line. The taut ink line snapped back like a rubber band, striking the old zombie with a resounding thud. The old zombie's body flew like a deflated sack, crashing heavily to the ground. I pursued, stabbing the blood dagger into the back of its head before it could rise again. But the old zombie's vital point was not its brain. Instead, my action provoked it into a more desperate struggle. I swiftly withdrew the dagger, utilizing my spiritual sight to locate the source of its corpse energy. With a rapid thrust, I pierced downwards. As I withdrew the dagger, the old zombie's body deflated like a punctured balloon, expelling a cloud of grayish-black corpse energy. As the energy dissipated, the old zombie twitched a few times before lying still. With a firm grip on the blood dagger, I flicked it to rid it of the coagulated blood before swiftly targeting the female ghost who was attacking Tang Quan. The dagger, upon contact with the yin energy, glowed like a red-hot iron skewer, effortlessly penetrating the ghost and Apos' abdomen, embedding itself into the wooden door behind Tang Quan with a resounding thud. Previously injured by Tang Quan, the female ghost was now struck down by my surprise attack, dissipating into a crimson mist, absorbed by the blood dagger. Tang Quan turned to watch the dagger pass by, his face paling. I retrieved the dagger without inspecting any changes in the absorbed yin energy, instead turning to guard the entrance to the 16th floor. Upon my first encounter with the spider ghost, I had presumed her to be the sovereign of the building, but after engaging, I realized she was merely a moderately skilled specter. The true master remained upstairs, and at that moment, I could feel their ominous presence descending from above. Within seconds, the entrance echoed with ominous cracking sounds, as Ian Frost swiftly spread across the scattered debris on the ground, the windows, and the walls. Even with the Buddha relic and blood dagger in my possession, I still felt an icy chill penetrate my bones. Huangzhou's voice trembled as he uttered, "We may have underestimated this. It is more terrifying than both my wife combined." Indeed, the situation was dire, yet it was too late for regrets. Chapter 62. A woman, I must confess. The surprise before me is overwhelmingly profound. I had fled from the countryside to the city in order to evade danger. Yet now, with Lu Changxin absent, I find myself plunging headlong into peril. If I could choose again, I would refuse to wade through this murky water, regardless of the riches offered by those wealthy individuals. The oppressive shadows extend within 5 or 6 meters of our position, a terrifying force bearing down upon us. The sensation of pressure is akin to that of countless dark-clad figures looming in the mountains. All of Tang Quan's magical artifacts shimmered momentarily before dimming, rendered ineffective, as if they were mere remnants of their former selves. My own Buddhist relic and blood spear radiate an intense heat, their temperature escalating steadily, even through my clothing. The heat scorches my flesh, yet I dare not discard them. As long as they remain intact, they signify the potential for retaliation. It seems the master of the shadows has sensed the presence of something on me, for after advancing a meter, she halted. The time is now past 9 in the morning, the sun barely risen, yet at the moment she paused, the illumination within the building dimmed abruptly, as if transitioning to the twilight of evening. In that instant, a flash of white light flickered twice, and a woman clad in a white gown materialized before us. She is stunningly beautiful, as if descended from the heavens. Yet beauty is but skin deep. The chill emanating from her gaze penetrates to the very depths of the soul, an indifference that seems alien to this world. Merely her glance sends a shiver through me, instilling a profound sense of dread. Tang Quan, unable to withstand the weight of that dreadful aura, coughed up a mouthful of blood. The moment the blood touched the ground, it instantaneously froze, exuding a frigid air. I too felt the pressure, albeit mitigated by the relic and spear shielding me. "Ah," the woman exclaimed, surprise flickering in her otherwise indifferent eyes. Yet it was but a fleeting moment before she returned to her icy demeanor, coldly inquiring, "What do you carry? Show me." I swallowed hard, feeling my senses slipping beyond my control, and instinctively presented the Buddhist relic and blood spear. However, just as I was about to offer them, the scorching heat jolted me back to awareness. Ignoring the searing pain, I gripped the blood spear tightly and pivoted, positioning myself in front of Tang Quan. I absorbed much of the pressure, allowing Tang Quan a moment to catch his breath. Desperation etched on his face, he gazed at the woman and said, "An existence like you could be deemed a deity in this age, yet here you remain, ensnared in this haunted edifice, serving as an accomplice to malevolence? Deity?" A flicker of emotion crossed the woman's eyes. I was taken aback, realizing that Tang Quan had referred to this woman as a divine being. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. The medium could be called a celestial being, possessing the ability to beguile the ordinary. When all is said and done, they are merely venerated malevolent spirits. Therefore, whether one is deemed a god or a ghost is contingent upon the perceptions of humanity. Tang Quan and Apos' words, though tinged with accusation, bore an undercurrent of plea. He was imploring her to reconsider, asserting that someone of her capabilities had no need to torment ordinary individuals like us. While he spoke, I felt him inscribe a few characters upon my back. Under normal circumstances, I might not have sensed it, but my heightened awareness rendered my peripheral nerves particularly acute. I discerned his message, handed to me. It referred to the Buddhist relic and blood spear I held. Under usual circumstances, I would have hesitated, especially considering the blood spear contained 108 divine generals, whose consent was paramount. However, at this moment, it felt as if the spirits within the spear acquiesced. With this understanding, I acted without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity while the woman was momentarily distracted, I swiftly turned, slipping the blood spear into Tang Quan's grasp while keeping the relic firmly in my own hand. I could not afford to relinquish my sole means of survival entirely to someone I had known for merely half a day. Tang Quan, unfazed, received the blood spear and, upon gaining its acknowledgement, struck his chest with a fierce blow, expelling a copious amount of blood toward the spear. The blood, imbued with his essence, made the spear glow vibrantly. Tang Quan's complexion paled as he summoned all his strength to hurl the spear. In an instant, a multitude of sanguine apparitions erupted from it, manifesting as generals clad in blood-red garments. My heart soared with joy, for in Tang Quan, I glimpsed a reflection of my own potential. Yet, he did not fully unleash all the divine generals. I noted merely 15 emerged, each marked with names beginning with the character for Earth, while my own summoned spirits were dark and ominous, akin to the infamous figure of Bao Gong. His were resplendent in their bloody attire, exuding a potent masculinity that quelled the chilling atmosphere of the building. The 15 generals possessed independent consciousness, encircling the woman as soon as they materialized. I committed this to memory, recognizing that if I survived today, it would greatly aid my future studies of the blood spear. After all, these were my own possessions. Even if I could not fully wield their powers, I needed to grasp their essence. With a future to aspire to, I felt a renewed sense of ambition. However, escaping was of utmost importance. Once the generals had surrounded the woman, Tang Quan hesitated for a moment before staggering toward the stairwell. Without a second thought, I followed closely behind. Upon reaching the staircase, I expected him to descend, seeking a way to breach the fire doors, yet he ascended instead. Confusion flooded me as he gasped. Her power is too great. A mere force-laying formation cannot contain her. The upper floors must harbor something that can counter her, or perhaps her true form. That is our only chance of survival. What if my generals are destroyed by her? I grasped his arm, my concern palpable. Not only could the 108 form the heavenly gang and earthly slaying formations, but their origins were too significant to disregard. Tang Quan nearly faltered. Responding in fragments, at this point, you should be more concerned with your own survival. I clung to him tightly. They may be considered immortal, should they be vanquished. They will return to the blood spear, rejuvenating after some time. His words filled me with uncertainty. At that moment, Huangjiu, terrified and clinging to my back like a sloth, peeked out from my collar, exclaiming, "What he says is true. Li Go, we must hurry and find a way out." With that, I relinquished my hold on Tang Quan and dashed up the stairs. Chapter 63. The Three Insect. There were numerous little spirits upstairs. Yet they were not the ones we sought. In the interest of expediting our progress, I reluctantly bit down on my tongue, allowing a spurt of true yang to splatter upon the relic of the Buddha's bone, using Buddhist scriptures to repel them. I ascended from the 15th floor to the 35th floor in one breath. Tang Quan followed closely behind, urging me to continue my ascent. Upon reaching the top floor, I was breathless, as if my lungs were about to burst. Nonetheless, I immediately discerned that this place was exceptional. Unlike the chaos below, it appeared to be tidied daily, with the ground remarkably clean. At the entrance of the stairwell, there stood a grand door, reminiscent of an ancient courtyard gate, judging by the imprints on either side. It seemed that the door, along with the wall, had been relocated here. Tang Quan gazed at the imposing door, his already pale face devoid of color, lips tinged with purple, and remarked, "This is the holy altar of the Three Insect." The name was unfamiliar to me, but from Tang Quan's expression, it was evident that he was no stranger to it. He stepped forward to push open the door. If relocating two ancient doors was astonishing, what lay beyond them was beyond my comprehension. Inside was a complete Taoist temple, with green bricks and gray tiles, the ground laid with bluestone slabs, appearing as though it had been constructed here. However, the marks of time on each brick and tile indicated that it did not belong. The scene before me was undeniably bizarre. Without lingering, Tang Quan swiftly traversed the small courtyard and opened the door to the temple. Inside, incense wafted through the air, and offerings were present. Yet, rather than the Taoist deities of the three pure ones, there lay a coffin, a transparent one. Within the coffin rested a heart, unconnected to any flesh, without the presence of high-tech instruments. It was simply placed there, isolated, yet pulsating with life. Tang Quan stared in horror at the heart and handed me the blood dagger, saying, "Little Taoist friend, if you wish to survive, you must destroy that thing." I was taken aback, though not in a daze. His reluctance to act stemmed from fear, wishing to shift the burden onto me. I had never heard of the Three Insect, yet the ability to move an entire Taoist temple into a 40-story building and create a haunted structure was indicative of someone with formidable power behind it. Just the thought of a mere Lao Jun frightened me enough to flee my home. How could I dare to offend such figures? Moreover, the heart within the coffin was so peculiar that even if I could not discern its secrets, I knew it was far from ordinary yin-yang sorcery. At that moment, Huangjiu, Regaining his senses from the shock, asked Tang Quan, "Why don't you do it yourself?" I nodded in agreement. Tang Quan replied, "I lack a background. Destroying this place would certainly lead to my demise. However, you possess the Buddha's bone relic and the blood dagger, powerful artifacts that can ensure your survival." His candidness left me at a loss for words. Suddenly, two beams of blood light shot forth, swiftly merging with the blood dagger. Tang Quan, in a panic, grasped my hand and said, "Your divine generals have been dispersed. If we do not act, it will be too late. When she arrives, we shall become sacrifices." I hesitated. Torn within, I knew well that I had no support. If the 10,000 mountains could be considered a refuge, I was equally ignorant of them, unsure of their reliability. Yet, taking action offered a chance at life, while inaction would surely lead to death. I could no longer count on Tang Quan. His eyes no longer reflected despair but resignation. Looking at him, I felt a twinge of pity. In the realm of yin and yang, fate is indeed uncertain. One moment, one may bask in glory, revered by all. The next, one might encounter an insurmountable existence, their soul departing this world. With a deep exhale, I tightened my grip on the blood dagger and approached the transparent coffin. At that moment, another 5 streams of blood energy surged back into the dagger. With 15 divine generals attacking her, their swift losses meant we had even less time to sustain our efforts. "Your reward, I demand 80%. I gritted my teeth, declaring, "Because your life is what I am saving." Tang Quan nodded without hesitation, agreeing immediately. If I had to act, I might as well reap some benefit. Turning around, I infused all my Taoist energy into the blood dagger and thrust it forcefully into the transparent coffin. Upon contact, I discovered that the coffin was entirely composed of gathered yin energy. It seemed this place had been transformed into a haunted structure to create this coffin. The aura emanating from the blood dagger instantaneously dispersed the yin energy, encountering no obstruction as it easily penetrated the heart. To my astonishment, the heart was not merely flesh. It housed countless vengeful spirits. Upon being pierced by the blood dagger, these spirits emitted anguished wails. They were likely the souls of those who had jumped from the building over the years. 1 or 2 each month over 2 decades amounts to a significant number. I steadied my spirit with the relic, disregarding the wails of the spirits, and twisted the blood dagger forcefully. The world fell silent. The terrifying energy from below dissipated like smoke. Tang Quan, resembling a deflated balloon, collapsed onto the ground. Exhausted, I too sank down and inquired, "Is it resolved?" Tang Quan nodded. "The woman in white is a spirit nurtured by that cursed heart. Once the heart is destroyed, she will vanish as well." I glanced back at the altar. The blood dagger remained embedded in the heart, which was rapidly turning black and beginning to decay. "Now, tell me about the 3 sect." Having escaped death, my taut nerves finally relaxed. Weary, I summoned Huang Jio from my clothing, instructing him to fetch something and toss it out of the window. Huang Jio, being an animal, had its instincts suppressed in the presence of formidable forces, so I bore no grudge against it. Besides, it had never abandoned me in flight. This is what companionship entails. Huang Jio, with legs trembling from fear, found an ancient brick and ran to the stairwell to toss it down. After a moment of respite, Tang Quan began. The 3 sect is an exceedingly enigmatic organization, with members scattered across the globe, composed of dignitaries and nobility. Their doctrine is that of eternal life. Eternal life? This made sense. The impoverished trade their lives for money, while the wealthy exchange money for life. Such is the nature of the world. The 3 sect boasts numerous altars worldwide, housing human limbs cultivated through dark sorcery. Years ago, a similar altar was discovered atop a publicly listed company's headquarters in Hong Kong. Its layout akin to this one, except that the coffin housed a living hand. To eradicate that altar, over 100 officers, several demon hunters, and notable masters were sacrificed. My master perished in that conflict, leaving me with a warning never to involve myself with anything related to the 3 sect. At this juncture, Tang Quan chuckled ironically. Who would have thought I would encounter it here? A hand, a heart? I could not help but inquire, what is their purpose in these endeavors? What do they gain? Tang Quan replied, to create deities. Immortal deities. Chapter 64. The deification. My expression turned grave, and I found it hard to believe. Is there truly a deity in this world, an eternal being? Can a spirit corpse be considered as such? Yet, it is no longer human. Tang Quan continued. An immortal heart, immortal limbs. Perhaps there are other organs hidden from our discovery. Do you not think that when these components are combined, they form an immortal god? That heart indeed possessed an eerie quality. Even with my spirit vision, I could not penetrate its mysteries. However, it was certain that it was not a product of technology, but rather a manifestation of some unknown dark sorcery. I remained skeptical even if such a thing could be pieced together. Who could assure me it would possess the power of a god? Tang Quan sighed. You have already witnessed its prowess and strength, and that was merely the power of one organ. If combined, it would be even more terrifying. With an immortal body, How could you claim she is anything less than divine? I quickly realized he was speaking of that woman. Currently, she existed as a spirit of one organ. Yet she also represented the image of her complete form. Once assembled, she would be a whole spiritual entity, the so-called deity of the Three sect. However, over the years, demon hunters had been frequently appearing, tirelessly searching for the sacred altars of the Three sect, which had consequently become more discreet. Tang Quan adjusted his position for comfort. Upon mentioning the demon hunters, I remarked, the demon hunters are not virtuous either. In their quest to capture, they locked us upstairs. Otherwise, I would have fled long ago. And this harrowing experience could have cost me my life. Tang Quan smiled wryly. Their methods have always been like this. However, they have played an indispensable role in combating the Three sect. This time, they dismantled a sacred altar, and many individuals can be implicated as a result. For us, it can be considered a deed of merit. I sighed softly. Upon entering society, I realized that compared to wealth, merits and virtues hold little value. I retorted, it is merely self-deception. Hearing this, Tang Quan spoke earnestly. Liang, I too am a mere mortal, hardly a good person. However, in this life, one must undertake a few meaningful deeds, so that when reminiscing in old age, it will not be solely the sin of money that lingers. His words surprised me. Yet, for me at this moment, they felt like empty rhetoric. I pursed my lips and asked, how much do you know about the Three sect? Tang Quan replied, I have shared all I know. If you wish to delve deeper, you must seek the prominent sects of the mainland. Speaking of your mainland's esteemed sects, I must caution you that some may be connected to the Three sect. His words sent a shiver down my spine. If justice had succumbed to evil, who would maintain the peace of this world? Yet, how many could uphold their principles under the lure of profit? I shifted my position slightly and said, thank you for the warning, Master Tang. However, I doubt I will have much interaction with those prominent sections. Tang Quan ceased to elaborate. I considered inquiring if he had ulterior motives regarding me, but refrained. Some matters are better left unspoken. With hidden agendas, unexpected outcomes may arise. Before long, footsteps echoed outside. Huang Jiao immediately became alert, perching atop my head and fixating on the doorway. Tang Quan and I were powerless to intervene, merely hoping that our visitors were not foes. Seconds later, the footsteps reached the entrance, and my uncle rushed in with an anxious expression, followed by a curvaceous woman and two burly men. The curvaceous woman was striking, while the two men were dressed as ancient warriors. Yet, all three bore demon-hunting crossbows, revealing their identities. Upon seeing Zhanling, I glared at her and demanded, was it you who locked the fire door from the outside? Zhanling chuckled, her laughter sending ripples of astonishment, even causing Tang Quan, who had nearly lost his life, to gaze in awe. Unfazed, Zhanling tossed an object to me and casually handed another to Tang Quan, stating, you have accomplished a great deed by dismantling the Three sect's sacred altar. Here is a demon-hunting decree. With it, you may request any demon hunter or team to perform a task for you. I picked it up, finding it dark and unremarkable, and tossed it aside in anger, exclaiming, I nearly lost my life, and you offer me this worthless trinket? At that moment, Tang Quan crawled over, retrieved the decree, and placed it back in my hand, whispering, this token can summon the top-ranked demon hunter to perform a task for you. Its value is immense. Even esteemed sects and ancient Yinyang families would vie for it. Tang Quan's reminder prompted me to reconsider Zhanling's words, and I furiously asked, are you saying if I were to rob the World Bank, you would assist me? Zhanling replied earnestly, yes, and we possess the capability to do so. I was left speechless and quickly tucked the demon-hunting decree into my pocket. Zhanling and her companions said little more and turned towards the withered heart, working together to move the stone platform that held the shadowy coffin. Once shifted, a gap was revealed, releasing a foul stench. I covered my nose and peered inside, my stomach churning violently. Below lay a sacrificial pit filled with half-decayed corpses, all dressed in modern attire. It was evident that, aside from the arson incident 20 years ago that created new spirits, the Three sect continued to murder in secrecy for their offerings. These demons cloaked in human skin truly deserved 1,000 tortures. Zhanling gritted her teeth in agreement. I shared her sentiment. Who would have imagined that beneath the glitz and glamour lay such a bloody and dark reality? As Zhanling spoke, she took out her phone to snap photos. Afterward, she turned to my uncle, who was supporting me, saying, we will handle this here. As for the souls in the building, please invite nearby monks for a ritual tomorrow. You make it sound easy. Does summoning monks not cost money? I grumbled. Yet my gaze remained fixated on her weapon. For a fleeting moment, I even harbored a lewd thought. If only the female corpse possessed her proportions. How splendid it would be during my heart rate checks. But then I reconsidered. Too large could lead to instability. Zhanling paid me no mind. Turning to enter the back of the temple. Inside, there were likely more unsettling things. By this time, my uncle had already begun to inspect me. checking for any fatal injuries. Upon finding none, he sighed in relief and returned my bloodied blade, saying, "Once this task is over, I want you to steer clear of such matters." It was clear he genuinely cared for me, fearful of a recurrence of such events. Yet, my fate was sealed the moment the female corpse's coffin was opened. The only way to end this was through death. However, my uncle's words held truth. Even if I had to resort to deceit to survive, it would be better than death. Reflecting on it now, my grandfather was perhaps the one who understood life most profoundly. Yet, with 5 wealthy patrons for this job, and Tang Quan set to give me 80%, the days ahead would not be too arduous. Now, I merely awaited to inquire Zhang Ling if there were any ties between Zhang Ying and this place. If not, I could return and settle the accounts. Chapter 65. The peculiar Huang Jiaoyi waited outside for over 20 minutes before Zhang Ling and the others finally emerged. My uncle immediately approached Zhang Ling to discuss Zhang Ying's condition. Zhang Ling remarked, "We have also taken note of Zhang Ying. With her ghostly heart destroyed, the malevolent energy surrounding her has dissipated. However, she has been chosen by the Three Yin sect, and her future will not be tranquil." Chosen by the Three Yin sect? Upon hearing this, everything that had transpired with Zhang Ying became abundantly clear. Zhang Ying possessed a minor Yin constitution, making her susceptible to malevolent spirits. By unfortunate coincidence, she had ventured into the haunted building, drawing the attention of the Three Yin sect, who sought to have the spirit nurtured by her ghostly heart descend upon her. As for her 4 classmates, I can only say that their bond was so strong that the sect could not bear to separate them. Coincidentally, the divine also required emissaries, making them complimentary offerings. Zhang Ling continued, "But rest assured, we demon hunters will protect her from the shadows." I scoffed internally. Though they claimed to protect her, they merely intended to use Zhang Ying as bait. However, for Zhang Ying, this might ultimately be the best outcome. After clarifying the situation, my uncle supported me and Tang Quan as we descended the stairs. On the 20th floor, we encountered 2 demon hunters who were guarding a man with a sinister gaze. Tang Quan immediately urged my uncle to take a detour to avoid being seen by the Three Yin sect members. After over an hour on the 40th floor, we finally exited the building before noon. Su Wanrong had been anxiously waiting outside. She rushed to support Tang Quan, and, upon noticing his injuries, her expression shifted dramatically. She turned to me, saying, "It's all your fault. You burden. You caused my master to be gravely injured. You jinx." At that moment, I truly wished to take a broom and swat her with it, but my entire body ached, and I couldn't muster the energy to respond. Huang Jiao seemed to be in a troubled state of mind, the engine having stalled. Fortunately, Tang Quan quickly reprimanded, "Wanrong, do not offend Masterly. It was he who saved my master's life." Su Wanrong looked at me incredulously, wanting to say something. But I paid her no mind as my uncle helped me into the car. Once the door closed, Huang Jiao suddenly interjected, "No, this place is too dangerous. We do not possess enough to ensure our safety." I was somewhat perplexed. The Buddha bone relic and blood spike were already considered treasures. Otherwise, we wouldn't be seated here. However, Huang Jiao lapsed into contemplation after his remark, so I refrained from questioning him further. My uncle glanced at Tang Quan, noted that Su Wanrong was taking good care of him, and then started the car toward the Zhang family villa. Outside the villa compound, I instructed my uncle to buy a calculator from the supermarket. The figures involved in this transaction were substantial, requiring a technological aid. I also informed my uncle in advance to refrain from speaking and simply observe as I communicated. Tang Quan and our car were parked in front of the estate, and a throng of affluent individuals immediately surrounded us. Although Tang Quan and I were barely able to stand, anyone with eyes could see our extreme weakness. The group of wealthy spectators, initially eager to inquire, wisely fell silent. "Mr. Zhang," I called out, asking, "Is Zhang Ying's condition improving?" Zhang Ying's mother hurriedly replied, "Masterly. Ying returned to normal just an hour ago. We are deeply grateful for your and Master Tang and Appo's efforts." I nodded and gestured for them to enter. Upon reaching Mr. Zhang and Appo's home, I listed a series of items on a sheet of white paper, each accompanied by a price. This was the amount they had promised. The Zhang family owed 5 million, while the other 4 families were each responsible for 150,000. As for the additional expenses they had hastily mentioned, I chose not to include them. I had considered demanding them, knowing they would not dare refuse. After all, business people are often superstitious and rarely offend individuals of our kind. However, I ultimately decided against it. Calculating a reasonable total, it came to 11 million. I requested 8 million for Tang Quan's 80% share, bringing my total compensation for this venture to 19 million. Gazing at the lengthy string of numbers on the calculator, I felt as though I were staring at an astronomical figure I had never dared to dream of. Yet, at that moment, it did not seem excessive. Rather, it felt insufficient. My uncle's expression mirrored my own sentiments. I proceeded to add an additional 2 million on the calculator, turning to Mr. Zhang and stating, "This 2 million is what I believe you ought to add. As a businessman, I won't elaborate further. Do you have any objections?" Zhang Ying's mother slightly altered her expression at my unexpected increase of 2 million. They were wealthy, but money does not come easily. Fortunately, Mr. Zhang did not object and readily agreed. However, Su Wanrong, standing nearby, glared at me and demanded, "Why does my master's reward go to you at 80%? He nearly lost his life." I set the calculator down and glared back, asking, "Why not? I bore all the animosity alone. Is that not enough?" Offending the Three-Yin sect has already left me feeling ill at ease. Su Wanrong's outburst only stoked the flames of frustration. My shout rendered the group uneasy. After all, when calamity strikes, people would willingly go to great lengths to seek assistance. But once the crisis has passed, who doesn't harbor their own private calculations? My uncle could no longer hold back, stating, "The damage in the building was caused by my nephew, and the members of the Three-Yin sect will not let us off easily. If anyone wishes to bear this burden, my nephew and I would accept nothing in return." The wealthy individuals were unfamiliar with the Three-Yin sect, but they understood that any group referred to as a sect was not to be trifled with. Upon hearing the name Three-Yin sect, Su Wanrong's complexion turned pale, her mouth opening as she struggled to articulate a response. I surveyed the room and coldly declared, "If there are no objections, let us proceed with the payment." My uncle opened his phone and accessed online banking. After a little over 10 minutes, the 21 million was deposited. Tang Quan also received his remaining payment, yet neither my uncle nor I, along with Huang Jiao and Tang Quan, were expressions of joy. After resolving the financial matters, I broached the subject of the purification rites, to which Mr. Zhang readily agreed, stating that he had connections with the abbot of Longquan Temple and would arrange it for the following day. With someone footing the bill, it couldn't have been better. After resting until the afternoon, I regained the ability to move, and only then did my uncle bid farewell to Mr. Zhang and guide me back to the shop. Upon our arrival, I finally showed my uncle the demon hunting order. I relayed Tang Quan's words, and my uncle, after listening, returned the demon hunting order to me, saying, "Keep it well, use it when you encounter insurmountable challenges." That was indeed my intention. I simply wondered what the foremost demon hunter would be like. However, Tang Quan mentioned that for a single demon hunting order, esteemed sects in the world of Yin and Yang would vie fiercely. It must be an extraordinary individual. The 3-bedroom. One living room space felt particularly desolate, and since I was feeling rather lethargic, I chose not to return home but to stay in the shop. As night fell, Huang Jiao, as usual, darted outside, but this time, he appeared unusually furtive, as if engaged in some clandestine endeavor. I was preoccupied with recuperation and paid him no mind. Chapter 66. The 9-character mantra of esoteric Buddhism. Having attained a certain proficiency in my techniques, I spent the night in meditation, regaining much of my composure by dawn. Yet, Huang Jiao had yet to return, which caused me some concern. Around 10 o'clock, my second uncle came to bring me a meal, accompanied by a newspaper. Glancing at it, I noticed an article about Mr. Zhang's efforts to exorcise the haunted building. I scoffed, remarking, "These wealthy individuals seem desperate to ensure their good deeds are well publicized." My uncle replied, "If you think that way, your perspective is limited. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wang have joined forces to acquire the land at a bargain price. Once they complete the water and land rituals, they will likely commence construction swiftly." This revelation left me momentarily speechless, setting aside the matter of acquiring land cheaply. It was astonishing that they had progressed so far in just a few hours. Truly, they embodied the essence of capitalism, what ordinary individuals could scarcely conceive. They could resolve with a mere phone call. My uncle then poured me some chicken soup, stating Mr. Zhang mentioned offering us a 5% stake in the prime storefront once it's built, encouraging us to relocate Li's establishment there. What do you think? I could only laugh in disbelief. Mr. Zhang and Apos' maneuvering seemed almost predatory. He would exploit anything to serve his interests. Yet, for us, this could prove advantageous. After all, our value lay in helping him mitigate negative repercussions and serve as a leading example. Although the nature of capital can be reprehensible, it is undeniable that aligning with it can yield benefits. It was no wonder Chen Kai was so obsequious in his flattery. It was only then that my uncle realized Huang Jiao was absent and inquired about him. I expressed my concern. He sneaked out last night and hasn't returned. What if he has fled? My uncle, with an odd expression, asked, "Surely not?" I replied, "Impossible. His wife is far more fearsome than last night's ghost. He would never dare to run away." My uncle reassured me, "That and Apos, good. His presence saves us a great deal of trouble." At noon, my uncle mentioned taking Ting Ting swimming and entrusted me with the shop. It had been several days since I last saw her, and I found myself missing her. Though I understood why Aunt Suame did not bring her to the shop, The necessity of being away from family is one of the greatest hardships in our line of work. After my uncle departed, I idly experimented with some secret techniques for my scrolls. I felt an influx of energy as the upper and lower scrolls intertwined. While I couldn't claim complete mastery, I grasped about 60% of their contents. As night fell, Huangjiu still had not returned, and my anxiety grew. However, recalling the phone Chun Kai had given me, I entertained myself and soon forgot my worries. After closing the shop around 9 o'clock, Huangjiu stealthily emerged from the back room. Upon seeing him, I seized him and demanded to know where he had been. Huangjiu grinned and replied, "Good news. I'll tell you tomorrow at noon." Observing his mischievous demeanor, I handed him half-cooked chicken and frozen chicken blood from the fridge. The night passed uneventfully. The following day, my uncle arrived as usual with lunch. Mentioning that a significant incident had occurred in the city, a sacred Buddhist scripture wheel from the provincial museum had been stolen, and it was all over the news. Although it initially seemed unrelated to us, I felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Shortly after my uncle left at noon, Huangjiu poked his head out from the back room, beckoning me inside with a sly gesture. Once inside, he closed the door and produced a gleaming golden cylinder from beneath the counter in the storage room. My heart raced as I exclaimed, "What the hell? Are you trying to get me killed? How could you touch that? Do you want me to live in discomfort?" I realized that it was a scripture tube, and my uncle had just mentioned the museum theft. Shaking Huangjiu vigorously to bring him to his senses, I commanded, "You need to return this immediately, or you can take your precious item and leave." Dazed, Huangjiu's eyes sparkled with confusion. "Calm down. This is a treasure of the Buddhist esoteric tradition, containing the secret 9-character mantra. Those old scholars don't understand its significance. If you can manage to open it, we can extract its contents and return it without any trouble." The 9-character mantra? Huangjiu nodded eagerly. It became clear why he had been absent for the past few nights. He had been fixated on these artifacts. Intrigued, I picked up the scripture tube, yet I couldn't and Appo's discerned that it was a storage box. With Huangjiu and Appo's guidance, I finally realized that the rotating scripture was akin to a combination lock. Without knowledge of the scriptures, it remained inaccessible. Under Huangjiu's insistence, I called my uncle. After 20 minutes, he returned. Upon seeing the scripture tube, my uncle and Appo's reaction exceeded my own. He fumbled it between his hands before tossing it to the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "Are you trying to get us killed? The special patrols are out in full force." My uncle hurriedly ran outside, pulled down the rolling shutter, and locked the glass door before returning. After hearing Huangjiu's explanation, my uncle remarked, "Huangxian, whether it's the 9-character mantra or the Great Luo incantation, you cannot handle it recklessly. You may escape unscathed, but Yang and I could face dire consequences. Enough talk. Open it quickly, otherwise you won't learn from me or Brother Yang," Huangjiu urged. It took my uncle a while to regain his composure as he carefully examined the inscriptions. Comparing them with his phone for quite some time, he finally determined that they were from the Kanjur section of the Tibetan Buddhist canon. Fortunately, it was in transliteration. Had it been in the original Tibetan, even he would have been at a loss. Throughout the afternoon, we scoured the internet, diligently deciphering the scriptures. And just as mealtime approached, the scripture tube suddenly clicked open from both ends. Huangjiu eagerly snatched it, extracting a lustrous piece of silk from within. I leaned in closer and discovered it indeed contained the hand gestures for the 9-character mantra. My uncle's interest piqued as well. We both neglected our meals, engrossed in study. By the next morning, we were utterly exhausted, yet our faces were adorned with satisfied smiles. The 9-character mantra of esoteric Buddhism was indeed as remarkable as its reputation suggested. However, mastering its application would require further time and effort. Yet, we had grasped its profound essence entirely. This was not due to any extraordinary talent on our part, but rather the meticulous detail with which the 9-character mantra had been recorded. It seemed as though the author feared that any recipient might not comprehend it fully. Huangjiu, filled with pride, declared, "Once we master this, encountering that female ghost will be no issue at all." I shot him an incredulous look, realizing that his relentless practice of the mantra all night had been motivated by thoughts of escape. My uncle restored the scripture tube and instructed me to safeguard the silk, sternly demanding that Huangjiu return the scripture tube today. With the 9-character mantra in hand, Huangjiu readily agreed, promising to send one of his underlings to return it to the museum. Concerned that he might not grasp the gravity of the situation, I personally oversaw him summoning his subordinate. To my surprise, his so-called underling turned out to be a large rat, its fur sleek and shiny, even larger than a cat, with a bit of spiritual essence. After a brief exchange, Huangjiu instructed the rat to carry back the scripture tube, which I had washed over a dozen times. By midday, the news reported that the scripture tube had been recovered. Only then did the anxiety that had gripped me finally begin to ease. Chapter 67. The man's menstruation having resolved the matter concerning the passage and acquired the sacred 9-character mantra, my spirit soared, and I ordered a double serving of delectable chicken. Just as Huangjiu and I were indulging, our mouths glistening with grease, Xiaoyan and Qin Ziheo's vehicle came to a halt at the entrance. Huangjiu wiped his mouth and remarked, "This rascal always shows up whenever I'm enjoying chicken. It's downright unfortunate." I shot Huangjiu a glare. Xiaoyan's visit undoubtedly had something to do with his curse. However, my uncle had once advised that if Xiaoyan caused any more trouble, I should deal with him severely, so I remained seated, disinterested in engaging. As the car door swung open, Qin Ziheo hopped out and hurried to the back door, assisting the pale Xiaoyan, who ambled awkwardly down. Upon seeing Xiaoyan's condition, I couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, my amusement quickly faded as another young man, seemingly around my age, stepped out from the rear door. Huangjiu set down his chicken leg and whispered, "That lad wouldn't he be Xiaoyan's nephew, would he?" I exhaled, gathering the items from the table as I queried, "Didn't you say handsome men are rare? What is he doing here?" Huangjiu appeared flustered. While Xiaoyan's nephew posed no immediate threat, he was backed by Longhu Mountain, a prestigious sect with a lineage spanning thousands of years. It was rumored that Longhu Mountain boasted several high-ranking masters clad in purple robes. Seizing the opportunity while Xiaoyan was slow to approach, I swiftly retreated to the inner room, fastening my blood dagger to my waist and pocketing a few yellow talismans. When I returned, Xiaoyan had already entered the shop, aided by Qin Ziheo and the young man. Upon his entrance, I was met with an unusual metallic scent of blood. I scrutinized Xiaoyan, speculating whether he had truly been afflicted by Huangjiu's curse, experiencing an excessive flow akin to menstruation. Qin Ziheo, upon entering, hid behind Xiaoyan, his head bowed in silence. It appeared my previous warning had borne fruit, as he had learned to behave. My gaze drifted from Qin Ziheo and Xiaoyan to the young man. Through my spiritual sight, I noticed a faint aura emanating from his lower abdomen. Though it paled in comparison to mine, akin to the difference between sesame and soybeans, I felt a wave of disdain wash over me. Xiaoyan hailed from a family steeped in the mystical arts. Thus, his nephew surely had been educated in such disciplines from an early age and would possess decent aptitude. After all, one does not become associated with Longhu Mountain without merit. Yet, observing his lack of prowess, I found my interest in those esteemed sects waning. Before I could voice my thoughts, Huangjiu sprang to his feet, grinning widely. "Let us get to the point. If there is nothing to discuss, kindly take your leave." Xiaoyan's lips twitched, but in his weakened state, he dared not retort, instead casting a shadowy glance at me and Huangjiu. The young man stepped forward, his lips curling in a subtle yet disdainful smile. Sensing impending conflict, I readied myself. However, the young man clasped his hands together and introduced himself. "I am Xiaolong, a disciple of Longhu Mountain." Huangjiu, ever the critic, remarked, "A fine name indeed, but whether dragon or worm, who can say for certain?" It seemed that having obtained the 9-character mantra had reignited Huangjiu's confidence. Surprisingly, Xiaolong remained composed, ignoring Huangjiu's comment, and directed his gaze at me, stating, "Bossly, I've heard from my uncle that he offended you a few days ago. Since returning, he has experienced some unusual ailments. I humbly request that you spare him this time, considering our familial ties." His politeness caught me off guard, rendering my prepared retort unnecessary. However, if I were to acquiesce, it would imply I had been meddling behind the scenes. Thus, I smiled and replied, "As the saying goes, a healer cannot heal himself. It is not uncommon for those who practice the mystical arts to experience disturbances when lacking inner energy. Fortunately, our establishment specializes in alleviating such afflictions. However," I hesitated, "our services come at a rather steep price." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan could no longer contain himself, trembling as he pointed at me, "You little rascal." He was cut off by Xiaolong, who interjected, "Uncle, it is only natural to charge for services rendered." Internally, I scoffed. They say the eyes are windows to the soul, and Xiaolong's gaze betrayed his thoughts. The person most eager to slap me was undoubtedly Xiaolong. However, his restraint left me perplexed. He then inquired, "Bossly, what do you think would be a fair price for my uncle's predicament?" I aimed to test his limits and declared, 100,000. Xiaolong exhaled deeply, his fists clenching tightly. My price was a blatant provocation. I braced myself, prepared to send him out on his back if he dared to retaliate. Yet, after releasing a breath, Xiaolong slowly relaxed his grip and turned to Qin Ziheo, instructing, "Young Master Qin, please settle the payment." Qin Ziheo, upon hearing this, dared not utter a word, scurrying back to the car like a wallet, emerging shortly after with a bag in hand. Xiaolong received the bag and handed it to me, leaving me feeling unexpectedly uneasy. As the saying goes, extraordinary circumstances often herald mischief. 100,000 is no trivial sum. Even if the money originated from the gullible Qin Ziheo, it still tarnished his and Longhu Mountain's reputation. After a moment's contemplation, I aimed to ease the tension and decided to request only 20,000. However, upon meeting He Xiaolong's piercing gaze, I abandoned that thought. At this juncture, whether I demanded 100,000 or 20,000, the enmity had already been established. Resolute, I accepted the bag, quickly counting the bills. Though I paid little heed to their exact amount, placing the money on the table. You may leave now. Your uncle will be fine by tonight. He Xiaolong. Upon hearing this, snorted disdainfully, helping Yi Xiaoyan and summoning Qin Zihao as they exited. As they departed, I noticed blood seeping from He Xiaoyan's calf, trickling into his shoe, sending a chill down my spine. Under normal circumstances, no curse, no matter how malevolent, could alter one's physiology. Once their vehicle had driven off, I promptly summoned Huang Jiu to interrogate him. Faced with my intense scrutiny, Huang Jiu, unable to evade, confessed, "That's a technique from our Shirwanda mountain. It's far more formidable than what outsiders possess." Formidable enough to induce a man's menstruation? I questioned, skeptical. Yet, Huang Jiu asserted with conviction that although their clan resided on the periphery, they indeed belonged to Shirwanda Mountain and had acquired their knowledge from within those sacred teachings. Seeing the sincerity in his words, I attempted to extract more information regarding the female corpse, believing he might be more forthcoming in its absence. However, even with my relentless questioning, he remained tight-lipped. With no other option, I released him, instructing him to dismantle the formation and burn the paper effigy. Calming myself, I began to contemplate the enigma that was He Xiaolong. The more I pondered, the more I sensed something amiss. I took out my Nokia and sought out Chun Kai for Zhang Ying's contact number, intending to summon Qin Zihao for a more thorough inquiry. Chapter 68. Uncle and Apos. S. Father-in-law Chun Kai and Apos. S. number was the first contact I entered into my phone. When I inquired about Zhang Ying and Apos' phone number, he readily provided it. However, when I called Zhang Ying, her mother answered and, upon realizing she was speaking to a male, became immediately hostile and suspicious, demanding to know my identity. For a brief moment, I felt a surge of panic, akin to being caught on a secret date by a girl's parents. Thankfully, being a married man, I quickly regained my composure. I cleared my throat and spoke earnestly. "Madame Zhang, this is Li Yang. I wish to inquire about Zhang Ying's well-being. Could you kindly pass the phone to her?" Concerned for her daughter's welfare, Madame Zhang promptly handed the phone to Zhang Ying. I anticipated that Zhang Ying would be in a foul mood after this encounter, but to my surprise, when she picked up the call, her voice was filled with curiosity and delight, incessantly asking me what had transpired that night. Seizing the opportunity, I invited her to visit my shop, framing it as a health checkup to alleviate any concerns her parents might have about her going out. After hanging up, I turned to find Huang Jiu eavesdropping, his large teeth on display. Upon being noticed, he feigned innocence, as if nothing had happened. I found myself at a loss for words. Was this his ingrained hobby? While awaiting Zhang Ying's arrival, I closed the shop and took a shower, changing into fresh clothes. Upon returning, I spotted a middle-aged man standing at the entrance. Clad in a Zhongshan suit and possessing a robust physique, he exuded an air of authority, his face etched with anger. A quick glance with my spiritual eye sent a jolt of alarm through me, prompting me to retreat into the dumpling shop across the street. Huang Jiu, puzzled, whispered, "What is going on? Why are you running away when business is coming in?" I peeked out the window to observe the middle-aged man and asked, "Do you know who he is?" Huang Jiu rolled his eyes. "How would I know? I can't read fortunes." His aura resembled that of Aunt Sui Mei, leading me to deduce he must be Su Dazhuang, my uncle's father-in-law. With his temper flaring, I feared he would unleash his wrath upon me, his nephew. I instinctively shrank back and ordered a basket of dumplings to calm my nerves. I had thought Su Dazhuang would leave if he waited too long without seeing Zhang Ying, but he proved to be quite stubborn, remaining until her car arrived, leaving me no choice but to confront him. When Zhang Ying stepped out and saw Su Dazhuang, she hesitated momentarily before politely greeting him, "Uncle Su." Su Dazhuang, still seething with anger, managed a strained smile. Zhang Ying, adjusting her hair and noticing his stern expression, felt the awkwardness settle in. Su Dazhuang inquired, "Zhang girl, what brings you here?" Zhang Ying quickly replied, "I came to see Master Li Yang." "What nonsense is this about a master?" Su Dazhuang retorted, "You mean Li San's nephew, right?" Zhang Ying nodded, subtly sticking out her tongue behind his back. Just then, she spotted me emerging from the dumpling shop, and relief washed over her as she waved frantically. Steeling myself, I approached and greeted Su Dazhuang as grandfather. He glanced at me with a grunt. Under the weight of his authority, I felt compelled to open the door and invite them in. Once inside, I opened the cat carrier to reveal Huang Jiu. Zhang Ying, no longer feeling constrained, pulled out some snacks to feed him. Meanwhile, Su Dazhuang wore a scowl, silently surveying every corner of the shop. His silence was a relief. It suggested he was here to assess my uncle's situation. indicating a willingness to acknowledge our family ties, which boded well for my uncle's prospects. However, Su Dazhuang's imposing presence was reminiscent of a seasoned soldier, truly intimidating. I poured him a glass of water and politely said, "Grandfather, please have a seat while I discuss a matter with Miss Zhang." I gestured for Zhang Ying to follow me into the back room, hoping he would remain outside. The back contained 2 rooms, a storage area filled with supplies, and a VIP room reserved for sensitive discussions. To my chagrin, Su Dazhuang followed us into the VIP area as if it were his own home, inspecting the storage room before entering the VIP room with us. His silence was quite uncomfortable, but given that the shop belonged to my uncle, who was now happily entangled with Aunt Su Ime and blessed with the presence of Ting Ting, we were essentially family. Therefore, I felt it inappropriate to voice any objections. As we settled in the VIP room, Huang Jiao was about to speak when he spotted Su Dazhuang in the corner and promptly silenced himself. I took a deep breath and said, "Grandfather, we resolved the issue with the haunted building a few days ago, but my uncle sustained some injuries and will not be coming to the shop for a while. Perhaps you could visit another day?" This man was searching for his future son-in-law. What business did he have following me around? Finally, Su Dazhuang broke his silence, saying, "You go about your business. I'm merely observing." Reluctantly, I smiled and decided to be candid. Using my spiritual eye, I assessed Zhang Ying's condition. Aside from a slight imbalance of energies, she appeared to be well. I cleared my throat and advised, "You don't seem to have any major issues. Just make sure to spend time in the sun and maintain a regular diet. By the way, is Chun Zihao your classmate? Could you help me arrange a meeting with him? I have some questions." Upon mentioning Chun Zihao, Zhang Ying grimaced, "I can't stand that guy. I'm not going to arrange anything with him." With Su Dazhuang present, I felt uneasy, but I needed to clarify why he Xiaolong was being so reserved. I urged, "Just consider it a favor for me. When you meet him, don't mention my name. If you find him unbearable, you can leave. You choose the location, and I'll cover the expenses." Fearing she might refuse, I produced a talisman and offered, "Here is a reward. What do you think?" Zhang Ying snatched the talisman, treating it as a treasure before inquiring whether I truly wouldn't accept any payment. I nodded, and only then did she cheerfully agree. Once Zhang Ying departed, Su Dazhuang reached out his hand toward me. I looked at him in confusion. He stated, "I want a talisman like the one you gave her." I quickly rose and fetched a low-quality talisman from the storage room. Of course, the one I had given Zhang Ying was of genuine quality, obtained from the apprentice of Lu Changxian, considering she had previously paid a substantial sum and her father's wealth. Although Su Dazhuang would soon be my grandfather, he had not yet agreed to anything. Moreover, it was clear he didn't believe in such matters. Taking a quality talisman would be a waste. Chapter 69. Visitors from Laozan. Su Dazhuang lingered in the shop for over 20 minutes before rising silently to leave. As I escorted him to the door and turned back, I exhaled deeply. For the sake of my uncle's lifelong affair, I had endured it. Had it been anyone else displaying such a sour demeanor while taking advantage of my hospitality, I would have promptly instructed Huang Jiao to expel them. Upon returning to the shop, Huang Jiao wiped his forehead and remarked, "This situation feels akin to us meeting the father-in-law." I nodded in agreement. Moreover, it appeared that my uncle possessed an uncanny ability to foresee events, as he surprisingly did not bring me lunch today. After bidding farewell to Su Dazhuang, I felt considerably lighter for the rest of the day. My uncle's account boasted over 20 million, and with manager Zhang still collaborating with us, the shop's business was of little consequence. The paramount issue was that my uncle had secured the affections of Aunt Su Ime, ensuring we would no longer be burdened by rent. Throughout the day, I dedicated myself to practicing the 9-character mantra. As its name suggests, the 9-character mantra consists of 9 words: Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Qian, Xing. In Taoism, this mantra is referred to as the 6 Jia secret blessing, originating from Biopuzi, and was later refined by the great master Padmasambhava of the esoteric school, flourishing within it. The esoteric teachings associate the left hand with tranquility, hence termed the hand of compassion, aiding foolish beings, while the right hand embodies action, known as the hand of wisdom, guiding the adept. This duality of compassion and wisdom is said to ferry the ordinary away from suffering. Additionally, the esoteric school holds that each finger bears distinct significance. The 10 fingers symbolize 10 degrees, also known as 10 wheels and 10 peaks. Beginning from the left pinky, the meanings are sandalwood, precept, patience, advancement, and meditation. From the right pinky, wisdom, square, regard, strength, and intelligence. These 10 fingers correspond to 5 mystical symbols, starting from the left and right pinkies representing earth, water, fire, wind, and void. When employing the 9-character mantra, each finger must form the corresponding gesture. For instance, in the case of the Lin character, the index fingers of both hands are raised while the other fingers are bent and combined. Once the hand gesture is established, one can harness the power bestowed by the mantra. I shall not elaborate further. If I were to continue, you might end up practicing it yourself. In summary, as long as one grasps its profound meaning, it is not difficult to learn. Of course, this applies to humans. For Huangjiu, however, it posed a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, it devised its own method, transforming its aura into the chubby hands of a 3-year-old child, practicing with great delight. In the afternoon, Zhang Ying called to inform me that she had arranged a meeting with Chun Zihao and provided the address. I could sense her disdain for Chun Zihao through the phone, urging me to hurry as she did not wish to face him alone. I had little interest in the romantic entanglements of the affluent. After tidying up, I hoisted Huangjiu onto my back and set out, hailing a taxi to the designated location. Upon arrival, the fare totaled over 60. Huangjiu attempted to bewilder the driver, but I stopped it. The previous encounter had left me wary, and this time, the venue was near Zhang Ying and Appo's home, necessitating a longer journey. After paying the fare and stepping out, I noticed the surrounding shops exuded an air of opulence, suggesting that the dining cost would be steep. Being naturally frugal, I hesitated to indulge in extravagance. However, to discern the true intentions behind He Xiaolong's actions, I steeled myself and entered the agreed-upon restaurant. Clad in clothing gifted by my uncle, I did not appear out of place in such an upscale establishment. Yet, the server informed me that pets were not allowed inside and insisted that I leave Huangjiu at the front desk. Eager for a feast, Huangjiu was ready to employ its supernatural abilities upon hearing this. To allow it entry, I refrained from intervening, as it was merely a harmless trick. At that moment, a familiar voice called from behind, "Let them in." The server, upon recognizing the voice, immediately altered their demeanor. Turning around, I caught a glimpse of Su Dazhuang's retreating figure. Unable to express my gratitude before he vanished, I had arrived early, but Qin Zihao had arrived even sooner, drawn by the invitation from his beloved goddess. Not only did he arrive ahead of me, but he had also made an effort to dress up, presenting a grand bouquet of roses at the table. However, upon seeing me, he resembled a startled rabbit, rising as if to flee. I quickly approached him, embracing his neck like an old friend, and whispered, "If you wish to avoid embarrassment, you best behave." Qin Zihao's expression soured, but he reluctantly resumed his seat. Once he was settled, I turned to Zhang Ying and asked, "Can we switch to a private room?" Zhang Ying's tone was peculiar as she replied, "The private rooms here are quite expensive. In a public setting, it was inconvenient to converse." I brushed aside her concerns, pondering how costly could a private room truly be. With a gesture from me, Zhang Ying summoned the server to arrange a change of table. The server, the same one who had previously impeded me, hurried to assist us. Upon entering, I had assumed that Su Dazhuang, like me, was merely a diner at the restaurant, but the server and Appo's reaction raised my suspicions. Taking the opportunity during a lull, I inquired of Zhang Ying, "I just saw Su Dazhuang. It seems the staff here are quite apprehensive of him. Do you know why?" Zhang Ying responded, astonished. "This is a Western restaurant owned by the Su family. Did you not know? Your aunt and Appo's family is a renowned figure in the provincial capital and Appo's catering industry, quite wealthy indeed." I was taken aback. When I had read Su Yimei and Appo's fortune, I had only discerned that she was an only child from a prosperous family, but I had not anticipated such affluence. However, upon reflection, I could not fault myself for the oversight. Su Yimei and Appo's fortune would only reveal her wealth, while Su Dazhuang was still very much alive. The private room was soon arranged, and I led Qin Zihao inside, with Zhang Ying curiously trailing after us. Just as I was about to question Qin Zihao, the server returned to take our orders, forcing me to postpone my inquiry. Glancing at the menu, my face darkened. The prices were exorbitant. I was tempted to ask the server if their steaks were adorned with gold trim, as they seemed to demand an outrageous sum merely for a few letters and numbers preceding the price. Yet, having come this far, I resolved to broaden my horizons and steeled myself to order the cheapest option, along with a children's meal for Huangjiu. After Zhang Ying had placed her order, she handed the menu to Qin Zihao, but I snatched it back, declaring to the server, "He is not hungry." The server did not question it, politely closing the door behind them as they exited. Once it was just the three of us, I released my hold on Qin Zihao. Before I could speak, he stated, "Li Yang, or rather, Master Li, I am merely an ordinary person. I have come to understand my place and will no longer involve myself in your affairs." Huangjiu leapt onto his shoulder, tapping his head with a paw. "To grasp such a principle, you are showing commendable awareness." Qin Zihao stiffly nodded in agreement. I inquired, "I wish to comprehend what He Xiaolong intends. As you associate with them, you must have overheard some whispers." Qin Zihao immediately panicked, shaking his head fervently. "I truly do not know." My brow furrowed slightly, contemplating that if he were to speak while in his right mind, his cowardly demeanor would betray him upon encountering He Xiaolong. Thus, I signaled Huangjiu, With a glint in its eyes, Huang Jiao and Appo's gaze turned emerald, and Qin Zihao's expression became dazed as he muttered, 2 days ago, a person named Sun Chao approached Ti Xiaolong, discussing how to deal with you. That Sun Chao suggested using industry methods to resolve your matter. Sun Chao, the disciple of Lu Changxian? Chapter 70. The Blood Basin Reflection. I had long anticipated the arrival of Lu Changxian and his disciple. After all, the recent endeavors undertaken with my uncle were not trifling matters and could hardly remain concealed. However, I had not expected their arrival to be so swift. The enmity between He Xiaoyun, He Xiaolong, and myself could have been resolved with a mere scuffle, but the animosity shared with Lu Changxian and his disciple transcended such trivialities. On that fateful day at the edge of the 10,000 great mountains, they nearly perished. I had devastated Sun Chao's Dantian, forging a blood feud that could only end in death. Yet, their approach to dealing with me would likely involve cunning traps and schemes. Could a cripple like Sun Chao possess that capability? I posed several inquiries, but Qin Zihao offered no valuable intelligence. It appeared that in the eyes of He Xiaoyun and his nephew, he was merely a wallet. When it became evident that I could extract no further information, I instructed Huang Jiao to escort Qin Zihao away. After all, I had not ordered him any food, and it would be inappropriate to have him linger. Huang Jiao harbored a desire to have Qin Zihao cover the bill, but I intervened. There are limits to everything, and I have my principles. Once Qin Zihao departed, Zhang Ying eagerly settled beside me, inquiring about the events of that day. I hesitated, deliberating whether to reveal the truth, but ultimately decided to confide in her. With her unique constitution, she would inevitably attract the attention of malevolent spirits, even if she was not pursued by the Three Yin sect. As I recounted my experiences, her complexion paled, but her eyes sparkled with curiosity about a world vastly different from the mundane. Yet, alongside her intrigue, there flickered a hint of trepidation. Once a person becomes aware of fear, they can no longer remain excessively naive. When the steak arrived, I fell silent, hastily consuming my meal. Upon settling the bill, I was taken aback. Over 3,000. In a rural setting, that amount could sustain a family for an entire year. I could not discern whether I had been impoverished for too long, or if I had hastily immersed myself in the affluent circles, outpacing my means. As I prepared to pay, my heart ached. Fortunately, Zhang Ying arranged for the driver to take us back, saving us 60 yuan in fare. Having not seen my uncle all day, I called him, and he informed me he was at President Zhang's company discussing the development of the ghost building. Why was he so invested in a mere 5% stake? I found myself at a loss. Nevertheless, I supported any ventures that did not rely upon the whims of fortune. Upon returning to the shop, Huang Jiao appeared troubled, expressing concern over the various underhanded tactics employed by those in the Taoist community. If they truly intended to ensnare us, we might find ourselves outmatched. After much contemplation, Huang Jiao lamented the absence of the bride's dowry, noting it had been days since her arrival. He suggested I return home to see if I could retrieve her. With her support, we would no longer feel vulnerable. However, returning home was out of the question. I would rather my parents subsist on pickled vegetables than draw calamity upon them. As for retrieving the corpse of the bride, I too yearned for that. But could I even venture into the 10,000 great mountains? As night descended, business remained stagnant, and I was beset by worries. At 8 o'clock, I prepared to close for the night. Yet, just as I began to lower the roll-up door, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over me, my vision turning crimson, and a sharp pain pierced my chest. Swaying unsteadily, Huang Jiao instantly leaped onto my shoulder, his instincts alert. Fortunately, that sensation receded like the tide after a mere few seconds, but in that brief span, I was drenched in cold sweat, my visage ashen. After the door was lowered, I took a deep breath, returned to my chair, and drank 2 glasses of water before stating, I have been ensnared. So soon? Huang Jiao queried, puzzled. Recently, no one has had access to your personal belongings. To cast a curse, one essential condition is the possession of the victim's personal items, such as hair, blood, or nails, which must be imbued with vitality, meaning they must be utilized within 10 minutes. When Huang Jiao cursed He Xiaoyan, he acted immediately after the individual left. My grandfather taught me to guard against such tactics from a young age. It is implausible that anyone could acquire my belongings within that time frame. As for using one's birth date to inflict harm, while it is possible, it is exceedingly rare. This method requires precise calculations of an individual's fate and fortune, followed by manipulation at critical junctures in their destiny. Only a handful of individuals within the realm of yin and yang possess such capabilities. Those who can achieve that level of mastery are formidable figures. If they desired someone's life, they would not require such convoluted methods. Eliminating various possibilities left only one conclusion. A feng shui trap had been laid for me. Someone had orchestrated a scheme against me. Qin Zihao mentioned that Sun Chao had only arrived 2 days prior, which did not allow sufficient time to tamper with my ancestral grave. Moreover, any disturbance from that source would manifest gradually, leaving traces. Crafting such a scheme against a practitioner would merely waste time. Sun Xiao was not foolish enough to resort to that. I turned to Huang Jiao and inquired, "Does your underling also have subordinates?" "Of course. He is the king of mice in the vicinity." Huang Jiao replied with pride. "Have him assist me by scouring the buildings surrounding our shop. If he discovers anything unusual, he must report back to me immediately." Huang Jiao recognized the potential for a trap nearby and wasted no time seeking out his rodent companion. Around 2 in the morning, Huang Jiao returned, stating he had found something on the second floor of the dumpling shop directly across from us. In the stillness of the night, once we confirmed that the second floor was unoccupied, Huang Jiao and I stealthily ascended. The large rat awaited us at the door, squeaking twice. Huang Jiao translated. "It asks if it should gnaw the door open. Gnawing it open would expose us. Let me devise a plan." As I spoke, I examined the door lock. It was an old-fashioned spring lock, advanced for rural areas. However, the lock used by Little Fat's convenience store was identical. Before he married, whenever his parents were away, he would take me there to steal snacks, using a stiff card to slip through the gap in the door and unlock it. I rummaged through the shop until I found a beautifully crafted, entirely plastic business card. At the time, I had not paid attention. Returning to the second floor of the dumpling shop, I was prepared to pick the lock when I realized it was Su Dazhuang's card. Ah, my grandfather truly has a connection with me. In such a short span, I have encountered him 3 times. I mused, deftly unlocking the spring lock. As the door creaked open, I was greeted by a suffocating odor of paint. The room was a square, akin to a box. In terms of feng shui, it is referred to as a basin. Under the gaze of my spiritual eye, the entire room had been painted red. Though it was merely paint, it evoked a sense of unease. Directly opposite the entrance to Li Ji, a triangular mirror hung on the wall. The south, associated with fire, and the triangle. Also a symbol of fire in the 5 elements, combined to create a situation where the flames clashed, resulting in a fiery conflagration. My uncle and I had recently experienced a surge in fortune. It would not be an exaggeration to deem the entrance a prosperous ground. The mirror, coupled with the room's crimson hue, formed a notorious feng shui trap, known as the blood basin reflection. In esoteric terms, the blood basin reflection instills fear and anxiety, causing harm and draining vitality. It is no wonder I felt dizzy, my heart aching, and my vision clouded with blood. Chapter 71. Counteracting the evil spirit. Huang Jiao leapt onto my head, extending his claws towards the triangular mirror. I hurriedly interjected, "If you take the mirror now, they'll discover it by tomorrow, and who knows what other tricks they might employ. Besides, they have laid this trap for me. I cannot merely dismantle it without consequence. That would be too lenient on them." After a moment of contemplation, an idea began to form in my mind. Huang Jiao remarked, "We are currently at the zenith of our power, yet we are precisely countered by the blood basin mirror. If they were to coat it with human blood, in 2 days, you would be overwhelmed by malevolent energy, succumbing to a sudden demise on the streets." The notion of using human blood was not entirely implausible. Hospitals abound with it. However, with the vital energy within me, it would take more than a day or 2 for the malevolent force to penetrate my heart. I glanced down at the large rat that had followed us in and inquired about what compensation it sought, considering it was not one of its own disciples. Our journey to this place had required several days of effort. By that time, the blood basin mirror would have taken form, and I would find it impossible to counteract. The large rat squeaked twice. Huang Jiao awkwardly translated. "It asks if, when your wife arrives, it could stay by her side for 2 days. I furrowed my brow. It seemed the female corpse had become a coveted entity. Observing the large rat, I noted that despite its newfound intelligence, it still maintained a certain cleanliness. Yet, it remained a rat. Human disdain for such creatures is ingrained in our very beings. Even if the bride were unperturbed by vermin, I surmised she would not be able to eat in the presence of such a sizable rat. Noticing my dilemma, the large rat squeaked again. Huang Jiao translated. "It says if 2 days is not feasible, 1 day will suffice." The large rat gazed at me with earnest eyes, full of hope. However, with the female corpse entering the city, I felt a duty to care for her. Introducing a large rat to frighten her was simply unacceptable. While I may not fully grasp the thoughts of a girl, this was my sentiment. After much hesitation, I ultimately declined, saying, "Aside from this condition, you may propose anything else, and I will comply as long as it is within my capacity." The large rat's expression immediately dimmed, its demeanor akin to a dejected little beggar. My heart softened, and I added, "Once my wife arrives in the city, I will consult her. If she agrees, I will have Huang Jiao inform you that you are welcome to come anytime." The rat's eyes brightened, and it squeaked in delight. Huang Jiao translated. "It says that is sufficient, and it requires no further reward." Skeptical, I scrutinized Huang Jiao and asked, "Did you embellish that? How could it squeak twice and you interpret it as such a lengthy statement?" Huang Jiao, visibly irritated, retorted, "And you call us brothers? You have no trust in me? My bond with Dehei is profound." His eyes darted around, and I remained unconvinced. Not wishing to owe a favor, I directly asked the large rat. And upon receiving its nod, I acquiesced. After erasing our footprints, I exited and locked the door. The large rat separated from us as we passed the garbage station, quickly disappearing into the refuse. Upon returning to the shop, I closed the door and rummaged through the warehouse. Like my uncle, my grandfather had amassed a considerable collection. Yet nothing was of practical use, only trinkets reminiscent of street vendors. Frustrated, I found myself unable to gather all the materials needed to establish a counteracting formation. The following morning, I called my uncle to inquire if he could assist in procuring some materials: high-quality vermilion, an aged Bagua mirror, and 6 coins from the 5 emperors. Upon hearing my request, my uncle immediately asked if something was amiss. Before I could respond, he insisted on coming over. I hurriedly reassured him it was merely a minor issue I could handle, though I lacked the necessary materials. He persisted in asking, and only after I confirmed I could manage did he caution me to inform him if I encountered any difficulties. Although he claimed to have limited abilities, he still had some connections. Seeking help from others was out of the question. It would diminish my standing, and any funds earned through hard work would end up in someone else's pocket. I felt discontent, yet to ease my uncle's mind, I agreed to have the materials delivered that day. As I hung up the phone, I turned to find Huang Jiao eavesdropping, its expression sly as it queried. "Just the other day, he distributed 10 million. Why didn't it oppose to you involve him?" I frowned and retorted, "What sign hangs outside the shop?" Huang Jiao replied, perplexed, "Li and Oppos, S inquiry shop." I pressed further, "What is my surname?" "Li." Huang Jiao finally grasped it, yet continued to advise, "People's hearts are." Before it could finish, I kicked it out. "Warning, if you continue to sow discord between us, I shall stew you in an iron pot. Now, get to work and open the shop." To motivate it, I had prepared a miniature broom specifically for its use. Of course, I did not remain idle. I took a cloth and began dusting the furniture. While cleaning the fish tank, I discovered that both of my feng shui fish had perished. When I touched the water, it felt uncomfortably hot. Was the fire truly that potent? Or were my uncle and I simply experiencing an excess of fortune? I hastily discarded the cloth, disconnected all electrical appliances to eliminate potential fire hazards, and then retrieved several large bowls, filling them halfway with water to place in the northernmost section, corresponding to the Ken position. This area, associated with water, could temporarily counteract the fire's intensity. Yet, the originally cool water reached over 40 degrees Celsius within half an hour, transforming the shop into a veritable steam chamber. I was left with no choice but to change the water repeatedly. After several attempts, feeling somewhat exasperated, I decided to borrow a few large clay pots from the neighboring ceramic shop. I broke the tiles where I intended to place the pots, allowing them to contact the earth. After setting everything up, I was drenched in sweat, yet the shop's temperature had significantly decreased, confirming the efficacy of my method. "Challenge me, will you? Once I acquire the materials, I shall outmaneuver you." I silently cursed, but before I could catch my breath, Su Dazhuang stormed in, slamming the yellow talisman I had given him onto the tea table. "Kid, are you trying to deceive me with a fake talisman?" Taken aback, I quickly replied, "Grandfather, you must be cautious with such accusations. I assure you, I price everything transparently and uphold the integrity of my offerings. To claim my talisman as counterfeit would be quite serious." With a scowl, Su Dazhuang countered, "If it's not fake, then why hasn't it worked?" I scrutinized him, perplexed. "Grandfather, have you encountered something unclean? If so, you may confide in me." I had just used my spiritual eyes to examine him, failing to discern anything amiss, which prompted my inquiry. After all, the world is rife with peculiar occurrences, many of which the spiritual eye cannot perceive. Su Dazhuang scoffed. "Mind your own business and procure me an effective talisman." As he spoke, his eyes, resembling copper bells, bore down on me, conveying that if I failed to comply, he might very well haul me from my seat for a reprimand. Chapter 72. The proud Su Dazhuang, my second uncle, is the closest person to me, and his father-in-law can be considered half of my family. If there are quarrels within the family, it would surely bring unhappiness to my uncle, which in turn would trouble me. However, the talismans from Laozhan are quite scarce, and I cannot simply give them away for free, allowing him to misuse them. Thus, I said, "Grandfather, every profession has its own rules. In our line of work, once we make a move, there must be compensation. This is called the return of blessings." Before I even stated a price, Su Dazhuang pulled out 10,000 yuan from his pocket and tossed it onto the tea table, stating, "I inquired with the young girl from the Zhang family. This is the amount, right? You and Oppos, V, done your homework?" Seeing the money on the table made me feel rather awkward. After a moment of hesitation, I intended to keep half and return the other half to him as a familial courtesy. But then I reconsidered. Given his connections with the wealthy, would returning 5,000 yuan imply that I looked down on him? I may not be well educated, yet I still uphold the values of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Reluctantly, I accepted the money and returned to the warehouse to retrieve a talisman. I reminded Su Dazhuang, grandfather, the talisman is consumable and cannot resolve the root issue. If you truly encounter any troubles, feel free to tell me. Before I could finish my sentence, Su Dazhuang snatched the talisman from my hand, huffed, and left. Huang Jiao emerged from beneath the table and remarked, "That old man is quite stubborn. He clings to his pride, suffering in silence." I asked, "Did you sense something amiss with him?" Huang Jiao shook his head and replied, "I couldn't tell, but would a normal person spend 10,000 yuan on a piece of yellow paper?" I thought about it and agreed. Su Dazhuang sought me out for a talisman, indicating that he believed in our methods, yet he couldn't bring himself to admit it. Unfortunately, neither my spiritual insight nor Huang Jiao could discern anything unusual, and since he remained silent, I was unable to assist him. Furthermore, his actions might be an attempt to test my uncle's capabilities, to see if our family truly possessed any expertise in the supernatural. After all, when a father-in-law selects a son-in-law, it often involves a great deal of back and forth. Once Su Dazhuang departed, I quickly moved the tea table to the east. Otherwise, the blood-red mirror would face me directly, causing my heart to ache intermittently. I had ordered a modest breakfast, and by noon, as I prepared to call my uncle to inquire about his matters, the old curator of the museum entered my shop carrying a bag. It had been several days since the incident with the tube, yet I still felt an overwhelming sense of unease. My hand trembled, causing my phone to drop onto the table. I hurriedly picked it up, feeling a pang of regret, and approached him, saying, "Old curator, you're so busy with daily affairs. What brings you here? Your visit truly elevates my humble establishment." Feeling guilty, I endeavored to flatter him as much as possible. The old curator, wise and experienced, was not easily swayed by my compliments. He chuckled and replied, "Li Master, you possess considerable skill. Your eloquence is impressive." I felt a bit anxious, laughing awkwardly, and pressed, "Old curator, if you have something to discuss, just give me a call. No need to come in person." With a hearty laugh, he responded, "Your call costs 50,000. As an old man, I can't afford that." He placed the bag on the table and continued, "Your uncle asked me to find a few items for him, and since I was passing by, I brought them to you." Upon hearing that he had brought items, I finally relaxed. I opened the bag to find a bagua mirror, 5 emperor's coins, and vermilion. Everything was complete. I brewed him some tea and was about to ask if my uncle had paid when the old curator interjected, "Our museum recently acquired a batch of ancient artifacts, one of which is somewhat sinister." It's normal for ancient items to carry a sense of the uncanny. I quickly diverted the conversation. This old fellow certainly knows how to choose his moments. It's not that I was unwilling to help. It's just that about 70 to 80% of the items in the museum come from underground sources. My grandfather had warned me that things buried deep underground could harbor all sorts of unexpected occurrences and advised me to avoid them whenever possible. The old curator, noticing my laughter had faded, directly stated, "Your uncle wants you to come help handle it. Let me know when you have time." My expression fell immediately, and I could no longer manage a smile. In the realm of the supernatural, there exists an unspoken taboo against befriending outsiders. Otherwise, one might find themselves working for free. Had I known my uncle would arrange for me to deal with these items, I would have taken the initiative myself. A vintage bagua mirror and untouched 5 emperor's coins could easily fetch 20 to 30,000 at an antique market. The vermilion, of equivalent quality and weight, could be had for a mere couple of hundred at a Chinese medicine shop. However, the items had already been delivered, and I owed a favor. Thus, I felt obliged to accept. I would consider it a service to the people. I said, "Old curator, I have some matters to attend to today. I'll likely only have time tomorrow." "No rush, no rush," he replied, pulling out his phone to jot down my number. He drained his cup of water and left with a smile. I promptly called my uncle to confirm the arrangements he had made, and since it was indeed his promise, I didn't mention anything further. After hanging up, I replaced the large jar with a smaller bowl and filled it with vermilion. The vermilion has the power to dispel evil and can block the mirror's malevolent energy. Next, I arranged the 5 emperor's coins in a gathering formation next to the tea table, placing the bagua mirror at an angle in the center. This way, the malevolent energy from the blood-red mirror would be concentrated on the bagua mirror. The opposing feng shui formation was not yet complete. If I were to reverse it now, the backlash would be weak. Hence, I covered the bagua mirror with a piece of red cloth. Once the opposing formation was established, the malevolent energy could inflict harm on the one who set it up. As for whether it would be Huistaolong or Sun Chao, it would depend on who wished to harm me more. However, I suspect it would most likely be Sun Chao. After setting up the counterspell, I went to the nearby street where they had a ring toss game and bought 2 small goldfish to place in the aquarium. These little fish are notoriously difficult to keep alive. Even the slightest change in their environment can lead to their swift demise. They would be perfect for monitoring the blood-red mirror to prevent the possibility that, as Huangjiu suggested, they might paint it with human blood, resulting in an overwhelming malevolent force that I would remain unaware of. After completing these tasks, I closed the shop and headed home with Huangjiu. Along the way, I also took care of dinner. Huangjiu was worried about me, frequently checking if I was alright. After using the vermilion to ward off evil, I hadn't experienced any heart pain since, yet Huangjiu remained unconvinced, believing that since I had discovered the feng shui formation, I should dismantle it to be more secure. I understood that my approach was somewhat risky, but I was unwilling to dismantle the formation without inflicting some discomfort upon them first. For the entire night, I dared not rest, sitting cross-legged on my bed, practicing meditation to protect my heart with Taoist energy. The next morning, I rushed to the shop, eager to check on the small goldfish in the aquarium. They were still alive and well. However, the vermilion in the bowl had turned a pale red, and a faint red mist enveloped the 5 emperor's coins. It seemed that by afternoon, the blood-red mirror would take shape, and I would be able to give Sun Chao a surprise. Thinking of finally being able to relieve my grievances, I felt elated and planned to treat myself to some buns in celebration. However, before I could even leave the door, my phone rang. It was the old curator from the museum, who informed me that the museum would be closed today and asked me to stop by if I had time. Chapter 73. She has arrived, Uncle once said. Even when under scrutiny, one must continue to eat and work. After ending the call, I slung my cat bag over my shoulder, taking Huangjiu with me as I stepped out. As for my tools, ever since I discovered the blood basin mirror, I had ensured that all useful items from the warehouse were on my person, particularly the blood stab, which I kept fastened to my waistband even while I slept. After all, orchestrating a scheme was merely one of their tactics. There could very well be additional methods at play. At present, I had no intention of taking the initiative. I planned to respond to their moves, employing a reactive approach. We took a taxi to the museum, but during closing hours, outsiders were not permitted to enter or exit. Consequently, I had to call the curator, who came out to escort me inside. However, at the security check, the alarms kept ringing, compelling me to remove my money sword and corpse-seeking disc from my person. Upon seeing the blood stab, the 2 security guards immediately tensed. Fortunately, the old curator explained the situation and filled out a form, allowing me entry. Due to the museum being closed, most of the treasures in the exhibition hall had been taken for maintenance, leaving behind only a few paintings and calligraphies. Lacking the appreciation for such art, I merely glanced around. Huangjiu and Appo's eyes sparkled as he muttered to himself, "This is all money." Startled, I quickly pinched Huangjiu to silence him, whispering, "Keep your eyes in check. If you dare have any crooked thoughts, I will send you back to the 10,000 Great Mountains tomorrow." The museum's security was stringent, and the old curator led me to the living quarters, entering an office. One of the 4 bespectacled men who had accompanied the coffin delivery was present and eagerly approached me, asking, "Curator, is Masterly here to resolve the issue with that mirror?" The old curator nodded. The bespectacled man immediately extended his hand, introducing himself, "I am Shenweigua." "Masterly, let me tell you, that mirror is quite eerie. On the night it arrived at the museum, I was responsible for organizing the same batch of items. At midnight, I suddenly heard a haunting melody. I thought to myself, there are no women in the museum, so where did that song come from?" He looked at me, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I smirked slightly. "I'm here to solve a problem, not to play guessing games. And if you wish to accompany me, refrain from asking too many questions." He had spoken so much simply out of a desire to gain knowledge. However, those engaged in research often posed the most questions, and if he asked about every action I took, I would inevitably find myself in the role of a teacher. Shenweigua hastily assured me, "Masterly, rest assured. I want to ask." He then glanced at the curator, who understood his intention and nodded, stating, "If Masterly agrees, you may follow, but do not cause any trouble." Shenweigua, upon hearing this, quickly sealed his lips, anxious that speaking too much would lead to my dismissal. Yet my curiosity was piqued, and I inquired, "What did you see that night?" Being a chatterbox, Shenweigua eagerly opened up. "I saw a woman in a cheapao grooming herself in front of the mirror, humming a tune from the Republican era." It was evident that he worked in the museum, even identifying the era of the tune. The Republican era was a unique period, giving rise to many wronged women and tragic concubines. After listening to his account, I secretly sighed in relief. Mirrors are inherently double-edged swords. They can ward off evil while also attracting the sinister. I curiously asked, "Can items from the Republican era even enter the museum?" Shenweigua replied, "That is not from the Republican era. It is a bronze mirror from the Western Zhou period." Western Zhou? My brow furrowed. Ghosts typically dissipate after the seventh day, either reporting to the underworld or vanishing entirely. The abnormal ones possess certain abilities. For instance, the spirits in the ghost tower carry a heavy aura. If it were merely a vengeful spirit from the Republican period, it would be easy to resolve. My concern was whether the mirror itself posed a problem. The old curator led me into a room fortified with a blast-proof door and retrieved a box from the corner. Huang Jiu immediately leaped from the cat bag onto my shoulder, his golden fur bristling as he whispered, "Such strong demonic energy." I felt it too. The old curator placed the box before me and then stepped back to stand beside Shinweigua. I activated my spiritual vision and cautiously opened the box. The mirror lay face down, indicating that those in the museum possessed at least some knowledge of yin and yang. The mirror was bull-sized, adorned with a dragon and phoenix motif, yet the craftsmanship of that era was relatively crude, which I could not fully appreciate. However, to the curator and his colleagues, it must have appeared as an exquisite artifact. Being an antique, I turned to the old curator to ask if I could handle it. Upon receiving permission, I took the mirror from the box. However, the moment I flipped it over, Huang Jiu stood upright, and I couldn't help but gasp. Through my spiritual vision, the mirror revealed a swirling blood mist, within which glowed a pair of elongated, blood-red eyes, exuding an intense malevolence. As I stared into it, it seemed to gaze back at me. In an instant, I hastily returned the mirror to the box and stepped back, saying, "Old curator, I cannot handle this matter. I advise you not to keep this in the museum. Find a temple with a strong incense offering and enshrine it there." Huang Jiu was equally eager to leave, urging me to hurry. Just as I turned to exit, the old curator, alarmed, chased after me, exclaiming, "Master Li, this is a national treasure. How can it be enshrined in a temple?" I sighed. "Old curator, I will speak frankly. Shinweigua mentioned earlier that this is an item from the Western Zhou period, and I discerned that it contains a demon spirit, likely a fox. I didn't dare count how many tails it has, but it is likely related to that matter. Do you understand?" With that, I shook off the old curator's grasp. They were well-versed, and I had said enough. Shinweigua hurried to catch up, stating, "I'll see you off." I nodded, and as we walked out, a thought struck me, causing me to stop and look intently at Shinweigua. He froze, not daring to move. Seeing his clear pupils without any impurities, I finally felt relieved. The copper mirror contained a fox demon, and coincidentally, there was a vengeful concubine. The fox demon would likely exploit the concubine's wrath to manifest and deceive people. Fortunately, it seemed the fox demon's seal was quite secure. Upon exiting the museum, I immediately called Uncle to report the situation. He was equally astonished, lamenting our unfortunate luck as a duo, consistently encountering such troublesome matters. I urged him to advise the old curator and remind him to exercise caution in the coming days. Upon my return, I would surely encounter backlash. And once the blood basin mirror shattered, it was certain that Sun Chao and He Xiaolong would take further action. Uncle also mentioned that he had received an anonymous letter that morning, stating that a female corpse had arrived. Chapter 74. Blocked at the door. My uncle mentioned over the phone that he was uncertain about the authenticity of the letter's contents, yet he advised me not to panic. Even if it were true, the female corpse could deliver the letter to him, and thus, she would also be able to locate the shop. Huang Jiu was eavesdropping, and upon realizing that the female corpse had entered the city, his eyes gleamed with a green light, as if my wife were not the one approaching, but his own. Of course, had his wife come to the city, he would have long since been strumming a tune of lament. I pondered my uncle's words, finding them somewhat reasonable. However, to prevent the female corpse from arriving while I was absent from the shop, I took the precaution of printing my phone number at a printing shop and affixing it to the door. After completing these tasks, I was filled with anticipation and fantasy, curious about how she might have transformed and whether she would still allow me to assist in measuring her heartbeat. After a while of indulging in such thoughts, I steadied my mind and closed the rolling shutter door. I cleared all the clutter in front of the storefront's large windows to ensure that the reflective light from the counteraction was not obstructed. I then wiped the glass once more. Once I had finished, I approached the north wall corner, took out a yellow talisman, ignited it with my spiritual energy, and tossed it into a bowl containing red cinnabar to release the malevolent energy within. Before long, the dark red malevolent energy wafted out with the talisman's smoke, gathering beneath the red cloth covering the bagua mirror. After absorbing all of it, I gazed outside. When the sun was obscured by clouds and the street dimmed, I swiftly removed the red cloth from the bagua mirror. A beam of red light shot forth, piercing through the glass of the second floor across the street. In an instant, the malevolent energy that had accumulated over the past 2 days erupted forth. The bagua mirror cracked with a sharp sound, spilling forth dark red blood. Huang Jiu gasped. Someone's life is at stake. Indeed, the blood from the shattered mirror signified that a life had been lost. The one who could not withstand this strike was undoubtedly Sun Chao. Yet as the saying goes, "Do not stretch out your hand, for it will surely be caught." Since he had set a trap for me, he must bear the consequences of his failure. For those who sought my life, I bore no psychological burden in extinguishing theirs. However, this remained merely speculation, and without visible results, the truth remained uncertain. I felt a pang of regret as the Bagua mirror shattered. After all, it was an antique over 100 years old. Once the counteraction was concluded, I quickly tidied up the mess and placed the 5 Emperor's coins into the remaining cinnabar. After purging the residual malevolent energy, it could be reused in the future. Having gathered my belongings, I opened the rolling shutter door and resumed normal operations. Knowing that the bride was coming during the day, I had taken the liberty of exploring the home appliance market, spending over $20,000 to procure all the items I lacked. I even installed a beautiful dressing mirror in the bedroom for her. Upon seeing the boxes of jewelry, Huang Jiu reminded me to speak favorably on his behalf when the time came. I understood he was referring to the matter of foul smells and nodded in agreement. After a flurry of activity at home, we had dinner downstairs, and as the sky gradually darkened, I recalled that the female corpse was not a normal person. Her arrival this evening seemed highly probable. Thus, I prepared to head to the shop with Huang Jiu in tow. As I entered the street, an ominous premonition washed over me. The street where our shop was situated was not particularly bustling, yet there were typically passers-by and scattered roadside stalls at night. However, tonight, the street was eerily silent. There were no roadside vendors, and even the shops on either side were closed. The sudden emptiness of the street revealed the desolation of autumn. The evening breeze rustled through, sending leaves swirling, and I could not help but tighten my clothing. Huang Jiu squatted on my shoulder, displaying a set of uneven, large fangs, and remarked, "We can't have any snacks. It's Sunday, and there's not a soul on the street." His words startled me, prompting me to hasten my pace towards the shop. Yet, just a dozen steps from the entrance, the surrounding lights were abruptly swallowed by darkness, and a cloud of black mist ensnared both Huang Jiu and me. After all, we were in the city. Huang Jiu remained unperturbed and exclaimed, "Goodness, it's like the heavens are passing gas. Such thick smoke." I ignored him, noticing a shadow advancing through the mist. I seized it and hurled it towards the shadow to gauge its nature. As Huang Jiu flew into the air, I wondered if the 10,000 Great Mountains had sent the female corpse, but he soon emitted a startled cry and shot back like a cannonball. I swiftly caught him and placed him back on my shoulder. Huang Jiu, still shaken, questioned, "What is happening? How could there be a zombie in the city?" A cold snort emanated from the side, and the black mist dissipated to reveal Lu Changxian and Appo's furious visage, accompanied by He Xiaolong. The latter and Appo's eyes glimmered with mockery. As if observing a turtle trapped in a jar, Lu Changxian brandished a soul-seizing bell, his gaze filled with murderous intent, declaring, "You little brat, today marks your demise." From the tone of his voice, it seemed Sun Chao was in grave danger. In the darkness, Huang Jiu's eyes transformed into 2 ghostly lanterns, enveloping me in his malevolent aura. Due to physical constraints, Huang Jiu's physical attack power was limited, but his supernatural abilities were far more effective against the living than any Taoist techniques. However, both Laozhan and Maoshan possessed traditions of battling corpses, and the old zombie standing in the mist was likely a renowned fighter of the undead. Though I was not well versed in the art of battling zombies, I surmised that since they were all zombies, their essence should be largely similar. I slowly drew my blood dagger while simultaneously pressing the remote control for the rolling shutter door, remotely opening the shop's entrance. Concerned that the female corpse might arrive and be unable to find me, I had kept the lights on inside. As the lights illuminated the space, the mist receded significantly. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Changxian and He Xiaolong were distracted by the light, I dashed towards the shop. Upon noticing my movement, Lu Changxian shook the soul-seizing bell, and the old zombie within the mist instantly shifted to block my path. Having battled zombies in the ghost tower, I had accumulated some experience. As I approached the old zombie, I quickly held my breath. However, the old zombie swung its arms, creating a gust of wind that swept towards me, showing no sign of losing its aim simply because it could not sense my presence. Realizing that Lu Changxian was controlling the zombie and could effectively serve as its eyes, I understood that holding my breath was futile. With the old zombie's corpse armor approaching, I suddenly dropped to my knees, using inertia to slide past it. My blood dagger aimed at the old zombie's knee, with the sharpness of the blood dagger. Striking the old zombie's decaying body should be akin to slicing tofu with a cleaver. However, upon contact, the blade merely skidded off the old zombie, igniting a shower of sparks against its leg. Turning to glance back, I noticed the metallic sheen reflecting from beneath the old zombie's tattered trousers. Lu Changxian had indeed outfitted the zombie in iron armor. Huang Jiu growled, "Lu Changxian, you old scoundrel, heed caution. Your offspring may be born without a rear." I dared not linger in battle and immediately took off running. In the span of 10 steps, I dashed into the shop, disregarding the pursuing old zombie. As I turned back, the old zombie had already leaped to the entrance. Without hesitation, I clasped my hands together, with my index and middle fingers raised against my forehead, kneeling at the doorway, and cried out, "May the household deity grant protection." Chapter 75. Exorcism Charm. As my pronouncement echoed, the shop's lights transmuted into a golden hue. The zombified corpse recoiled in agony from the altered illumination, its movements erratic as it retreated. Lu Changxian vigorously shook the soul-seizing bell, the sounds escalating in urgency. Yet the corpse, bathed in the divine light, vacillated like a malfunctioning wheel, unable to advance. I breathed a sigh of relief. A blessed abode, divinely protected. I had never utilized this before, and never imagined the family deity could be invoked. However, this was all due to my second uncle. Aunt Suime hadn't deceived me. She had indeed dragged my second uncle to register their marriage. Consequently, the storefront now possessed a share belonging to the Li family, enabling me, as a direct descendant, to summon the family deity. Otherwise, that prostration would have been a mere jest. Observing the corpse's reluctance to enter, I rose and interrogated Lu Changxian. "The city adheres to its own regulations. Are you not apprehensive of disturbing the peace and facing retribution by bringing a corpse into the city?" Witnessing the corpse's inability to enter, Lu Changxuan's beard bristled with indignation as he pointed, exclaiming, "You little bastard, you harmed others first, yet you dare to utter." Huang Jiu interjected, "Old codger, clarify what you mean by harming others first. Look at your pathetic state. Your disciple is incompetent, and you attempted a scheme that backfired, resulting in his death. Yet you have the audacity to spew nonsense and distort the truth. Look at you two, one from Laozan, one from Longhu Mountain. Yet you produced two imbeciles. Aren't you ashamed to be ridiculed?" He Xiaolong dropped the pretense and retorted, "Vile creature, you seek death." With a flick of his wrist, a talisman radiating a white glow materialized in his hand, propelled towards Huang Jiu. I sensed an anomaly emanating from the talisman, even suppressing Huang Jiu and Amp, Oppos, S. Demonic Aura. Exorcism Charm. Realizing the danger, I brandished the bloodthorn, deflecting the talisman to the ground. Huang Jiu sought refuge behind me. Upon striking the ground, the charm erupted in a burst of light, transforming into a pair of ethereal hands reaching for me. My eyelids twitched uncontrollably, sensing the hands could bypass my physical form to seize Huang Jiu. Recalling the legends of exorcists, I dared not underestimate them. I bit my tongue, expelling a mouthful of blood, extinguishing the charm. With the charm and Oppos' power dispelled, Huang Jiu scurried onto my shoulder, asking He Xiaolong with lingering fear, "Where did you acquire the exorcism charm?" I too was curious. Exorcists were not merely mysterious, but extinct. Their tales traced back to the Zhou dynasty when a nine-tailed fox. Chapter 76. Excuse me, is this Li Yang's residence? My nose throbbed, tears streaming down my face, rendering me a pitiful sight. I had never trained in martial arts, nor did I possess the profound Tao energy that Lu Changxian wielded. Faced with him, I felt as though I were confronting an insurmountable mountain, utterly unable to budge him. Moreover, my blood piercer remained unresponsive. Even when I strained to channel my Tao energy, I could not summon the divine generals. In Huang Jiu's words, to free myself from the constraints of the 108 divine generals' will, my internal Tao energy would need to be at least tenfold what it currently was. I could only summon them when they chose to answer my call. Lu Changxian hailed from a prestigious lineage. His conduct could not be deemed wholly righteous, yet he was not a nefarious villain. In this dire situation, I could only hope that the 108 divine generals would lend me their aid when my life was at stake. Therefore, as Lu Changxian approached, I gripped the blood piercer tightly. Yet, even as the soles of his shoes pressed against my face, the weapon remained inert. Despair washed over me. With vengeance burning in his heart, Lu Changxian sought to dispatch me swiftly. His fist clenched, Tao energy swirling, he aimed to strike at my forehead. From my initial attack to being subdued, and then to the moment he prepared to end my life, scarcely a minute had passed. Thus, when death loomed near, my mind struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Yet, in this critical moment, He Xiaolong suddenly howled in agony, his left hand twisted without warning, contorting his face into a grimace of pain. Huang Jiu, clutching a paper figurine, was forcefully twisting its arm. Lu Changxian paused, his fist hovering inches from my brow. "Come now," Huang Jiu threatened, seizing the figurine's head. "If you strike, I shall snap his neck." Lu Changxuan's expression shifted, indecision flickering across his face. He Xiaolong, manipulated by Huang Jiu, displayed fear as he cried out, "Lu Daozhong, save me." I noted Lu Changxuan's hesitation, my heart racing with trepidation, fearing he might disregard everything and strike. When Huang Jiu perceived Lu Changxian's silence, he twisted the paper figurine's head, causing He Xiaolong's face to pivot unnaturally towards his shoulder. With a slight turn more, his neck would snap. Lu Changxian, do you wish for a war between Laozhan and Longhushan? Huang Jiu exclaimed, casting his gaze towards the door. At the entrance, a large rat had taken up residence in the shadows, accompanied by a host of peculiar little creatures, Huang Jiu's minions. Only then did Lu Changxian's demeanor alter slightly. He withdrew his foot from my face and hastened towards He Xiaolong. Huang Jiu dashed over, attempting to assist me in fleeing, yet his diminutive, transformed hands lacked the strength to pull me up. Fortunately, I had regained some strength and managed to struggle to my feet. However, with Lu Changxian blocking the exit, escape was futile. Alas, Huang Jiu lamented, if only I could transform, I would dispatch Lu Changxian with a single blow. Lacking the cultivation of Huang Xianer, he still had a considerable journey ahead before achieving transformation. In a hushed tone, I whispered to him, possess me. Suddenly enlightened, Huang Jiu acted swiftly. As my words fell, the paper figurine in his grasp ignited in flames. With a shriek, Huang Jiu discarded the figurine and fled into the back room. As he bolted, his band of minions vanished like shadows at dusk, perfectly embodying the adage of scattering monkeys upon the tree's fall. At the doorway, Lu Changxian withdrew his hand from He Xiaolong's forehead, causing blood to gush forth. My heart sank. This ruthless individual had used the broken god technique to sever Huang Jiu's control over He Xiaolong. Though swift, this method inflicted severe harm on He Xiaolong's spirit, often resulting in diminished intellect. He Xiaolong and Appo's eyes brimmed with resentment, yet it swiftly shifted towards me as he advanced, heedless of the blood streaming down his face. Huang Jiu's flight prompted Lu Changxian to leisurely follow, cautioning He Xiaolong, do not allow him to die too easily. He Xiaolong, consumed with rage, gritted his teeth, declaring, rest assured, Lu Daozhong, I will extract his soul and imprison it in an oil lamp for 49 days, ensuring he never reincarnates. The mere sound of his words sent shivers down my spine, compelling me to retreat. Internally, I cursed vehemently, what a fool to play the wolf when the moment demanded otherwise. Huang Jiu had not fled, he merely concealed his true form. By the time He Xiaolong closed in, I had discreetly opened my spiritual apertures, allowing Huang Jiu to possess me. The moment of possession greatly amplified my strength. No wonder the ordinary became immensely powerful upon possession. Even 3 or 5 robust men could not restrain them. Truly, it was remarkable. Yet, even with this newfound strength, I was still insufficient to confront Lu Changxian. Thus, I feigned fear, plotting to ambush him, only to find He Xiaolong stepping forward as a pawn. Moreover, I discerned that Lu Changxian had experienced our cunning before, harboring suspicions, and was aware of my ties to the 10,000 great mountains, thus reluctant to spill my blood. He Xiaolong advanced relentlessly, while I contemplated whether to strike him down or leave him with a breath of life. Unbeknownst to him, I was far from powerless. He presumed I was spent, his face alight with excitement and mockery as he taunted, little brat, killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. By dawn, I shall send your second uncle to join you. My pupils constricted sharply, and without hesitation, the moment he lunged, I surged forward into his embrace, the blood piercer plunging into his heart. Before He Xiaolong could register his shock, I retreated a step and kicked him towards Lu Changxian. The abrupt turn of events caught Lu Changxian off guard. As he steadied He Xiaolong, the latter's spouting blood splattered across Lu Changxian's face. Seizing the opportunity while his vision blurred, I thrust the blood piercer towards his brow. Yet Lu Changxian was no simpleton. Despite the distraction, he seized the weapon, swiftly raising his foot to kick my abdomen. With Huang Jiu's possession empowering me, I knew this was a moment to fight with all I had. Otherwise, I would perish in the next breath. Gritting my teeth, I shouted and pushed the blood piercer forward, disregarding Lu Changxian's incoming kick. Lu Changxian's expression shifted. He hastily withdrew his foot, stabilizing himself before pushing away He Xiaolong. Then with a swift motion, I was flung outside like a clumsy brute. As I landed and rolled, my lack of martial training revealed itself. My body lost balance, and my mind went blank. When I finally regained my senses, a dark shadow pounced upon me. It was Lu Changxian's undead minion. Lu Changxian did not pursue. Instead, he turned back into the inner room. Alarm coursed through me. Leveraging Huang Jiu's possessed strength, I punched the undead minion aside and stumbled towards the shop. However, as I entered, Huang Jiu's anguished cries echoed from within, and the peculiar power I once felt vanished. Moments later, Lu Changxian emerged, gripping Huang Jiu by the head, veins bulging, poised to crush him. He bellowed at me, kneel. Gazing upon Huang Jiu, whose eyes were bloodshot, I did not hesitate. I hurriedly discarded the blood piercer. Just as I prepared to kneel, a crisp voice rang out from the entrance. Excuse me, is this Li Yang's residence? Chapter 77. Is she a fool? As the icy voice echoed, time seemed to stand still. A striking figure entered the shop. It was Huang Xianer, and my heart leaped with joy. She had arrived, and with her, Huang Jiu was saved. Upon seeing her, Lu Changxuan's pupils constricted, and he loosened his grip on Huang Jio's hand slightly. Huang Xiano had fully transformed, her figure voluptuous, akin to a large-headed Barbie doll displayed in a shop window. However, her gaze was chilling, and as she twirled a pure gold cigarette holder in her hand, she exhaled a cloud of smoke and declared, "I will count to 3. Release my husband, or you shall face the extermination of the Laoshan's disciples." Lu Changxian, pressed to the brink, might indeed crush Huang Jio's head like a watermelon. Thus, Huang Xianer's approach was justified. Furthermore, a fully transformed great demon could indeed wipe out an entire sect without it being mere jest. 1. Huang Xian and Oppos, inhaled deeply from her cigarette, slowly releasing the smoke. 2. The smoke lingered, swirling around her, intensifying the murderous intent emanating from her. Before she could reach 3, Lu Changxian relinquished his grip. As Huang Jio fell to the ground, he shook his fur and, with a few leaps, rushed to Huang Xian and Oppos' side, clinging to her leg, weeping profusely. "Wife, oh, I was just trying to earn money in the city for you. I never imagined this bull-headed fellow would bully me." Having narrowly escaped death, his survival instinct surged. Huang Xianer allowed Huang Jiu to cling to her leg, as she took a couple of steps aside to clear the path. Lu Changxian remained silent, wary, and cautiously moved towards the door. As he passed by He Xiaolong, who lay motionless on the ground, he suddenly grasped Lu's leg with a feeble grip, pleading, "Taoist Lu, please save me." Lu Changxian was startled, and I too was taken aback. My dagger had indeed pierced his left chest. The wound, caused by a trident, bled profusely, and upon seeing the pool of blood beneath him, it was evident he was on the verge of bleeding out. Yet he was still alive. Lu Changxian, seeing our lack of intervention, bent down and lifted He Xiaolong. I watched as he exited the shop, noticing 2 figures standing on the street outside. One was Lu Changshuan's shrouded figure, and the other was a young woman clad in a floral cotton coat. The dim lighting made it difficult to see clearly, yet my heart raced. Upon seeing her, Lu's body stiffened momentarily before he hurriedly took the shrouded figure and vanished around the corner. Once Lu Changxian had departed, I rushed outside, initially intending to embrace her. However, upon seeing her large, watery eyes blinking at me, I felt a wave of shyness wash over me. Despite my embarrassment, I reached out and gently touched the tip of her delicate nose, feeling the warmth of her breath. "Wonderful, you can breathe again," I exclaimed with excitement. Realizing how inappropriate my remark might have sounded, I quickly added, "I didn't mean it that way." With that, I took her hand and led her back inside. Huang Xianer was currently absorbing the residual blood energy left by He Xiaolong. The blood quickly lost its vitality, transforming into a mere pool of clear water. I intended to inquire why He Xiaolong had not perished, but my attention was drawn to Huang Jio, who, dejected and carrying a banana peel, approached. Once Huang Xianer settled down, he placed the banana peel on the ground and knelt with a thud. My lips twitched as I hastily averted my gaze. Their marital issues were not my concern. Fortunately, Huang Jio's departure from home had no bearing on me. I pulled the female corpse onto a chair, admiring her floral cotton coat, which brought warmth to my heart. It was a gift from my mother, placed in the coffin when she was retrieved from the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, now adorning her. It signified our bond and assured me that my parents were safe. Huang Jio, still kneeling before Huang Xianer, began explaining the circumstances of his departure, omitting any mention of me. Huang Xianer narrowed her eyes, puffing on her cigarette, and inquired casually, "What about Lu Changxian? Is he in the provincial city?" At the mention of Lu Changxian, Huang Jio whimpered, "Wife, you must advocate for me." Huang Xianer exhaled a cloud of smoke and replied, "He must die. The status of demons is determined by strength." Huang Jio's submissive demeanor before his wife was indicative of this fact. Yet, with children together, their bond was profound. Huang Xianer's swift judgment of Lu Changshuan's fate demonstrated her fierce protection of Huang Jio. The female corpse, hailing from the 10,000 Great Mountains, had a formidable background. I had not pressed her as Huang Jio had, but I had shown her warmth. However, as we conversed, I sensed something was amiss. No matter what I said, she merely smiled vacantly, her demeanor adorably naive. Realizing the oddity, I turned to Huang Xianer. "Sister Xianer, why does my wife seem a bit off?" Huang Xianer put away her cigarette holder and said, "Li Yang, your wife has not fully awakened. Her mind is somewhat muddled." A chill ran down my spine, and I cautiously asked, "What does muddled mean? Has someone taken her inner core?" As I spoke, I hastily reached to touch the female corpse's abdomen. Unable to discern anything through the floral cotton coat, I inserted my hand inside, feeling her smooth, flat belly, even grazing her navel. Detecting that her inner core remained intact, I playfully tapped her navel. Yet, despite this, she showed no reaction, her large eyes blinking innocently, her long eyelashes resembling delicate brushes, gazing at me with a mix of innocence and curiosity. Seeing her like this, my face flushed, and I withdrew my hand. contemplating that her beauty rendered her apparent foolishness somewhat negligible. Moreover, having exchanged vows with her and knowing she was alone in the city, I could hardly abandon her. Huang Xianer added, "Li Yang, you must prepare yourself. Given her current state, there is a strong possibility she may never awaken." Her words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within me. After a pause, Huang Xian and Apos tentatively proposed, "If you do not wish to keep her, I can take her back to the mountains. However, your fates would be severed, and you might never encounter one another again in this lifetime." At my age, it was a time ripe for fanciful thoughts. For a fleeting moment, I felt an urge to let Huang Xian and Apos take her away. After all, beauty fades with time, and I could not guarantee that I would always cherish her. Huang Jiao interjected, "Li Yang, you must think carefully. If she cannot awaken, you will be destined to live with a fool for the rest of your life. There are countless wonderful girls in the world." Huang Jiao's words were abruptly cut off as Huang Xianer kicked him away like a ball, sending him rolling out the door. However, he quickly picked himself up and scampered back, his demeanor amusing me despite my heavy heart. Chapter 78, The Wedding Night. As the old adage goes, a smile can take 10 years off one's age. I do not feel old, nor do I feel particularly youthful. Yet, in that moment of laughter, the clouds of confusion in my heart dissipated. I turned to Huang Xianer and said, "Sister Xianer, when I wed her, I was utterly clueless. However, from that moment onward, I recognized her as my wife, and I have never regarded her with disdain." Glancing at the female corpse, I could barely contain my eagerness as I suggested, "It is getting late. Let us close the shop and head home." It appeared that the corpse was not entirely oblivious, for as I spoke, the corners of her mouth curled into a smile, enhancing her already captivating beauty. I quickly took her delicate hand in mine. Without tidying up the store, I hastily locked the door and led them out into the quiet streets. The atmosphere remained eerily tranquil. I found myself puzzled. Was it not a simple task to block the pedestrians by creating an illusion at the intersections? Yet, how had Lu Changxian managed to close the shops of the street vendors? After all, a certain old Song the Lame still resided nearby. As I contemplated this mystery, I passed by old Song's shop and noticed a note affixed to the door. Upon reading it, understanding dawned upon me. Old Song had business to attend to and had not opened the previous day. I had been preoccupied with my visit to the museum in the afternoon and had overlooked this detail. Thus, it became clear that Lu Changxian had not approached me out of vengeance for Sun Chao's demise. Rather, he had orchestrated this plan in advance, deliberately avoiding Old Song. With Old Song absent, it was no great feat to ensure that the entire street remained closed for business. Once this puzzle was solved, only the matter of He Xiaolong lingered in my mind. With Huang Xian and Apos present, there was no need for me to carry Huang Jiao. He perched contentedly on his wife's shoulder like a chastised schoolboy, adorably obedient. I caught up with Huang Xianer and broached the topic of the exorcism talisman. She replied, "Brotherly Yang, the talisman you can break poses little threat. My concern lies with He Xiaolong. I wonder if his heart might be situated on the right side?" Huang Xianer shook her head. "No, he possesses a unique power within him. However, do not worry, as long as he remains in the city. Both he and Lu Changxian are destined for demise. A mere stab to the heart will likely send He Xiaolong fleeing from the city. As for Lu Changxian, he may not choose to leave. Yet, killing him will not resolve our issues. It would only incite a furious retaliation from Laozhan. But if Huang Xian and Apos dares to speak so boldly, she must possess her own wisdom. The 10,000 great mountains, those are truly formidable heights. As for me, I must grow stronger to establish my place within the city." Throughout the journey, I silently calculated my plans. I had already tidied up the house. Huang Jiao and his wife would occupy the middle bedroom, while I led the female corpse into the master bedroom. This was my first opportunity to be alone with a living girl, and I felt a flutter of nervousness in my heart. She remained silent, and I too found myself at a loss for words. After half an hour of sitting awkwardly by the bedside, I finally mustered the courage to inquire about her name. The female corpse blinked her large eyes, appearing somewhat puzzled. It seemed she did not recall her name. Yet I could not continue to refer to her simply as the female corpse. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to bestow upon her a name that sounded cultured, Xiao Chui. I called out Xiao Chui a couple of times and, satisfied, instructed her. "If anyone asks your name, tell them you are Xiao Chui. Do you understand?" The female corpse nodded, seemingly grasping my words, and I felt a surge of happiness. Noticing that she could comprehend some speech and was not entirely dull-witted, I glanced back at the soft bed behind me and awkwardly suggested, "Xiao Chui, it is getting late. We should sleep." Xiao Chui understood and slipped off her shoes, revealing her delicate, fair feet as she quietly crawled into the blankets. In my eagerness, I turned off the lights and, after disarming myself in the dark, joined her beneath the covers. Yet, as I embraced her, I found myself uncertain about what to do next. After much contemplation, I gently kissed her lips, covering her with my body to check her heartbeat. As my hands found their place, I felt a wave of reassurance wash over me, and the small flame of anxiety within me gradually extinguished, leading me into slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, I felt invigorated as never before. However, I discovered that Xiao Chui had shifted to the side during the night, leaving me sprawled on the bed alone. Thankfully, my hand still rested on her. I gently checked her heartbeat, which raced like mine. Seeing her fluttering eyes, I could not help but exclaim, "We have already shared our wedding night." I believed it to be so, as I had dreamed of something last night that Xiao Peng had mentioned was a dream only men experience. Observing Xiao Chui's slightly disheveled clothing, I felt a swell of pride. Xiao Chui, though not fully comprehending my words, blinked her large eyes in confusion. I was inclined to linger in bed, but the sound of a young girl's voice from the living room caught my attention. It seemed my second uncle had brought Ting Ting over. Reluctantly, I pulled Xiao Chui from the bed and washed my face. Mimicking my actions, she used water to freshen up, but even so, her skin was as pale as a boiled egg, her cheeks slightly flushed. Noticing a few mischievous droplets of water adorning her face, I quickly grabbed a towel and gently wiped them away. As we opened the door, Aunt Suime and my second uncle stood up. The moment they laid eyes on Xiao Chui, both paused in astonishment. My second uncle cleared his throat hurriedly to mask his surprise, while Aunt Su approached affectionately, examining Xiao Chui closely and exclaiming, "What a stunning girl. Yang, is this your wife?" I nodded, not concealing the truth, and informed Aunt Su that Xiao Chui's mind was somewhat unbalanced. Upon hearing this, Aunt Su sighed regretfully, commenting, "What a pity for such a remarkable girl. No wonder she does not know how to present herself." I glanced at Huang Xianer, seated on the sofa. While she was also quite lovely, she paled in comparison to Xiao Chui. However, her fashionable attire made Xiao Chui appear less radiant. Aunt Su, showing no hint of disdain for Xiao Chui, remarked, "During the day, I shall take you shopping for a few outfits. You could be a real beauty with a little sprucing up." As she spoke, Aunt Su playfully pinched Xiao Chui and Apo's cheek. My second uncle, startled, quickly stepped in to find an excuse to pull Aunt Su away. I guided Xiao Chui to sit beside Huang Xianer, but could not find Huang Jiao. Just as I was about to search for him, I spotted him emerging from the middle bedroom, leaning against the wall. It appeared he too had experienced a delightful night, his legs somewhat wobbly. I was curious how one, transformed, and the other, still a yellow weasel, had managed to enjoy a night of marital bliss. My second uncle, seeing the family gathered, advised me not to open the shop today, suggesting we all go out for a meal together, and he wanted to discuss the shares of the ghost building with me. I had matters to discuss with him as well. I could not conceal Lu Changshuan's affairs. I needed my second uncle to be prepared. However, I preferred to avoid discussing these matters in Aunt Su and Apo's presence. With time still on our side, we chatted amiably at home. I picked up Ting Ting, who had been playing with a toy car in the living room. She appeared much healthier than before, though still somewhat slender. Yet, she was no longer pitiable. Chapter 79. Is Uncle really just a half-baked figure? During our conversation, Aunt Suime was taken aback upon discovering that Huang Xianer was Huang Jiao's wife. Her jaw dropped for quite some time before she could accept this reality. At noon, Aunt Suime made a reservation at a restaurant and invited us out for a meal. The lunch was delightful, save for Huang Jiao, who was visibly upset because Huang Xianer disdainfully remarked about the table, suggesting it was unworthy of human consideration. Huang Jiao's pride took a significant blow, and emboldened by his frustration, he retorted, "You wretched woman, now that you're out of bed, you refuse to acknowledge me and start complaining?" This fierce declaration left Huang Xianer blushing, and she cast a spell that rendered Huang Jiao utterly speechless for the remainder of the meal. After dining, Uncle, Huang Jiao, and I relaxed in the CAF over fruit juices while Aunt Suime took Xiao Chui and Huang Xianer shopping. Seizing the opportunity, I recounted the events of the previous night. Uncle fell into a prolonged silence after listening, and I was at a loss for words, for in his eyes, I would always remain a child. By revealing this, I inadvertently transferred the burden of pressure onto him. Uncle is not a superhero. He cannot solve every problem. Faced with the challenges of Laozhan and Longhushan, he, like me, would feel a sense of helplessness. After a long pause, Uncle finally spoke, "You lack martial skills. Engaging in conflict could lead to your downfall. I suggest you pay a visit to Song Kezi during the day and learn a few self-defense techniques. As for Lu Changxian, with your wife and Huang Xianer present, they will not dare to act recklessly." I reminded Uncle, "But Xiao Chui has some issues. She struggles to articulate even simple sentences. Can she really intimidate anyone?" Uncle replied, "The reputation of the 10,000 Great Mountains is not something anyone can provoke. They understand the gravity of the situation." However, Uncle seemed troubled. "Uncle, please speak freely. This was a conversation I should not have initiated. It is imperative that you and your wife resolve your living arrangements soon. Xiao Chui's background is shrouded in mystery, and I fear future complications. Blushing, I confessed, "Uncle, it seems we have already crossed that line." Uncle stared at me for a while, his gaze peculiar, and remarked, "If there are things you do not understand, you might consider asking Huangjiu." Huangjiu chuckled on the side. Could it be that last night was indeed our wedding night? However, since it pertains to Xiao Chui, I felt it inappropriate to discuss further. I shifted the topic. "Uncle, honestly, I am more concerned about you." Uncle responded, "Do not worry about me. I have navigated the city for so long, and I am not easily intimidated." Suddenly, I felt a disconcerting realization that I might not truly understand Uncle. Was he merely a half-baked figure, or had he mastered the profound wisdom of his 9-character mantra? Uncle lit a cigarette, taking a leisurely puff, and proclaimed, "Even if the sky were to fall, life must go on." I nodded, quietly sipping my juice. At that moment, Huangjiu abruptly raised his hand. I wish to speak." Coughing, Uncle choked on the smoke, squinting at Huangjiu. "If you have something to say, just say it. No need for formalities." Before Huang Xian'er arrived in town, Huangjiu was quite the chatterbox, but now, it seemed he had reverted to a timid child. He leapt onto the table, inhaled deeply, and lamented, "They say when serfs rise up, they reclaim their possessions. Look at me now. As your brother, does it not pain your hearts?" Uncle and I exchanged glances, our expressions betraying our true feelings. Their marital issues were beyond our purview, and we dared not interfere. How many shape-shifting demons exist in this world? Huangjiu, noticing our nonchalant expressions, looked disheartened. In the end, Huangjiu, misjudged the situation. I interrupted, "Speak plainly." Huangjiu promptly leaned back on the table, lowering his voice. "I want to transform." Uncle and I could no longer contain our laughter. Was the transformation of a demon as simple as uttering a wish? Even if he swore to shatter the heavens or battered his head to the ground, mere sincerity would not suffice. Given his current cultivation, perhaps in a century, he might see a glimmer of hope. As for the elixir, once Xiao Chui awakens, it will no longer be dispersed, making any proximity to her futile. Huangjiu, undeterred, inquired, "But that old hag had a head 50 years ago and never broke through. Think about it. How did she suddenly transform completely?" His question sparked my own doubts. Could it be that Xiao Chui had assisted her? Tentatively, I asked Huangjiu, "Do you wish for Xiao Chui's help?" Huangjiu, showing some self-awareness, shook his head. "Even if your wife is willing, with my meager skills, transformation is impossible." "Well then, focus on your cultivation for now." I mused that perhaps Huang Xian'er had knocked some sense into him, for he was voicing impossible thoughts. Huangjiu's eyes darted, and he whispered, "If I could devour the spirit of the demon trapped within the ancient mirror at the museum, I might transform on the spot." I tightened my grip on the drink, asking, "Are you certain?" Huangjiu affirmed, "Absolutely. I never dared to hope before, but with both our wives present as long as they assist, it shouldn't be a problem." I furrowed my brow. If Huangjiu were to transform, it would undoubtedly serve as an additional safeguard. Uncle inquired, "Did you discern how many tails that fox possessed?" I replied, "I did not see clearly." After a moment of contemplation, Uncle stated, "Let us not rush into this. I will contact Director Qian and see if we can borrow the bronze mirror. When the time comes, you too must examine it thoroughly. Remember, do not act recklessly without certainty. Breaking seals and stealing spirits cannot occur within the museum. However, given its origins from the Western Zhou dynasty, borrowing it may prove difficult. It remains to be seen how Uncle will navigate this." Upon hearing Uncle's willingness to assist, Huangjiu was elated, flailing his arms in excitement. It seemed he was fantasizing about confronting Huang Xian'er. This couple truly is a peculiar pair, resembling sworn enemies. In the afternoon, Aunt Sui-mei and the others returned. Uncle cradled Ting-Ting as we exited the restaurant. Passing a bank, Uncle withdrew 100,000 in cash and handed me a bank card. I invited them to my home for a visit. Aunt Sui-mei was keen to go, but Uncle glanced upward and said, "Let us save it for another day." With Uncle saying so, I held my tongue. Xiao Chui's presence had extinguished any interest I had in running the shop. Yet Huangjiu was eager to escape Huang Xian'er's side, urging me to open the store as soon as I had stowed Xiao Chui's clothes in the wardrobe. The fluctuations of fortune are like the waxing and waning of the moon. Uncle and I managed several substantial transactions in quick succession, ensuring no major business would arise shortly. However, rushing into things could lead to losses. The decision to open or not held little significance. Yet, unable to withstand Huangjiu's persistent urging, I left Xiao Chui and Huang Xian and Apos, or at home, and ventured out to open the store. Upon reaching the street corner, I spotted Su Dazhuang loitering at the entrance. Huangjiu remarked, "That old fellow looks anxious. He must be in trouble." My thoughts did not linger on that, but rather on how swiftly Uncle had departed. Could it be that he truly possessed a prophetic insight? Chapter 80, Mastering Martial Arts. As I pondered over my uncle's affairs, I approached. Upon reaching him, I called out, "Grandfather." To my astonishment, Su Dazhuang responded with a rare grunt. a sound so soft yet so surprising that I hurriedly opened the door to welcome him inside. I took a moment to examine him with my spiritual sight. His aura seemed normal, and his features appeared untroubled. However, his eyes were bloodshot, indicating he had not rested well for several days. Unable to discern further, I cautiously inquired, "Grandfather, have you encountered some trouble? Would you care to share?" Su Dachuang's gaze flickered, his tone irritable as he retorted, "What trouble could I have? Just give me 2 more of those talismans." He placed 30,000 yuan on the table. The talismans I had given to my uncle were left at the store, yet at this rate, even 20 talismans would soon be depleted. Had it been anyone else, I would have surely refused to sell. Seeing my hesitation, Su Dachuang urged, "Hurry up." His impatience was palpable, so I said nothing and retrieved 4 talismans from the warehouse. Before I could utter a word, he took the talismans and swiftly departed. Huang Jiu approached and asked, "Should I send someone to follow him?" After a moment's hesitation, I nodded. My concern lay not with other matters, but with the possibility of Laojun Mountain and Longhu Mountain targeting those close to me. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiu immediately retreated into the inner room. I contemplated whether to call my uncle, but decided against it. His avoidance of Su Dachuang suggested a strained relationship. 2 hot-headed individuals together would surely lead to conflict. It was wiser to let Huang Jiu send someone to keep an eye on him. The entire morning was spent basking in the sun, and I only closed up shop at noon, packing food to bring home. Xiaozui, dressed in the pleated skirt bought by Aunt Su Yimei, floated through the living room like a little fairy. Although not particularly sharp-witted, her smile was radiant. With Huang Xianer accompanying her, I felt a sense of relief. Of course, Xiaozui might also be a formidable character in her own right, as evidenced by Huang Xianer, Huang Jiu, and my uncle's wariness of her. Nonetheless, I had yet to witness her in action, and thus treated her as an ordinary person, tending to her with care. I handed the 100,000 yuan in cash given by my uncle to Huang Xianer. Living in the city necessitated some funds, especially since Huang Jiu had a share in this money. Huang Xianer was not one to overlook financial matters. If I were to be a miser, it would not bode well. Furthermore, I had promised them that we would be like family in the future. During lunch, Xiaozui did not eat much, but her clumsiness left her face smeared with grease. I found myself forgetting to eat, instead using napkins to wipe her mouth repeatedly. By the end of the meal, I was filled with delight, having not eaten a single bite myself. Huang Xianer, having spent years in the mountains, had never tasted such delicacies. She only paused after finishing an entire chicken, wiping her mouth with a napkin and saying, "Liang, dear brother, having a solid background is both a blessing and a burden. Your wife appearing here will undoubtedly attract trouble. You must be mentally prepared." I nodded, having anticipated this. Once Old Song returned, I planned to learn martial arts from him and quickly master the 9-character mantra. The 9-character mantra I had used against He Xiaolong was merely superficial. It lacked depth. However, even such rudimentary skills wielded significant power. Once fully mastered, the effects would be profound. As for the energy within me, it was said that youth in martial arts is formidable, while age brings limitations. This was something that could only be accumulated over time. There was no rushing it. After lunch, I lounged on the sofa, holding Xiaozui's hand and reluctant to part. Unfortunately, my phone rang at an inopportune moment. It was my uncle, saying Old Song had returned and urging me to come immediately. I felt reluctant, while Huang Jiu seemed eager to leave at once. Inside the house, he dared not speak, let alone make a sound. Had it not been for his attentiveness to Huang Xian and Appos, I might have forgotten his presence altogether. I informed Xiaozui that I needed to step out and advised Huang Xianer to take a stroll if she found herself bored, to experience city life. To my surprise, Xiaozui came to see me off, making me wish to return home as soon as I stepped outside. However, I couldn't and Appos remain idle, should Huang Xian and Appos leave. I needed to be capable of protecting her. Suppressing my reluctance, I pressed the elevator button. Once outside, Huang Jiu exhaled deeply. The air outside is refreshing. I held back a question until I could no longer contain myself. "Brother Huang, if you dislike Xianer so much, why endure this pain?" Huang Jiu fell silent, maintaining his silence throughout our journey. It seemed there was a story behind his demeanor, and a significant one at that. I dared not press further. Upon reaching Old Song and Appos' shop, I left a note with my contact information at the door before proceeding inside. Old Song and Appos' establishment was smaller than ours, measuring over 30 square meters, with incense and paper offerings outside. Inside, a T-shaped display case held various urns, though modest in size. The back led to a courtyard where Old Song crafted urns. Perhaps due to his military background, the wooden materials in the courtyard were neatly arranged, giving the small area a sense of ample space. Old Song reclined in a chair and asked, "Li Er mentioned you wish to learn self-defense skills?" I nodded. He took a sip of water and said, "Martial arts are tools for killing. They lack the elegance you might imagine and can be quite ungraceful. certainly failing to attract the attention of young ladies. I was somewhat speechless. My intent was not to impress, but to prepare for conflict, even violence. Besides, I had seen this firsthand. Lu Changxian and Appo's movements were broad and ungainly, reminiscent of a gorilla swinging its fists, yet each strike was precise, targeting vital areas and cutting off my escape routes. Old Song extracted a cigarette from his pack. I quickly grabbed a lighter to ignite it for him. After taking a puff, he instructed, "Tell me about your encounters with others." I settled onto a small stool beside him and recounted my battle with Lu Changxian in detail. After finishing a cigarette, Old Song rose to find a round log, placing it on the ground before laying a plank atop it, instructing me to stand on it. My expression darkened. This seemed more suited for a circus performance than martial training. I couldn't help but protest, "Grandpa Song, I'm here to learn martial arts, not to perform tricks on a balance beam." Upon seeing my disdain, he frowned and retorted, "I'm only training you because of Lier. If you don't want to learn, then leave. Don't waste my time." The old man's temper was quite fiery. I bit my lip, reluctant to make things difficult for my uncle, and feeling somewhat defiant. I shed my outer jacket and approached the plank, thinking, how hard can it be to stand on a plank? Old Song scoffed, "Not difficult, huh? Then if you can't balance today, don't bother coming back." Fueled by youthful bravado, I thought to myself that I could easily stand and even run on it. So I readily agreed. However, once I stepped on, a sinking feeling gripped my heart. Chapter 81. The serpent coils around the waist. The wood is circular, and the contact surface between the plank and it is minimal. As soon as I stood on it, the plank wobbled precariously. Upon witnessing my fall, Old Song chuckled derisively and retreated into the shop. Frustrated, I readjusted the wooden tube and plank, attempting once more to balance myself atop. However, even in a crouch, I could barely maintain my position for 2 seconds before tumbling down, let alone stand upright. Determined, I rolled up my sleeves and resolved to confront the wooden tube again. Yet, by lunchtime, I could only manage to stand for 5 or 6 seconds, and any gust of wind would send me crashing down. At that moment, Huang Jiao ran over, complaining of hunger. I initially intended to suggest to Old Song that I would take food back and return afterward, but upon seeing his condescending expression, irritation welled up inside me. I instructed Huang Jiao to head back, asking him to bring Huang Xianer and Xiao Chui out for a meal. Huang Jiao, observing my precarious stance on the wooden stump, appeared eager to applaud like a spectator, but a sharp glare from me sent him scurrying off with the message. In less than an hour, he returned, seemingly hoping to witness my embarrassment, but I sent him back to the shop. After several hours of exertion, I too felt the pangs of hunger and bought a few buns from the next door to satiate myself. Exhausted, I settled down to meditate and recuperate. With the aid of my inner energy, by the following morning, I had finally subdued the wooden tube. Just as I was about to boast to Old Song, he brought over a wooden figure, densely studded with nails, half driven into its surface. Old Song brandished an iron rod and, with a swift thrust, drove a nail completely in. He handed me the rod, instructing, "Stand on the plank and drive all the nails in completely." Brimming with confidence, I took the rod, but upon grasping it, I faltered. Any exertion I applied caused me to lose my balance and fall. After half a day, I managed to exert force while maintaining my equilibrium, only to discover that the wooden figure was quite light. A strong thrust merely toppled it rather than driving in the nail. However, I soon grasped the trick behind Old Song and Appo's intentions. Maintaining balance required precise control over my body. Now, the challenge was speed and explosive power. Only with sufficient speed and force could I drive the nails without toppling the wooden figure. Yet, understanding this was one thing. Executing it was quite another. After a day of effort, I had yet to drive a single nail in. Fortunately, Old Song did not make things difficult for me, allowing me to return home that evening. Upon my return, I hurriedly took a shower. Emerging, I found Xiao Chui already nestled under the covers. Eagerly, I turned off the light, disarmed myself, and climbed onto the bed, covering myself with her. However, in my preoccupation with practicing with Old Song, I had forgotten to inquire about the specifics of consummation from Huang Jiao. My heart racing, I impulsively reached to remove Xiao Chui's clothing. Yet she, who had initially encouraged my advances, now clutched her garments tightly, refusing to let me proceed. In a moment of heated impulse, I gasped for breath and attempted to forcefully unarm her. In the ensuing struggle, Xiao Chui suddenly bit down on my shoulder. The sharp pain jolted me back to reality. Regaining my composure, I was filled with regret, repeatedly apologizing to her. However, Xiao Chui turned her back to me, refusing to respond and denying my advances. Fortunately, when I attempted to check her heartbeat, she did not resist. Holding something in her hand, I continued my apologies until I unknowingly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I awoke still pondering the previous night's events. To my surprise, Xiao Chui appeared unbothered, cheerfully joining me as we rose to wash up. It then dawned on me that she was rather simple-minded and did not remember. Perhaps it was for the best. I could attempt again in a few days. After all, I had already disarmed myself. Her clothed form was not as inviting. In the following days, my routine consisted of leaving in the mornings to open the shop, then attending Old Song for lessons. Huang Xianer, having acclimated to city life, would take Xiao Chui out shopping during the day. Each evening upon returning home, I would encounter a mountain of packaging in the living room. Initially, I had dismissed my uncle's warning about the perils of excess wealth, believing that even with 10 to 20 million, I could never find myself destitute. Yet now, I was a believer. My heart ached with trepidation. But seeing Xiao Chui's happiness, I kept my feelings to myself. After more than 10 days of practice, I had finally mastered rolling the round log and accurately driving the nails into the wooden figure. I had thought that achieving this milestone would lead Old Song to teach me martial skills, but instead, he presented me with a new, electrically powered wooden figure that wobbled left and right, instructing me to continue driving in nails. After half a month, I had yet to learn a single technique, and frustration began to mount. However, when I approached him about it, Old Song simply retorted, "If you don't want to learn, then leave." Desperate to acquire his battlefield skills, I endured. One day, as I was busy hammering nails into the bobbing wooden figure, Huang Jiao rushed over, announcing that Su Dazhuang had returned. A few days prior, Huang Jiao had sent some of our younger brothers to deal with him, but they had been thwarted by the community security, leading to a few clever rats meeting their demise. I calculated the time, for talismans, each taking 4 days. It seemed Su Dazhuang was indeed in dire straits. I descended from the cylindrical platform, wiped the sweat from my brow, and exchanged greetings with Old Song before returning to the shop. Su Dazhuang was agitated, approaching me with urgency, grasping my hand as he asked, "Liang, do you believe in the existence of spirits and demons?" I was taken aback for a moment, amused by his inquiry. "Grandfather, with such a question, if there weren't, would you be willing to pay 10,000 for a talisman? Surely you can count." Just as I took a sip of water, Su Dazhuang urged me, "Close the door." His secretive demeanor piqued my curiosity, prompting me to use the remote to close the rolling shutter. Once the door was shut, the old man began removing his clothing. My brow furrowed as I pondered his intentions. It wasn't until he stood fully exposed that I gasped in shock. A thick, dark brown mark, the width of a wrist, wound around his right waist, encircling his body before emerging from his right armpit, the head resembling a serpent's, its tongue flicking ominously toward his heart. This was no mere tattoo. I hastily set down my cup and approached for a closer inspection. "Grandfather, how long has this been troubling you?" I inquired. "It's been nearly a month," Su Dazhuang replied. "When it flares up, I experience unbearable pain in my chest, accompanied by intense itching as if something is growing within me. I have consulted numerous renowned doctors to no avail. It was only after encountering your talisman through that Zhang girl that I found some relief from this torment." "No wonder you can discern the authenticity of talismans," I remarked. "It's fortunate you have been carrying one. Otherwise, this serpent coiling around your waist might have developed scales, and even the divine would struggle to save you at that point." "What exactly is this serpent coiling around the waist?" Su Dazhuang asked anxiously. Huang Jiao, perched on my shoulder, could not help but interject, "That's a feng shui predicament, grandfather. Someone has tampered with your ancestral grave." Huang Jiao's unexpected speech startled Su Dazhuang, causing him to stumble. I quickly steadied him, saying, "Grandfather, Huang Jiao is a spirit. His ability to speak is entirely reasonable." Reasonable, indeed. The old man, who had long been skeptical of such matters, seemed reluctant to consult my uncle, perhaps due to past mockery. Now, Huang Jiao's articulate speech had left him profoundly shaken. Chapter 82. The Earthly Black Dragon. I assisted Su Dazhuang in donning his garments and offered him a few sips of water to quell his shock. Once he regained his composure, I remarked, "Grandfather, it seems that there is a disturbance at your ancestral grave. We must hasten to your family mausoleum while the serpent's coil has yet to solidify, in order to dispel this predicament." Considering that Su Dazhuang may not be a native of the provincial capital, I added, "If the journey is lengthy, I shall need to summon my second uncle." Su Dazhuang, coming to his senses, quickly replied, "Not far, not far. Years ago, I had the graves relocated to the city, right in the suburbs." It must be noted that the old gentleman truly lacks faith in our practices. Otherwise, who would relocate ancestral graves when business is thriving? Initially, I intended to have my second uncle handle the matter to ease their relations, but observing the old man's reaction, I refrained from further comment. Some conflicts cannot be resolved in a day. I turned to Huang Jiao and inquired whether he wished to bring his wife along. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiao thumped his chest with his paw and declared, "Such trivial matters can be resolved by me alone. No need for that troublesome woman. Moreover, the graveyard is laden with heavy energy. Bringing your little Chui along would not be advisable. I must admit, he knows how to manipulate me well." I had no desire for Chui to accompany me on this errand. After gathering blood spikes and 5 imperial coins, I set out with Su Dazhuang. He hurried after me, anxiously asking if there was a solution. I replied, "Grandfather, we shall only know once we arrive at the grave." Huang Jiao and I had previously observed the old man's aura, yet we could not discern anything. I feared it was not merely a serpent's coil, and I dared not make any guarantees. Su Dazhuang adjusted his attire and led us through a narrow alley until we emerged onto a larger road. It was then that I realized the old gentleman had instructed the driver to stop here while he walked to the shop himself. Truly, it echoed Huang Jiao's earlier remark, clinging to pride while suffering in silence. As we passed a hardware store, I instructed the driver to procure a hoe. Unfortunately, such an item was unavailable in the city, and he returned with a shovel. I gestured, and we would have to make do. Seeing this, Su Dazhuang, filled with concern, asked, "Liang, are you planning to excavate my ancestral grave?" Regardless of belief, the excavation of ancestral graves is a significant matter for anyone. I reassured him. "Do not worry, grandfather. I shall exercise discretion." Yet, Su Dazhuang remained anxious. The driver navigated swiftly, and before noon, we arrived at the graveyard. Upon arrival, I discovered that the graves Su Dazhuang had relocated were not merely one, but several. The layout appeared rather haphazard. Nonetheless, despite the seemingly random placements, the developer had certainly arranged the site with care. Given Su Dazhuang's skepticism towards geomancy, he adhered to the principles of clarity. The land, family, and individuals were all pure. Thus, even with the relocation of the graves, one would not anticipate any issues. Yet, it was precisely this situation that caused my concern, for under normal circumstances, the feng shui here would not be conducive to gathering energy. Now, with Su Dazhuang encountering problems, it could only be attributed to human interference. I feared it might be a ploy by those from Laoshan, but fortunately, when Su Dazhuang faced his troubles, Lu Changxian and his apprentice had yet to find me. One mere He Shaoyan could not orchestrate such a scheme. 3 generations had become estranged from their ancestral graves, and if one grave faced issues, it would not only affect a single individual, but many. Thus, I proceeded directly to the graves of Su Dazhuang's parents and immediately activated my spiritual sight. Strangely, I found nothing unusual. Yet, since I could not ascertain the situation surrounding Su Dazhuang, I remained cautious. I inspected all the Su family burial mounds, and, finding no anomalies, returned to the joint grave of Su Dazhuang and Appo's parents. "Grandfather, were your parents buried or cremated?" I glanced up at the sun, which was nearing its zenith. Su Dazhuang replied, "Buried." I nodded and remained still. Noticing my inaction, Su Dazhuang grew anxious again and asked, "Liang, is there an issue?" "Oh, no problem. It's just that with the sun so high, the yang energy is too strong for me to discern anything. I shall take another look when it reaches noon." The juncture where Yin prevails. Being family, I felt no need to embellish the truth. Su Dazhuang muttered something, but I could not catch his words. At that moment, the clock struck 12, and I activated my spiritual sight once more. This time, I finally perceived a wisp of black mist entwined around the tombstone. It was faint, evidently. The one who set this trap was not particularly skilled. Unfortunately, since it was family, had it been a gullible outsider, I could have easily taken advantage of the situation. I contemplated stepping forward to dispel the malevolent energy accumulating on the tombstone with my vital essence, thus obviating the need for excavation. Huang Jiao, sensing my intent, quickly interjected, "Little Li, allow me to demonstrate for grandfather." Hearing this, I halted and relinquished the opportunity to him. Huang Jiao perched on my shoulder and addressed Su Dazhuang, "Grandfather, observe closely. I shall showcase my prowess, and when I visit your restaurant, I expect a complimentary meal." I found his eagerness amusing. It was clear he was merely seeking a free lunch. Su Dazhuang, still adjusting to Huang Jiao's ability to speak, nodded with a twisted expression. Huang Jiao inhaled deeply, puffed out his cheeks, and forcefully expelled a gust of demonic energy. As his demonic aura swept forth, the barely perceptible malevolent energy on the tombstone became evident, beginning to dissipate. Just as the toxic energy seemed poised to vanish, a sudden black whirlwind erupted from the grave mound. The wind arose abruptly and peculiarly, quickly enveloping the surroundings, dimming our vision, and was soon accompanied by a deep, thunderous roar. From within the grave, a black dragon surged into the sky, swiftly diving down and unleashing a deafening roar directed at us. The sound was so overwhelming that I stumbled backward. Yet, before I could hit the ground, I braced myself with my hands, sprang back to my feet, drew out the blood spike, and swiftly thrust it forward. The blood spike erupted in a burst of crimson light, causing the black dragon to roar in fury and retreat back into the grave mound. Su Dazhuang, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath and incredulously asking, "What was that just now?" "The earthly black dragon." I replied. my pupils glimmering with a faint golden light as I activated the second layer of my spiritual sight, observing the black dragon lying on the grave mound, glaring at us in fury. In mere seconds, a searing pain coursed through my eyes, compelling me to close my spiritual sight. Huang Jiao, still shaken, clambered back onto my shoulder and exclaimed, "How did the serpent's coil transform into a black dragon?" I offered no response, but circumvented the tombstone, addressing Su Dazhuang, "Grandfather, I must apologize." With that, I plunged the blood spike into the grave mound. As the blood spike pierced the earth, it instantly turned a vibrant red. Not daring to delay, I hastily grabbed the shovel and began to dig at the spot where the three barriers met. After excavating less than half a meter, I unearthed the corpse of a cobra. It was a snake, not a dragon. Surely, no one could conjure a true dragon to manipulate the feng shui. Yet, why did the serpent manifest as a black dragon? Moreover, my first layer of spiritual sight revealed nothing. Perplexed, I hesitated to disturb the snake's corpse in the earth. Turning once more to activate the second layer of my spiritual sight, enduring the searing pain as I sought the dragon's tail. Chapter 83. Earth Pearl. My spiritual eye possesses 3 layers, however, after enhancement. It does not grant any extraordinary abilities, but merely allows me to perceive a greater array of phenomena. For instance, before me lies a coiled venomous snake. The first layer fails to detect its presence, while the second layer reveals it. Currently, I can only barely access the second layer, and I cannot maintain it for long. It feels as if sharp needles are incessantly piercing my eyes, inflicting excruciating pain. Upon catching sight of the general landing point of the black dragon's tail, I hastily closed my spiritual eye. At some point, Huang Jiao had taken a perch on Su Dazhuang's shoulder, directing him to follow me while animatedly explaining the concept of the coiled venomous snake. "Old sir." The so-called coiled venomous snake refers to the act of burying a venomous snake at the 3 critical points of a grave. When the snake's venom seeps into these points, it contaminates the bones, creating a toxic malevolence that befalls future generations. Su Dazhuang's complexion paled, his eyes reflecting a calculating glint, likely pondering who might wish him harm. Huang Jiao continued, "The 3 critical points are the blood point, the bone point, and the sky point. The blood point pertains to bloodlines, the bone point can be understood as DNA, and the sky point represents fortune. Consider this, if your bloodline, DNA, and fortune are tainted by poison, how could one possibly thrive?" Su Dazhuang appeared bewildered, somewhat incredulous, yet he merely murmured in acknowledgement, aware that if he did not respond, Huang Jiao would continue his inquiries. As for Huang Jiao's ulterior motive, it was simply to scrounge a free steak. Nevertheless, he was not entirely mistaken. The feng shui of a grave revolves around these 3 critical points. Without locating them, it would be futile to bury a venomous snake, let alone a nuclear power station. I ventured over 50 meters before halting in a hollow. Noticing me turn back, Huang Jiao exclaimed, tugging at Su Dazhuang's hair, "Old sir, look, to assist you." Little Li's eyes are bleeding. I had always assumed it was tears, but upon his reminder, I hastily wiped my eyes, discovering it was indeed blood. It seemed my insufficient mastery in the arts had caused significant harm by forcibly activating the second layer of my spiritual eye. Gazing ahead, I stated, "I have used blood to suppress the toxic malevolence gathering at the 3 critical points, but I cannot maintain it for long. The 3 of us must separate to search. Within this hollow, there lies a patch of crimson earth. Whoever finds it should call out." I allocated our tasks, and Huang Jiao leaped down from Su Dazhuang's shoulder. The 3 of us fanned out, delving deeper into the hollow. After approximately 5 to 6 minutes, Su Dazhuang shouted. I hurried over. The hollow was sparsely populated with trees, yet wild grasses thrived. However, the patch of ground just before Su Dazhuang, measuring a square meter, was devoid of grass, revealing soil of a striking vermilion hue. This was the spot. I furrowed my brow, noting some unusual elements. Nevertheless, I retrieved my shovel, preparing to excavate the cursed earth to disperse the toxic aura. Just as I was about to commence, a voice emerged from behind. "Little brother, if you dig there, while the toxic aura may dissipate, the dragoness energy beneath will surge forth, causing tremors for miles around. That would not bode well." Turning to look, I saw Zhanling approaching us slowly. Despite her deliberate pace, I was concerned she might stumble. Huang Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment, and even Su Dazhuang appeared entranced, as if he had never before encountered such a dire omen. However, being of advanced age, he quickly regained his composure, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment, hesitant to speak. For several evenings, I had been monitoring Xiaochui's heartbeat, finding her physique quite suitable. Having already seen her once, my curiosity was now fleeting, and my gaze soon shifted away from Zhanling. I feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Are you suggesting that this place connects to the underground dragon vein?" Zhanling nodded. More accurately, she trembled, her overwhelming aura causing her movements to exude a tempestuous force. The waves surged, and I felt somewhat dizzy. If unleashed, that force could suffocate a person. Realizing I had diverged from the main issue, I quickly refocused my thoughts. The transformation of the snake into a dragon merely stirred the Earth's energy. I recognized this immediately. However, the notion of earth tremors was of no concern to me. Once my attention shifted back, I no longer felt disoriented and asked Zhang Ling, "What brings you here? Is the coiled venomous snake still on your bounty list?" Zhang Ling approached, halting a few steps away, concerned she might push me. I instinctively took a couple of steps back. She chuckled, showcasing her assets. Huang Jiao returned to my shoulder, extending his body and neck, eyes bulging in anticipation. Zhang Ling seemed undeterred, asking, "Little brother, have you ever heard of the Earth Pearl?" I nodded, suddenly comprehending her implication. It is said that atop the underground dragon vein, a crystal forms over time, coalescing into a pearl. This is what Zhang Ling referred to as the Earth Pearl, also known as the Dragon Pearl. She intended for me to find the Earth Pearl to suppress the dragon vein's energy and subsequently dispel the curse. If I were to proceed with such a plan, I might as well dash headfirst into a tree. Firstly, locating the Earth Pearl was beyond my capabilities. Secondly, Huang Jiao had already stirred the toxic malevolence, awakening the dragon vein's energy, transforming the snake into a black dragon, setting aside the fact that the black dragon itself is a malevolent entity. Even if it were another dragon, Su Dazhuang would not withstand the events of the night. Understanding her intent, I directly stated, "I have alternative methods to suppress the Earth's energy. The Earth Pearl holds no interest for me. My grandfather once said that every individual bears their own karmic retribution. The more people involved, the more complications arise, leading to potential troubles. Furthermore, Zhang Ling had pursued me here, bringing up the Earth Pearl, suggesting she had ulterior motives." Zhang Ling probed, "You can suppress the Earth's energy?" I nodded. She rolled her eyes in disbelief. I refrained from elaborating. "It is said that to strike a snake, one must aim for its vital points. The dragon energy in the earth bends when encountering mountains and submerges when meeting water. Each bend and dip represents a dragon's spine. And with my second layer spiritual eye, I could easily identify the critical points along the dragon's spine. As long as I could secure 7 vital points, the dragoness energy would dissipate. Were it not for her sudden appearance, I would have proceeded directly to dispel the malevolence. However, that would ultimately be a nefarious act. If no one witnessed it, it would be fine, but if someone were to see and spread the word, it could lead to complications. After all, releasing the energy from below could impact the feng shui of hundreds of miles around." Zhang Ling scrutinized me for several seconds before speaking. "The Earth Pearl is currently within the city. My teammates have gone to escort members of the Three Yin sect, and with insufficient manpower, I came to seek your assistance. By obtaining the Earth Pearl, you can resolve the situation here, and I can complete my task. In return, I will offer you a sum of money. What do you say?" I stroked my chin and shook my head, not interested. Did she truly believe I was a fool? The Earth Pearl, if it were to appear, would be of considerable worth in itself. The money she offered would undoubtedly be merely a fraction of her commission. Yet Zhang Ling, with a beaming smile, remarked, "The one currently possessing the Earth Pearl is targeting your little wife. The Earth Pearl is also intended to deal with her. Will you truly turn a blind eye?" Chapter 84. Confronting Xiaotsue, I furrowed my brow, scrutinizing the chest of Zhang Ling, discerning the veracity of her words. The people from the 10,000 great mountains hailed her as the Mountain Master. If she truly held that title, then the Earth Pearl would indeed exert a suppressive influence over her, for the mountain is rich with dragon energy, while the Mountain Master draws energy from it, making them natural adversaries. I looked at Zhang Ling and said, "If the Earth Pearl falls into your hands, how can I be assured that you won't use it against my wife?" Zhang Ling replied, "There is no task concerning your wife on the Demon Hunter's bounty list. Just because they're ISNT1 now doesn't mean they're 1TB in the future." However, I refrained from voicing this thought, feigning hesitation as I glanced at Su Dazhuang. The earth energy has already shifted, the black dragon is entangled, and my grandfather may not survive tonight. Regardless of who possesses the Earth Pearl, acquiring it will not be easy. Today's issues cannot be resolved. Otherwise, Zhang Ling wouldn't have sought me out. Zhang Ling cast a glance at Su Dazhuang. Hearing my words, Su Dazhuang appeared somewhat anxious, humbly stating, "Miss, I am Li Yang and Apos, grandfather." Upon hearing Su Dazhuang acknowledge our familial connection, I felt a sense of bittersweet reflection. How I wish my second uncle were here at this moment. Zhang Ling addressed me. "If you possess the Buddhist bone relic, give it to your grandfather. It will sustain him for 7 days." I turned to Huang Jiao, giving him a knowing look, and he promptly retrieved the Buddhist bone relic from his pouch. "Grandfather, this is a national treasure. We borrowed it from the museum, so please do not lose it. If you do, it would lead to severe consequences." Huang Jiao was indeed bold to say such things. My second uncle had gone to great lengths to obtain a simple mirror, let alone a Buddhist bone relic. Yet, as long as the item was genuine, The rest was inconsequential. Su Dazhuang nervously accepted the Buddhist bone relic, and upon feeling a change within himself, hurriedly lifted his shirt to inspect it. The snake mark on his body had notably faded. I said, "Grandfather, this is merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Once we obtain the earth pearl and dismantle the feng shui formation here, we can consider the matter settled. You should also reflect on whether you have offended anyone. As long as the formation remains intact, our adversaries will likely refrain from making a move. However, should we break it, they may come directly to confront us. After all, those who set traps for others must have ulterior motives. If we can discover their identities beforehand, we might prepare ourselves." Su Dazhuang, being perceptive, understood my words and sincerely replied, "Li Yang, I thank you." Observing the transformation in Su Dazhuang, I grasped a profound truth. Belief is also a matter of necessity. I added, "Grandfather, we are family, so there is no need for formalities. My second uncle and Aunt Sui Mei have already registered their marriage. You should make time to visit them." Su Dazhuang was taken aback by this revelation, his mouth agape in shock, and a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes. Fearing that my well-meaning intentions might backfire, I quickly reassured him, "Grandfather, this is not something I should meddle in. But I have observed certain matters that weigh heavily on my heart. They are currently very happy, and ISNT at what you have long desired for Aunt Sui Mei to be joyful and fulfilled." Su Dazhuang remained silent, merely letting out a deep sigh. I could not discern his thoughts, but I was confident my words would leave some impact. Whether it would be beneficial or detrimental, I could not ascertain. With Zhanling having located me, I would not accompany Su Dazhuang any further, for these individuals were not meant to be part of his world. Upon returning to the tomb, I buried the snake's corpse and retracted the scalding blood spikes. After escorting Su Dazhuang to the parking area, I reminded him, "Grandfather, should you encounter any issues while I am away, you must reach out to my second uncle. He knows what to do." Mentioning my second uncle elicited a sense of aversion in Su Dazhuang. He stuttered, and I refrained from pressing him too hard, lest I provoke a negative reaction. After bidding farewell to Su Dazhuang, Zhanling placed a hand on my shoulder. It was then that I noticed not only was she fierce, but she was also quite tall. Xiao Cui stood a head taller than me, while Zhanling was a head and a half taller. It seemed I would need to grow until I reached 18 to match her height. "Little brother, you haven't inquired about how much I would pay you yet. Yet you have already agreed?" Unintentionally, Zhanling leaned against my shoulder. If she were any taller, she would have brushed against my face. "As long as you do not use the earth pearl against my wife, the matter of money is of little consequence." I forced a smile, albeit insincerely. Huang Jiao interjected, "Discussing money may harm our relationship. Why not talk about something else?" Gulps. Huang Jiao swallowed hard. However, Zhanling completely disregarded his suggestion. She laughed heartily, resembling an older sister as she embraced my shoulder and led me toward a nearby off-road vehicle. Once inside the vehicle, Zhanling finally revealed the specifics. The earth pearl was in the possession of a geomancer who had taken refuge in a temple outside the city and was not to be underestimated. The geomancer is a unique profession, possessing skills in locating dragon veins that surpass those of feng shui masters. Their greatest ability lies in manipulating dragon energy. It is said that wherever the dragon energy moves underground, a mountain will rise within a few years, and if the energy is vibrant, the mountain will grow even taller. Quite miraculous indeed. It is only they who can locate the dragon's head and extract the pearl. But why would this geomancer target Xiaocui? As Zhanling drove, she answered my query. Geomancers traverse the renowned mountains and rivers of the world, and places like the 10,000 Great Mountains are naturally their coveted goals. Upon hearing Zhanling mention the 10,000 Great Mountains, I could not suppress my curiosity. "Sister Zhan, do you know what the 10,000 Great Mountains truly are?" Zhanling chuckled. "If I did, the 10,000 Great Mountains would not be shrouded in mystery. However, your wife hails from there, and once word spreads, you will find yourself beset with troubles, finding no useful information to extract." I scoffed. "People fear the 10,000 Great Mountains. Who would dare provoke it? Besides, my wife is the most formidable figure within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Boasting is not a crime, after all." I wholeheartedly praised Xiaocui, for at the very least, it might intimidate some petty individuals. To my surprise, Zhanling chuckled, seemingly acquiescing to my grandiosity. Or perhaps the 10,000 Great Mountains truly are formidable. After all, as Huang Jiao mentioned, over the years, those who ventured into the 10,000 Great Mountains numbered in the thousands, and none returned unscathed. Conversely, even if the 10,000 Great Mountains do not offer Xiaocui protection, there is still me. As long as I draw breath, I will not allow her to come to harm. Just like the earth pearl that has now surfaced, I would certainly not permit it to fall into the hands of others. Zhanling drove for over 2 hours, completely exiting the city. Before long, we entered a small village where Zhanling parked at the village entrance and began inquiring about the location of the mountain god temple. However, after asking several people, None could provide an answer. I was left speechless, having believed she knew the whereabouts of the temple. This situation made me long to return home and be with Xiaozue. Just then, another off-road vehicle arrived, brazenly entering the village. The roaring engine frightened the dogs along the roadside into fleeing. Chapter 85. The Shadow Tattooist. The roar of an off-road vehicle echoed as it approached, compelling Zhang Ling and me to hastily step aside. However, the vehicle veered deliberately, hurtling directly towards us. Terrified, I stumbled backward and unwittingly tumbled off the roadside. Laughter erupted from within the vehicle. Enraged, I steadied myself and climbed back up. The off-road vehicle almost collided with Zhang Ling, missing her by mere centimeters. The door swung open, revealing 4 young men adorned with tattoos and heavy gold chains around their necks. I intended to inquire about their intentions, but upon witnessing their demeanor, I prudently fell silent. They were not mere ruffians, they were shadow tattooists. The leader bore tattoos of a dragon on his arms and a closed-eyed bodhisattva on his chest. Such individuals are said to possess 9 lives, impervious to death. Otherwise, they would have long since perished for sporting such ink. The remaining 3 were no less formidable, depicting figures like Guan Gong wielding a broadsword or the 5 ghosts transporting wealth. They were undeniably dangerous characters. Huangjiu, infuriated, poked his head out of the cat bag. But upon seeing the group, he too fell silent. The profession of shadow tattooist is rather renowned within certain circles. Their fearsome reputation stems from their possession of shadow spirits, essentially nurturing minor ghosts, an offshoot of ghost raising. As the saying goes, while the king of hell may be evaded, the little ghosts are a nuisance. Coupled with their tattoos, they have inevitably cultivated an appearance akin to petty thugs, engaging in all manner of mischief. Yet, it is crucial to acknowledge that not all shadow tattooists embody such traits. Good and evil cannot be delineated solely by one's profession. I remained silent, and the 4 shadow tattooists found no amusement in mocking me, shifting their attention to Zhang Ling instead, tauntingly saying, "Zhang Ling, what is the matter? No men around, and now you're preying on infants? Perhaps we should lend you a hand." Zhang Ling's expression turned icy, clearly struggling to suppress her fury. Sensing our lack of vulnerability, the group quickly lost interest. The tattooed leader, nonchalantly swinging his leg, remarked, "I know you're after the Earth Pearl, so let me make this clear. The Earth Pearl belongs to us 4. Don't even think about it. Of course, if you're willing to assist, that would be splendid. If not, you can just leave." His tone was domineering, leaving no room for rebuttal. I had no desire to instigate a conflict, but it appeared unavoidable. In response, I said nothing, grasping Zhang Ling's hand, intending to evade them and gather information about the mountain god temple. The mountain was vast, and there were multiple routes. Just then, I noticed the leftmost shadow tattooist suddenly produce a map. Zhang Ling's eyes lit up, and before I could speak, she declared, "We can help. But we want 1 million each once the task is complete." The tattooed leader smirked disdainfully, retorting, 10,000 each. Take it or leave it. We'll secure the Earth Pearl without you." Zhang Ling bit her lip, appearing quite distressed. After a prolonged hesitation, she finally acquiesced. "Fine." I worried she had agreed too quickly, and the terms were overly simplistic, so I hurriedly added, "In addition to the money, I require the Earth Pearl to suppress a dragon vein's energy. It won't take long." After speaking, I anxiously observed the 4 men. The tattooed leader nodded, agreed. Hearing this, I momentarily exhaled in relief. These 4 were not to be trifled with, possessing blood on their hands and a notorious reputation. Once we dealt with the Earth Master, they would undoubtedly turn their attention toward us. After finalizing our terms, the tattooed leader introduced himself. "I am Zhao Laoda." Pointing to the others, Zhao Air, Zhao San, Zhao Si. I immediately recognized these as pseudonyms. Noticing their gazes fixed upon me, I clasped my hands in greeting, "Longhu Mountain." "He Xiaolong." Upon hearing the name Longhu Mountain, their expressions shifted slightly, but such individuals seldom cared whether one was a demon hunter or a disciple of Longhu Mountain. With the map in hand, Zhao Si quickly pinpointed the mountain's location. The 4 of them retrieved flashlights from the off-road vehicle, refusing to move the vehicle, effectively blocking the village road. As they departed, Zhao Air picked up a scrap of iron from the roadside, banging it twice and bellowing, "My car stays right here. If anyone touches it, I'll come back and kill you." Ruffians are not terrifying. What is truly alarming is a ruffian who possesses esoteric skills. My lips twitched, and I assumed the role of an invisible observer. Shortly after entering the mountain, darkness enveloped us. Under the night sky, Huangjiu and I grew restless. To avoid drawing attention, I refrained from greeting Zhang Ling, but I was confident that when the time came to act, she would undoubtedly stand by my side. The Zhao brothers activated their flashlights, and the shadows obscured their awareness of my presence lurking behind. Huangjiu quietly lifted 6 coins from my pocket, slipping them into the underbrush. Zhang Ling noticed and whispered, "All shadow tattooists harbor little ghosts. If you can't discern them, refrain from acting rashly. If I couldn't identify them, I wouldn't have even followed them in the first place. Furthermore, as we neared the Zhao brothers, the blood dagger began to react. For malevolent spirits and 4 ruffians, there was a chance of overcoming them. Seeing my confident demeanor, Zhanling suddenly exclaimed as she fell to the ground. I rushed to assist her, calling out, "Wait, Zhanling has twisted her ankle. What a nuisance." Zhao Laoda cursed, shining his flashlight back toward us. Fearing they might view us as a burden and act swiftly, I quickly crouched down, saying, "Zhanling, I'll carry you." Zhao Laoda glanced into the depths of the mountain, impatiently stating, "Hurry up. You're delaying my important matters. I'll kill you now." The other 3 brothers turned their predatory gazes toward Zhanling, grinning with ill intent. Zhanling remained silent, taking the opportunity to climb onto my back. Bolstered by my internal energy, carrying her wasn't overly strenuous, though it felt akin to hefting 2 hefty bags. My pace naturally slowed while bearing her weight. Zhao Laoda incessantly urged us onward, and I responded affirmatively each time, though unbeknownst to them, their speed gradually diminished as well. I timed my thoughts. Considering that Huang Jiao should have concealed himself by now, then gently patted Zhanling's thigh. She understood, saying, "Xiaolong, my foot feels better, let me walk on my own." After carrying her for over 10 minutes, I would be lying if I said I wasn't fatigued. Once I set her down, I prepared for action. Zhanling quietly distanced herself from me, creating the impression that we were encircling the Zhao brothers. Before long, a thick fog emerged ahead. Zhao Laoda grew cautious, halting immediately and declaring, "This fog is peculiar. Go take a look." As Zhao Sin stepped into the fog, a shadow materialized beside him. However, even with their little ghosts at their side, I was employing genuine coins, complemented by Huang Jiu's demonic energy. This should restrain them for a while. Once the force separated, I would take charge of eliminating the little ghosts while Zhanling handled the rest. There shouldn't be any significant issues. Chapter 86. The Een Master of Patterns. The Een Master of Patterns differs from the Ghost Keeper, while the latter nurtures spirits within containers. The former employs special techniques to inscribe small spirits directly onto their bodies, making themselves the vessel. However, both possess vulnerabilities. The Ghost Keeper's weakness lies in the soul urn, while the Een Master and Apo's resides in the location of their tattoos, which applies equally to the small spirits they bear. To conceal this frailty, Een Masters adorn themselves with a variety of tattoos to obfuscate the true locations. The Zhao brothers, for instance, sport tattoos such as the closed-eyed Bodhisattva and the shoulder dragon. Unfortunately for them, they encountered me, and I immediately discerned the positions of their small spirits. The eldest brother's spirit is nestled under his armpit. The second brother's is slightly above his waist, the third brother's rests on his lower abdomen, and the fourth's is inked on a private area. The spirit he nurtures is likely far from respectable, which explains the lascivious glint in his eyes when he gazes at Zhanling. After about 10 minutes, the third brother had yet to emerge, causing the other 3 to grow increasingly anxious. Seizing the opportunity, I stepped forward and suggested, "Brother Zhao, since Sangu has been inside for so long without a sound, could something have gone awry? I've heard that Earth Masters possess the ability to dispel dragons. Perhaps I should venture in to investigate?" Under the beam of my flashlight, Zhao Laoda cast a cold, piercing gaze in my direction. I hurriedly offered a smile, already formulating my plan. Should he consent to my entry, I would swiftly eliminate Zhao San. If he sent others in, I would deal with them as well. However, Zhao Laoda let out a chilling laugh and turned to Zhanling, saying, "You go." Zhanling, having caught wind of my intentions, paled slightly, realizing my scheme was unraveling. I quickly interjected, "Brother Zhao, Zhanling just injured her foot. If she encounters trouble inside, she may not be able to assist Sangu. It would be better if I went." Zhao Laoda shot me a furious glare, exclaiming, "You little brat, who are you to speak? Whoever my elder brother says goes." A heaviness settled in my chest. Zhanling couldn't and Apo's detect the spirit and Apo's location, and her entry might not resolve the situation with Zhao San. I was outmatched by the 3 remaining brothers outside. Just as my plans began to falter, a furious roar echoed from within the mist. I immediately recognized it as the voice of Huang Jiao in disguise. Yet, Zhao Laoda and his brothers were too preoccupied to consider the source. Zhao Laoda's expression shifted abruptly as he commanded, "Lair, go in and check." Zhao Lair shot a glance at both me and Zhanling before turning to plunge into the fog. When his small spirit manifested, I couldn't and Apo's help but gasped quietly. It was a ghostly infant, barely a year or 2 old, with dark skin and a mouthful of jagged teeth. As the saying goes, those who die young carry an abundance of resentment, and the younger they are, the heavier the grudge. Thankfully, it wasn't a stillborn. Otherwise, the situation could become quite complicated. With Zhao Laoda and Zhao Si remaining, my intent to kill had ignited. As their attention was drawn to the mist, I whispered to Zhanling, Sister Zhan. Zhao Ci's spirit is tattooed on a private area, and it hasn't yet detached. Do you have a way to handle it? Her eyes brightened, and with a charming smile, she replied, that area is my specialty. I felt a rush of embarrassment and looked down, pondering whether I should allow Xiao Chui to become familiar with mine as well. Reassessing my thoughts, I turned my attention back to Zhao Laoda, who was the most vigilant. His spirit was tattooed under his armpit, shielded by his arms, making a surprise attack difficult unless I could pierce his arm and directly harm the tattoo. I had trained with Song Kezi for half a month, enhancing my balance, a fact I could distinctly feel. When the black dragon from Su Dazhuang's parents' grave erupted, I stumbled but managed to strike the dragon's vital point with my blood spike. Had I attempted this before, I would have failed. However, strength is not something one can cultivate overnight. At present, I felt far from assured. Within the formation, Huangjiu continued to make strange noises, drawing the attention of Zhao Laoda and Zhao Ci, during which Zhanling boldly approached. She stood beside Zhao Ci, tightening her arms and pressing her bosom forward. With just a slight push, it became a chasm of desire in a man's heart. Zhao Ci's gaze was immediately captivated, and he instinctively wrapped his arm around Zhanling's shoulders, uttering lewd remarks. Demon hunters, much like the rogues of old, were rough and unrefined. Yet, I could see that Zhanling was not a promiscuous person. Still, she did not rebuff Zhao Ci. Instead, she exuded allure and leaned in closer. Zhao Ci, being no saint himself, chuckled as he moved his hand toward Zhanling's heart. She subtly adjusted her shoulder to block his hand, laughing lightly. "Si go. You're quite eager." I must admit, Zhanling possessed a fatal allure for men. I watched as her hand rested on Zhao Ci and Appo's chest, gently teasing before gradually sliding downward. For a moment, I lost focus on Zhao Laoda, my eyes wide with disbelief. Was this truly the adult world? It was overwhelmingly exhilarating. I resolved that upon my return, I must educate Xiao Chui. She is my wife, after all, and it is only lawful. As I envisioned her delicate hands and innocent, beautiful face, my breath quickened. Just then, Zhao Ci's face shifted from crimson to ashen, his expression contorting in agony. Mouth agape as if he were in the throes of unbearable pain. Then came a faint cracking sound, and instinctively, I tightened my legs, causing Xiao Chui's image to vanish from my mind. Oh no, when I regained my senses, Zhao Ci let out a howl reminiscent of a wounded wolf. Only then did Zhao Laoda react, but before he could utter a word, my blood spike shot forth with ferocity, aimed 3 inches beneath his armpit. I intended to pierce both his arm and the tattoo. With precision and swiftness, Zhao Ci was enveloped in a gust of dark wind, his spirit attempting to manifest. Yet, it only partially emerged before dissipating, indicating that the tattoo in that private area had been destroyed. Realizing Zhanling did not possess any weaponry, I shivered at the thought that she had perhaps used her hands. Before I could dwell further on this unsettling notion, Zhao Ci's screams reverberated as my blood spike embedded itself in Zhao Laoda's arm. I had underestimated his ferocity. As the spike pierced the bone and was on the verge of penetrating deeper, he swiftly raised his other hand and grasped the spike, preventing any further advancement. "You little bastard, you seek death," Zhao Laoda roared, launching a kick in my direction. Simultaneously, a malevolent spirit manifested beside him, head severed and held aloft, its hollow mouth emitting a chilling cackle as it bit down on my blood spike. I smirked. A headless ghost, lacking a neck, dared to bite. Infusing the spike with my energy, the yang energy surged forth, transforming it into a blazing sun for the malevolent spirits. Chapter 87. The Yin Master of Combat 2. With a piercing scream, the headless ghost attached to Zhao, the notorious bandit, expelled a surge of malevolent energy as it dissipated. Despite the blood gushing from the wound on his arm, Zhao lunged at me with a powerful grasp, reminiscent of an eagle's talon, intent on tearing my face apart. Just as I prepared to retreat, a swift arrow, imbued with the essence of demon hunting, soared through the air. Zhao abruptly halted, catching the arrow with a firm grip against his forehead. The arrow was inscribed with a soul-erasing talisman. Had it penetrated deeply, it would have shattered his soul. However, he managed to seize it before it could reach the vital spirit point. True to his reputation as a man with 9 lives, he displayed remarkable resilience. At that moment, the headless ghost surged forward, its body flailing wildly in pursuit. I swiftly released my blood spike, summoning the earth dog star to momentarily hinder it, then countered with a piercing thrust. The multitude of nails embedded within began to manifest their effects. The fine tip of the blood spike struck precisely at the arrow and Appo's tail. With explosive force, even Zhao, skilled as he was in his eagle claw technique, could not maintain his grip on the slick shaft, driving the arrow further into his forehead and triggering the demon hunting talisman. With a muffled groan, Zhao collapsed lifelessly. Yet, with his demise, the headless ghost became even more ferocious. The Earth Dog Star, inherently ill-suited for combat and lacking my control, was swiftly torn apart, scattering into a crimson mist that returned to the blood spike. The rampaging headless ghost, now severed from its body, flailed its limbs in a frenzy, summoning gusts of dark wind. Its gaping mouth emitting a spine-chilling wail as its malevolent energy surged. I gasped, realizing the grave error I had made. One must not eliminate a master while their ghost remains. Otherwise, the wrath of the spirit would be relentless. If I failed to vanquish it now, the consequences would only escalate. The headless ghost, floating menacingly, charged at me once more. However, lacking its limbs, it was but a disembodied specter. I sidestepped deftly, slapping a talisman against it, only for the ghostly head to seize it with a snap of its jaws, devouring the talisman whole. Seeing that the talismans from Laozhan were ineffective, I felt a shiver of dread. I swiftly formed a hand gesture and shouted a powerful incantation. The light of the Buddha flickered, and the headless ghost let out a shriek as it was sent reeling backward. Seizing the moment, I hurled the blood spike, striking the ghost and Apos' forehead and pinning it against a great tree. Just then, the ghost's body lunged toward me, its skeletal hands clawing at my shoulder. One of the three flames of yang energy surrounding me was extinguished, plunging me into a chilling darkness. At that moment, Zhanling rushed over, shooting an arrow at the ghost's body. The soul-erasing talisman detonated, scattering the ghost and Apos' form once more. In that fleeting opportunity, I dashed to the tree, grasping the blood spike and channeling the yang malevolence within. The headless ghost writhed and howled, yet it remained firmly impaled. With its body ensnared, it could not break free. Thus, in a cacophony of screams, the ghost was refined by the yang malevolence, ultimately leaving behind a sliver of Purian energy, which the blood spike eagerly absorbed. As the head and body were annihilated, the spectral essence of the headless ghost dissolved into the ether. During the previous consumption, I had failed to notice, but this time, I observed closely as the blood spike, having absorbed the yin energy, exhibited a slight enhancement in its aura. This indicated that whether vanquishing a ghost or a human, the blood spike could attain greater potency. Zhanling, witnessing our triumph over two foes, smiled at me with a fierce radiance. Though fatigue washed over me, relief filled my heart. The remaining two adversaries would not pose a significant challenge if we executed a surprise attack. Zhao Si, still clinging to life, groaned in agony, clutching his groin, blood seeping profusely down his pant leg. As we approached, he muttered vile curses. I glanced at the gruesome sight, realizing the extent of his injuries. Zhanling, noticing my peculiar expression, teased, "Little brother, I truly understand men well. Would you care to explore this further?" I hastily adjusted my trousers, shaking my head vigorously. Internally, I mused that if such an exploration were to occur, it should be with Xiao Chui, not with another woman. Moreover, I was hesitant to engage in her methods. Zhanling chuckled, not wishing to waste time considering the two remaining foes. As she prepared to grant Zhao Si a swift end, I interjected, "Zhanling, utilize my blood spike. In another's hands, the blood spike may appear ordinary, yet it remained a formidable weapon. Slaying an incapacitated foe posed no challenge." Zhanling glanced at the blood spike in my possession, took it without hesitation, and plunged it into Zhao Si and Apos' heart. As she withdrew the spike, Zhao Si's legs convulsed briefly before he fell silent. Zhanling furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the blood spike. I quickly reclaimed it, placing it back in its sheath. "Little brother, this military spike is quite exceptional," she remarked. I swiftly shifted the topic, stating it and Apos' merely an ordinary tri-pointed spike. "Zhanling, my formation cannot hold for long. We must act decisively." Zhao Lao and Apos' emblem was slightly above his waist, while Zhao Lao San and Apos' was situated lower in the Dantian region, just above Zhao Si and Apos' mark. I gestured clearly to indicate their locations. Zhanling approached, playfully asking, "Is it here?" Her movements were swift, and I did not evade in time. Her hand inadvertently brushed against me, igniting a flush of embarrassment as I stammered, "And no, it's just a bit below the Dantian." "Is it here?" she inquired again, extending her hand, but I retreated a half step to evade her advance. It was evident that her actions were deliberate, yet I found myself ill-equipped to handle such teasing. Fearing another ambush, I hastily adjusted my clothing and entered the mist. As I stepped inside, Huangju appeared at my feet, crawling up my pant leg to perch on my shoulder. Once Zhanling followed, Huangju informed me, "I've separated them, but both have summoned their little ghosts. One of them is particularly vicious, so be cautious." I asked, "Did you hear the commotion outside?" Huangju replied, "I sealed it with demonic energy, so they shouldn't have noticed. If the noise from outside did not reach them, we still had a chance for a surprise attack." I had already devised a plan. I turned to Zhanling and said, "Let's first deal with Zhao Lao San. His emblem signifies a starving ghost, making him somewhat easier to confront." I will attempt a stealthy approach, while you remain at a distance with the demon-hunting crossbow, waiting for an opportunity. Demon hunters often lack finesse in their techniques, relying instead on martial prowess and the power of their crossbows. For them, hitting a target from 100 paces is merely foundational. The key lies in seizing the right moment. Zhanling may not be the most exceptional, but based on her previous performance, she was commendable. Each arrow she loosed caught her target off guard. Having outlined our strategy, I navigated through the mist under Huang Jio's guidance, making my way toward Zhao Laosan. Chapter 88. The terrifying earth master. The fog obscured a limited area, roughly estimated to be a diameter of about 10 meters. However, the dense trees made it impossible to traverse in a straight line. After maneuvering around for about 14 or 15 meters, two dark shadows appeared ahead. Zhao Laosan had already reached the edge of the formation. If we delayed any longer, he would escape. Upon spotting him, I urgently called out, "Third brother," then pretended to be lost, asking, "What is going on here? I've walked in circles and can't seem to find my way." He would not regard me as a younger brother, but rather as a peer. When he noticed me approaching, Zhao Laosan spat disdainfully and exclaimed, "You little rascal. Who let you in here?" I replied earnestly, "It's brother Zhaoda. You've been in here for quite a while," and he was worried. "So he sent me to check. Unfortunately, I got lost too, but thankfully I found you here." While I answered innocently, the ghoul beside him became alert, its gaping maw capable of swallowing my head whole, terrifying and repulsive. My heart sank. Did I inadvertently attract its attention due to the scent of blood? However, I quickly dismissed this concern. The ghoul was merely hungry, its wide-open mouth eager for a meal. Zhao Laosan grinned maliciously, unabashedly saying, "Old friend, just wait a moment." Wait for what? I thought, realizing even a fool could anticipate what was to come. I hastily waved my hands, pleading, "Don't eat me. Third brother. I know the techniques of Longhu Mountain. I should be able to break this formation." "Oh." Zhao Laosan shot me a sidelong glance, seemingly intrigued by my potential. He then grasped the collar at the back of my neck and pulled me forward, declaring, "You have 3 minutes. If you can't break the formation, don't blame me." Upon hearing this, the ghoul swiftly floated above me, saliva dripping down, turning into a malevolent mist upon contact with my skin. I felt my vitality extinguished, shivering from the coldness of its drool. Yet, I secretly rejoiced. I had been contemplating how to approach it, and now it had delivered itself right to me. During the battle outside, Zhao Laosan's spectral tattoos had not manifested before the egg shattered into pieces. I had failed to strike a vital point on Zhao Laoda, and after its manifestation, it was killed in a struggle. Now with this ghoul, if I could strike its critical point, the situation would be far less troublesome. Opportunities are peculiar. Until the very end, one might not realize the best moment has passed. A few chances arose, but I felt they were not the right times to act, and as I hesitated, the ghoul grew impatient, floating erratically. Time slipped away. The 3 minutes were almost up. Zhao Laosan, noticing my inaction, scoffed. "It seems Longhu Mountain only has a reputation. In reality, you're all just worthless cowards. I no longer have any expectations of you." The ghoul, upon hearing this, eagerly floated closer, its hands gripping my head as it prepared to bite. One chomp, and I would lose half my soul. However, that very action exposed its midsection. The ghoul was delighted, but in the next moment, its expression froze. And in the following instant, its body exploded, the purest essence of its malevolence absorbed by my blood spear. Zhao Laosan was right behind me. I dared not delay. I reversed my grip on the blood spear and thrust it outward. Feeling it connect, I quickly turned around, only to see Zhao Laosan's eyes bulging in shock. His mouth agape as the demon-hunting arrow pierced through his skull and emerged from his mouth. It was evident that he had realized something was amiss just as Zhanling made her move. With his back to the enemy, death was inevitable. My blood spear struck him as well, and I managed to siphon a significant amount of his vitality. I withdrew the spear, evading the torrent of blood that gushed forth. Zhanling's arrow was sufficient to claim his life, yet I still felt a twinge of unease. Perhaps, the more one kills, the less troubling it becomes. As this thought crossed my mind, I was suddenly startled. I couldn't fathom how I could harbor such sentiments, and quickly shook my head to dispel them. Zhanling, guided by Huang Jio, approached and glanced at the lifeless body on the ground, saying, "Little brother, you may look young, but when you take action, it's quite formidable." I'm genuinely impressed. She licked her lips seductively, a hint of implication in her gaze. I ignored her and swiftly began to gather my belongings, clutching the blood spear as I walked toward Zhao Lair. Among the four, Zhao Lair's ghostly abilities were the most formidable, yet he was also the least intelligent. The spectral tattoos on a pattern master are typically connected to their fate. If one were to tattoo a ghost infant of 1 or 2 years, Zhao Lair's intellect would be affected accordingly. Therefore, when we located him, we didn't need to fabricate excuses. He assumed we were there to assist him. The small ghost perched atop his head wore a fierce expression. It seemed to intimidate everyone, believing a little ferocity would instill fear. Little did he know. Ferocity had no correlation to mere expressions. Zhao Lair was unguarded, and Zhan Ling and I swiftly seized the opportunity. As I dispatched the small ghost, she simultaneously snapped Zhao Lair's neck, murder committed without a flicker of hesitation. However, as I watched Zhao Lair's spirit gradually dissipate, I did not hesitate. I thrust the blood spear into him, ensuring I claimed his last breath. Witnessing the demise of 4 lives left me somewhat numb. We had only met for a few hours. I could only wonder how many evils they had committed in their lives. Nevertheless, the blood spear reacted, signifying they were all deserving of their fates. Huang Jiao, upon realizing the issue was resolved, leaped from my shoulder, commenting, "One moment a fierce deity. The next moment a lifeless corpse. Such is the unpredictability of life, reminiscent of a yellow sausage wrapped in chicken intestines. I'm craving chicken." I kicked him lightly, admonishing, "Stop babbling. The commotion here is considerable. We must tidy up and ascend the mountain quickly, lest the Earth Master detects our presence and escapes." Huang Jiao dispelled the formation, and the fog lifted, revealing the mountain. I gathered all the valuables from the 4 bodies, and Zhan Ling subsequently produced a black talisman to deal with the corpses and bloodstains. After organizing everything, we prepared to continue our ascent. Just as I turned around, I suddenly spotted an elderly man, around 60 years old, standing beneath a gnarled pine tree just a few steps away. Dressed in a green robe with one side of the hem raised, he had a black whip coiled around his waist. His hair and beard were white, and standing under the moonlight, he exuded an aura of ethereal grace. My gaze swept over him, ultimately fixating on the whip at his waist, which was covered in a layer of black scales, densely arranged like a long serpent. "The whip of Mount Gone," I exclaimed, drawing the blood spear back into my hand. Zhan Ling, upon hearing this, also raised her demon-hunting crossbow. "I heard you were worried I might flee, so I specially descended the mountain to take a look." The old man spoke with a hint of jest in his tone, yet his demeanor was calm, almost playful. There was no mistaking that he was the Earth Master we sought, and he appeared to harbor no hostility. However, Zhan Ling, as a demon hunter, would not be easily deterred by such sentiments. She fired her demon-hunting arrow without hesitation, swiftly lunging forward with a short dagger in hand. With her assault commenced, I had no choice but to follow suit. Yet, just as I took 2 steps, I abruptly halted. The reason being, the arrow Zhan Ling shot was pinched effortlessly between the old man's fingers. Following that, he lightly stomped the ground, causing the solid earth to ripple like water, sending waves that propelled Zhan Ling back toward me. I grabbed her, fearful that she might charge forward again. Chapter 89. The pass order. Zhan Ling was reckless, but not foolish. After being pushed back by the Earth Master, she inquired, "Why are you so strong?" I found myself pondering the quality of the information that the demon hunters possessed, questioning whether the bounty list indicated the difficulty of each task. However, considering the rarity of demon hunters, it didn't seem so strange after all. Once the Earth Master repelled Zhan Ling, he did not retaliate but instead produced a yellowish orb and weighed it in his hand, asking, "Did you come to see me for this Earth Pearl?" Even from a distance of over 10 meters, I could sense the dragon energy emanating from the orb. My expression shifted rapidly as thoughts raced through my mind. His formidable strength and the existence of multiple dragon veins in the land of Jiazhou led me to conclude that even if I seized the Earth Pearl from him, he would easily find another, or even a third. To resolve the issue, I needed to ensure that he would not target Xiao Chui. With that in mind, I directly asked, "Master, if you have come with the Earth Pearl, why do you intend to trouble my wife?" The Earth Master replied, "To enter the 10,000 mountains. I require a pass order, and only your wife possesses it." A pass order? My brows furrowed as I recalled that a cloaked figure had once thrown a dark wooden token at me, stating that it would grant access to the 10,000 mountains. Could that token truly be the pass order? I asked, "If I give you the pass order, will you cease to trouble my wife?" With Xiao Chui present, the pass order would be of no use to me. As for the matters within the 10,000 mountains, I was not yet capable of involving myself. Yet, judging by the demeanor of the cloaked figure and Xiao Chui's contrasting attitude, it was clear that the internal affairs of the 10,000 mountains were anything but tranquil. However, with Xiao Chui now living with me, I chose not to dwell on it further. Naturally, if problems arose in the future, I would not merely stand by and observe. After a moment of hesitation, I said, "Master, I possess a token that I can give to you, but I have one request. The Earth Pearl can be yours." He assumed I was after the orb. Zhan Ling's eyes sparkled with eagerness, as if she could hardly wait for my agreement. Yet, my intentions were not aligned with that. Keeping the Earth Pearl in the Earth Master's possession would prove most advantageous for me, for whether he could survive in the 10,000 mountains remained uncertain. Should he perish, the Earth Pearl would vanish entirely, given that there were likely few in the world with his capabilities. Conversely, If I were to take the orb and could not utilize it myself, it would only lead to trouble falling into the hands of others. To speak of immediate concerns, Zhanling would undoubtedly devise ways to wrest the earth pearl from my grasp. After a brief pause, amidst Zhanling's hopeful gaze, I shook my head and stated, I do not want the earth pearl. I can provide you with the pass order. But my sole request is that you solemnly assure me that any earth pearls passing through your hands must not fall into the possession of others. My request was not excessive, for the Earthmaster, agreeing, posed no loss. Furthermore, he was not a malevolent figure, merely overly obsessed with exploring renowned mountains and rivers. His incredulity at my proposal was palpable as he asked, Are you certain you do not wish to keep the earth pearl? I nodded affirmatively. Zhanling attempted to interject, but I cut her off, asserting, This is a transaction between the master and myself. You have no place to speak. Zhanling was visibly agitated, her emotions bubbling to the surface. Even the old master could not help but cast a few more glances before he reined in his gaze and remarked, In that case, I shall accompany you to the city and take the opportunity to meet the mountain lord. My senses heightened with suspicion. The earth master quickly clarified, Do not misunderstand. My intention in meeting the mountain lord is merely to discern if I can uncover any secrets regarding the 10,000 mountains. Do you not harbor any interest in the 10,000 mountains? He queried. I was indeed intrigued by the mysteries surrounding Xiaoshui. Moreover, since the emergence of the spirit corpse, I had speculated that the 10,000 mountains potentially concealed secrets of immortality. However, given my current capabilities, excessive probing would be tantamount to inviting trouble, potentially endangering Xiaoshui in the process. I'm not interested, I replied, shaking my head. Whether it be Xiaoshui or the mountain lord, she is simply my wife, and I wish only for a tranquil life with her. Upon hearing this, the earth master remarked with depth, Your grandfather is quite the strategist. He is indeed the true victor. Zhanling opened her mouth to speak, but I denied her the opportunity, asking the earth master, Do you know my grandfather? The earth master smiled faintly, but did not answer my question. He approached from beneath the pine trees, intending to return to the city with me. Seeing him approach made me slightly apprehensive. Once I confirmed he harbored no ill intentions, I tugged Zhanling, signaling her that she could return. Without her, I could not drive the vehicle back to the city. Zhanling was fuming, yet she made her way down the mountain. Along the path, I leaned in to explain, but she pushed me away fiercely, causing me to inhale a whiff of her fragrance, leaving me entranced. Upon reaching the village, I spotted the Zhao family and Appo's, S4 brothers and Appo's, vehicle and asked Zhanling how she wished to handle it. After circling the vehicle, she sighed, The vehicle is splendid. What a pity. Let it remain here. A pattern master will come to collect it. A pang of anxiety struck me, and I quickly inquired, They won't come looking for me, will they? Rest assured, I will spread the word. Claiming it was the work of demon hunters, Zhanling assured me. Her words only made me feel slightly guilty. Nevertheless, the earth pearl posed a threat to Xiaoshui, and even if the bounty list of demon hunters bore no relevant tasks, I could not risk giving it to her. Once we boarded the vehicle at the village's edge, Zhanling, still sulking, accelerated rapidly, making me uneasy as I feared she might lose her composure and steer us off the road. Only after she vented her frustration through speeding did she finally reduce her pace. I exhaled, initiating a conversation with the earth master and subtly probing about my grandfather. However, whenever the topic of my grandfather arose, the earth master would abruptly cease, suggesting that I would understand in due time. Later, I felt a twinge of irritation. Yet, there was little I could do. Upon returning to the city, it was already 3 in the morning. I did not want to disturb Xiaoshui and Appo's rest, so I asked Zhanling to drop me off at the store. As soon as we arrived, Zhanling pressed the accelerator and sped away, likely sensing my frustration. The earth master placed great importance on the token for the 10,000 mountains, remaining at the store by my side. Both of us sat in silence, meditating, effectively spending the night without a word. The following morning, I called Huang Xian and Appo's, requesting her to bring Xiaoshui to the store. Upon hearing that his wife was coming, Huang Jiu hurriedly disappeared from the window of the back room. I retrieved the token for the 10,000 mountains from the warehouse, but did not give it to him. I merely displayed it to let him know I possessed it, as there was no need for a conflict with Xiaoshui. After showing the pass order for the 10,000 mountains, I discussed Su Dazhuang with the Earthmaster, hoping he could assist in handling the matter. After all, to intercept the dragon energy, I would need to scale several mountains, while the Earthmaster could likely accomplish it with a mere stomp. Upon seeing the pass order for the 10,000 mountains, the Earthmaster readily agreed to assist. I promptly called Su Dazhuang, urging him to come quickly. Around 9 o'clock, Huang Xian and Appo's, and Xiaoshui arrived, and I welcomed them at the door. Having not seen her for a day, I took Xiaoshui and Appo's hand, reluctant to let go for even a moment. Chapter 90. The return of the dragon transport. Upon entering the shop, Huang Xian was taken aback to see the Earthmaster, exclaiming softly in surprise. The Earth Master, recognizing her, was initially startled but quickly regained his composure, having previously met Huang Jiao in the carriage. The two remained silent, each maintaining a vigilant stance, indicating that the transformed Huang Xian'er now posed a threat to the Earth Master. His gaze shifted to Xiao Chui, scanning her up and down. Although he bore no ill intentions, I couldn't oppose. Help but feel uncomfortable, especially since Xiao Chui was dressed quite maturely today, revealing a bit too much. Fortunately, the Earth Master only lingered his gaze for about a minute before letting out a soft sigh. I knew he wouldn't disclose what he was observing, so I inquired. Taoist, have you found the answers you sought? He neither nodded nor shook his head, but warned me in a serious tone. Her presence in such a bustling area may cause quite a stir. Huang Xian'er had previously expressed similar sentiments. However, I had no intention of hiding, nor was there a place to do so. I gestured for Xiao Chui to sit down and adjusted her collar, noting her white short skirt paired with white fishnet stockings. This ensemble was undoubtedly the handiwork of Huang Xian'er. Yet, I felt that Xiao Chui looked more appealing in a simpler, more innocent dress that exuded the charm of a sweet young girl. After all, I was still quite young and found it challenging to appreciate overly mature attire. Regaining my composure, I presented the travel permit for the 10,000 Great Mountains to Xiao Chui, patiently explaining and asking if she wished to give it to the Earth Master. Previously, such an act would have been meaningless, but with Huang Xian and Appos present, I could choose not to comply. After some explanation, Xiao Chui nodded in partial understanding. With her consent, I handed the permit to the Earth Master, who was visibly excited, his hands trembling slightly. It struck me that a person with aspirations, when nearing their ideal, would appear as he did now. But what of my aspirations? I glanced at Xiao Chui. For now, my dream was simply her. If only we could have a little baby together, that would be perfect. At that moment, I felt a sense of clarity wash over me. Ordinary aspirations were indeed my pursuit. As I awaited Su Dazhuang's arrival, I feared the Earth Master might struggle to find his way, so I detailed the route to the town. I also provided a thorough description of my home's location. The Earth Master, well-versed in geography, would easily locate my house based on my directions. Once Huang Xian'er resolved the matter, she took Xiao Chui home. After they left, I kept the Earth Master in the shop while I made a trip to the bank to withdraw 100,000 yuan. A small incident occurred during the withdrawal, as the card belonged to my second uncle, and the counter was reluctant to release a large sum. Realizing it was my money, I resorted to some minor tactics and successfully obtained the cash. Exiting the bank, I felt a chilling apprehension. The art of Taoism could indeed be a frightening force for ordinary people. Upon returning to the shop, I handed the money to the Earth Master, instructing him to deliver it to my parents. With this money, they would no longer have to endure such hardship. After all, if my parents continued to struggle, what would be the purpose of my growth? The Earth Master accepted without objection and asked me to find a bag to hold the money. Around 11 o'clock, Su Dazhuang arrived at the shop. At this hour, I feared I might starve on the way up the mountain. I had a quick meal at a nearby small eatery before accompanying the Earth Master and Su Dazhuang to the cemetery. Upon encountering the black dragon lurking atop a grave, the Earth Master furrowed his brow and quickly circled the area, returning to say, "Young friend, breaking this situation is not difficult. But this is a return of the dragon transport. Someone is siphoning off the Su family's fortune through the earth veins. The return of the dragon transport, also known as transplanting flowers to trees, is a form of fortune-stealing technique." The Earth Master implied that there were individuals orchestrating this scheme, and those capable of setting up such a situation were certainly formidable. If I were to dismantle this setup, it would be akin to declaring war. Honestly, if it were anyone else, I would have refrained from taking on such a task. However, for the sake of Xiao Chui and Tingting, I was reluctant to offend too many people. Yet since it was Su Dazhuang in trouble, I could only grit my teeth and allow the Earth Master to stabilize the earth energy. Once the earth energy was settled, the black dragon transformed into a black serpent. I activated the second layer of my spiritual vision and severed the serpent at its vital point with a blood blade. Then unearthed the serpent's corpse buried within the 3 passes. After completing these tasks, the poisonous serpent coiling around Su Dazhuang dissipated. He let out a sigh of relief. Expressing gratitude to both the Earth Master and myself, quietly inquiring how much I should offer the Earth Master, I replied, "Grandfather, we are family. This esteemed elder is my friend, and no payment is necessary." Upon hearing this, Su Dazhuang sighed deeply, likely reminded of my second uncle and Suime. It was evident that the tension in his heart was slowly dissipating. On our descent from the mountain, I reclaimed the Buddha's bone relic. This object held significant importance for both Huang Jiao and me and was not to be lost. At the parking lot, the Earth Master indicated he would not return to the city with us, intending to head directly to the 10,000 Great Mountains from there. Having spent time together, I found the Earth Master to be a commendable person and couldn't help but advise him. "Esteemed elder, The 10,000 great mountains are exceedingly perilous. If a mere glance could resolve your inner fixation, I would not recommend delving deeper. Thank you for your kind intentions, young friend. The Earth Master replied with a respectful gesture. I understood that my words might not hold weight, but expressing them brought me some comfort. As I settled into the car, the Earth Master suddenly stepped forward, handing me a book through the window. My journey ahead is fraught with danger, and I do not know if I shall see the light of day again. This book contains records of my years of travel, observations, and insights on feng shui and geography. Please keep it, young friend. Should you wish to learn, pursue it independently, or if you find it lacking, kindly pass it on to someone of good character. With that, the Earth Master turned to leave. I called out, Taoist, may I inquire your name? Zhudaoran. He replied, and before my words could settle, he had vanished into the air. I felt a wave of emotion wash over me, praying for his survival. In the car, I perused the journal. It detailed extraordinary feng shui phenomena I had never encountered or heard of, with each remarkable location annotated by Zhudaoran, containing his thoughts and methods for breaking through such situations. This book held immense value. Upon returning to the shop, Su Dazhuang was eager to depart. I stopped him, saying, Grandfather, please wait. I will accompany you back. My second uncle will arrive shortly. Mentioning my second uncle still cast a shadow over Su Dazhuang's expression. Grandfather, this is not the time for grievances. Once the feng shui situation is disrupted, those behind it will quickly come knocking, and with the earth energy in flux, your home may not remain peaceful either. At my words, Su Dazhuang finally nodded in agreement. I called my second uncle to explain the situation. Though reluctant, he eventually conceded, allowing me to go ahead while he would join us later that night. Upon hearing my second uncle's tone, Su Dazhuang huffed heavily, clearly displeased. I tidied up the shop but could not locate Huangjiu. So, I took an empty bag and followed Su Dazhuang to his home. Wealthy individuals often cluster in the finest districts and communities within the city. Su Dazhuang's residence was not far from Zhang, which explained how he had come into contact with my talisman. Upon entering the Su family villa, I used the 5 emperor coins dipped in cinnabar to press several feng shui dragon mouths in the courtyard to prevent the earth energy from surging too violently and disrupting the Su family and Appo's fortune. Chapter 91. The 5 poisons. Just after I had suppressed the dragon's mouth, a sudden scream echoed from within the villa. A servant had fallen down the stairs, breaking her leg on impact, her calf grotesquely contorted. I activated my spiritual vision and discerned that everyone in the villa exhibited ominous signs of blood light covering their heads. This was the onset of the returning dragon. The fortune of the Su family had been disrupted, turning from good to ill. Fortunately, I had preemptively suppressed 6 dragon mouths. Otherwise, this calamity of blood light might have resulted in fatalities. Everyone remain calm, I urged. Find a place to sit and refrain from moving. Once I had reassured the guests, I dialed for emergency assistance. Shortly thereafter, an ambulance arrived to transport the injured maid. At this moment, Su Dazhuang could no longer sit idly and inquired, Liang, what is happening? I replied, Grandpa, the situation regarding your parents' grave is termed the snake coiling around the waist. Initially, I believed someone merely intended to harm you, but fortunately, Zhudaoran discerned its profundity. The perpetrator seeks to achieve 2 objectives: to harm you while simultaneously using a serpentine formation to manipulate the earth's veins, creating a returning dragon interception. With this formation, they can siphon the Su family's fortune, gaining an upper hand in certain matters over you. However, this scheme has a flaw. Once broken, all previously siphoned fortune will return. Hence the term returning dragon. Su Dazhuang, puzzled, asked, Isn't that a good thing? I nodded. Indeed, the return of fortune is beneficial. Yet the intensity of the returning dragon could scatter the Su family's fortune, leaving us vulnerable to calamity. Currently, the Su family is beset by this bloodlight disaster. Rest assured, I have sealed 6 dragon mouths. The returning dragon's force will not be excessively harsh. Everyone should remain seated. Once the returning dragon concludes, the Su family's fortune will be restored, and the bloodlight above your heads will dissipate. Upon hearing this, Su Dazhuang sighed in relief, but then suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed in anger, It must be that old scoundrelly Jiangnan. He cannot compete with me in the culinary industry and resorts to these vile tactics. Seizing the opportunity, I remarked, It is fortunate that Grandpa has my second uncle as a son-in-law. Otherwise, we would have truly fallen victim to such treachery. Su Dazhuang and Appo's expression immediately darkened. Realizing this, I refrained from further comments. My second uncle, likely in a state of turmoil, did not arrive until dusk, driving Su Yimei's car. This sight made Su Dazhuang's previously mild demeanor turn stormy. I could only admire my second uncle for his audacity to provoke the old man. Upon entering, my second uncle, equally disdainful, ignored Su Dazhuang entirely. When they crossed paths, it was akin to two enraged bulls. I conveyed the situation to my second uncle, who responded, "When soldiers come, we shall block. When water comes, we shall cover. We shall deal with them when they arrive. Yang, do not involve yourself in the business disputes. Focus on eliminating the schemers behind the scenes." I nodded, confident in Su Dazhuang's ability to handle the business affairs. During our idle conversation, I revealed Zhudaoran's manuscript to my second uncle. He, too, was astonished by its contents and asked, "What is his name?" "Zhudaoran." "Ah," my second uncle gasped, his expression turning grave. "Yang, do you know who he is?" I shook my head. He took a deep breath and said, "Zhudaoran, a rare genius of the past century, a Taoist master. Many have yearned to obtain his manuscript. You were fortunate. It seems your grandfather was not mistaken. Such prodigies are rare, yet within the entire realm of the profound, they are not entirely absent. However, those deemed masters are exceedingly few. This manuscript is equivalent to Zhudaoran's legacy. The method to suppress the returning dragon's mouth was something I had discovered within the text, and it proved highly effective. I was determined to learn its contents. Yet, an unsettling thought lingered. Zhudaoran was an elder of Longhushan. If word of my possession of the manuscript spread, it might incite discontent and demands from Longhushan. My second uncle cautioned me not to reveal it lightly, suggesting I keep it with Xiao Zui. Knowing that Su Dazhuang was also aware of this matter, I hurriedly instructed him to keep it confidential. The old man assured me he would not mention it to a third party. I trusted his word, but when my second uncle and Su Dazhuang exchanged glances, it was as if they had seen red cloth, and they immediately began to quarrel. Su Dazhuang hurled insults. "You're a worthless wretch, living off a woman." My second uncle retorted sharply, "I drive my wife's car. Do you have a problem with that? And if it weren't for me, you would be in a coffin tonight." I felt a headache coming on and quickly attempted to mediate, but was met with their sharp rebukes, urging me to silence myself. They were both elders. I could not provoke them nor escape their ire. I promptly stood and declared my intention to check on the situation with the returning dragon. Just as I reached the doorway, Su Dazhuang's derisive comments towards my second uncle abruptly ceased, and a chorus of startled cries erupted from the family members. I turned back in haste to see the old man collapsed on the ground, eyes rolled back, limbs convulsing. Activating my spiritual vision, I discovered that the blood light above him had transformed into a sinister black aura. Not only that, but my second uncle was also engulfed in this dark malignance. If my second uncle was affected, I surmised I could not escape unscathed. He embraced Su Dazhuang and stuffed a cloth into his mouth to prevent the old man from biting his tongue. While his actions seemed hasty, it was evident he was enacting revenge. I had no time to ponder this. The transformation of bloodlight into malice signified that someone was tampering with the dragon's mouth. Yet, my greatest concern lay with my aunt and Tingting. Thankfully, my second uncle had taken them to Huang Xian'er's place. With my second uncle suppressing Su Dazhuang's anguish, the old man's condition slightly improved. However, upon hearing of his newfound granddaughter, he gasped, and the convulsions resumed. I could not fully comprehend his feelings. Yet I empathized with the old man and Appo's turmoil. I instructed my second uncle to ensure no one wandered off and dashed out of the villa towards the first dragon mouth. As anticipated, the 5 emperor coins I had placed were missing, replaced by a mass of black substance. Su Dazhuang's affliction was undoubtedly the result of this malevolent force. I drew my blood spear, ready to eradicate it. However, upon contact, the entity sprang to life, slithering up the spear towards me. I then realized it was a black venomous snake, lunging at my palm. With a swift motion, I hurled the blood spear, severing the snake in two. I proceeded to the next dragon mouth, remaining vigilant of my surroundings, for I suspected the perpetrator was adept in the use of venomous serpents, likely connected to sinister practices. I did not rush to confront the individual. My priority was to eliminate the toxic entities obstructing the dragon mouths, for Su Dazhuang, as the family's patriarch, would not survive the night unscathed. If anything were to happen to him, Su Yimei, who had already lost her mother, would likely harbor resentment towards my second uncle. Such a scenario was one I would never allow to transpire. Upon reaching the second dragon mouth, I discovered the 5 emperor coins had been substituted by a centipede, as thick as a thumb and entirely crimson. The 5 poisons, perhaps? My brow furrowed. If this was merely a scheme to intercept wealth, employing such means seemed excessive. However, in the realm of business, methods are not always virtuous. Sordid dealings often surpass the imagination. As I sought the third dragon mouth, Huang Jiao emerged from the flower bed. Seeing him provided me with a modicum of reassurance. Chapter 92. Corpscu. Huang Jiao crouched on my shoulder and whispered, "I've been here for quite some time. I saw that person waiting to ambush you at the third dragon mouth." I halted in my tracks. The third dragon mouth was concealed within the artificial hill in the backyard, making it an easy hiding spot. Huang Jiao continued, "That person is rather peculiar, clad in black, and moves without a sound. He can even fly, like a great bat." "Fly?" I turned to Huang Jio, incredulous. Are you certain you didn't and amp? Oppos. T mistake him for someone else? While I can believe he possesses remarkable physical abilities, such as running and jumping beyond the average, flying is simply too far-fetched. Huang Jio raised his hand in solemnity. I swear he truly can fly. He startled me just moments ago. Without hesitation, I pivoted and headed towards the fourth dragon mouth. If he could indeed fly, meeting him would be tantamount to courting death. Upon reaching the fourth dragon mouth, I spotted a toad, no larger than my palm, resting atop it, an unsightly sight. Recognizing the toad, I deduced that the individual employed the 5 poisons. The snake, scorpion, centipede, toad, and gecko are collectively referred to as the 5 poisons, not because of their potent toxins, but due to their propensity to attract negative energies. This characteristic has made them favorites among Gu masters in Miaojiang, with the audacious even using them to brew the infamous 5 poison wine. I glanced at the toad and inquired of Huang Jio, would you care for a taste? Do you wish for my demise? Huang Jio gazed at me warily. I couldn't fault his caution. He had a history of putting anything within reach into his mouth. As Huang Jio declined, I took no offense. The toad, basking in the returning dragon energy, resembled a lethargic snake basking in the winter sun. I unleashed my blood spear, pinning it to the ground. However, the creature was resilient, and a single thrust was insufficient to end its life. Its limbs flailed wildly. Its skin was toxic, compelling me to refrain from drawing the spear back for a secondary strike, concerned that time was of the essence and that the individual might approach. I scanned my surroundings and noticed a nearby pond adorned with ornamental lotus flowers. I rushed over, scooped up a handful of mud, and returned to envelop the toad, wrapping it as one would a beggar and oppos, as chicken. There exists a rural remedy. If a child is frail and fails to grow, the elders will encase a toad in mud and burn it. Once the mud dries, breaking it reveals the tender flesh of the toad, which adheres to the earth. I cannot assert whether toad meat can fatten a person, but during my impoverished childhood, my friend and I often caught toads to cook, and the meat was exquisitely delicious. Once the toad was cloaked in the mud, I shifted the blood spear and removed it from the dragon mouth. Having dealt with this mouth, I turned to make my way back to the villa. Huang Zhou asked, what about the rest? I replied, I and Oppos. VE dealt with 6 dragon mouths, with the 5 poisons. He can only summon malice from these 5. With one less, I cannot pinpoint what feels amiss, yet it seems the matter is not so simple. With that, I stepped into the villa. As I crossed the threshold, my uncle shouted, be careful. His sudden exclamation startled me, and I instinctively froze. At that moment, a heavy crystal chandelier plummeted from above, shattering on the marble floor less than half a meter from me. My face turned pale, and my legs quaked. Huang Jiao on my shoulder was equally paralyzed with fear. It took me a moment to regain my composure. My uncle exhaled deeply. You stepped right into a danger zone. I calculated the danger zones within the villa and rushed to my uncle's side. I had neutralized 3 of the 5 poisons. The toxicity diminished, and Su Dazhuang had begun to regain consciousness, though his face was ashen, a complete transformation. Su Dazhuang weakly remarked, that chandelier has been installed for years by a professional company. How could it? Uncle, you should rest for a moment. Some occurrences are mere coincidences. But the current situation was no coincidence. Upon calming down, I realized that my uncle's location was quite strategic, precisely in the north. With Su Dazhuang's luck suppressed, the northern part of the residence would counteract the 3 malevolent forces. The returning dragon mouth, infused with the 5 poisons, would similarly generate malice. My uncle had gathered everyone in the villa here, effectively using the northern malevolent forces to counteract the energy generated by the returning dragon mouth. Su Dazhuang's pallor was likely due to the lingering malevolence, a toxic residue. Now that the malice had been largely dispelled, with a little rest, he would recover. This method, had I not witnessed my uncle employing it, I would never have thought of. Moreover, my uncle's timely shout had spared me from the falling chandelier. A mere coincidence it was not. He must possess an uncanny foresight. With 2 malevolent forces still lingering and the flying individual lurking in the yard, I had no time to ponder these matters and hurriedly recounted the situation regarding the 5 poisons to my uncle. After a few moments of silence, he suddenly grasped Su Dazhuang and Amp, Oppos' head and peeled back his eyelids. Under the light, I observed tiny black strands beneath the surface of Su Dazhuang and Amp, Oppos' eyeballs, wriggling like living worms. This was a sign of being afflicted by Gu. Su Dazhuang has been cursed. Both Huang Jiao and I exclaimed simultaneously. I then let out a long breath. Thankfully, I had not killed the 5 poisons at the dragon mouth. Otherwise, Su Dazhuang would be dead by now. His darkened complexion was not merely from toxic residue but from actual poison. The Gu worms within him were at work. In Mao Zedong's Gu techniques, there exists a type known as cohort Gu. They are nurtured together, capable of sensing one another as if they were twins. If one is killed, the other perishes immediately. The poison within Su Dazhuang should be linked to the 5 outside, forming a 6-part connection. The adversary's intent was to compel me to hesitate regarding Su Dazhuang's life, preventing me from eliminating the 5 poisons and thereby suppressing the dragon mouth. As a half-baked novice, I clumsily ventured out to slay 3, only to later realize something was amiss and paused. Had Su Dazhuang's goo poison perished, the toxins would have spread, making it nearly impossible for even a deity to save him. Without ever laying eyes on the circumstances, I had already suffered significant losses. No wonders Wadarin had cautioned me during the previous crisis. My understanding of goo poison is limited, and in this moment, I was at a loss for how to proceed. My uncle, however, appeared anything but inexperienced. He remained remarkably composed. Yang, he instructed, go close the front door. Avoid confronting that person for now. We must first resolve the goo within Su Dazhuang. I dared not hesitate, stepping onto the danger zone to shut the door. The instant the door closed, all the lights in the villa extinguished. Do not concern yourself with that, my uncle reassured. The northern malevolent forces are currently at their strongest, capable of suppressing half of the malice emanating from the returning dragon. That individual will not dare to enter. The servants, already paralyzed with fear, were of no assistance. I rummaged for a few candles and lit them. At that moment, my uncle emerged from the kitchen with a bag of salt. Without a word, he pinched Su Dazhuang and Apos' mouth open and poured the salt inside. Su Dazhuang sputtered and coughed, tears streaming down his face as he pushed my uncle away, shouting, Lier, do you wish for me to die any faster? My uncle's lips twitched, unceremoniously responding, if you die, I inherit your fortune. The combination of the goo poison's effects and my uncle's words nearly sent Su Dazhuang into a faint. Chapter 93. The 3 malevolent spirits of the north fearing a renewed argument. I hastily explained, Grandfather, the parasitic worms and their host share a connection. When second uncle feeds you salt, it compels you to crave water, which in turn will draw out the worms. The terror of the worm poison lies solely in its toxicity. However, the 6 linked worms were employed by the adversary to restrain my approach to the dragon's mouth, and the toxins remain contained within the worms. As long as they survive, they will not release their venom in lethal quantities. After all, if Su Dazhuang were to perish, his schemes would pose no threat to me, allowing me to dismantle the 5 poisons at the dragon's mouth at will and reassert control. Second uncle poured an entire bag of salt into Su Dazhuang and Apos' mouth, compelling him to swallow every last grain before inquiring, how many 5 poisons have you slain? A snake, a centipede, and a toad, I replied. Second uncle noted, 3 of the 6 linked worms have been killed, leaving the ones within Su Dazhuang weakened and unable to endure for long. Go fetch a bowl of water from the kitchen. We also need to set up a white tiger formation. The 3 malevolent spirits of the north are diminishing. I quickly procured the water. Su Dazhuang's throat was parched, rendering him speechless as he lunged for the bowl in my hands. Second uncle restrained him, saying, if you wish to die, then drink. I will handle the inheritance tomorrow. Su Dazhuang's chest heaved, his previously sallow complexion flushing red. I interjected, Grandfather, you must not drink just yet. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Move closer to the bowl, open your mouth, and the worms will sense the water and emerge. Having consumed a bag of salt, I mused that even a miser would likely pay a fortune for a sip of water at this moment. Yet, Su Dazhuang, a seasoned soldier, demonstrated remarkable self-control. Upon nearing the bowl, he shut his eyes and restrained himself. Seeing his cooperation, I proceeded to prepare the white tiger formation. If there were any tricks at play, I needed to direct them westward, ensuring they remained subdued. Once the white tiger was in motion, not only would the 3 malevolent spirits of the north be affected, but the malevolent energy throughout the entire villa would amplify exponentially. This is the essence of feng shui. In feng shui, form constitutes 80 to 90% of its principles. Whether we observe mountains or assess the properties of yin and yang, we often liken them to familiar shapes. This is the form. Form generates momentum, and momentum creates the situation. Only with a situation can energy be gathered, leading to various feng shui treasures. However, Su Dazhuang did not keep pets. So where could I find a cat at this late hour? If only I had a radish, I could carve one out. In my moment of urgency, I recalled Huang Jiu perched on my shoulder. Since Huang Xian'er arrived, it had become noticeably quieter, often leading me to overlook its presence. I lowered it and requested, Brother Huang, would you mind posing as a tiger in the western corner? Huang Jiu did not refuse nor agree, instead quietly asking, Li Good, have you noticed that second uncle seems different today? I nodded, intending to suggest that second uncle might be concealing some abilities. However, before I could speak, Huang Jiu remarked, he and Apos, as just trying to show off in front of Su Dazhuang. Taken aback, I glanced at it. Truly a clever creature, even without second uncle and Apos' words. I could sense the weakening of the three malevolent spirits of the north. I dared not delay. Otherwise, if the dragon's pressure overwhelmed them, that man might burst through the door. As for second uncle's hidden talents, I found it entirely plausible, for grandfather often reminded me to conceal my strengths. Being his biological son, second uncle would undoubtedly have received similar counsel. If he truly possessed skills, it implied that grandfather's teachings were incomplete, suggesting that the legacy may have been passed to second uncle. Moreover, since Dharma knew grandfather and inexplicably praised him, I couldn't shake the feeling that grandfather was far from mediocre. He was exceptionally formidable. Yet, it was certain that he had not obtained the subsequent scroll. So where did his prowess originate? This puzzle eluded me. Momentarily distracted, I set Huang Jiu down, saying, "Brother Huang, it's your turn." Huang Jiu did not falter, scampering to the western corner, baring its teeth and feigning ferocity as it asked, "Li Gu, do I look like one?" Observing its antics, I found myself speechless. Yet, asking a weasel to impersonate a tiger was indeed a tall order. Realizing this wouldn't suffice, I recalled a fortune cat I had seen at the corner of the staircase on the second floor when I first entered. I hurried upstairs to retrieve it. To my astonishment, this cat was solid gold, weighing an impressive 5 or 6 kilograms. Truly extravagant. I approached Huang Jiu and instructed it to step aside, carefully removing the battery from the fortune cat to prevent its paws from beckoning, ensuring it maintained the dignity befitting a tiger. Fortunately, the fortune cat had a tiger's shape. Once placed down, the three malevolent spirits of the north regained considerable strength. With this suppression, that man would not be able to enter for the time being. Once I eliminated the worm poison within Su Dazhuang, I could fully unleash my efforts, even if he could indeed fly. I trusted that second uncle and I could subdue him together. I arranged the white tiger formation as second uncle gestured for silence. The servants dared not draw a breath, their eyes wide with fear as they fixated on Su Dazhuang's mouth. I stealthily approached, noticing a small gecko, about the size of a pinky finger, perched on Su Dazhuang's tongue. The worms possess a unique toxin that can numb a person's nerves, making their presence undetectable to the host. Yet, Su Dazhuang, sensing our gazes, remained utterly still. The tiny gecko, evidently recently hatched, was translucent, its abdomen pulsating as it occasionally flicked its tongue to sense moisture in the air. When I approached, my slight movement caught its attention, causing it to turn alertly, yet fortunately, it did not retreat back into Su Dazhuang's stomach. After several minutes of quietude, Su Dazhuang's tongue began to whiten, his lips cracking. Finally, the gecko succumbed to the allure of the water, poking its head out to drink. In that fleeting moment, second uncle struck like lightning, pinching the gecko between his fingers and submerging it in the water bowl until it perished. Once the gecko lay still, second uncle squeezed it until its abdomen deformed before releasing his grip. Only then did Su Dazhuang quietly inquire, "Lier, has this creature been hiding in my mouth all along?" Second uncle wiped his hands and nodded. Su Dazhuang's complexion turned even paler, and he cracked his dry lips to ask, "Can I drink water now?" I nodded, glancing at second uncle, whose earlier action was beyond my capabilities to match. Speed, precision, and timing, each executed to perfection. Thankfully, he was my second uncle. The more formidable he was, the more at ease I felt. Upon receiving my consent, Su Dazhuang urgently summoned a servant for water. Although the malevolent energy was countered, it would still have adverse effects, and I worried about potential mishaps. Thus, I personally carried the water bucket over. As Su Dazhuang drank deeply, I turned to second uncle to inquire about our next steps, reminding him that Huang Jiu had seen that man fly. Chapter 94. The Secrets of the Su Family. I found Huang Jiu's assertion that my second uncle was putting on airs before Su Dazhuang to have some merit. After all, revealing one's talents in the presence of someone who looks down upon you must be quite gratifying. Thus, I posed a question to my second uncle, both to assist him and to see what other skills he might unveil. When he heard that someone could fly, he did not scoff as I had during my first encounter with such a notion. Instead, his expression turned grave. It felt as if he had encountered a flying Taoist, which sent a shiver down my spine. I hesitated, contemplating whether to summon Huang Xianer for backup. After a few moments of silence, my second uncle spoke. If there were truly someone capable of soaring through the skies, we would have all perished long ago. He suggested that the forces at play were not merely assisting someone, but were seeking to usurp the Su family and Apos as fortunes. It seemed as though the individual had ulterior motives. Could this be a matter of killing two birds with one stone? I furrowed my brow and inquired. My second uncle nodded, indicating that this was indeed a possibility. If that were the case, the machinations of this individual would be rather chilling. Suddenly, my second uncle turned to Su Dazhuang and asked, "Old man, does your family hide any treasures that the old master intends to take with him to the grave?" The Su family and Apos' rise to prominence was a tale from the previous generation. Su Dazhuang had merely expanded upon it. Those who thrived in that era often employed dubious methods or encountered unprecedented opportunities. From what I understood, the Su family's wealth was substantial, far beyond what one could normally bear. My second uncle's inquiry was not unfounded, yet his tone suggested he was fixated on what lay buried. Su Dazhuang, who was sipping water, became incensed, his breath quickening. However, before he could retort, I interjected, "Grandfather." My second uncle implies that this person may be after something belonging to the Su family. As I spoke, I was also piecing together the connections. The transformation of a serpent into a black dragon, followed by the return of the dragon to its lair, and then the 5 poisons suppressing the dragon's mouth. All of these were intertwined with fate and geomantic energies. Suddenly, I was struck by a realization of my second uncle's purpose in questioning Su Dazhuang about his ancestors' graves. Having come to the city, the actions I had taken were limited and without error. Thus, with regard to Su Dazhuang, I had only considered disrupting the feng shui without contemplating the deeper implications. I turned to my second uncle, inhaling deeply. Their target is grandfather's parents' grave. My second uncle nodded. They are not acting alone. Yang, you must delay the potential intruder in the villa. Su Dazhuang, accompany me to the grave site, and on the way, share what you know about your father. My second uncle's tone was peculiar, infuriating Su Dazhuang further. I feared they might come to blows before reaching the grave. Nevertheless, there was little choice in the matter. My second uncle ushered Su Dazhuang out, but just before leaving, he paused to ask me, "Yang, have you ever seen a shadow puppet show?" In rural areas, where traditions lingered longer, I had seen itinerant artisans perform shadow puppetry during my childhood, accompanied by my mother. I was puzzled by my second uncle's sudden inquiry. He continued, "The secret of that flying figure is akin to shadow puppetry. What seems to fly may not be human." At that moment, Huang Jiu interjected, "Impossible. I clearly saw only a shadow." My second uncle offered no explanation and led Su Dazhuang to the car. I furrowed my brow, contemplating his words. As the car engine roared to life, I readied myself, drawing my blood dagger and preparing to step outside. The maids, alarmed, questioned me, "Young master, what shall we do?" "Stay here and do not wander," I instructed as I exited, pulling the door shut behind me. I bit my tongue, using the blood to draw a symbol along the door's seam. My second uncle had suggested that the individual in question might not be alive. Seeing me emerge, my second uncle pressed the accelerator, speeding away. I chased after the car, relieved to see nothing pursuing him. Just as I exhaled in relief, Huang Jiu yanked at my hair from my shoulder. Reacting swiftly, I turned around, only to be confronted by a dark shadow descending upon me. It resembled a large bat, though the outline of limbs was discernible, more akin to a human. I formed a seal with my hands, casting a spell that sent the shadow soaring into the air, directing it towards the rear garden. Observing its speed and grace, it did not seem like a ghost or a mere shadow. Confused yet determined, I pursued it. The villa's back garden, though spacious, was not vast. Upon arrival, I opened my spiritual eyes, but the energy within Su Dazhuang's residence was chaotic. Scanning the area, I noticed 6 dragon mouths and several erratic whirlwinds. Unable to determine which was the hiding place of the figure, I hesitated briefly before heading straight for the first dragon mouth. If the person orchestrating this scheme was indeed after something from the grave, they must have anticipated my interference, using the return of the dragon to temporarily disperse the Su family and Appo's fortune. Once that fortune was scattered, the ancestral home would be in disarray. This dual purpose was alarming. Yet, I could not fathom what could compel someone to go to such lengths to disrupt the Su family and Appo's fortunes before daring to act. However, my second uncle and Appo's return would surely provide clarity. Upon reaching the first dragon mouth, I observed the energy of the return of the dragon surging forth. I rummaged through my pockets for something useful, but found nothing. A Buddhist relic would be ineffectual against the dragon's mouth. The 5 imperial coins had all been taken, rendering any attempt with a relic futile. Faced with an absence of viable options, I felt a sense of helplessness. A visit to the antique market to procure some old artifacts was becoming increasingly necessary. Perched on my shoulder, Huang Jiu urged, "Just urinate on it." The urine of a young boy is said to be most potent. A dragon mouth would be silenced by such an act. My second uncle had hinted that my previous encounter with Xiao Chui had not been a consummation, thus I still retained my youthful essence. However, I could not simply urinate directly on the dragon mouth, for that would seal it shut, preventing the return of the Su family's fortune, and effectively spelling disaster for their lineage. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to aim for the nearby ground. Surprisingly, it proved effective, partially sealing several dragon mouths without completely silencing them. Thus, I managed to relieve myself at 3 locations. Upon reaching the 4th dragon mouth, the shadow finally lost its patience and swooped down towards me. Without closing the dragon's mouth, I disregarded the mess, scooping a bit of my urine in my hand and flinging it toward the shadow. If it were indeed not human, then it would surely react violently upon contact. The shadow lunged swiftly, and I, equally decisive, managed to splash it with the urine just in time. A hissing sound erupted, followed by a cloud of smoke as a chilling wind swept through, causing the shadow to retreat, accompanied by a piercing scream. However, at that very moment, a long shadow suddenly lunged toward my precious possession. Fortunately, forewarned by my second uncle, I was on guard and thrust my blood dagger downward, impaling the elongated shadow just inches from my prized possession. It was then that I discerned the shape clearly. It was a black snake, as thick as a wrist, with its jaws agape, venomous fangs poised to strike my treasure. This sight sent a chill of terror coursing through me, and I hastily pulled up my trousers. Chapter 95. The indolent Huangjiu. As I hastily pulled up my trousers, the black serpent lashed its tail, its dark scales fanning out like a multitude of sharp blades, striking towards me with the swiftness of a whip. Caught off guard, I could not evade in time, and in a moment of desperation, I turned sideways and swung my blood spear with force. The serpent was flung away, yet its tail grazed my backside, igniting a fiery sting. I glanced at the wound. Aside from the searing pain akin to being rubbed with chili powder, there seemed to be no significant harm done. I surmised that the serpent's venom was concentrated in its fangs, leaving its body devoid of much toxin. Whether it be a curse or an ordinary snake, they are ultimately creatures of life. After sustaining a grievous injury, the black serpent writhed on the ground, unable to escape. Suddenly, a shadow rushed overhead, elusive and swiftly retreating into the darkness. I dared not let my guard down and opened my spiritual eye to discern its concealed position. However, upon activating the second layer, I still saw nothing. A searing pain shot through my eyes, prompting me to close my spiritual sight abruptly. With a flick of my hand, I unleashed the Earth Dog Star. Though its combat prowess was lacking, its sense of smell was exceptionally acute, capable of detecting the faintest traces of scent. At this moment, its olfactory abilities proved far more advantageous than mere sight. Moreover, the abilities imparted by the Earth Dog Star not only allowed it to discern scents, but also pinpoint exact locations, rendering it akin to direct vision. I inhaled deeply and whispered, "Huanggo, shouldn't you lend a hand?" Huangjiu shook its head vehemently. "I have yet to transform. I feel utterly useless since the mention of transformation and the subsequent failure to negotiate with Director Qian." Huangjiu had repeatedly attempted to steal the mirror, but was thwarted by my refusals. Consequently, it had succumbed to lethargy, becoming a mere shadow of its former self, contributing nothing to our efforts. I understood its motives. It sought to coerce me into acquiescing to its desires, allowing to hate a pilfer the mirror. Moreover, its fixation on transformation had plunged it into deep self-doubt, believing itself inadequate in its current state. After all, being an animal, its thoughts were likely singular and straightforward. With Huangjiu unmoving, I did not press the matter further. I cautiously approached the location indicated by the Earth Dog Star, which followed closely behind me. My expectations were modest. As long as it remained unscathed by the blood spear, I would be content. Uncle S' words rang true. There were two individuals within the villa. Judging by the smoke from the child's urine earlier, I surmised one was a person and the other a ghost. Of course, the shadow could also be a puppet manipulated by someone or akin to a shadow play figure. As I advanced, the person within became visibly anxious. Their apprehension offered me a modicum of solace, for it indicated their uncertainty. Had they shown no reaction at all, I might have hesitated to proceed. It appeared they had divided their roles. The stronger had gone to the Su family grave, while the weaker remained here. This line of thought caused me to worry for Uncle, but given his demeanor when he departed, he must have had confidence in his ability. The presence of Su Dazhuang added to my reassurance, as his skills could provide a significant advantage. It was regrettable that I could not witness Uncle's abilities firsthand. Lost in thought, I unknowingly arrived at the vicinity of the rockery. The figure remained hidden, never moving. I could not see them. Perhaps their puppet strings were simply too long. It was also possible that the shadow hovering above was not a puppet but a shikigami, like the Earth Dog Star, capable of being controlled by will alone. Regardless of its nature, as long as I could sense their existence and position, the mystery surrounding them dissipated, rendering them far less terrifying. Taking a deep breath, I refrained from entering the rockery and called out, "I see you. Come out." The rockery belonging to the Su family was a medium-sized traditional garden, not vast in area, but intricately designed. The individual hiding within had the upper hand, and to charge in recklessly would be perilous. It was wiser to provoke them into revealing themselves. Upon hearing my words, the figure exhibited signs of unease but quickly fell silent. Meanwhile, the shadow above me became restless, silently lowering its altitude, attempting to ambush me several times. However, having been wounded by the child's urine, it was cautious, abandoning its attempts after a few probing strikes. I contemplated that to inflict serious harm upon it, I would require the Buddha bone relic, as the child's urine lacked sufficient power. Without air superiority, confronting it directly would be unwise. It was better to maintain my current stance. After all, with Uncle at the grave, it was they who should be anxious. Resolute in my decision, I gripped the Buddha bone relic, halting my movements. The figure behind the rockery seemed to discern my intentions, displaying signs of unrest within the olfactory image. I could not help but commend the ability granted to me by the Earth Dog Star. It was akin to an external aid. I wondered if other divine beings possessed similar unique abilities. After a stalemate lasting over 20 minutes, the shadow in the sky could no longer contain itself and lunged downward. It descended silently, and without raising my gaze, I would not have sensed its approach. I feigned ignorance until it loomed overhead, obscuring my view. At which point, I clenched the Buddha bone relic and struck upward with a fist. The relic glowed in my palm, and the sutras inscribed upon it surged forth, tearing the dark cloth-like entity into shreds. Yet, to my astonishment, there was no one inside. Simultaneously, I observed no dispersal of negative energy. A jolt of surprise coursed through me. What on earth was that? Could it truly have been a shadow puppet? Even if it were, one would expect remnants to remain after such destruction. However, the shadow disintegrated mid-air, leaving nothing in its wake. Noticing that the person behind the rockery remained still, I quickly released my grip on the Buddha bone relic, cooling my scorching hand by blowing on it. With the shadow eliminated, I no longer had to contend with air supremacy, allowing me to relax significantly as I continued to bide my time. Huangjio, perched on my shoulder, dozed off to the point of nearly tumbling off. I took a few steps forward, hoping to instill some urgency in it. Yet, to my surprise, it remained even more patient than I, having fallen completely silent since the shadow above had been obliterated. After an hour of stalemate, Huangjio finally expressed its impatience. Li Gu, I told you I should have stolen that mirror. If I had transformed, I could have resolved this situation with a mere cough. Such a persistent mischief maker. The last time it attempted to steal the scripture tube, it nearly caused a major incident. I later learned from Uncle that the Provincial Special Patrol was preparing to introduce high-tech solutions from abroad, hiring experts to aid in the endeavor. It was said that with the combined expertise and technology, even the tiniest traces left by intruders would be easily detectable. I had no desire to serve time in prison. Seeing my silence, Huangjio continued, "Aren't you tired of just standing there? Go confront him." Time dragged on, and my growing agitation was compounded by Huangjio's incessant prattling. I realized that continuing to wait was not a viable solution. Moreover, my delay here was mirrored by their own hesitation. With Uncle venturing into the graveyard, the risks were already considerable. If there were traps I had overlooked, Uncle could easily find himself in peril. With this thought in mind, I summoned my blood spear, retracting the Earth Dog Star, and prepared to enter the cluster of rockeries with the Buddha bone relic firmly in hand. Chapter 96. The Three-Een Sect. The Su-style garden embodies elegance. Akin to a refined Jiangyan woman, devoid of jagged rocks yet characterized by a compact layout and relatively intricate topography. Upon entering the cluster of artificial mountains, the raucous Huangjio seized the opportunity to leap onto a nearby rock formation, claiming to assist me in navigating the terrain, but in truth, he was merely fleeing. His smug grin, revealing his sharp beak, infuriated me. What use is this idle creature, who feasts without contributing? Once Huang Xian and Appos returns in a few days, I shall have her take this nuisance with her. He seems intent on coercing me into submission, dreaming of a spring and autumn fantasy. After all, once one indulges in thievery, it leads to further transgressions. I shall never tolerate such behavior. Cursing Huangjio internally, I cautiously circumvented the artificial mountains and released the Earth Dog Star at a bend. Previously, I had retracted it fearing he might discern its power and hesitate to emerge. Yet upon releasing it, I discovered he remained motionless, which struck me as peculiar. Given my presence, even a timid creature ought to display some reaction. Could it be? Raising an eyebrow, I swiftly darted around the corner. Upon emerging, I spotted a shadow lurking in the corner of the rock formation. In that instant, I hurled my blood spear, which struck the shadow squarely in the forehead. Despite this, it emitted no sound. I pounced forward, delivering a punch that sent the shadow soaring like a discarded cloth. Wary of a potential ruse, I employed the Earth Dog Star's abilities to sense my surroundings. Only after confirming there were no similar auras did I withdraw the blood spear and reach out, discovering it was merely a piece of black fabric. This was a situation I had never encountered before, and I had heard no prior accounts of such a thing. Yet the world is vast, teeming with extraordinary individuals and phenomena. My grandfather cannot possibly know them all. I tore the black cloth down, rolled it into a bundle, and resolved to scrutinize it further upon returning to the villa. Upon reaching the villa and Appos' entrance, Huangjio strolled out nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back, akin to an elderly gentleman ambling through a park, tauntingly remarking, "Little Li, look at you, so cowardly, frightened by a mere piece of cloth for an entire hour." Silence. I shot him a glare, having firmly decided to have Huang Xian'er take him away when she departs. Entering the villa, I prepared to reassure the Su family's servants that all was well, only to find several faces etched with terror. Just as my curiosity piqued, a bold maid stammered, "Masterly, didn't you just return and go upstairs?" Return? I had been in the backyard. When was I ever back? However, raising this question might terrify them further. Composing myself, I calmly inquired, "Did I push the door open to enter?" The brave maid nodded. When I entered, I had specifically checked the door, ensuring that the blood-ink talisman I inscribed was untouched. This indicated that an impostor had entered. Realization dawned upon the maids, and an older housekeeper quivered, asking, "Masterly, wasn't it Appos, Tia you who just came in?" As she spoke, they huddled together in fear, bracing themselves to flee. I quickly reassured them, "Do not panic. I am truly Li Yong. Remain where you are." The white tiger rises. The three malevolent spirits of the north are formidable. Under normal circumstances, these spirits would harm the master, yet now, with an external malevolence intruding, they transformed into protectors. As long as they stayed put, they would be safe. In a state of terror, people are easily swayed. My words instilled some calm, and they huddled together, trembling. I released the Earth Dog Star. With its enhanced olfactory senses, I scanned the entire villa. Aside from us, no other presence lingered. The intruder must have departed. Unfamiliar with the Su family's estate, I hesitated to investigate and decided to wait for my uncle's return. I intended to move toward the northern area, for my uncle and Sui Mei had tied the knot, making me a relative of the Su family. I had already been cursed once. I wished to avoid another chandelier incident. However, as I took a few steps forward, the clustered maids shouted loudly, demanding I keep my distance, brandishing nearby objects as makeshift weapons. Frustration mingled with resignation surged within me. The moment I approached, they would flee. While it was no issue for me to retreat from the northern area, it was uncertain for them. To prevent further incidents, I chose a spot devoid of decorations above and cabinets around, wiped the Buddha relic on my clothing, and held it in my mouth. After all, I was a country boy, not one to fuss over such matters. With the Buddha relic in my mouth and the blood spear in hand, I finally unfurled the peculiar black cloth retrieved from behind the artificial mountains. My fingers glided over it, reminiscent of caressing the delicate hand of a woman, smooth and tender, unlike ordinary fabric. Moreover, strange patterns were embroidered on the fabric with white thread. Old Huang, I called out twice, prompting Huang Jiao to stretch lazily and saunter over. My irritation was palpable. Were it not for my lack of company, I would have sent him away. "Take a look at this," I seethed, suppressing my anger. Huang Jiao rolled his eyes, retorting, "If you can't discern it with your own eyes, what can a mere beast like me possibly perceive?" With a long sigh, I resisted the urge to retaliate. Today, I encountered phenomena I had never before witnessed or even heard of. Initially, the Earth Dog Star indicated that there was a person behind the artificial mountains. Yet upon investigation, all that remained was this strange black cloth in my possession. The individual who impersonated me and ascended to the second floor had left no trace when I sensed their aura. I hoped to glean some information from the peculiar cloth before me, and considering Huang Jiao and Appos' origins from the vast mountains, he should possess the insight to identify its nature. For the greater good, I endured his insolence. Yet the more I restrained myself, the more he took liberties. Despite his admission of being a mere beast, he offered no assistance and maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Taking a deep breath, I still held my temper, stating, "I will discuss this with my uncle when I return. Perhaps he will devise a plan." Upon hearing this, Huang Jiao perked up as if invigorated, his fur bristling as he eyed me intently. Really? His transformation was something I truly cared about. Unfortunately, Director Qian remained reticent, leaving my uncle powerless, and thus I was equally helpless. I nodded. Huang Jiao, encouraged by my affirmation, began pawing at the black cloth on the ground. He not only observed but also sniffed it, and as he did so, his expression shifted to one of confusion. After thorough examination, Huang Jiao raised his gaze to me and declared, "Little Li, this is not cloth, it is human skin, and it bears the aura of the Three-Yin sect." At the mention of the Three-Yin sect, a shiver coursed through me. Chapter 97. The Master of the Mountain. As fortune it has been but a few days since the incident at the Ghost Tower, yet the Three-Yin sect has resurfaced. What is of utmost concern is their desire for retribution. They should be seeking me or the demon hunters, yet they have targeted Su Dazhuang. A wave of anxiety washed over me, fearing for my uncle's safety, prompting me to dial Huang Xian'er, urging her to visit the Su family cemetery. However, after several attempts, my calls went unanswered. Huang Jiao, sensing my distress, reassured me. "My wife is simply seeking novelty. Once that phase passes, she loses interest. It is likely she does not have her phone with her. Even if something were amiss, it would be too late for her to act now." His words only heightened my urgency. I called Zhang Ling due to the matter concerning the earth pearl. She was vexed with me, but she answered promptly at around 5 in the morning. Without allowing her to speak, I inquired, "Are you monitoring Zhang Ling? Have you noticed any members of the Three-Yin sect?" Having been abruptly awakened, Zhang Ling replied groggily, "No. Why do you ask?" My frustration flared. A single erroneous piece of information from the demon hunters nearly cost me my life at the hands of Zhuo. They had used Zhang Ling as bait. Yet the catch ended up at Su Dazhuang's residence. Meanwhile, she was still lost in slumber. The situation at Su Dazhuang's home is the work of the Three-Yin sect, and their people are at the Su family cemetery. Hurry and send someone over. Both my uncle and Su Dazhuang are there, I exclaimed, my voice rising in urgency. Zhang Ling immediately snapped to attention, asking for confirmation. I glanced at Huang Jiao, for it was he who had provided this information. He nodded firmly. I assured Zhang Ling, "I am certain, and their target is the items within the graves of Su Dazhuang's parents. If you delay, they may succeed." Without further response, Zhang Ling abruptly hung up. My frustration surged. Huang Jiao continued to calm me. "Rest assured. Tang Quan has stated that the members of the Three-Yin sect and the demon hunters are like cats and mice. They will be drawn to the scent, especially with a lead in hand." I gazed at Huang Jiao, hoping his words bore truth. At this moment, all I could do was pray that my uncle had indeed concealed his true strength. When dawn broke, Huang Xian finally returned my call. Given the involvement of the Three-Yin sect, I dared not be careless. I instructed her to bring Aunt Su Yimei, along with Xiao Chui and Tingting, to the Su family villa. After a night of returning the dragon's breath, the fortunes of the Su family had improved significantly, and the ominous aura began to dissipate. Had it not been for my child's urine providing some delay, the Three-Yin sect would have likely prevailed. With the graves now occupied, they would probably refrain from taking anything from them. Zhang Ling should still arrive in time. Of course, this was merely my conjecture. As the sun fully rose, I held the relic in my hand and ascended to the second floor, thoroughly inspecting every room and corner. Once I confirmed that the impostor had departed, I descended. Shortly thereafter, Aunt Su Yimei arrived, driving with Huang Xian, Xiao Chui, and Tingting. Upon seeing them approach in a vehicle, my expression changed. In my haste, I had forgotten to warn them. The Su family was currently facing a calamity, and driving posed the greatest risk. In my moment of panic, I rushed to greet them. However, when Aunt Su Yimei and Tingting stepped out of the car, I was taken aback. Neither displayed any signs of misfortune. I could understand Tingting, as she bore no Su family lineage, but could it be that Aunt Su Yimei was also? Just as I pondered this, Xiao Chui emerged from the vehicle. As I went to assist her, I sensed a subtle yet formidable aura emanating from her. This aura formed a protective vortex around Aunt Su Yimei and the others, repelling even the most malevolent energies from a distance. A moment of surprise passed before I recalled Xiao Chui's origins, and I felt a sense of relief. The master of the mountain. It seemed she truly was the master of her domain. Even in her naivety, she exuded immense fortune. I chose not to disclose this revelation as we entered the villa. As soon as Xiao Chui stepped into the villa, the foul energies from the northern three evils and the returning dragon vanished completely. I grasped Xiao Chui's hand as though holding a precious treasure. Had I known her aura was so overpowering, I would have brought her along last night, sparing my uncle and myself from unnecessary turmoil. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought. The mysteries of the Three-Yin sect rival those of the vast mountains, and their divine creation plans had been in motion for years, likely resulting in the concoction of entities that should not exist in this world. Should they set their sights on Xiao Chui, she would indeed be in grave danger. My apprehensions were not without merit. Huang Xian, having examined the human skin, furrowed her brow, unable to articulate her thoughts. She merely noted that the white lines on the skin depicted what seemed to be an ancient totem. Ancient totems, beyond their symbolic significance, often harbor mysterious powers. I recounted my encounter with the shadow from the previous night. Huang Xian, too, could not identify its origin. A chill ran down my spine. If even a transformed demon could not recognize it, it must be something extraordinary. The troubles of adults remained forever unknown to children. With Xiao Chui purifying the atmosphere, the impending calamity dissipated, and I instructed the servants to clean up the shards of the crystal chandelier that had fallen in the hall. Tingting picked up several intact crystal balls and ran over to me, seeking companionship for play. I lacked the mood but found it impossible to refuse a little girl in a princess dress. Cradling her in my arms, I shared the details of the ghost tower incident. Upon hearing about the divine creation, Huang Xian's eyes lit up with intrigue, asking if the heart I encountered truly survived independently. I nodded. Huang Xian continued, "If that is indeed the case, I may have some leads. It is said that on a certain island in the East China Sea resides a mysterious tribe capable of awakening the organs of the deceased through a unique ritual, allowing them to return to life." As she spoke, her craving for a cigarette emerged, With a flick of her wrist, a golden smoking rod appeared as if by magic. Huang Jiao promptly produced a lighter from his pocket, eagerly igniting it for her. After a couple of puffs, Huang Xian'er resumed. Later, people in Jiuzhou discovered this tribe and dubbed them the Immortal Tribe. They replicated the ritual and brought it back to Jiuzhou. However, whether due to leaving the island or incorrect methods, those who attempted the ritual could only revive some organs, not all. These individuals, undeterred, journeyed once more to the East China Sea in search of the Immortal Tribe, but that island seemed to have evaporated from existence, never to be seen again. Eventually, an organization was formed to study the totems brought back from the Immortal Tribe, seeking to uncover the flaws and achieve immortality. At this juncture, I interjected, Sister Xian'er, are you suggesting that the Three-Yin sect may very well be that organization? Huang Xian'er nodded, exhaling a plume of smoke. Yet it appears they have yet to discover the correct method, leading them to forge a new path by reviving different organs and assembling them together. My skepticism lingered. Yet I found myself compelled to believe, for what Huang Xian'er described mirrored the actions of the Three-Yin sect. But could it be true that an immortal tribe truly exists in this world? Chapter 98. The Secrets Within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Huang Xian'er's words left Su Yimeis pale and trembling. She tightly embraced Tingting and asked in a quivering voice, why would such a mysterious sect target our family? This question lingered in the minds of all present. If the people of the Three-Yin sect were seeking revenge against me, it seemed an excessive endeavor. However, at this moment, I chose to candidly share with Su Yimei and Apos the circumstances that led to my conflict with the Three-Yin sect. In my honesty, I also conducted some analysis. It appeared that they had included me in their calculations, anticipating my ability to unravel the dragon's return and trigger its effects. Yet even so, it did not seem as if their intentions were directed solely at me. Upon hearing this, Su Yimei's aunt trembled slightly, casting me a gaze laced with reproach. Aunt, both my uncle and I earn our livelihood from this. I wish to apologize, realizing that had it not been for me, my uncle might not have found himself entangled with Su Yimei's aunt. However, before I could finish, she interrupted. I have long been aware of what your uncle does. I willingly chose to stand by him and had prepared my heart for this, but you should not have kept this from me. Had I known, I would have at least been prepared and on guard. As she spoke, her face remained ashen and her hands still trembled, yet her gaze was resolute. I recognized her as a woman of passion and courage. Our actions, my uncle's and mine, had indeed been somewhat misguided. For sometimes what we perceive as protection can inadvertently become complicity. I grasped Xiao Chui's hand, resolving that from now on, I would always be transparent with her about my undertakings before leaving home. To put it simply, if she understood the dangers I faced, she would be less inclined to open the door to strangers. Of course, upon Huang Xian'er's return, I would remain by her side without fail. My abilities might not suffice to protect her, but in the face of danger, I would risk my life to save her. That was my greatest assurance. Noticing my guilt regarding Su Yimei, Huang Xian'er lowered her head in silence, then exhaled a puff of smoke before rising. We must wait for my uncle to return to discern the specific reasons behind the Three-Yin sect's interest, she stated. Li Yong, take me to the place where you shattered the shadow. Daylight had broken, and the dragon's return continued unabated. However, Xiao Chui had purified all the tainted air. We merely needed to await the conclusion of the dragon's return. As Huang Xian'er and I stepped outside, Su Yimei and followed closely behind. Arriving at the site of last night's confrontation, before I could speak, Huang Xian and Apos, her halted. She inhaled deeply, releasing the smoke slowly. The ethereal tendrils spiraled in the air before settling gently on the ground, lingering for some time. Moments later, mottled green specks emerged from the mist, reminiscent of bioluminescence in the night. I drew my blood dagger, gently lifting one of the glowing fragments, only to watch it vanish upon leaving the smoke Huang Xian'er had exhaled. It dawned on me then that the shadow was not truly formless. It only manifested in specific environments. Huang Xian and Apos took another deep breath, causing the smoke on the ground to disperse. The substance you see is nightshade grass, found in the heart of the 10,000 Great Mountains. 50 years ago, a group of 30 sorcerers ventured into the mountains. Though they were numerous and formidable, only 5 emerged, taking with them certain items. It seems likely that they were members of the Three-Yin sect, and among those items was the nightshade grass. Huang Xian'er's words were clear. In her lifetime, she had only seen those 5 individuals emerge from the 10,000 Great Mountains. Furthermore, that band of sorcerers had only reached the central region, underscoring the mountains and Apos' formidable nature. I couldn't and Apos help but glance at Xiao Chui. Was she truly the mistress of the 10,000 Great Mountains? Huang Xian'er continued. Items tainted with the sap of nightshade grass become translucent and colorless, blending seamlessly with their surroundings, making them nearly imperceptible. Yang, if you let your wife's blood fall into your eyes, the nightshade grass will struggle to conceal itself. This statement was delivered in a tone audible only to me. Xiao Chui's blood? I quietly inquired. Does it have to be her blood? Huang Xian'er nodded. I exhaled in relief. A mere prick of her finger with a needle was manageable, but anything further was beyond my resolve. Xiao Chui, with her keen ears, caught wind of our conversation, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Gazing at her delicate nose and slightly upturned lips, I felt a pang of thirst. Were it not for the company around us, I might have impulsively leaned in for a kiss. Moreover, upon our return, I intended to introduce her to my treasured possession. With a mischievous thought, I inquired of Huang Xian'er, Sister Xian'er, have you encountered members of the Three-Yin sect? Can you discern the techniques they employ? Huang Xian'er shook her head. When that group entered the mountains, I dared only to observe from afar. A chill ran down my spine. Huang Jiao had mentioned that his wife had encountered someone with a head from over 50 years ago, implying that Huang Xian'er possessed strength surpassing Lu Changxin even back then. In contrast, this gave me insight into the prowess of that band of over 30 individuals. They were no ordinary adversaries. Huang Xian'er reflected, however. The techniques they employed were entirely different from Taoist practices, nor did they resemble any form of dark sorcery. I asked, could they be techniques originating from the East China Sea? Huang Xian and Appos nodded. That is a possibility, but if so, they likely utilize ancient methods. Ancient methods? Such concepts belong to the realm of legend. It is said that in ancient times, a group from the sea arrived in Jiuzhou, masters of extraordinary skills that left onlookers in awe, becoming favored guests of successive dynasties. Their techniques were known as the methods of the feng shui. The feng shui sought the path to immortality, a quest vastly different from the modern Taoists. Of course, within the Taoist community, there are those who dream of achieving immortality. Yet many of these individuals have strayed into the realms of heresy. The disappearance of the feng shui remains a mystery. At a certain juncture in time, they vanished as if they had never existed. Years following their disappearance, the practice of Taoism flourished throughout Jiuzhou. Some claim that Taoist techniques are merely an evolution of the ancient methods. Alas, history tends to obscure the truth, leaving behind only endless speculation and conjecture. I am no historian and cannot delve into this chapter of the past, but it seems imperative that I find time to consult Director Qian. He should possess knowledge of these hidden truths. Only by unraveling the enigmatic veil of the Three-Yin sect can we ascertain how to confront it. At that moment, two vehicles approached from outside the villa, the foremost being Su Yimei S and S SUV. I hurried towards it and through the windshield. I spotted my uncle at the wheel, feeling the weight of my anxiety lift at last. Chapter 99. The resurrected. The vehicle came to a halt, and I hurried to assist in opening the door. However, Ting was faster than I, and before I could utter a word after my uncle exited the car, the little girl had already pushed me aside and leaped into his arms, tightly embracing him while calling out Dad. Even I, upon hearing that word, felt my heart melt. It was no wonder that my uncle had not returned to the shop since the incident at the ghost tower. He had expressed a desire to distance himself from the supernatural dealings and learn to engage in business instead. Had it not been for the incident involving Su Dazhuang and his concern for my safety, I suspect he would have remained uninvolved. Reflecting on this, a pang of regret washed over me. Had I known, I would have refrained from involving my uncle. Yet, at this juncture, whether or not to involve him was no longer within my purview. My uncle bent down, attempting to lift Ting, but as he exerted himself, his face turned ashen, and he let out a muffled groan from his throat. I quickly coaxed Ting over to Aunt Su Yimei, supporting my uncle as I asked, "Are you all right, uncle?" At that moment, the adjacent car door swung open, and Su Dazhuang stepped out. Aunt Su Yimei called out Dad, intending to approach him, but upon seeing Su Dazhuang and Appos' grim expression, she hesitated and retreated. I imagined that Aunt Su Yimei's heart must have been in turmoil. Her marriage to my uncle had never received Su Dazhuang's approval, and now, with the addition of Ting, who was not even his biological child, his acceptance appeared even more improbable. Su Dazhuang, with his narrow-mindedness, was certainly unable to accept such a situation. Nevertheless, these were matters for another time. What was pressing now was to ascertain whether the members of the San-Yin sect were targeting me or the graves of Su Dazhuang's parents. If it were the graves they were after, what secrets might they hold? My uncle steadied himself by leaning on my shoulder and managed to walk a few steps before regaining his composure, indicating that it seemed no vital harm had been done. From the rear of the vehicle, Zhang Ling emerged from the driver's seat. Through the glass, I noticed 4 robust men still seated inside, seemingly reluctant to exit. The demon hunters maintained an air of mystery, evidently preferring not to reveal themselves before too many witnesses. I released my uncle and approached Zhang Ling, inquiring directly, "Are they from the San-Yin sect?" Indeed, Zhang Ling confirmed. I inhaled deeply, suppressing my anger as I questioned, "Are all demon hunters merely brawny simpletons?" Fixated solely on Zhang Ying, oblivious to their surroundings? If they had been vigilant, the troubles at Su Dazhuang's residence would never have transpired. Zhang Ling, adjusting her attire, replied, "There are over 7 million people in the provincial capital, and we are merely 4. How do you expect us to monitor everything?" I fell silent, exhaling a breath of frustration as I pressed, "Are they targeting me or the Su family graves?" Seeing that I was no longer confrontational, Zhang Ling gradually calmed, stating, "It is the Su family graves. As for what lies within, you must inquire with Su Dazhuang." Judging by her gaze, it seemed she had already posed this question, but Su Dazhuang had remained reticent. After disembarking, he appeared deeply troubled. When Aunt Suime called to him, he seemed to be oblivious. At that moment, my uncle glanced at me, signaling for my attention. I understood and hurried to catch up with Su Dazhuang, supporting him as I asked, "Grandfather, are you all right?" Su Dazhuang snapped back to reality, responding, "I am fine." I followed him into the villa, whispering, "Grandfather, at this point, you must not withhold any information. We need the truth to resolve this matter." Su Dazhuang took a deep breath, expressing, "There are certain things I wish to share, yet I do not know where to begin." I summoned a servant, instructing, "Grandfather, allow the maid to escort you upstairs to rest. When you have gathered your thoughts and are ready to speak, simply call for us." Su Dazhuang, visibly anxious, grasped my hand, pleading, "Please accompany me upstairs." In the living room on the second floor, Su Dazhuang settled onto the sofa. After a brief silence, he began, "When my mother was 3 months pregnant with me, she was involved in a car accident. At that time, she was supposed to be dead. I felt a jolt within me." Su Dazhuang elaborated, "What I am sharing are the words my father imparted to me before he passed. They were so extraordinary." After a moment's thought, he described his father's words as incomprehensible. I had always assumed they were the ramblings of a dying man, but today, I realized they were not mere nonsense. They were indeed true. I interrupted, "Grandfather, allow me to fetch uncle." Su Dazhuang, rising nervously, grasped my arm and insisted, "This is something I will only share with you. If they wish to know, you may relay it to them." I was uncertain of the old man's reservations. Perhaps it was the strangeness of the situation that made him reluctant to confront my uncle, whom he had once derided. After all, he was a man of stubborn pride. I nodded and resumed my seat on the sofa as Su Dazhuang continued. "After my mother's accident, she was taken to the hospital, and her breath was lost. The hospital declared her dead. Yet, in my father's moment of despair, a business associate suddenly asked him if he wished to resurrect my mother. A life for a life, such a miraculous proposition. Without hesitation, my father agreed, even when that person offered an astonishing price. Following that man's instructions, my father arranged for my mother's body to be removed from the morgue that very night. After receiving the payment, that man took my mother's body away. 2 months later, he returned my mother, alive and well. Before departing, he left a red pill, instructing my father to administer it to my mother 30 years hence. Failure to do so would result in dire consequences. My heart raced. Could the dead truly return to life? Was such a phenomenon possible? Moreover, what Su Dazhuang recounted bore an uncanny resemblance to the sacrificial rites of the Undying clan. After a moment to collect himself, Su Dazhuang continued, 30 years after my mother's revival, my father followed that friend's directive and gave my mother the pill. That very night, she passed away. My father always believed he was responsible for her death, living the rest of his life engulfed in guilt and sorrow, eventually following her in death shortly thereafter. Recalling these past events, sorrow clouded Su Dazhuang's eyes. I asked, Grandfather, could your father be certain that the person who returned was indeed your mother and not someone else? Su Dazhuang turned to me, a hint of irritation flickering in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure and shook his head, saying, my parents were childhood sweethearts. They had been together for 20 years by the time of the accident, intimately familiar with one another. The notion of substitution was unfathomable. Furthermore, my father had conducted a paternity test. The implication of a paternity test indicated that Su Dazhuang's father had faced similar uncertainties. In that era, a man being cuckolded was a grave matter. Were there no biological ties, Su Dazhuang could not possibly be who he was today. As Su Dazhuang reached this point, he leaned back on the sofa, declaring, that is all I know. Li Yang, is my family safe now? The return of the dragon had concluded, for the time being. There would be no further issues, though the desired outcome had not been achieved, and it was likely that the Sanyin sect would return. I presented Su Dazhuang with 2 options, to entrust the matter to the demon hunters, who would keep watch, thus preventing the Sanyin sect from reappearing in the short term, or to continue our investigation alongside my uncle, unearthing the truth and resolving the matter once and for all. Chapter 100. The Secret of Immortality. My thoughts were quite straightforward. The Su family and the Sanyin sect were not deeply intertwined. Once we unraveled the mystery surrounding Su Dazhuang and Apos' mother, the Sanyin sect would naturally cease to pursue the Su family. After all, The demon hunters had been closely monitoring the Sanyin sect, and they dared not act recklessly. However, I cautioned Su Dazhuang that regardless of who took charge, there was a possibility of excavating graves, as the members of the Sanyin sect might very well be after his mother's remains. After a brief silence, Su Dazhuang inquired, "Must we really dig up the grave?" I nodded in affirmation. He then asked, "If we leave it to the demon hunters, how will they handle it?" I responded candidly, "I cannot say for certain, but from my interactions with them, they seem rather unreliable. Moreover, they often resort to unscrupulous means to achieve their goals. And I worry that Aunt Sui-Mei might get hurt." I intended no intimidation. I merely spoke the truth. Zhanling had utilized me twice, in the haunted building. I had merely circled the entrance of the Hall of Yama. The second time, had it not been for Zhuai Daoran and Apos' generosity, I would have stepped inside the Hall of Yama entirely. They were exceedingly unreliable. Furthermore, they operated as a small demon hunting team, and Zhanling's word alone carried little weight. Noticing Su Dazhuang's indecision, I recognized his aversion to grave excavation. Yet, without clarity on the matter, he feared for the safety of his family. Seeing his hesitation, I suggested, "Grandfather, ponder this while I step outside for a moment." Su Dazhuang understood my intentions and did not object, tacitly permitting me to recount the situation. Descending the stairs, I found my second uncle and others standing. My second uncle asked, "Did the old man say anything?" Sui-Mei glared at him, pinching his arm sharply. He winced in response. I too felt that my second uncle was somewhat excessive. However, as a younger generation, I refrained from commenting. I took a seat, instructed Aunt Sui-Mei to send the servants away, and then recounted what Su Dazhuang had conveyed to me. The expressions of those present varied widely. My second uncle fell into silence, while Aunt Sui-Mei, cradling Ting-Ting, appeared incredulous. Only Zhanling exuded excitement. I understood her enthusiasm stemmed from the sin of financial gain. This very excitement suddenly heightened my vigilance. Based on my previous interactions, Zhanling was not the type to be overly avaricious. Her exhilaration could only indicate that the bounty placed by the demon hunters was exceptionally high. For other bounty tasks, I could understand that there were employers behind them. But for missions targeting the Sanyin sect, who would offer such exorbitant rewards merely for the sake of eradicating evil, if there was an employer, their motives were undeniably linked to immortality. It was even possible that the higher-ups among the demon hunters were this very employer. Reflecting on this, I regretted allowing her to remain here. Unaware of my thoughts, Zhanling promptly addressed Aunt Sui-Mei, saying, "Miss Su, leave this matter to us. We will not charge any fees and will ensure that prominent figures from the demon hunting list are brought in to guarantee your safety." I furrowed my brow. If they could indeed enlist individuals from the demon hunting list to protect the Su family, it would surely be more reliable than my second uncle and I fumbling around here. Aunt Sui-Mei, unfamiliar with Zhanling, adjusted her hair and replied, "This matter requires my father's decision." Upon hearing this, Zhanling rose and prepared to ascend to the second floor. At that moment, Su Dazhuang called out to me from the hallway. Judging by his stance, he had overheard Zhanling's words. I ascended to the second floor. Once seated, Su Dazhuang asked, "What do you think about Zhanling's suggestion?" The old man's inquiry stemmed entirely from his lack of understanding regarding the demon hunters. Had he been aware of the demon hunting list, he would have made a decision without hesitation. Nonetheless, since he had asked, I expressed my genuine opinion. If they can bring in skilled individuals, it would surely be better than my second uncle and I intervening. Moreover, the demon hunters and the Sanyin sect are archenemies. When they encounter one another, they will hardly concern themselves with anything else. Su Dazhuang queried, "Are you suggesting we allow the demon hunters to intervene?" I nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, even if the demon hunters handle it, my second uncle and I will not remain idle. We will still keep watch from the shadows. Furthermore, Aunt Sui-Mei, my wife, and Huang Jiu's wife will be together, ensuring their safety." "You're married?" Su Dazhuang expressed surprise. I proudly replied, "The most beautiful one beside Aunt Sui-Mei is my wife." "Beautiful, beautiful," Su Dazhuang echoed, scrutinizing me with both admiration and curiosity. "Aren't you still quite young?" "In the countryside, marriages happen early." I chuckled. Su Dazhuang's casual conversation indicated that he had reached a decision and was no longer conflicted. I stood and asked, "Grandfather, should my second uncle and I discuss this with Zhanling, or will you?" After a moment of hesitation, Su Dazhuang decided, "You should talk to Zhanling. My only requirement is that they ensure Aunt Sui-Mei's safety and that they do not disturb my mother's remains without my consent." I nodded, turning to descend the stairs. But instead of immediately seeking out Zhanling, I called my second uncle to the courtyard. I wanted to hear his thoughts. After I recounted the situation to him, my second uncle remarked, "Involving the secret of immortality is indeed a loss if we miss the opportunity. However, given our capabilities, it would be too perilous to proceed. Even if we do not hand it over to the demon hunters, they will come to seize it." The demon hunters would come to seize it? This was a notion I had not considered. Yet, If it truly pertained to immortality, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. My second uncle continued. You should inform Zhanling that the demon hunters will take the lead, but we must be present when the grave is excavated. I understood my second uncle's intent. The demon hunters would act, and we would observe, ensuring that what they witnessed would also be revealed to us. Thus, we would not miss out on any clues. However, I was somewhat reluctant to involve myself and express to my second uncle, while I too am curious. Possessing clues would be of little use to us. I do not wish to interfere. My second uncle countered, some matters are not about whether you wish to or not. They are unavoidable. Unavoidable? I was somewhat perplexed. My second uncle's eyes flickered with urgency as he impatiently stated, the 10,000 great mountains are also related to immortality. And your wife hails from there. Can you truly avoid it? The 10,000 great mountains were a well-known entity in the mystical world, and they had no connection to the Sanyin sect, so where was the sense in being unable to avoid it? Nevertheless, my second uncle glared at me, commanding that I follow his instructions without further debate. Unable to resist, I returned to the villa and synthesized my second uncle's and Su Dazhuang's words. Reaching an agreement with Zhanling, the demon hunters would take charge, but my second uncle and I would retain the right to be informed. Should the grave be excavated? Not only would we need Su Dazhuang's consent, but my second uncle and I must also be present. Zhanling also stipulated that we could be present, but we must not interfere with their operations. Seeing my second uncle subtly nod in agreement, I did not hesitate to comply. As soon as the agreement was reached, Zhanling eagerly summoned the 4 demon hunters from the vehicle, instructing them to conduct a thorough inspection of both the interior and exterior of the Su family villa. Chapter 101. The effeminate one. The demon hunters demonstrated a commendable level of professionalism as they meticulously inspected every corner of the Su family's villa. Though I had no desire to linger, having spent a sleepless night, I was soon informed by Zhanling's companions that they had unearthed several items from the artificial hill. Among them was a feng shui pillar, buried near the bend of the water flow, capable of severing the flow of energy. Additionally, a voodoo doll was discovered, containing unhatched insect eggs. The sight of the voodoo doll evoked memories of the 5 poisons, prompting me to inquire with Zhanling whether the Sanyin sect had any ties to Miaojiang. Zhanling acknowledged that it would not be surprising for the Sanyin sect to collude with any faction. While I could understand this, I found it difficult to fathom. Is the allure of immortality truly that potent? Or is it merely that my youth prevents me from grasping the mindset of those on the brink of death? The demon hunters swiftly identified the individual lurking within the villa, the maid with the broken leg. Regrettably, by the time Zhanling's team arrived, she had already fled the hospital. Su Dazhuang once again mentioned the name Yi Jiangnan, his greatest business rival. Although the number of demon hunters was limited, their methods were not. Given that the name had been mentioned, it was likely that the truth would soon come to light. Zhanling stated that they would center their investigation around the Su family, gradually expanding their scope to root out all members of the Sanyin sect, thereby exerting pressure on them. As for the graveyard, they would only proceed once the strong from the demon hunter list arrived. I remained silent, merely listening. However, their extensive search might provoke the Sanyin sect into desperate actions, leading me to caution Zhanling to be wary of their potential recklessness. Concerning the items within the grave, with the Su family's fortunes restored and the grave not empty, it was unlikely that the opposing faction would dare to act, after all. If they could, they would not require such elaborate measures, having likely already opened the grave in secret. During this period, I had several tasks to attend to. The first was to complete the training regimen set by the limping old song. Next, I intended to pay a visit to Director Qian to inquire about matters concerning Donghai. Additionally, I sought to see if I could borrow the dragon and phoenix bronze mirror. And Su Yimei also drove over, bringing along Xiao Chui, Huang Xian'er, and Tingting, who temporarily returned to my home in 2 vehicles. My second uncle took me and Huang Jiu to the shop. While in the car, I inquired once more about the bronze mirror. My second uncle explained that Director Qian was apprehensive about us potentially losing or damaging the mirror, which was why he had been reluctant to agree. However, Director Qian had yet to send the mirror to the temple for worship, and it remained stored in the museum. I felt that the sealed fox spirit within was an unresolved, ticking time bomb. Moreover, there was also a vengeful woman from the Republic of China inside. All of these were ticking time bombs. I considered approaching the matter from this angle. Huang Jiu suggested that my second uncle find several wealthy individuals to act as guarantors, which would alleviate Director Qian's fear of loss. If damage occurred, the guarantors could compensate. While the idea was simplistic, I countered. Bronze artifacts from the Western Zhou dynasty hold immense value. Even if we are familiar with General Wang, General Zhang, and Su Dazhuang, they would not take such a significant risk for us. Besides, in Director Qian's eyes, this is not merely a financial matter. His concerns are not about compensation, but ensuring the safety of the bronze mirror. Huang Jiu retorted, "We are not planning to consume the bronze mirror. Despite this, I pondered, who could guarantee that the mirror would remain unscathed during the unsealing and consumption process? I surmised that it was precisely these potential issues that led Director Qian to withhold his consent. Huang Jiao grumbled, lamenting Director Qian and Appo's lack of consideration. I could only reassure him, stating that I would personally visit Director Qian on another occasion. As we approached the shop, my second uncle suddenly recalled. Lu Changxian suffered a stroke a few days ago. He was rescued, but has become paralyzed. Illness is a part of life, yet before his affliction, he had crossed paths with you. The people from Laozan may not view it the same way. You all should be cautious. Illness? I found this hard to believe. It had to be Huang Xian's handiwork. I had not anticipated that she would spare Lu Changshuan's life, opting instead to render him worse off than dead. Upon arriving at the shop, my second uncle intended to step inside but received a phone call from Wang Shukuan. He dropped me and Huang Jiao off before departing again. Considering that the water and land ritual at the haunted building had likely concluded after 7 days, preparations for work were probably underway. It was evident that my second uncle's focus had shifted away from the shop. Nonetheless, I held no strong opinions about his change. As long as he had a stable job or business to engage in, I was genuinely pleased. I had no intention of opening the door. Hoping to rest for a while, however, Wang Jiao insisted on having chicken and insisted that the door remain open. Once I opened the door, I instructed him to tend to the shop while I retreated to the VIP room to recuperate. Just before lunchtime, I heard a commotion from outside. I quickly rose to investigate and found a group of individuals in the shop, led by a short, somewhat rotund young man, appearing to be in his late 20s. Strangely, despite the sweltering heat, he wore a black mink coat. Even so, he appeared quite cold, his pale complexion and breath creating visible clouds in the air. Flanking the young man were 2 burly bodyguards in suits, accentuating the contrast between their sizes. As I emerged, I found that Huang Jiao had already engaged in a verbal sparring match with them. The situation appeared to be that the mink-coated youth wished to enlist our services, but Huang Jiao had declined. Clearly a person of some significance, the youth was incensed by Huang Jiao and Appo's refusal, pointing at him with a menacing expression, practically wishing to turn Huang Jiao into a mere piece of fabric on his coat. Yet, when he spoke, his voice was effeminate and delicate. Scolding Huang Jiao, "You little beast, why open a door if you're not doing business?" His tone startled me, inducing a sense of nausea. Huang Jiao, already irked by being referred to as less than human, erupted in anger, leaping onto the tea table to retort, "You're the effeminate one. You stand shorter than a vat and sit wider than one, and it's 30 degrees outside, yet you're clad in a feathered mink." Their mutual insults escalated their tempers. Sensing that the effeminate one might resort to violence, I prepared myself, knowing I could not allow Wang Jiao to be at a disadvantage in the shop. To my surprise, the effeminate youth's fervor gradually subsided, and with a flourish of his fingers, he remarked, "I will win people over with virtue. I shall not stoop to your level, you yellow-skinned freak." He then turned to his bodyguards and commanded, "Pay them 50,000. The bodyguard on the left promptly set down the box he was carrying and opened it. The contents made my eyelids twitch, and I swallowed the remnants of my overnight meal. The bodyguard extracted 5 bundles of cash and tossed them toward Huang Jiao. Winning people over with virtue equated to handing over money? Was this the foolish son of a landlord? Huang Jiao's eyes gleamed with greed, yet he feigned disdain, retorting, "Do you think I and Appo's never seen money before? Give me more, 50,000. The effeminate one, with a delicate gesture, tapped his chin, seemingly indicating that what lay within the box was not money, but merely paper. Gulp. Huang Jiao could not restrain himself from swallowing hard. However, just as he was about to leap down to seize the money, I stepped forward to obstruct him. Chapter 102. A visit to Director Qian. I observed the foppish man wrapped in mink fur, only to discover that my spiritual vision could not discern his essence. However, the chilling aura he exuded on such a sweltering day was evident on his face. Huang Jiao and Appo's refusal to take the job undoubtedly stemmed from some apprehension. Moreover, his approach of winning people over through virtue struck me as rather foolish. Accepting money from a fool could easily lead to deceit. We have offended numerous individuals, and it is conceivable that someone might wish to see me incarcerated. Apologies, but we shall not conduct any business in the coming days. I picked up the money from the floor and tossed it back into the box. As I drew nearer to the foppish man, a wave of coldness enveloped me. Without the aid of spiritual sight, I could sense an aura upon him that was not his own. It was evident he had become possessed by something malevolent. Yet, before long, that aura concealed itself. A chill gripped my heart. Was this a sudden manifestation meant to threaten me? But if it could evade my spiritual vision and appear freely in broad daylight, such a being would hardly require threats. It could simply take control of its host. After all, I took 2 steps back and addressed him. "My good fellow, if I have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize and hope for your understanding. As I spoke, I released my spiritual energy to gauge the reaction of whatever was afflicting him. The clash of yang and yin energies caused the foppish man to squirm, as if infested with lice, before he raised his hands and scurried out of the shop. The two bodyguards, bewildered by the situation, hurriedly grabbed the money box and followed him outside. Seeing them exit, I quickly shut the door. Turning back to Huang Jiao, I inquired, "Why did you not take the job?" Huang Jiao replied. He walked in and spoke directly to me. "Do you think I could accept the job after that?" Only a handful of people knew Huang Jiao could speak. If someone approached him without any introduction, it could only mean two things. Either they were well acquainted with us, or they recognized Huang Jiao as a demon upon entering. In the former case, a proper introduction would have been made, allowing us to return a favor. Thus, it was likely that the foppish man belonged to the latter category. If he could see through Huang Jiao and Apos' identity upon entering, our affairs would naturally be unsettled. Yet, if that were the case, the foppish man would not have fled in fright from the clash of energies. Could it be that a powerful malevolent spirit had possessed him to torment me? My thoughts were in turmoil, conflicting and unclear. After a while, when the foppish man did not return to knock at the door, I ceased to ponder and, armed with my blood-stabbing dagger, slipped out the back with Huang Jiao. As we meandered back to the street, the foppish man was nowhere to be seen. I had spent a considerable sum on a bottle of wine worth over 500 yuan and brought it to greet Old Song, who was busy crafting a coffin in the backyard. The wooden figure I had carved still remained. Noticing I had come empty-handed, Old Song greeted me with an unusually warm smile. Upon learning that I was occupied with other matters, he graciously invited me to return and practice when I had the time, acknowledging that martial arts could not be mastered overnight. After leaving Old Song's shop, I hailed a cab and headed straight for the museum. It was the first day of reopening after maintenance, and the place was bustling with visitors. The old curator was in his office, so I refrained from disturbing him and took the opportunity to explore the museum, broadening my horizons. Around 3 in the afternoon, I called Director Qian, and upon learning I was at the museum, he hurried out to invite me into his office. Without preamble, I took a seat and initiated a discussion about the practitioners of the mystic arts. Upon hearing my inquiry, Director Qian lowered his head slightly, peering at me through the rim of his reading glasses. "Why the sudden interest in such matters?" he asked. I smiled and replied, "I've recently encountered some material and thought to consult you, given your extensive knowledge." I hesitated to interrupt you, knowing how busy you are. Director Qian remarked, "You truly have a way with words, as if schooled by someone. Practitioners of the mystic arts are not regarded as mysterious in history. In recent years, numerous copper furnaces have been unearthed, believed to be alchemical furnaces used by these practitioners. During the mid-Eastern Han Dynasty, a concoction known as Wushirsan gained popularity among the nobility, originating from the hands of these practitioners." I furrowed my brow. The practitioner he spoke of was not the one I sought. Lowering my voice, I said, "Director Qian, I am inquiring about those associated with the East China Sea, particularly the practitioners linked to immortality, not the charlatans of the Central Plains who feign divinity for profit." "Oh." Director Qian's brow furrowed slightly. "In that case, I'm afraid I cannot assist you. My work is in archaeology, and I can only speak of matters substantiated by artifacts and verifiable evidence." Disappointment washed over me upon hearing this, and I stood to take my leave. However, just as I reached the door, Director Qian suddenly called out to me, "Regarding the affairs of the East China Sea, tomorrow is the weekend. Come to my home. This is my workplace, where we discuss facts and science." Making it difficult to speak freely, my eyes brightened, and I eagerly responded, "Thank you, Director Qian. Please continue with your duties. I Shan and Apos, to disturb you further. Until tomorrow." Director Qian nodded in acknowledgement. Exiting into the exhibition hall, I noticed that the number of visitors had dwindled significantly. Huang Jiao complained, "Why didn't Apos you mention the ancient mirror earlier?" I replied, "You were too impatient. Such matters require a gradual approach. Your wife is sweet and naive, so you mustn't be in a rush." Huang Jiao muttered under his breath, but I paid him no heed, as my attention was drawn to a familiar figure, Shenwei Guo. I called out to him, and upon seeing me, his expression shifted to one of panic. Without uttering a word, he turned and fled. Huang Jiao expressed his discontent. "That rascal. When learning, he sticks to us like a plaster, yet the moment he turns around, he pretends not to know us. Do you think he was acting suspiciously? He could easily steal something valuable here and live comfortably for a lifetime." I shot Huang Jiao a glare, urging him not to project his own thoughts onto others. Yet Shen Wei's reaction was indeed peculiar. Unfortunately, he had dashed away too quickly for me to use my spiritual vision to investigate. I considered pursuing him, but recalled that Huang Jiao had mentioned Xiao Chui earlier. I had neglected to check on her heartbeat for several days, and my curiosity was piqued. Moreover, Shen Wei was heading toward a restricted area, one I couldn't access without Director Qian's guidance. Anxious to introduce Xiao Shui to the treasures of the world, I hailed a cab and made my way home. The atmosphere at home was lively with the presence of Tingting. Aunt Suime noticed that only Huangjio and I had returned and inquired about my uncle's whereabouts. I explained he received a call from Mr. Wang this morning and left without going to the shop. It seemed my uncle had not informed Aunt Suime, and sensing her concern, I called him for an update. He informed me that he was still at the ghost building, as today was the day for demolishing the old structure. However, things were not going smoothly. The detonators had malfunctioned several times, and they were now waiting for an explosives expert to address the issues. I had no involvement in matters concerning explosives. After hanging up, I relayed the situation to Aunt Suime. While she was worried, she said nothing further, indicating her strong support for my uncle's endeavors. That evening, I purchased some prepared foods and made a few simple dishes. After dinner, I eagerly pulled Xiao Shui into my room. Chapter 103. Bullying Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui followed me back to my room, where I presented her with the phone that Chen Kai had gifted me, teaching her to play with Talking Tom step by step. Perhaps due to a lack of understanding, she was utterly absorbed in the game. The more engrossed she became, the more exhilarated I felt. Her ignorance made her easy to deceive. Of course, my intentions were not to bully her. If I were to do so, it would be justified. Having exchanged vows, I would take full responsibility. I drew the curtains tightly, took a shower, and climbed into bed unarmed. Xiao Sui's cheeks flushed slightly, but with a bit of coaxing, she obediently settled in my embrace, poking at the phone with Talking Tom, causing the cat to screech. I felt an irresistible urge to join in. Seizing the moment while Xiao Sui was engrossed in her game, I gently covered her with my body, stealthily disarming her. However, Xiao Sui was quite alert. Upon noticing my actions, she immediately halted her game, clutching her clothes tightly and softly whispering a protest. Yet, to my ears, her words had an entirely opposite effect. After a lengthy half-hour of coaxing and teasing, I finally succeeded in disarming her, and I enveloped her completely. This sensation was unprecedented. As if a primordial beast within me was awakening, eager to dominate my will and body. Just as my instincts were about to take over, a loud knocking echoed at the bedroom door. Startled, I regained my composure, the fiery impulse retreating within me. Xiao Sui hastily pulled the blanket over herself, creating a barrier between us. The knocking persisted, growing more insistent. I hastily donned my clothes, irate, and flung the door open, ready to unleash my wrath. However, upon opening the door, I was met with Tingting's wide, curious eyes peering into the room. Huang Jiao squatted on her shoulder, baring his teeth in a grin. It was evident that this mischievous rascal had incited Tingting to knock. I took a deep breath and closed the bedroom door, leaving a small crack to glance back. Xiao Sui resembled a startled deer, her expression one of relief, as she pitifully clutched the blanket up to her neck. I shut the door and turned to Huang Jiao, seething as I demanded, "What do you mean by this?" Realizing he had disrupted my plans, Huang Jiao hurriedly explained, "Uncle Air just returned. When I mentioned that effeminate matter, he said he would introduce someone to handle it. We could earn a bit of commission. If it weren't for Huang Xianer watching television in the living room, I would have wanted to slam him against the wall." Suppressing my anger, I made my way to the living room, only to discover that the sky was still light outside. It seemed that in my endeavors behind closed curtains, I had lost track of time. However, the sun was beginning to set. Frustrated by Huang Jiao's provocation of Tingting to knock, I realized my plans were thwarted. After all, there are some matters in this world that one can intuitively grasp without guidance. At that moment, Uncle Air called, informing me that the person was nearing the shop and instructed me to wait for him. I was puzzled about how Huang Jiao had relayed the message. For the person had arrived, yet the one responsible for the task had not. What use was that? After hanging up, I felt a pang of reluctance towards Xiao Sui and decided to bring her along to the shop, hoping for a stroll along the way. Tingting pursued me with a question. "Brother, it's not even dark yet. Why are you going to sleep with Sister Xiao Sui?" I truly had no idea how to respond to that. Fortunately, Aunt Suime overheard and quickly intervened to lead the little girl away. The household was bustling, yet it could easily become awkward. Upon returning to my room, I found Xiao Sui dressed in a little skirt, sitting on the edge of the bed, engrossed in her game. My plans had fallen through. However, as the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Her innocent demeanor resembled that of a little fairy, and I knew it was only a matter of time before I ensnared her. After all, a half-grown child can be quite mischievous. I took Xiao Sui outside. Aunt Suime, concerned, asked, "Yang, it's getting late. Are you really going out?" I reassured her that I simply wanted to take Xiao Sui for a walk, for staying cooped up indoors all day was not ideal. Huang Jiao also approached to inform his wife. Huang Xianer, with a heavy sigh, muttered a dismissive roll. Her expression mirrored my earlier frustration, leading me to believe that Huang Jiao was merely trying to evade trouble by concocting tales with Uncle Air. Now that the person had arrived, Should they fail to contact the effeminate one, I would be curious to see how he would manage this intermediary task. I slipped on my shoes, pocketed some money, and, with Huang Jiao in tow, led Xiaocui outside. The evening streets were the liveliest part of the day, bustling with vendors selling snacks and trinkets. I held Xiaocui's hand tightly, fearful of losing her amidst the crowd. Along the way, we encountered nothing of interest, merely observing the lively atmosphere until we reached the street where the shop was located. In contrast to the crowded alleyways filled with stalls, the streets with fixed establishments felt rather desolate, with only a few patrons scattered in the restaurants. As we approached the shop, a figure suddenly emerged from a narrow alley, cloaked in burlap from head to waist, appearing hurried. The moment he appeared, Xiaocui froze, her demeanor shifting to that of a wary little tiger, her gaze sharpening. Her reaction sent a jolt of unease through me, and I instinctively placed my hand on the dagger at my waist. The cloaked individual moved swiftly past us, pausing momentarily before disappearing into the shop owned by Old Song. Xiaocui quickly returned to her normal self, but her earlier response left me feeling unsettled. Upon entering the shop, I remained on edge, peering into Old Song's store, which was still illuminated. I led Xiaocui to the VIP room, released Huang Jiao, and instructed her that I was going to check on Old Song, promising to return shortly. Once I had settled Xiaocui, I turned to exit through the inner door, only to encounter Old Song at the entrance. He carried a bag and bore an anxious expression. The person who had brushed past us stood in the shadows at the shop's entrance, seemingly watching us. Before I could speak, Old Song handed me a set of keys, saying, "Li Yang, something has come up at home, and I need to be away for a few days. Please keep an eye on the shop for me. The box is all priced. If someone wants to buy, please assist." Before I could respond, Old Song left the keys with me and turned to leave, the cloaked figure closely following him. In mere moments, they vanished into the alleyway. Watching Old Song depart, I stared at the keys in my hand, still processing the sudden turn of events. Just as I was about to return to the shop, a white Santana pulled up at the entrance. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit with a square face, emerged. The moment he stepped out of the car, I felt a knot form in my stomach. This man exuded an overwhelming aura of righteousness, an embodiment of integrity that was both rare and formidable. Such individuals are often feared, as they firmly believe in the dichotomy of good and evil, showing no mercy. Thinking of Xiaocui and Huang Jiao in the shop, I hastily entered, raising my hand to shut the door. Chapter 104. Hu Wenwei. My gesture of closing the door was swift, yet the individual was already approaching the shop. As the door was halfway shut, he reached the entrance. Faced with this, I could only pretend not to notice, hastening my efforts to pull down the rolling shutter. The man with the square face, observing my flustered demeanor, found it somewhat amusing and inquired from outside, "You must be Liang, right?" "I am Hu Wenwei, a friend of your second uncle." Just as he finished speaking, the door clicked shut. I exhaled in relief, yet the perplexity lingered. What was my second uncle thinking? Sending such an overly righteous person here? Was he dissatisfied with Huang Jiao's voracious appetite and hoping to use this man to eliminate him? What does it mean to be overly righteous? It is certainly not merely about shouting in the face of injustice or being eager to help. A person like Hu Wenwei, whose integrity radiates, would still shine brightly even in the darkest of places. For him, there can be no flaws in distinguishing between good and evil. In a nutshell, he is the epitome of righteousness. Even a dog that merely shows a hint of vigor would be met with his disdain. As for Xiaocui, who now could breathe on her own, I had been preparing for her to bear children. There were no real concerns there. However, should Huang Jiao and Huang Xian'er encounter someone like him, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce confrontation. I remained silent, while Hu Wenwei, outside, seemed equally at a loss. Dialing my second uncle. Before long, my phone rang. It was my second uncle. Upon answering, he inquired about the situation, questioning why I had shut the door on a visitor. I lowered my voice and replied, "Second uncle, that man exudes righteousness, like a little son. With Huang Jiao and Xiaocui by my side tonight, I fear I cannot withstand his illumination." My second uncle responded with irritation, "What nonsense are you thinking? You foolish boy? Quickly open the door. Wenwei is my dearest friend. Why would he harm you? He is currently facing some issues and, having nowhere to go, will be staying at the shop temporarily. Just allow him to take on any tasks you do not wish to handle." After hanging up, I called out, "Uncle Hu, it seems the door is stuck. Please hold on a moment." I turned and retreated into the inner room. To avoid making noise that might alert Hu Wenwei, I tiptoed, intending to discreetly inform Huang Jiao. However, as I pushed the door open, I was taken aback. In the VIP room, Xiaocui sat regally on a chair, exuding the poise of a queen. Huang Jiao knelt before her, mumbling something incomprehensible. Yet, the moment I opened the door, Xiaocui leaned back softly against the sofa, and Huang Jiao rose from the floor, feigning nonchalance. The rapid transformation of the two left me questioning my own vision. Approaching Xiaocui, I scrutinized her closely. She still appeared adorably dazed. Huang Jiu interjected, Dawn and Appos, be fooled. She and Appos, that's not quite herself. I attempted to negotiate some benefits with her earlier, but ended up with a bruised head, and she remained blissfully unaware, likely destined to be this way for life. Huang Jiu's words dispelled my doubts, for such behavior was not unusual for him. Xiao Chui might have been coerced, resulting in her poised demeanor. Thinking this, I shot Huang Jiu a glare and said, You're the foolish one. Your entire family is destined for foolishness. If I catch you bullying Xiao Chui again, I will swiftly send you back to the 10,000 great mountains. Oh, my dearly, am I bullying her? Even if you gave me 100 lives. I wooed and Appos, dare. Huang Jiu and Appos. S expression morphed into one of feigned innocence. I was no fool. Ever since Xiao Chui and Appos' arrival, the people from Laozan and Longhu Mountain had not reappeared. They were not merely being prudent, they were afraid. Huang Jiu held a profound reverence for the 10,000 great mountains and would not truly dare to bully Xiao Chui. He was merely trying to manipulate her. Seeing Huang Jiu unafraid of boiling water, I waved my hand dismissively. Enough. The person introduced by my second uncle has arrived. He will be staying here for a while, and I fear he may pose a threat to you. You should head home for now. Upon hearing that there might be a threat, Huang Jiu immediately assumed a posture ready to flee, but as soon as he learned he was to return home, he regained his bravado and exclaimed, Who is so formidable that they can scare me, your ninth lord, into retreating? I must see for myself. With that, he dashed out, concerned for his safety. I pulled Xiao Chui up, cradling her face and saying, If he tries to deceive you again, just inform me. I will deal with him. Xiao Chui understood and nodded obediently. Only then did I lead her outside. Outside, the electric door had already been opened by Huang Jiu. He wore a look of arrogance. With his hands poised as if to assert dominance, he seemed unyielding. However, the moment Hu Wenhui appeared at the entrance, Huang Jiu leapt back half a meter, clinging to my trousers and scrambling up to my shoulder, his head hidden behind my neck, while his rear end was prominently exposed, raised high. As Hu Wenhui entered, he offered a faint smile, surveying the arrangement of the shop, his gaze settling on Xiao Chui and then briefly on Huang Jiu, who was clad in floral shorts. I am your second uncle's friend, he reiterated. I braced myself, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, My second uncle just called, but Uncle Hu, it is already evening, and I am uncertain if the guest from earlier will still arrive. Huang Jiu had muddled the situation a bit, but from my second uncle's words, it seemed Hu Wenhui had come here seeking a place to stay. I found myself puzzled. Given Hu Wenhui's stature, he would undoubtedly attract attention wherever he went. Akin to a radiant sun, how could he have fallen to the point of seeking refuge? Yet, such inquiries might bruise his pride, and I hesitated to ask. Noticing that Hu Wenhui bore no hostility towards Huang Jiu, I relaxed my guard, brewed him a cup of tea, and engaged him in conversation for a while. Hu Wenhui did not shy away from disclosing his predicament, candidly admitting he was facing some difficulties and required both funds and a place to stay. It appeared my second uncle intended to gradually extricate me from this line of work, hence the introduction of Hu Wenhui. My second uncle and Hu Wenhui had apparently arranged that I would avoid certain unsavory tasks, allowing Hu Wenhui to take them on, while we would merely collect a 10% commission. Such an opportunity seemed like a dream come true. Nevertheless, looking at Hu Wenhui, I felt little joy. A man of his caliber should not require a middleman for such matters. He did not appear to be paying homage to my second uncle. Leaving only one possibility, he was unable to secure work for some reason. What sort of entity could have forced him into this position? Yet, as he was introduced by my second uncle and had come to the shop, it would be improper for me to turn him away. I showed him around, offering a brief introduction. As night fell, I left him with the remote for the rolling shutter and the key to the back door, before returning with Xiao Chui and Huang Jiu. Upon returning, Xiao Chui regarded me with the suspicion of a wary thief, and with my mind preoccupied, I refrained from teasing her. The following morning, I donned a fresh outfit, and, without bringing Huang Jiu along, set out. Passing by a supermarket, I purchased a case of Sanlu soy milk and drove to Director Qian's residence. He had only provided me with the name of the community. Upon nearing the vicinity, I called him. The elderly gentleman happened to be returning from his morning exercises, and we met midway as he guided me to his home. Chapter 105, The Gift from Director Qian. I followed Director Qian upstairs. It was hard to imagine that the director of a provincial museum would reside in such an old residential building. His integrity was likely not a mere fade. My late spouse had passed away early, and my daughter seldom returned home after starting her career. Thus, the place was somewhat neglected, so feel free to find a seat. Director Qian warmly invited me. The 60-square-meter room was indeed a bit chaotic, yet not dirty. The disarray comprised mostly books, haphazardly strewn about, as if a thief had ransacked a library. On the wall opposite the living room hung a family photograph of three, depicting a much younger Director Qian. Flanking the photo were countless certificates of honor. Emerging from another room, Director Chien handed me a bottle of mineral water while clutching a rather thick, slightly yellowed book in his other hand. He sat down, placing the book on the coffee table, and remarked, "The office was under surveillance yesterday. I found it difficult to answer your questions. Is it a requirement in your line of work to refrain from speaking freely?" I asked, somewhat taken aback. "Certainly. We must speak with reason and evidence, substantiated by tangible proof. The cultural knowledge we leave for future generations cannot be tainted by baseless chatter," he replied, opening the book in his hands. The first page revealed an old photograph that left me astounded. The backdrop was an endless expanse of ocean, and the main subject was a colossal turtle. Judging by the fishing boat in the frame, the turtle seemed to be 5 or 6 meters tall, its shell resembling a small hill. "Is this photograph of the giant turtle genuine, Director Chien?" I inquired. Pointing to the image, he explained, "This was taken by an old friend of mine in his early years. After its publication, it was met with skepticism, leading him to a melancholic end. Ultimately, the photo found its way into my possession. Now, it is fortunate that people can speak freely, yet many pieces of evidence have been lost." Reflecting on those fervent times, Director Chien appeared somewhat nostalgic and momentarily lost in thought. Regaining his composure, he smiled and said, "This is not a turtle, it is a yuan." Perhaps due to his solitary living, the elderly director was quite talkative. Each photograph in the book came with its own story, captivating my attention deeply. As I turned to the last few pages, I grew anxious about my prior commitment to dine with Xiaozui. However, until now, Director Chien had not mentioned anything related to feng shui. Noticing my impatience, he hastened his page flipping, and soon another yellowed photograph captivated my gaze. It depicted a stone tablet standing on a reef, jet black as ink, with pure white patterns etched upon it that stood out clearly in the monochrome image. I inhaled deeply, instantly invigorated, as the patterns on the tablet resembled totems on black human skin. Director Chien extracted a slip of paper from behind the photograph and handed it to me. "This is a rubbing I made from the photograph. You may take it back to examine." I refrained from taking it, as my intent in visiting was not to seek clues, but merely to learn. "Director Chien, does the Undying Clan truly exist in the East Sea?" I asked, fixated on the photograph. He responded, "The unusual creatures you observed were discovered in the waters near the stone tablet. They have lived for millennia, some even for 10,000 years. Moreover, such discoveries are not a modern phenomenon. It is said that Emperor Qin Shi Huang encountered a giant and Apos, Yuan and Apos, by the East Sea, upon which lay an extraordinary individual claiming to hail from an immortal island, having lived for 3,000 years. The emperor personally met this individual, conversing for several days. Ultimately, on a night of torrential rain and thunder, both the giant and Apos, Yuan and Apos, and the extraordinary person vanished. I had never heard such tales, yet spoken from Director Chien and Apos' lips. Their credibility was undeniably high, even in the absence of concrete evidence. He continued, "After that encounter, Qin Shi Huang became infatuated with the notion of immortality, recruiting sorcerers from across the land, and even commissioning the construction of a grand ship, ordering Su Fu to lead 500 young men and 500 young women eastward in search of immortals. Coincidentally, after Su Fu's voyage, metaphysical practices began to circulate throughout the land, with figures like Sui, Zhang Jiao, and Yu Ji emerging during the Eastern Han dynasty. In truth, they were all practitioners of these arts. Are you implying that Su Fu discovered the immortal island?" I asked, perplexed. Director Chien nodded. "Su Fu did return several times during his journey. The practices likely originated from what he brought back from overseas. However, one thing is certain, he never found the secret to immortality. For his own survival, he never returned to the 9 provinces after his final departure." Director Chien's narrative opened my eyes to a world of wonders. This visit had proven worthwhile. He also recounted tales of Sui and Yu Ji, figures who could be described as bordering on the supernatural. Yet, finding relevant evidence would be nearly impossible nationwide. Such matters are akin to encountering ghosts. Those who have seen them believe, yet when spoken of, few will accept. As lunchtime approached, Director Chien invited me to stay for a meal. I refrained from expressing my thoughts, silently contemplating how he had engaged me in conversation for so long that cooking now would delay our meal until the afternoon. Sensing my intent to leave, Director Chien grasped my hand, saying, "Liang, you are always welcome to come chat with me." In him, I sensed the loneliness of solitary living and the frustrations he bore, unable to voice certain matters due to his position, which might render them laughable. Yet, not speaking of them was equally distressing. With a rare listener present, Director Chien found great joy in my company. Before my departure, he pressed the hefty book into my hands, stating that while it was merely a collection of myths in his possession, perhaps it could lead me to unveil the truth. I did not refuse and took the book with me. As I exchanged pleasantries at the door and closed it behind me, Director Chien suddenly opened it again. calling out to me. He hurried back inside and re-emerged moments later with an object wrapped in red cloth, placing it in my hands. I nearly forgot this. Take it home and examine it, but do not open it on the way. A sense of excitement washed over me. I wondered if the old man was gifting me an antique. That would indeed be a fortune. Holding the object against me, I felt the box beneath the cloth. Throughout my journey home, curiosity gnawed at me, and I resisted the urge to open it multiple times. Upon arriving home, I found Aunt Suimei cooking, while Huang Xianer and Xiao Zui followed closely behind, diligently learning to prepare a meal like elementary school students. Huang Jio leaped onto my shoulder, asking, "How did it go with the copper mirror?" "There's no need to rush that matter," I replied. I hadn't mentioned the copper mirror, not out of forgetfulness, but rather because the state of Director Qian's home left me at a loss for words. Moreover, even if I did speak of it, he would likely refuse my request. Huang Jio appeared somewhat disappointed, yet upon noticing the box I had brought back, his curiosity piqued. I unwrapped the red cloth in the living room, revealing a dark red wooden box. Before I could thoroughly inspect it, Huang Jio eagerly opened the box. In an instant, my hair stood on end. Chapter 106. The sacrifice blade. Within the box lay a short blade, its color an ivory white, resembling a bone knife. It emanated no overtly ominous aura, yet gazing upon it induced a profound sense of unease within the depths of one's soul. Every hair on Huang Jio's body stood on end as his pupils constricted wildly. "I perceive the scent of mortality," he quivered. Indeed, it was the scent of mortality. Not that it would inflict death upon us, but rather that it embodied death itself. Ting Ting, who had been cavorting in my chamber, emerged upon hearing the commotion. However, upon approaching within mere steps of the bone knife, she burst into tears, overcome with fright. Though she lacked the comprehension of death, she could sense the palpable dread. Drawn by the sound of her weeping, the three women from the kitchen hastened to the scene. Huang Xianer, upon beholding the contents of the box, furrowed her brow. "This is a sacrifice blade," she declared. "It must not be brought into the domicile." A sacrifice blade, as the name suggests, is a blade employed in the slaughter of livestock during sacrificial rites. These blades often bear a unique significance, passed down through generations for centuries, even millennia. Laden with murderous intent, they are considered objects of ill omen. However, when utilized for the slaughter of mere livestock, such blades do not possess such an intense aura of mortality. This particular blade, I suspected, was employed in human sacrifices, having been stained with an immeasurable quantity of blood, thus evoking the very visage of death. Yet, as Xiao Chui drew near, the aura of mortality began to dissipate. Sensing this, I swiftly closed the box. Throughout the journey back, I had not perceived this aura, suggesting the box's unique ability to shield it. Though Curator Qian had remained taciturn, his gifting of the blade was clearly linked to my inquiry. The bone knife's resemblance to a skinning knife used for cattle and sheep immediately brought to mind the black human skin adorned with ancient totems. If my conjecture held true, this blade was employed in the slaughter and skinning of victims during the creation of the totems. While the three insects human skin totems may have been a later development, the principle of like cures like suggested that this bone knife could be the bane of those totems. Fearing that Xiao Chui might purge the blade and Appo's aura, I hastily secreted the box within the shoe cabinet near the entrance, preventing her proximity. Sui Mei soothed Ting Ting as I proceeded to prepare the meal. During dinner, all were seated save for Huang Jio, who scurried about the table. While we were unperturbed, Huang Xian and Appo's expressed her displeasure, placing a plate on the floor and feeding Huang Jio as one would a pet. For a Huang Xian who had lived for over 2 centuries, this was an utter disgrace. In Huang Xian and Appo's presence, Huang Jio dared not utter a peep. As soon as the meal concluded, he approached me, imploring me for 3 more days to procure the bronze mirror. Should he fail, he would resort to his own methods. As I prepared to assuage him, he interjected, "I am merely informing you, not seeking your counsel. Rest assured, I shall bear the responsibility for my actions alone, without implicating you." Seeing his resolve, I remained silent. Yet, 3 days may not suffice to sway Curator Qian. That evening, I teased Xiao Chui. However, having spent the day frolicking, she displayed no interest in Tom and Jerry, remaining wary of me throughout the night. I was left with merely monitoring her heartbeat and stealing a kiss. The following morning, Huang Jio and I departed with the bone knife, intending to ascertain the well-being of Hu Wenhui, who had been absent from the shop for a day. However, instead of heading directly to the divination shop, I opened Song Lao Kei's establishment, observing our own shop from afar. Around 8 in the morning, Hu Wenhui unlocked the door and tidied up the premises. Had he truly made himself at home? Huang Jio grumbled, as if his nest had been usurped. "Xiao Lizi, what do you make of this Hu Wenhui?" Huang Jio gossiped like a neighborhood busybody. His question mirrored my own curiosity. However, as he remained reticent, I hesitated to inquire. I instructed Huang Jio to keep watch over our shop while I tidied up Song Lao Kei's establishment, then proceeded to practice on the wooden dummy in the backyard. Around 10 o'clock, Huangjiu burst in, announcing the arrival of the effeminate man. I wiped the sweat from my brow and hurried to the shop front. Through the display window, I observed the effeminate man entering the shop accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Yesterday, only 1 bodyguard carried the money case, Huangjiu observed. Now both are laden with them. Li Gu, should we persuade the effeminate man to embrace virtue? I hesitated, torn between asserting my ownership and the unsettling sense of righteousness emanating from Hu Wenhui. It was not a stifling discomfort, but rather the weariness of coexisting with someone who demanded meticulous adherence to principles. As I wavered, my second uncle's call came, informing me of business at the shop and requesting my presence. Terminating the call, Huangjiu and I furtively locked Song Laokei's door, purchased a few steamed buns from a street vendor, and returned, feigning a recent departure from home. Upon entering the shop, I greeted Hu Wenhui and handed him the buns. Hu Wenhui accepted them without ceremony, consuming them as he spoke. The price has been negotiated. This gentleman will embrace virtue for 2 million, of which 1,800,000 will be mine, as agreed, and 200,000 will be your commission. I initially intended to decline politely, as receiving 200,000 for doing nothing felt akin to robbery. In this era, it was an exorbitant sum. However, before I could speak, Huangjiu had already opened the money case and begun counting the cash. I swallowed my words, lest I embarrass myself. While a formal refusal was unnecessary, a token of courtesy was still warranted. However, as I mustered my words, my gaze fell upon Hu Wenhui and Amp, Oppos, S brow, causing my countenance to shift. He was leeching my fortune. I abruptly seized Huangjiu, who was engrossed in counting the money, disregarding the effeminate man, and fixed my gaze upon Hu Wenhui. Mr. Hu, are there matters you ought to clarify? My grandfather had foretold my destiny of wealth and prosperity through the water coffin sin's wife prophecy, essentially declaring my innate fortune. Events since entering the city had corroborated his prediction, as my second uncle and I had amassed considerable wealth. However, regardless of the inexhaustible nature of one and Oppos' fortune, who would willingly relinquish it? Especially as my fortune was intertwined with Xiao Chui's well-being, demanding utmost caution. Hu Wenhui cast a surprised glance at me, evading my question. Do you possess the spiritual eye? He inquired. What level have you attained? Barely able to wield the 3rd level. I replied. My second uncle and Amp, Oppos' friend was not my friend. And while he may not deceive my second uncle, he may not extend the same courtesy to me. Thus, I spoke falsely. While my expression remained composed, I was inwardly astonished. The spiritual eye was not merely the yin-yang eye. Possessors of the spiritual eye were exceedingly rare in the entire Xian world. His deduction of my possession of the spiritual eye from my words implied either his own possession or his acquaintance with one who possessed it. Hu Wenhui chuckled, likely discerning my exaggeration. However, I remained unfazed, staring directly at him. Falsehoods were not illegal, after all. Hu Wenhui turned to the effeminate man. Please wait a moment while I consult with my employer. He then beckoned me to the VIP room. En route, I retrieved my phone, intending to call my second uncle and address the matter face to face. Chapter 107. The scattered transport in the VIP room. I managed to connect with my second uncle and immediately expressed my concern that Hu Wenhui was siphoning off my fortune. My uncle seemed to be already aware of the situation, responding in a calm tone. Wenhui's utilization of the shop is indeed a means of tapping into your fortune. Yang, remember, when the moon is full, it wanes. When energy is abundant, it overflows. Sometimes, an excess of good fortune is not necessarily beneficial. Hu Wenhui, who was present, added, when one is bestowed with great fortune, it is impossible to refuse it. If luck reaches its zenith and transforms, it may turn into your misfortune. I fixed my gaze on Hu Wenhui, feeling as though he was subtly alluding to the potential dangers of my effeminate demeanor. I couldn't and Oppos' help but retort. How can you be so sure that I cannot handle it? And how do you know I would engage in such behavior? Hu Wenhui chuckled softly and remarked. Fortune is intertwined with fate. A sudden chill ran through me. My grandfather had once said similar words. Fortune is fate. What comes cannot be refused. What goes is destiny. My uncle interjected. Yang, one must give to gain. Taking a deep breath, I replied, I am indifferent to my own fortune, but it concerns Xiao Cui. Could this affect her adversely? For someone of my humble status, good fortune merely serves as a means to acquire wealth. It cannot achieve monumental feats. Xiao Cui, however, is different. She is backed by the formidable 10,000 great mountains. My uncle reassured me. You and Xiao Cui do not share a marital bond. It will not affect her. Upon hearing this, I grew increasingly anxious, for thoughts of intimacy with Xiao Cui occupied my mind daily. If Hu Wenhui remained in the shop, would it not sever my wicked intentions at the source? In a moment of urgency, I blurted out, does this mean I can no longer pursue anything with Xiao Cui? Both Hu Wenhui and my uncle fell silent, creating an awkward atmosphere. Yet, being experienced individuals, The silence was brief before my uncle spoke. If you truly engage in such actions, you can simply ask Wenhui to leave. Hu Wenhui nodded in agreement. Yet his gaze seemed to mock my perceived lack of capability, leaving me feeling quite uncomfortable. However, as my mind calmed, I realized that matters of intimacy should not be discussed openly. With a heavy sigh, I silently acquiesced. After ending the call with my uncle, Hu Wenhui stood to leave. But I hurriedly interjected, "Uncle Hu, please do not rush." Hearing this, Hu Wenhui sat back down, casting me a questioning glance. I feigned composure and said, "Uncle Hu, while I should not meddle in the tasks you undertake, this is my shop, and since you are receiving orders through it, I feel compelled to inquire." Hu Wenhui slightly furrowed his brow, and I felt a wave of unease wash over me. This disquiet was not the innocent apprehension of a child before an adult, but rather a profound sense of shame. He appeared as a paragon of justice, capable of perceiving even the slightest misstep. Any filth would be laid bare before him. In Huang Jiao and Appo's words, there should not exist such a person in this world, and I found myself in agreement. While many possess righteousness, I had never encountered someone who radiated such warmth as he did. The darkness of reality often obscures even the sun's rays, let alone the existence of a mere mortal like him. The burdens he bore must surely exceed our own. Sensing my unease, Hu Wenhui did not call me out, but instead smiled and remarked, "In this world, there exist not only men and women, but also those who blur the lines. Similarly, there are not merely the dead and the living, but also the living dead." My hair stood on end as I incredulously asked, "Uncle Hu, are you suggesting that the effeminate individual is among the living dead?" Realizing the absurdity of my question, I quickly added, "But if he were truly among the living dead, why would he approach us? Shouldn't he be avoiding us instead?" The effeminate figure presented a paradoxical aura, yet Hu Wenhui's assertion felt exaggerated. Living corpses, yet they possess the ability to command respect? Hu Wenhui clarified, "He is indeed among the living dead. I can assure you of that. Your spiritual sight has yet to reach the second tier. You cannot discern between true souls and false ones. Living dead are neither zombies nor corpses. They are, in fact, individuals who have survived the process of soul snatching. During this process, the original soul perishes, hence they are considered dead. However, once the soul snatching is successful, the new spirit takes over the body, allowing them to live like a human. The distinction between true and false souls refers to the original soul of the body and that of the successor." Hu Wenhui's earlier words implied that he too possessed spiritual sight and had already accessed the second tier.